There's, like a front yard light. I have a pole coming out with a light on it. Leaned it up against that and went inside for a while and came back out. Yeah, it was about an hour, I guess. I'm not 100% sure, but yeah, it came out great, I think.
Yeah, dude. Seriously, because you did this with your phone. That's awesome.
Yeah, and it's the app is like once you get, I haven't even explored it much to be honest. The app looks really fully featured and kind of complex, but just put it on the Star Trails mode and hit the shutter button and then I came back and I hit the shutter button again to stop, and it's just like auto adjusts exposure of all the frames and all that. It's really nice. The one thing I did notice that like when I went to hit the end shutter button, I kind of misclicked and it kind of moved the phone a bit, and you can actually see it in the end of the trails where it just wiggles a tiny bit. That was my misclick of the shutter button to stop it before I actually succeeded the second time.
Yeah, I can see one bright line just above the tree on the right-hand side that kind of it ducks down versus maintaining a straight run. I kind of see that, but dude,
Oh, you mean the like kind of greenish one?
yeah.
Yeah, that one's actually a lens flare opposite the moon.
Oh,
It was moving in the
okay.
opposite direction, so it kind of goes from upper right to lower left over time, and it just mirrors the moon across the center point of the camera lens.
And that's one of the big things, like I said in the post or the reply to you, is that capturing the moon in that observation is not something that you see very often.
Yeah, I hadn't seen too much of it. I've seen a few on Astrobend that are done by really nice astrophotography setups and more of a time lapse where you can see each disk of the moon kind of next to each other.
Right.
But yeah, I hadn't seen one like this. It was I was hoping it would come out pretty good. I like the kind of supreme glow of the moon here, and it's still, you get the stars, which I was really surprised by.
Where are you located? If I
I'm
mean,
in
don't dox yourself, but
Chicago area.
nice, good spot. Well, you've given me some hope because I'm over in Ontario, so I've got a big ass picture window up my front yard, good elevation to it. So I'm definitely gonna see if I can do some captures of the moon rising once these clear nights start to show up.
Yeah, if you want to try I think this Nightcap app was maybe like $3 or $5, something like that. I'm not sure if it has a free version or not, but I don't think it does. But yeah,
Oh,
there's probably some free apps.
take a look around for sure. I really appreciate the suggestion, man.
My favorite part, other than the moon in this photo, is you can
wonder.
really make out Orion's belt on the right side. It's kind of almost touching the right side of the image. Three kind of vertically aligned stars.
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. I think, yeah, I got you. Sorry, someone's coming in.
Hey, you guys, I made a meme, and I would appreciate it if you guys checked it out. I put it in the live stream chat.
Will do.
Titled "War is Bad."
Me worried about gas prices.
So true, though.
Everyone wants to know, how does this affect me? Like, if the world was really flat, how does it affect me? I still have to get up and go to work in the morning.
Yeah, I just had a lot of people trying to get me to pick a side on this conflict in the Middle East, and I just needed to express my true feelings on it. And just happened to be watching one of my favorite movies, Legends of the Fall. Super gay movie. If you guys want to check it out, really gay, but it's a great movie. But yeah, that scene is just so amazing. He's just like, "Don't talk to me about war." Don't.
Well, it's at the end of the day, they're still people, right?
Oh.
Just to be absolutely transparent with the entire situation, people are dying, et cetera, et cetera. These people are still people, and they're caught up in something that is they didn't ask to be caught up in. So it's as you say, it's not a question of choosing sides. It's a question of observing what's happening and trying to be I think it's almost a question of mental state.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I mean, what kind of mental state are you in if you're like excited about war?
Agreed. Whoa, good God, Lord, what is it good for? Absolutely nothing. Say it again. I won't, but you know what I mean.
Oh, I like that song. Can't remember who does it.
In one of my shows, I dubbed it over Dorothy when she goes skipping down the yellow brick road. It's awesome. Actually, let me see if I can find it. Great little intro.
I remember when they put it in like Halo 2. And they had the sergeant singing it while you're on the
Yeah.
Pelican.
Oh, it's only a minute, 47 seconds. I love it.
Yeah, speaking of the Middle East, when I was younger, I spent several months in Israel and Palestine for work. And the day I flew back to the States, the falafel shop I went to probably once or twice a week got blown up by a bomb. It's kind of a harrowing experience to kind of feel like I escaped that.
What did you
Oh,
say
yeah.
about the bomb? You almost bought a bomb? Wait, what?
That's crazy, man. I'm glad you I'm sure people were hurt. I'm glad it worked.
Yeah, man, it was a weird moment to kind of read that news. Super interesting place, like geographically though. Like in such a small country, you got like desert, mountains, green valleys, Dead Sea, Judean hills, lowest land point on Earth around the Dead Sea, Red Sea, Mediterranean Sea. It's like holy moly! Like you compare that to say like Kansas, you're like, oh, we have wheat fields, cool, and we're 30 times the size of Israel or whatever it is.
All that, and they're building the line. Y'all heard about the line?
The line?
The line.
Line.
The line in Saudi Arabia.
Oh, is that long city thing?
110 miles in length. should be a
Johnny Cash, guys.
1.25 mile drop if the 3959 claimed radius is true. Yes, I'm reading a script because I've written the script based on the numbers that I've observed. Sorry, I'm done. Thanks for listening. Yeah, it's a city. It's a rectilinear city that's supposed to hold like 1 million people or something. Started excavating a few months ago. Excavating means digging.
Yeah, I got to read more about this line project. I remember hearing a news article. It sounds pretty crazy.
It's kind of crazy because I think about like families obviously are going to be started within this place. It's a city, so you don't have to leave. It's in the middle of the desert. I think about children born into the city and the idea of, well, number one, expansion. I don't know how they're, if every family of two has two kids, you've got a family of four, how that expands. But in reference to, what is it now? Oh, I lost my train of thought. Damn it. The expansion, one family of four. Yeah, I lost my train. My bad.
This line makes me think of, it reminds me of the movie Snowpiercer. It's like a standing still Snowpiercer.
Snowpiercer. Shoot. What a great movie. Oh, yeah. So I think about kids that are born in this city. Imagine they don't know anything beyond this city. They could be sold the globe.
Well, does that mean that God has left faith in the kids born in the city? I think God has, or the Creator has equal faith in all of us. And because we are ultimately separated from our fellow man in terms of our life's considerations, our dream world, yes, the same advantage is before all of us, but just in a differing sense. That you can only relate to in terms of your own story and not in anyone else's. That's my thinking on it.
Yeah, coffee, that's Venus.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, coffee converter, that's Venus.
Nice.
Although it wasn't collimated properly, so you see the up is sharp and the bottom is blurry.
You seem very clinical. You seem like a Nazi to me, French cat. You seem very clinical. And when you're asked a question for alternative consideration, you will sort of cut it short and make a scoff and a mock of. Yeah, that's the way you just seem to me. That's why I said you belong in Jim Panda's crew. And I'm sure you are a part of it.
I'm not. I don't even know what the name of that server is. I've heard Jim Pandas, but I don't think if Jim Pandas is the name of the server.
What do you think about 9/11 then? What's your bottom line on 9/11 or Sandy Hook? Give us that. If
Just
you're
stop harassing
genuine
French
malice
cat.
and you're a trooper.
Let's not talk about any of those.
Yeah, let's not do that. Let's talk about the pictures that you take with your telescope. I posted one of the first prior influencers in terms of astrophotography, especially in terms of the moon. Marcus Starkis. I called it Harry Starkis. Marcus Starkis channel. I posted it earlier on, and look at some of the fantastic detail he claimed to be the first to produce back then. So you're just specific in that area, not interested then. Flat Earth cat myself. Other people might engage you. Not interested in myself. Or sorry, French flat cat Earth. Is that something? Okay, sorry, French cat. You're a limited perspective. You're a staggered horizon. You're a cut short potential. Limited hangout is a good one. We all understand at this stage everything is in earnest. We could all be cut short and knocked off communicating with one another tomorrow, which I think are 2 days' time actually, which is 33 days after 9/11. What would you do then? What would you do then? And all the things you wish to say, you didn't get a chance to say to your newfound friends. Damn it.
Question for Tactical. Is there a difference between, or what is the difference between a P1000 versus what are you using to shoot the sky with?
12-inch Dipsonian.
Could you you were mumbled?
12-inch Dipsonian telescope.
Okay, so a telescope. So question being, if the P1000, from my understanding, is it's a digital based camera, is it not?
It is.
And then what you would be using is analog based, would it not?
No, I'm also using digital because I have a camera put up to it.
Okay, so you're using a digital camera, but an analog lens then, because the telescope would be an analog lens.
Yep.
It? Okay, so from a standpoint of the difference of showing something on a digital picture versus, well, an analog lens, let's say, do you think that there's a difference in the two things?
There is a difference, but not of the reasons that you might think of. It's mostly aperture, because the P1000 doesn't have much aperture. It's just its lens that it isn't very big, and its sensor, which is really small and doesn't have much frame rate. It can't take good photos of celestial objects. It also doesn't have much magnification. Like 125x is... It sounds like a lot, but in astrophotography, especially in what I'm doing, it's not a lot.
So when I look at your picture as an example of Venus, you posted Venus, right?
Mm,
Did you post Venus?
yep, I did. Somewhere up there.
So, for reply to you with that from a P900. Question being, focus. Okay, so it being out of focus. But the other question I have is, the thing that I've seen that I find interesting is that these stars, when they're caught over a period of time, appear to be not presenting a solid state. They appear to almost shimmer. Does that make any sense to you?
I know. That's called astronomical seeing. The pattern is the mass of the air moving above you. And
sorry,
the
what's that? Say that again. It's what?
It's astronomical seeing. Google it.
Yeah, no, that's fine. But your follow up to that.
It's the mass of air moving above you, or
okay,
in front of an object that you're watching.
So basically, the atmospheric lensing between myself and the object.
Not lensing. It's mostly the light coming from it to you, moving through the atmosphere, which is moving and has a gradient. Will refract a bit, so you need to wait for a good one. And when you have a good seeing, the planets don't wobble and the pattern seems steadier.
Gotcha. Thanks for the chat. Thanks for the chat with Tactical Cat. Hey.
Oh. Hey, very interesting. I was going to ask Tactical Cat. Okay, not just a general question. You don't know. You're put in a scenario. You're given a telescope. You don't know how far away the object is or whatever the target is. Is it possible, if the target is at a fixed distance with the telescopic consideration or capability that you have, equally possible that you're zooming in an object that's fixed and near, or equally that you're zooming in an object that's maybe fixed and far away? What's the difference? How would you be able to determine one from the other? That's all I'm asking.
I wouldn't.
Sort of going back to the question I asked earlier on, but how would you be able to determine one from the other?
I wouldn't.
So it's possible then that all the skylights that you're observing are on maybe one fixed contoured plane and are not material at all, because that has to be the standard for the flat earther. This is the basic opposing sort of point of view, I should think, So that's possible. And that's what, just to finish, that's what I meant by saying that ultimately when you say you're zooming in, let's say the Eagle Nebula or something like that, doesn't matter, Botez's Void, it doesn't matter, that, yeah, you wouldn't be able to tell whether it was something near that you were focusing in on, which would make it a microscope, as opposed to something far away that you were honing in on, which would make it a telescope. You wouldn't be able to tell. Is that true?
Yeah, I already told you that multiple times.
Yes, but the very reason you came in here was to ask me to clarify. So now you can agree with me by saying, or by me saying that, well, in a sense, the greater powered telescope, I mentioned Lucifer, is the greater the microscope. So you agree with me. That's the first time you did it, bud. Thank you.
I agree that they could be closer and smaller instead of being further and bigger. But how do you define close? Because for a microscope, it's like a millimeter or so. So
Well, a millimeter for a telescope, if the boundary, I actually think the boundary above my head is about 50 miles above. Honestly, bud, because I'm at 50 degrees north. The boundary above me is about 50 miles. But if you're talking about the general, which I mentioned originally, the 3,000 mile figure, that's microscopic level compared to, well, the 3,000 light year figure or something. To,
no, that's
well,
just
the penetrate.
smaller distance. Still not a microscope.
Why are you not a flat earther? Can you give me one? Remember, I asked you this earlier on. In a different form, I'll ask you now. Why are you not a flat earther? You seem to be able to entertain all these different possibilities. So, what's the big reason? And Snack asked you this as well. Why are you not a flat earther?
I'm not. My personal belief.
Why? What's the first reason? What's the
That's the
primary reason?
why. Because I don't think Flat Earth is the reality. That is my
And
main one.
I never
yeah,
asked
but
that.
do you think that's good enough? Do you think that's good enough at this stage? Honestly, you think that's good enough? You're in a room full of flat earthers. What a flat earther generally means, Mr. Cat, is it's away from spinning ball Earth. We live on a stationary, a flat Earth surface. Whatever the Earth is, that's a different matter. But it's just a setting for our life experience. That's what it is. It's just away from the ball Earth.
So
People in
tactical.
Australia, or people, or just to finish, people, in other words, to put it in other terms. Okay, actually, a brilliant way I have of putting it. A flat earther, if he asks all people on Earth to point vertically from their sitting, standing position, we'll all agree that we're pointing in the same direction. A ball earther will agree that we're pointing in different directions, fundamentally and necessarily. So, what do you reckon? Which is more likely is the question. I'm not putting you into a spot. Remember, a model is only a development of an idea on a representation of reality. If there's an honest representation throughout, fine. But if there isn't, we need to know about it. But ultimately, that is the division or the separation between the flat earther and the ball earther in those limited terms. When the flat earther points directly or vertically up, he points in the same direction as every other flat earther. The ball earther necessarily points in a differing direction. What say you? Go ahead.
What say you?
You can't deny it. You can't deny it. I think you're on the ball earth side that when you point up now, wherever you're at, you're going to say you're pointing at a reciprocal zenith angle to me, which is fine. It's fine.
Oh, that was a question to me. Or
Yeah,
was
playing
it?
the fool. Yeah, playing the French cat fool. No worries.
So Pete, I'll ask him
Because
this, and he's honest with this because tactical and I have engaged on this. But I'm going to ask you tactical. So with respects to time lapse photography, star trails, what are your thoughts? Do you think the ground's moving, or do you think the sky's moving?
It depends what you believe.
No, I'm asking you, dude.
I think the Earth moves, and the sky appears to move because we are moving. Although it would appear the same if the ground was stationary and the sky was moving.
Okay, so you're saying that it's inconclusive, which I really respect and thank you for being intellectually honest. So let's go with the idea that the ground is in fact moving based on northern star trail observations. Do you then believe that Polaris is literally the central axis rotational point for everything? Because that's what that picture would suggest, would it not?
It isn't. It's half a degree from being in the central position.
Okay, half a degree from being at the central position. Thank you for the clarification or the correction. But do you then agree that that would also lead to it being the central point of rotation for the ground?
Just for the northern hemisphere, because if you go to the southern hemisphere, you don't see Polaris anymore, but you still see the circles which point towards a star which is about at 1 degree from the center of rotation, Sigma Octantis.
Okay, so then are you saying that we would have two separate rotating
We
planes
do.
then?
We do, and yeah, you would divide that into hemispheres, that both of them have a point of rotation for their stars.
But you're here, listen, bud. You're here selling a bill of goods, right? Okay, fair enough. Are you capable of exaggerating that and expanding upon the alternative? That's the only point. I'm not trying to put you on the spot or anything. Been too long in this game. If you're a truther, right, you'll consider all alternatives. The reason I asked you the question is what is your basic foundational pillar that you still adhere to the ball Earth, and the Earth is moving, and the stars are so far away. Even though they are moving, they're so far away that we don't sort of appreciate that. The greater appreciation of movement comes from the Earth's movement itself. That's fine. I know that's part of the ball Earth model. Every model is exactly that. Models don't need to be compared against models. They need to be compared against reality. And when we intricately examine then the foundational principles of the model as humankind, we all have to agree on certain basic principles. And my claim is that this, once we deviate from the basic principle of experience, of life's experience, humankind experience, which is the Earth's surface being in motion, then anything becomes possible. It's not to say that the Earth's surface isn't in motion, but we'll never know um, what lies beyond the decision to have the Earth's surface in motion because we never experience it. That's all. It's just the development of a model on a principle or a foundational grounding. That's all. That's all. No more, no less, if you think about it. That's why we have hollow Earth. That's why we have concave Earth, convex Earth. It's all just models based on, well, what reality. We all shame. Maybe that's a good slip of the tongue. We all shame the same reality because we don't deliver due respect to the creator or the destroyer. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, that's good. Does somebody want to respond to Pete?
Go ahead, Snacks. I'd love you to respond if you like.
I'm sorry. No, I just thought it was a good point, and somebody made, like, because I was
It
like
is.
similar
It is
stuff.
a good point.
Just want to reflect on
Yeah,
it.
but you're going to ask me next, why do I say the creator is the destroyer? Well, then we look at the book of Job, where a reference to post Moses or post Torah in a sense, not post Torah, but post Christianity in a sense. I don't even mean that like that. Post globe Earth, post the lie, post the Heli centric system, right? So now, yeah, we're told that in all the Apocrypha, etc., that, well, the book of Job came before. I've been told that beforehand anyway, but now it brings a special emphasis to it. So the book of Job came before the authorship of the book of Genesis. Wow, no way. Now we're told that God and the devil or Satan are in cahoots. You know what I'm saying? What do you make of that? What do you make of that? Yeah.
Yeah, what was your you said alternative, Pete, and then you offered no alternative to the stars having a celestial south pole.
We're dealing with well, for me, if you say I offer no alternative to the Bollard explanation, yeah, we're dealing with reflective patterns. I posted snacks to you when we mentioned the Triskelion. This is the Irish, or the original representation, the Irish origins to a civilization. Maybe you should look up, but
Oh, you're
I
not
think
saying
this is
anything.
representing. Yeah, well, I sort of am and am, and I get you, but you weren't asking me something very specific as well, so I felt I could be more general on it. I'm not
No,
sure if you're a
you
flat earther or,
said tactical French. Have you ever considered the alternative to a celestial South Pole? And then you never
yeah.
gave it.
No, I didn't mention South Pole. I mentioned the alternative being a stationary Earth surface. Because remember, in your mind or in the mind of man, it has to have occurred at this stage that the only way that the ball can develop outside any other information is when the decision to have the Earth in motion. Now, when you have the Earth in motion, you equate the Earth as a solid body to the stars, even though you ask yourself, well, they had no telescopic availability back in the Hellenistic times. Interesting word. So, how did they know that the stars were all solid bodies? How did they know that they were spherical? All they had to do visually was reckon by the sun and the moon, maybe Venus occasionally. You know what I'm saying? How did they make this such? Yeah. Anyway, shit. This is just a greater questioning sort of level all the way through. So you realize, if you want me to get to the bottom line, I never mentioned the South Pole, but the Ball Earther asks, how do we explain the southern star rotations? That's a different question. That's when I invoke Snack again. We were talking about Triskelion, and I posted an Irish representation of, you have the central core emanating in three aspects in a circular fashion. So maybe all the people in South America, South Africa, and New Zealand, Australia see this representation of a greater emanation above. It's an illusion. It's like a hall of mirrors, if you want. I've often said that mirror sky is key, because remember this as a flat earther. Well, actually, another great question for flat earth.
Yeah, what do you think
Finally,
of
the
that,
rant is
French
done.
cat? Yeah.
I don't know. I stopped listening to him halfway.
Nah, you just got destroyed. That's what happened.
Snacks, and you know it. Taking it, he forgot I said that if you take it as a snapshot, just a still as a moment in reality, then you have this bubble in waters, and that's what I think Earth is. But it's a broken bubble. It's a broken bubble. The bottom half of the bubble is intact. The top half is collapsed, which gives us something akin to an eyeball. That's my best representation, bud. Eyeball Earth. But you tell me now what flat Earth is. Go ahead. I can explain the southern stars in a certain sense. I can do, but it's just an alternative model as well. But it's a flat Earth and beyond. And remember, when you come to flat Earth, you have to come to station. Whether you realize it or not, you have to come to stationary Earth first. Not by extension, because of your extended knowledge of water, I guess. Right now we have enclosure. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead, bud. World War III might break out tomorrow. Speak your truth. We might never get to talk again.
If you're fear mongering.
I'm not fear mongering. The mainstream media is fear mongering. I call it all a hoax, like Tim Osman. I call it all a hoax. But there is a theatrical, well, it's a play, isn't it? We have the acts and the actors, we have the scenes, and, well, we have the
Listen, I don't
villains
know.
and the
I mean, there's
hero.
probably real people dying.
Whether that's so or not, you don't know about it. I'm telling you my greater
Like if
overview.
I were to put, yeah, but
Where
if
I'm
I were to
moving
put
to the
on an,
next moment.
if
Yeah,
I were
but
to put on an
yeah, one
act where
second,
I'm
bud.
just
Yeah.
1 second. All right,
Who am
go.
I speaking to? Who am I speaking to here,
Tactical
please?
French cat.
No, I'm not. It's not tactical French cat,
Okay, well then, how do you know?
because I know.
Look, you lazy bastard. look down at the screen.
I know, but that's what I say to you. I'm not typing in chat at the same time. I'm just talking to you. I'm at the window smoking a joint, having a beer, trying to get serious.
Yeah, but seriously, if somebody were to put on an act, like if I were to act like I was gonna kill you, but it's all just like a big joke,
Oh,
an act, but
tankers.
you thought I was gonna
Oh,
kill you,
Mr. Tank.
you're gonna stab me in self-defense, and I'm really gonna die. I mean, people can really die over acts. Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Tang. Sorry about that, but it was no disrespect. I know we've spoken before, and I've heard you more than I've spoken to you, but I'm okay. Listen. Okay. You can ask me your questions again. I was simply trying to put a tactical French cat into a position where he considered an alternative explanation. And the alternative explanation, whatever it is, we know we live in an objective reality, right? The alternative, whatever it is, applies to us all. And the very least we can do is to consider differing models which are built on certain foundational principles and consider them now, especially within this realm of controversy. And we're all trying to figure out what the truth is. That's all. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, Bennett was gonna
It's a
say
great
something.
conundrum. Yeah, Mr. Tanks, it's a great conundrum for a flat earther to explain what's going on with the stars. It's a great conundrum. I don't think it's an insurmountable conundrum, but yet the only way you can sort of approach maybe explaining it is by immersing yourself in the alternative or some alternative explanation, which is the very basis of scientific endeavor, which is what I tried to hold Koshu, Zanuck, tactical French cat to, which is, well, their principles of the scientific mind, which is, I know nothing. I know nothing. And to move forward, I have to question every stage, every level of my thinking.
Yeah, I mean, all I know is that we take the elevation angles to the stars from a horizontal baseline. As as been reported, I've only viewed so many stars, but as reported, if you were to face north, which is shown to be on a compass, and with Polaris, and you were to just keep facing north and walk backwards, the stars only turn in one direction.
You're correct. You're correct, bud. I'm not trying to talk you away from that. You might spend your next few weeks, months, years even fighting against people like Kosho who will give you an alternative explanation, but that's fine. I don't take that away from you. You're correct as far as I'm concerned. But the bigger question, Mr. Tanks, is then what is Earth? When they say flat Earth, well, when you say something is flat, you know what it is to make that sort of adjective declaration. The point about Earth is no, we haven't said what it is. When I say we, I mean people who've moved away from the literal ball. I would ask a question just briefly, which is what shape is an elephant? And I give you the answer as well. The only shape you can say is elephant shape. What is Earth? You can't say Earth is flat unless you have more to say about, well, everything, all the surrounds. And this is my key point. Earth is everything. Earth is the stars. Earth is the vacuum beneath the barriers. Earth is the atmosphere. Earth is the clouds. Earth is the water. Earth is the surface. And Earth is, more particularly, everything that's going on beneath. It's the fart in the bathtub. That's what I think. Broken fart. Shit. Because we're on the tree stump. Remember, no forest of flat earth. If anything is flat and we can relate it on this greater scale to anything in our own minds and imaginations and intellects and divine connection, it has to be a tree stump. We know we're in a broken, fallen state, right? Why would God introduce sorrow into man's life?
So then what is outside of
Yeah.
Earth?
I think it's waters. I think we live in a metaphor. I think we
Well,
are
you just said
immaterial
that the
and we
water
are
was Earth.
immersed within a construct. Oh, hang on, bud. Let me answer. We're immersed within a construct that it's like a video game. You are the one player now, and you have the ability now to come back to grace, to come
Yeah,
back to
we can't
power.
be
You're
in the
born as a
water.
pauper.
We
You're
can't
born as
be
a pauper, and you
we
can come
can't
back to
be
being king. That's my
inside the
answer.
water, outside of Earth. If you just said the water is Earth, so what's outside of Earth?
No. The water is not Earth. The
You just
water
said it
is what
was.
Earth immersed. Hang on. The water is what Earth. Remember, it's all a construct, right? It's all like think of it in terms of a Star Trek holodeck. But yeah, what the waters are the potential, and the Earth then is the exertion. That's what I would say. It's like the penis and the vagina. Honestly, everything has to be connected.
What
So
about like
one
the
is like the
nipple
force.
and the mouth? Like the mouth and the nipple?
No, no, it's not. Hang on,
No?
bud. Hang on. Think about it like this. Think about Osiris. Think about Osiris. Think about all of these tales that are presented to us. Osiris and Isis and Horus, right? So yeah, we have the penis. Why do you think SpaceX? Why do you think you can't say SpaceX without saying SpaceX? Yeah, you see what I did there? Why do you think the penis is so predominant? Why do you think, okay, are we greater than the
Well,
material? This is the
not
great
for all
question
men.
here.
Not all
One
men are as
second,
lucky as
thanks.
you.
1 second, bud. Let me hang on, bud. I'm on a
I'm just
flow
talking about
now
your
because I'm
big
talking
penis,
to
dude.
someone.
Take the
I know I'm
compliment.
talking to someone I know is serious. Are we greater than the material, or is the material greater than us? And let me just say this: the ball earther. I was a ball earther. I was a man of science. Uh, I relied on the giants of science, and yes, the material was greater than us in that setting. Now coming to flat Earth, which is terrifying in a sense because I'm now immaterial. Of course, I recognize that the immaterial is greater than the material. What say you again?
Yeah, I say you again. So, what's outside of Earth then? If Earth is the stars, the water, the ground,
Yes. Well, more so, I would expand and say, just imagine.
get out of town. You would?
Okay, okay, 1 second, Mr.
He didn't
Tanks,
make it
but I
grand
might
enough.
help you out here. I'm not
Wanted
just
to,
saying something off the cuff here. I'm saying something
we
that
want
I've
to leave
long
it off
since
the table.
considered, right? Because, hey, bud, stop. Okay, let me just say this to you. That's the ultimate question for the flat earther. Okay, if space is fake, what then? Then what I mean, I live my reality, so I'm considering these things. There has to be an objective nature to things. So what then? Well, then the only thing I came to I guess there are two processes, right? It has to be waters, because it has to be waters because we have to understand that the earth is broken as well. The earth is not as made. The earth is not as made. The sun is not the father in that sense, right? The sun is the as a result of the division of the father. If you think
No
about it, if
tanks.
you're a
Did you let
father
him talk?
yourself, or if you're a son yourself, go ahead, go ahead.
Sorry, my head no tanks was interrupting you. Yeah, that's good, Pete. That's good. Good stuff.
Yeah, but Max,
Good
I'm
work.
trying to
Good
get to
work.
the point by sort of laying down the tracks. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just saying to you, I'm sort of recalling my own thinking. So yes, the ultimate question for us is, well, if space is fake, what lies beyond? My answer is, well, it has to be waters, but we have to be in a divided system. So yeah, when the prior system was broken, then there was an inundation, the Noah's flood, and all that sort of tells us in a way. That's all bollocks, of course. But yes, the point is that, well, the 78% or whatever, or 70% of the Earth's surface now is flooded with water, so saline waters. So my answer is, well, yeah, it's saline waters beyond all around. Now we're either in a complete bubble or like an egg or something like that, or else this is where I have to expand upon it. But the tree of life, we're in the divided tree of life. Maybe, like Quasi-Luminous says, Snacks, we have to go through to the other side where the tree is intact and we're at the root of it. All of us are in Underland. But yes, there's definitely a different expression in terms of a divide with a whole or an intact or entire system, as opposed to a divided system. And that's where I think, just to finish, please, just to finish, yeah, that's where I think of that there is an actual tree at the other side. The root is jutting through this side, the tree has been cut this side, and when I look at it from a sideline, from the moon point of view, I see an eyeball. I see an eyeball, a collapsed barrier that we're under, slash barriers. Look at the number of, last thing, look at the number of fountains that went up around 9/11 memorial sites. Fountain is a perfect example, like an umbrella, like the fleur de lis. Just look at it at a cross section and see these different boundary conditions, which separates us above from the waters beyond, and also separates us from below, where it is probably more a circular, rotund act. Shit.
I would have just said, I don't know. That's all. I would have just been like, I don't know.
Yeah, but don't get me don't get me
I
talking
can't
about
go there.
Iris Starkist.
I can't get there.
Don't get me
I don't
talking
know.
about Iris Starkist next.
No, I wasn't.
That's a great
Probably
one.
no
I
tanks.
mean, like,
I'm
yeah.
Probably no
Irish.
tanks for
I'm
doing that.
Irish.
If somebody were to ask me, like, hey, you, buddy, as a flat earther, what do you think is outside of this, what we know? I definitely would not say, well, 9/11 definitely is outside of it.
Yeah, but what would you say? What would you say? I say
I would say I
waters. It
don't
has to
know.
be.
I would say I don't
Yeah,
know.
but if someone pushed you for an answer, bud, what would you say?
I would say
Would you
nothing.
say Charles Dodson was a stammerer? He was known for it.
He's a fucking hey. Don't worry about that, Snacks. I'm
Oh,
pissed
okay.
off at Mr. Tanks here
Sorry.
now.
Sorry.
Mr. Tanks, you say you don't know. The bowler that tells you it's empty space. A French cat will tell you it's empty space all the way because how did it gauge that? I have an answer for that, by the way. But yeah, he'll give you a definitive answer. You're just being a little dick coward then. Mr. Tanks, Mr. Little Tanks, Thomas the Tank. Thomas the Tank Engine. You're a little miniature toy soldier tank.
Like,
As
you're
opposed
calling
to
me
a
a
real
big
tank.
tank, like a huge tank, like a train. You're calling me a train, but saying I'm little. You
Yeah,
gotta make
but
up your
you just
mind.
said I don't know. You just say I don't know when it comes to it. Whose side are you
Yeah,
on? I don't
yeah.
know.
I would tell them I don't know. I've never been there, but it's not nothing.
Yeah, but you had loads of time to think about it. What do you think?
Well, there are people who think that their thoughts create the reality.
I'd love to hear
Is
it,
that what you're
man. I
pushing
think
on
it's
to
all
me?
a
That I had so
construct.
much time to think about it that I should have created it by now with my thoughts?
Okay, 1 second. But are you a father? Are you a father?
I plead
Honestly,
9/11.
are you a father? Well, listen, bud, don't be insulting me like this because I'm asking you a serious question. I'm a father myself. Your father, you don't even have to answer. And everything does come back to 9/11 in a sense. Look up the Oculus mosaic. Hey, Snacks, I just found out recently it was underneath Church Street. I already knew it was on Chambers of the Heart subway station, but it doesn't even matter. If you're a father, right, here's a conundrum for you. And I've asked this over in Gem Panda's The Heart of the Lion's Den. I actually said this to Gem Panda in text. I said, I thought I was a dodo in the lion's den, Snacks. I found out that they were all pussy cats. The dodo got his wings back. But here's the question, right? Yeah, getting back to, yeah, putting your, okay, you're going
Yeah.
to send your child to school. The child is going to
Yeah.
be told the blue marble model, right? So you now, with your greater knowledge, and knowing that it's a lie, are going to permit your child to be incorporated or encompassed within that. I'm saying to you in your private time with your child, bring out your whiteboard, and on the left side of that interactive whiteboard, you can have the blue marble. You can zoom in or out and all of the greater details. The right side now, in your own private time with the love of your life, who you'd give up your life for, you paint your picture of Earth. Go ahead, do it. Do it. You don't even have to do it for me right now.
Yeah.
Just
Listen,
do
if
it
you
in your
have a
own mind.
child, what you should express to them is the dangers of imagining things that you'll never be able to prove, and then how you could somehow start to believe them, right? Like, so, I mean, I've seen the dangers, right, that have happened. I've seen what's happened to other people when they said, I can imagine that what space is like. A friend of mine recently has gone deep into like some kind of psychosis where space expands into the chaos is what he says. So he's telling me that chaos is everything, chaos is God, right? I see the dangers of pretending that something that you can never know. So I would just, to protect your child, I would recommend you tell them, listen, I don't know, but what I can know, I can show you right now, and stick and stay there. Yeah. Because that's not going to sway anybody. I said, chaos. Can you explain your chaos to me? He's like, well, entropy will increase. Okay, so entropy is chaos. Is what's outside of everything is chaos, right? He says, yeah, and that doesn't make sense on a flat Earth. How could the flat Earth be expanding into nothing? I said, that was my question to you. He said, yeah, but it makes more sense on a globe that chaos would be at the end of the known world. Listen, it's just dangerous. It's just not safe. you're not responsible enough to have these thoughts, apparently, because look what happened to the world with these thoughts. Look what they went into. Now nothing is real. Everything's a simulation. You can't prove anything. Science doesn't prove things. Experiment doesn't prove things because it could always be something else within a multiverse or something. Who knows? Who knows? It's just, it's not okay. Yeah. So we'll pretend to know. We'll pretend to know what is outside of the known, where we can, where we know we can't know. Right. So we're going to pretend to know that, and but yet we can't know if a straight line is a straight line here. But we can somehow know beyond the known into the unknown. We can know that. Yeah. Cut you up real quick, didn't I? If you know you're wrong, don't say anything right now. I'll give you 5 seconds. If you know you're wrong, just stay quiet. I appreciate that concession. I know, Pete. I saw that you're on mute. I saw it. Yeah, I agree. Follow the clues, Pete. Like, I'll agree to that, right? But like that's not what you did when you combined Earth into this to all one thing. You said the Earth is the sky, is the clouds, is the water, is the tree, as one thing. You didn't follow the clues. The clues are individually assessed, in relation to the cloud relative to the medium it surrounds, the Earth relative to the water. Um, the, so yeah, so Pete, when you combined everything, like you took away following the clues, right? Like you took away, unless you're referring to clues of other men, as if somebody has the answer, like some man has the answer waiting for you, and they're just holding it back from you. Um, and it's all just like, let's unravel some other man's secret to find out the truth, because it's within some other human being's ability, but not mine. I'm not into that, but um, yeah, you just got to look at what you can look at, what you can prove here.
But what's Pete think?
Like I wouldn't mind Pete talking. So it's just that he's got like this like accent where it's like just kind of like trashy and like it's just not eloquent. Like right? So he's got like this like kind of like run down guttery like accent. He might not recognize it because he's born with it. He has it. He might not recognize it. Other people hear him, and it just sounds like what are you, homeless or something? Like it's just
It sounds like a low pirate or something. Is that what you're
yeah,
saying?
like a pirate. Yeah, like a
Sounds
pirate
like
maybe.
that's weird. Why are you saying that? I don't think he sounds like that. Like a pirate, like a buried treasure or something like that. Doesn't sound like that. Fucked up. Like there's clues to the treasure or something like that. I don't know what you're getting at anyway, no thanks. Pete just came in here, he's like talking his regular stuff, man.
Yeah.
You're the one who came in here acting like a baller all of a sudden. All right, Pete? It's like a fucking actor. Jeez.
Yeah.
Takes all kinds. It takes all kinds. And let Pete finish. He's trying to talk.
Oh, what the fuck is he saying?
I'm like observing his ways to like stay talking somehow. Like it's like it's like an amazing game. You know what I mean? Like he's like Kyrie Irving with the basketball. It's just like behind the back, like, let me finish. Oh, this one last thing. Like, are you like, what's going on? 3 points, dodo, air start. You're done. Jesus is a zombie. Whatever you want, man. It's all there for you. And that's why you gotta love
Did you
it, man.
just compare Pete to Kyrie Irving on the mic?
Yeah, like with his ability to switch topics, move things around. Yeah, like he's malleable. It's like
shifty. I like it. Yeah, I see what you're saying there.
I thought you were saying he's like a ball handler.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like he's got handles. He's inside,
Get
outside.
it, ball handler. Get it. Hey. It was funny.
I know. I know it was funny.
Okay,
my life's all. It just feels like it's been sapped out, like the joy of life. I don't know why. I'm just
mute Killian for that. Terry, you're horrible. Plus, I beat them all to the mute button. Damn it.
Isn't the band that sings War? Isn't that War?
I think. Yeah, I'll look it up.
Or like, did War do some other song that wasn't War? I don't know. Is it Blood, Sweat, and Tears? I don't know. Whatever. Is it Blood, Sweat, and Tears?
I think. Which one are we talking about? Because I think there's different versions.
War.
Like the original one, 1970?
Yeah. What is it?
That's Edwin Starr.
Wow. Yeah. I've clearly like lost brain cells, I think, in the last couple of years. But it's not to be expected.
Yeah, Terry's got my back. Thanks, Terry. Told me to mute me. What's wrong with you?
Mute me? Mute him? I don't know. Yeah, Pete's like super unique, guys. I don't know if you know that. He's on like a quasi-luminous level, Probably better.
Yeah, I've noticed.
He's probably better than quasi-luminous. I mean, I don't think quasi-luminous made sense all the time. Pete obviously makes sense all the time, but no, quasi-luminous also not really that same. Pete's like orders of magnitude more sane. You know, I'm gonna give the dodo enough credit. Obviously. How's everybody's coffee? All right. Ooh, make more.
Yum.
Why are you drinking my coffee, mate?
Drinking your coffee, mate.
I'm
Why are
eating
you
pasta.
drinking my coffee, mate?
I'm eating pasta. Pasta.
What pasta are you eating, mate?
Pasta?
I'm eating
What kind of
penne
pasta?
with some turkey meat.
Penne,
Wow.
yes, good.
Sounds
Yes.
delicious, man. Wait, you eating pasta with mayonnaise?
Like a little rigatoni.
Pasta and mayo? Is that a thing?
Yeah. Why would you say that?
Bro. Kind of weird.
Say that you have it nose.
Wait, you eating pasta with ketchup?
Nope. It's
What?
tomato sauce.
Are you gonna like
Texas
quote
crap.
like the Goodfellas right now, Clay? Is that what you're about to do?
I thought that was like some retarded Texan
What?
accent.
Like the Goodfellas, Ray Liotta. It's like, I'm out here and all I get is like pasta and ketchup. It's like, where's the real food?
I'm eating over here.
Gio
Eating
would mince the
pasta and
garlic with a
ketchup?
razor blade.
That sounds delicious, man. Put some
Yeah, somebody posed
mayonnaise in the
a
ketchup.
somebody posed a question the other day, right? So if they said that if tomatoes are a fruit, right, then ketchup is just like a fruit sauce. So are you eating like spaghetti and fruit sauce? Yeah.
I actually like that that little connection you made there because it's true. If the thing that you're eating has seeds in it, it's a fruit. However, lettuce, as an example, does not have seeds in it. It's a thanks. It's a
Wait, lettuce does have
legume.
seeds.
Pardon me?
Lettuce does have seeds, though.
Lettuce has seeds?
I've seen
Come
lettuce
to tell
seeds. I
me
bought
more.
them. I bought them in the store.
You bought lettuce in the store with seeds? Damn.
No, like a packet of seeds, and it was like lettuce seeds.
Oh, thanks for the
Yeah, I
clarification.
planted lettuce seed, but I think it has to do with the fruit that whatever it produces, like has to have the seeds, but not just at their root or something. I don't really know. I mean, I think that might have been like my first. You ever hear Shane talk about how you need to like kind of climb the bridge or something, right? Or whatever his little 7-step program is.
It's the stair
Yeah, the
program,
stairs.
the first step,
Yeah.
dude.
I think my first one may have been when they told me that a tomato is a fruit. I'm just like, fuck off, it's a vegetable, dude. Like, I don't care what science you want to show me. It's not happening. It's a vegetable.
No, Tanks is
It's-
experiencing such cognitive dissonance that he refuses to listen to any kind of logic.
I'm with No Tanks on this. We don't eat tomatoes like they were fruits, so we eat them like they're vegetables.
So wait a minute. If you eat lettuce and tomatoes in a salad, does that mean the enemy is sleeping with the enemy?
Yeah, like you don't get like grapes, cantaloupe, watermelon, and tomatoes and throw it all in like a fruit salad. That's ridiculous. It's not a fruit. It's just
It's not sweet. It doesn't produce enough sugar to be considered a fruit. Yeah, I'll say that. That's my thing I'm saying. Well, aren't all other fruits they have like pretty much like sweet or like have like a fruity flavor? Like tomato doesn't have a fruity flavor. It's like
They're all bright.
like is
color.
mustard now is mustard also a fruit now because it's got seeds? Is that now a fruit also? I don't even know. Maybe.
No, isn't it a mustard seed though? That mustard actually comes from?
yeah, ground mustard seeds.
I think it's like a flower, right? But now it's not a flower anymore, and it's got seeds. So it's a fruit. Did I
But a
say
fruit
so?
is like a flower, pretty much.
I got a question for you guys. What fruit wears its seeds on the outside?
Strawberry.
Damn it! I thought it was onto something with that one, but I guess not. Either that or you're smart. I'm not sure which one it is.
It's a berry, not a fruit.
What are you talking about? Excuse me.
Apparently, mustard can also be a gas. I mean, I don't know. Losing my
Mustard
shit
can
over
also
there.
be a gas.
Oh
Mustard
yeah. Well,
gas,
eventually
nice.
after.
I see what you did there.
Thanks, no thanks.
You know, I only recently found out, right, about it was maybe like, I don't know, like 7 years ago, something like that, right? Where I recently found out, I'm like, you go to the store, you buy grass seeds for the fucking grass. I'm like, where are they keeping all these grass seeds? Like, I don't want to keep buying grass seeds all the time, right? So then I recently found, I guess we call that recently. I found then, right, that and I never realized it, that grass, just let it grow and it has seeds. Like, why am I cutting it and then going to the store to buy the grass seeds? It comes out of the grass. Like, you let it grow a little taller, you get the seeds. Just let it fall down naturally, you got grass seed. What am I doing? Well, I guess that's like just as dumb as like continually eating the tomato in full and then going to the store to buy tomato seeds. Like, where do they get the seeds for this delicious fruit? And then I just consume it, and I'm like just bewildered and just like, where do the seeds come from?
Is this really a fruit now?
Yeah, like where's the, putting the banana in the ground? I don't know if I guess I could grow it from. I guess you could grow from the little seeds in there. I guess you have to. Right. Yeah, food's pretty easy to grow. Like I found, it's definitely not hard.
What do you grow? What do you grow?
Just green beans, lettuce, peppers, squash, cucumber. I really don't like tomatoes. Maybe that's why I have this thing with it. I don't grow tomatoes.
I think they're inflammatory. Thinking that.
Yeah, I don't really like them. They're really not that good. Sometimes I will, but I order like a burger or something, it'll always be like no tomato. Everything like no tomato. Not, I mean, I don't like it. Also, it's like, who the fuck did this? Now all the food slips off the cheeseburger. Like, you think, oh, what the fuck? What a mess. It's like they put like this slippery thing in there. Like, oh yeah, put a tomato in there and then take a bite. All your food will slide out. This is genius. So yeah, definitely put in place by the burger selling companies to get you to buy more burgers.
It's really all about where you put the tomato. But that's another topic for another day. I think you can get by perfectly well without tomatoes. But then where's pizza at? And where's like pasta? You have some green sauce with that? I don't think so.
That's a good point. But, I mean, I do like vodka sauce and like white Alfredo sauce more, and then white pizza more too. I was sitting here in my backyard, like, 3 months ago, and the sun would always set over my over this, like, between this far off house and tree. And I didn't even notice it, but apparently, according to mainstream, the Earth has moved and tilted beneath my feet because now the sun is setting over to the left.
Why do you guys think they want everybody to think they're spinning, like actually moving?
Like, why couldn't they just make it like a geocentric globe?
Well, I'm just saying, like the whole concept of like displacing someone's stability, like displacing their connection to Earth and their spatial relation, their relation to the spatial world. And like I was just thinking about like because there's some way in which if they get someone to believe that they're spinning and moving at those rates, that somehow causes like some kind of like a dislocation of coordinates that then allows for their other deceptions to be more pliable to that person who has accepted that original one, that their entire spatial awareness is not to be trusted and it's this other thing that they have to believe and have no actual verification for.
I think I can't remember the paradox, right? But it's why doesn't the entire night sky fill with stars? Meaning, bright. It should be brighter at night than during the day if it's infinite amount of stars. Maybe it has something to do with that.
Usually when they add layers of complexity to their model, it's because they need it to fit their calculations.
Yep. But I was just sort of thinking of like the globe Earth, like all of these humans, if we were all stuck to the side of it, the amount of like actual displacement of space that we'd be making. Like I think we've done the calculations. I think what is it roughly? It's like a 500,000 miles while you're sleeping. So when you wake up, you're supposedly 500,000 miles in a different place.
It's 1.3 million miles an hour. So if you sleep for 8 hours, it's over 8 million miles displaced.
Wait, say that again. Oh, because I've seen a calculation. If you look at like the total velocities of which one are you calculating?
Where we are in space right now, 1 hour later, we will be 1.3 million miles away from that space.
Is it that much? 1.3 million in an hour?
I am.
That's the heliocentric model, yeah.
Well, what's that? The Milky Way moving? Is that the?
That's the Milky Way. That's the sun. That's the sun's movement through the Milky Way. The Milky Way's movement through space. Our movement through the solar system. It's a whole bunch of them. Just the movement of the galaxies, like over a mil.
That doesn't. I wonder what that's relative to, because like that doesn't even make sense, right? Because speed has to be relative to something, but like how do you even calculate that?
We're going to ask Jeremy or Zanuck. Fight over it.
We need more globers in here.
I mean, that's a good question. What's it relative to? I like that question. Let's get on it.
Well, this is straight from space.com. It says that the sun and the solar system appear to be moving, that's their words, appear to be moving at 200 kilometers per second, or at an average speed of 448,000 miles per hour. So that's a 500,000 miles per hour. So just in an hour, it's going 500,000 miles.
That's a 200 kilometers a second.
Hold on, that's just the
108 nautical miles.
Hold on, that's just the speed of the.
That's the.
Hold on, that's
this
just
little
the
thing
speed
says,
through the.
It says the sun and the solar system. That's what this one says. For that,
It's 1.3 million miles.
Yeah, you get the speed of the.
Relation to the CMB.
Yeah, if you get the speed of the actual galaxy, though, that is going to be. I think that's over 1 mil.
So the CMB is stationary and we are moving, or
yeah, this actually does say about close to what that number you were saying, Jeremy. Yeah, well, their end result here, they're saying Earth speed is calculated by dividing 584 million miles by 365.25, and then dividing that by 24 to get miles per hour. So Earth travels at about 1.6 million miles, or 2.6 million kilometers a day, or 66,627 miles per hour. 226 kilometers per hour.
Hold on, you're saying it's only 1 million miles a day or an hour? It should be an hour.
This is space. Like I said, this is literally space.com because I just typed it in and that came up, and so I thought it'd be funny to click on it, and just because they're very mainstream, obviously. So that's what this says. Yeah, 1.6 million miles. It says their final conclusion is that the Earth travels 1.6 million miles a day, and then it says or 66,627, and then it says the 666 number. It says 66,627 miles per hour. So it says or that speed.
They don't have all the.
Yeah.
They're not adding up all the speeds, though. I don't know why they did that, but they're not adding up all the speeds together.
Yeah, this is
like the speed of the
terrible research.
Google. Yeah, Google how fast the Milky Way is moving through space. And that speed alone is over like 1 million miles an hour. So we got to be moving 1 million miles an hour. With that, we're moving with the galaxy, right? We have to be.
Yeah. How long until we the Milky Way galaxy collide with the Andromeda galaxy? I can't remember. It was like a couple years from now, I think.
Well, this is another
let's get this
space.
Earth
This is
speed
another
straightened
space.
out.
Another space.com article. It says the name. The title of the article is "You'll travel nearly 1 trillion miles in your lifetime, even if you never leave your home. Here's how." That's the title.
Yeah.
Trillion miles. We've already. What is that song? I would walk 1 million miles. Oh, I would walk 500 miles. Remember that song? Yeah, I guess we're cruising at trillion. We're trillion mile universe explorers, apparently. In their mindset that they want other people to somehow, for whatever reason, be all looped into, be thinking that they're moving trillions of miles when they're not moving at all.
The answer is in the name, Gio. To bring it all the way back, the answer is in the name. Space is not what it is, and it's the heavens above.
Well, it's a field perturbation.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I don't know why space.com got it wrong, but if you just Google how fast is the Milky Way galaxy moving through the universe, that speed alone is going to make space.com's thing be wrong. I don't know.
Well, there's a bunch of math on this page too, or a bunch of numbers, I should say. So first they talk about the 1,000 mile an hour linear speed on the globe or whatever, and then they're calling it a galactic year, which is 230 million Earth years. And now they're talking about the sun dying. I'll skip that part.
I mentioned Andromeda because I think they say the Milky Way in relation to Andromeda, meaning that Andromeda is coming towards us, we're going towards it, so like our relative speed.
This is what this last paragraph says. It says, when you add up, okay, I'll read it word for word. It says, when you add that up over an 80-year lifespan, it gives you a total movement of 930 billion miles or 1.5 trillion kilometers. Even if you never leave your home, you will still travel that enormous distance. That's quite an accomplishment. That's what it says. That's the final article of this space.com. That if you live to be 80 years, you're going to go 930 billion miles, and that you should be accomplished that you did that. That you believed their story, that you did that. Like they're like patting you on the back for being an accomplishment of believing a completely false concept of physics, space, time, and everything that would be associated with the actual movement or non-movement of.
Yeah, so they literally sat in their chair and calculated all these numbers and looked up at the sky and accomplished something by doing nothing. That's crazy.
Yeah. Well said. Exactly.
And they wrapped it up in a tight little bow and justified it in the manner that you just put forth. Like, look how much I've accomplished sitting here doing nothing.
Yeah, it's like a false sense of accomplishment. But even at that, those numbers, they're calculating it from the sky. Yeah, they're just using the cyclical nature of the way the sky works, inverting the geometries, and then making up fantastic explanations for certain cycles and certain movements within a framework that they've fabricated. It's essentially like a simulated dimension. Like what they call outer space is it's like a simulated dimension. It doesn't actually exist in the physical world. It's something that exists within their simulations. And then their simulations are just linked to partly the way the sky moves. And then there's a whole bunch of other manipulation in the middle in terms of what they're doing and what, astrophysics and all kinds of other corruption that's going on in it. Because they've basically built like an entirely simulated model. Like their Lagrange points, those are all just simulated models. Now they claim they're shooting telescopes out to there, but we have very little evidence whatsoever that's even very solid, let alone that would even be able to be validated as well. But even just we don't even have any good like imagery of it all. I mean, we should have tons of amazingly solid footage of just video launching out of the solar system, seeing planets whiz by, shooting out to what? They went all the way out to Pluto, right? Took a picture of Pluto, they claim, that had Pluto the dog on it. I mean, they're just coasting out there. They got pictures they claim of Saturn. Where is all the video of actually seeing any of that trip? All we see is like a freeze frame shot that we never see the third wall. We never see like a camera that actually pans around and shows you the whole solar system. But they claim they're out there probing it. The whole story just does not match up. We get these like Hollywood-esque kind of orchestrated like images and stories and claims. But yeah, they're running with it. But I think it's their reign of terror is soon to be dissolved. Just the natural way of things moving into this next cycle. I don't think they're going to be able to get too much worse. And once some big changes can happen, I think it can get better actually for everybody on Earth.
Technology will save us. Technology is the only hope we have for improving the human condition.
Like free energy healing devices
Yeah.
that restore the health of your body to like full restoration levels. Like even where you could like regrow teeth, you could regrow new teeth. You could like
Yeah, I mean, pretty soon they'll have like CRISPR technology where you can edit your genetics. Like maybe mental illness and like maybe even physical illness will not be a thing in like the perhaps at the end of our lifetime. Or maybe even sooner, maybe in like 20 years. Or like 10.
well, I kind of see this whole current situation that it's like humanity's essentially been taken over. Like we've been like usurped. Like they basically whoever that they are, like they're an organized group that is part of some sort of a takeover, especially like since the sinking of the Titanic and then World War One that broke out right after that, and then into the 1920s, and then the Great Depression, and then right into World War Two, and then out of all that into the 1950s with NASA and pushing hard with the globe and everything that they did after that. So I kind of just see it as like in that sense, like it kind of sounds overly simplistic, but it also is the case just in terms of the main energies is that like humans were living sovereign on the earth, like living free, um and these current, let's just say, entities, whoever they, in that sense, they have done like this entire kind of takeover process where they've like inserted um I think a lot of like fake history, fake cosmology, fake science. Like they've actually just brought a lot of like false information and pushed this a certain paradigm that it's not all false information, but there are agendas and there are parts of it that are purposefully incorrect to keep humans controlled. It's like they've done like a hostile takeover of the human race basically. Through the world wars is really when it got intense for sure. And if they have access to other lands, that land could have a lot of gold and other minerals on it. That's probably how they took over the gold standard. Because even if there's one continent, the way that even Admiral Byrd said that there was a continent that was like at least the size of the United States of America, just rich, full of resources down near in the Antarctic region. Um, Although he said it was on the other side of Little America, and Little America was a base there. So I mean, it's not like it was deep in the ice. So I mean, that could still be there now. But anyways, all it would take is like one continent like that would have as much or even more gold than all the United States combined or all other countries. So if this group that's pushing the globe thing also had a lot of gold from that land, and then could even get into the idea that there was some kind of reset or like a series of resets perhaps as well, that gets into that potential as well. But it seems like either way, this group that is doing what they're doing now on the earth, like they're obviously asserting like an aggressive level of dominance and I think deception and a tremendous amount of taking over of the governments and the municipalities and in so many different ways. It's basically just a complete. It's like a long play hostile takeover, and the question is, can humanity or will humanity in the future like be able to break out of this? Because I don't think it's the natural way necessarily. Like these entities that are in power, I don't think that's always how it's been at all. I just think like this is a cycle basically. It's like a unique cycle that has a purpose to it as well. Everything has its purpose. So I think there's also even a purpose to this cycle. But
It's almost like they're parasitical humans, sucking energy.
Yeah, or they're quasi-human, and maybe that's what their genetics stuff is all about, is trying to tinker with the genetics to like overtake us even more so. I mean, that's right out of like a sci-fi movie script, but yeah, like there's even that. I like the eugenics, like what's that all about? Like, are they, is there another species that's either trying to breed with humanity or control us or genetically modify us or weaken us? It's all those different angles. Because I mean, if there's some other species that's actually kind of behind this, then that would actually mean that this is not all just a human thing. Like when people say like, "Oh, how could a conspiracy happen between humans?" Well, who's to say that they're humans? Because if they're not humans, then those same things don't apply. And other entities, who knows what level of conspiracy they could have going on, or level of kind of just secrecy or evil or whatever it may be. Like if they're not even connected to like the kind of human lineage at that point, there could be an overlap too. And there seems to already be an overlap because there's a lot of sort of human, like, human body, people that are in a human body, and they seem to be expressing very dark stuff. So I think that there already is like a kind of a, see, I think what's going along with this, like whatever the actual entities that are behind this, as it were, there's also like a psychological component to it. Because, when we say like somebody, like we kind of joke with someone like, oh, oh yeah, like, someone says like, you know, that everyone has their demons to face, like that kind of thing. And like perhaps that is the case, like in different ways. We all have our own challenges and things in that kind of way. But even like using that word demon in the sense of like some kind of darker energy or spirit, it does seem like with all the stuff that's even going on, even like not even in just like in human life, like just in human populations, basically, where there's so much going on that even those people, like,
Yeah, how could somebody, if you think about it, someone who, like you're saying, a eugenicist, right? What would have to be going on in the mind of somebody who is quite happy to kill hundreds of millions / billions of people? Like a core, an antecedent for that, you'd have to be a psychopath. You would have to have zero empathy in your being to think it's okay, and even worse than okay, beneficial to kill, to wipe out 8 billion people, for example. Like that word eugenicist is thrown around and nobody really gives it much thought. But how messed up must these people be as humans, if they are humans, as you say, to even entertain that concept?
yeah, no, I hear you. I think it could go pretty deep. Uh, so there's a couple different ideas. Like you could basically try to harvest another species by splicing your genetics with their genetics. Then you get into like the blue blood and the red blood and some of these different details of that. But if one group of entities wanted to control another, they could try to take them over through like a genetic warfare, basically. Essentially, it's what it ends up being. It's like genetic warfare, but it's like spiritual warfare as well, of in that sense. And I mean, I think that that analogy is apt in a sense of what's, yeah, especially with all of the stuff going on now. But I'm just saying, if one species wants to control or harvest for their own use, like let's say that this other species is not necessarily that controllable, meaning like humans are not necessarily in our natural form, are not really very controllable. We're pretty like free, kind of free people. But through all the trauma and this whole kind of system they've implemented, it's like they've gotten people to be way more docile, and even to the point of, numbing us out with all the, TV and junk food and GMO food and, the whole kind of modern day, not that everyone's in that, but yeah, that whole kind of component. So like dumbing us down and stuff. So like, are they trying to like control, like take us away from our like freedom and spirituality and our kind of creativity and all that for the most part. And then there seems to be some kind of like a potential harvesting thing going. And then if that was genetic as well, then that would, then you get into like eugenics and some of these other like genocides and these things that where they're doing it on that level too. So like if they're trying to kind of splice with humans and then control the human race through that, then that would be their motivation. And then if that allows their spiritual kind of demonic energy to get into people as well, because they're doing that to like the whole human race or whatever, like they're doing it on some massive scale, that they're trying to get like a group power out of that as well.
Hey, Gio,
Yeah,
what's
like
up?
if they're trying to mutate our genetics so that they can glean a control, some form of a control. And if they spliced their genetics into the human genetics, then there would have been like an original kind of like cultural, racial lineage that would have been done in. So then maybe that brings in some of what's going on with some of the different things in the world today as well.
Just real quick on that last topic. My citation is from NASA.gov, so I got you beat. It says that's the top high ranked officials right there. NASA says 1.3 million miles an hour. Also, it's with respect to extragalactic frames of reference. All right, so that answers that. But somebody was asking what's it? You need to have something else in relation to relative to how fast you're going. Extragalactic frames of reference.
Can we just type? Is it kind of like that thing? Is it kind of like that thing of like how many cases where you could type in any number and get those number? Can you just type in any number and get that we're moving at that speed? There's like an AI just pumping them out. From a different galactic viewpoint, we're moving at this speed. From this galactic viewpoint, we're moving that speed. It's all relative and this massive galactic relativity spell that they've put on people.
Everything's relative, so nothing means anything because it all depends where you are and what you're looking at, and you're not moving but you are moving, and you feel still but you're spinning. And it's kind of funny, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we gotta like ultimately. I mean, what I'm a fan of, maybe like they're gonna try to kind of keep taking over, and maybe they're gonna try to do it through AI or whatever else they might have planned. But I think there's also like, in my viewpoint, the human spirit is actually much stronger than they are. So I think we'll win out.
I'm puzzled, the AI thing, for example, and transhumanism and all this nonsense that they talk about, Gio, I don't understand how is it that, and maybe I'm just daft, but we are organic sentient beings. How is it that the soul or the spirit or the intellect or the thought process or whatever you want to call it of an organic being can somehow be, these people that think they're going to transfer their consciousness into a computer and live forever or whatever they think they're going to do. How can an organic, biological, sentient consciousness then somehow inhabit silicon chips and copper wires? Does anyone have any understanding of how that is supposed to happen or can happen?
IBM has been trying to do that. Oh, go ahead. Did you want to go? Go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying, well, the brain's mostly just electrical signals, so, I mean, you could just hook up like a thing that sends electrical signals and it could simulate it.
Yeah, IBM's been trying to do it for decades now. I don't know if they gave up or not because it seems like a futile effort, but they were at one point trying to do it.
Okay, cool, yeah, and good on IBM, I suppose. But yeah, fair enough. The brain is electrical. The brain's electrical signals. Okay, but the problem with that whole concept is that the one component that will be missing is the brain. The brain's not gonna be there. Like, yeah, electrical signals are everywhere. They're in telephone wires. They're in the sky. They're all over the place. But it's the brain that makes the thought possible. That fleshy, organic, biological thing is what makes me able to think. And then there's also the extra layer of who is me. Is me just the electrical signal, or is me, a spirit or a soul or whatever? So that's what I'm saying. An electrical signal can exist in a computer chip. So what? But why would I think? Why does that mean that me, the person, can live on, into eternity in the form of some kind of, silicon consciousness or whatever it is? I don't. To me, there's just a disconnect there that hasn't ever been explained.
Yeah, I don't think that's possible either. I mean, you
Well,
could
they've
hook up.
certainly tried. They've certainly tried. I mean, that's what
They've definitely tried.
television. Yeah, that's what that first came from. Telepathy, like television. It was originally like designed to try to essentially control people's mindsets with like repeated imagery and even like the frequencies that they tried like emitting from the actual device itself. It was like used as like a brainwashing technique originally as well in the military. So it's like a thing that, yeah, like when they do that kind of stuff with people, they like force them to watch images for like, hours and hours at a time and all that. It's pretty dark stuff, like that kind of thing.
But it still requires the brain, Geo. Like, yeah, that's it in reverse. That's them trying to tell the brain what to think and what to see and what to feel. With these people who think, somehow they are going to gain immortality by, let's develop this transhumanist technology so that we can transfer ourselves into technology and then live on forever. That, like, the brain is the bit that's missing in that equation. The brain is what makes that possible.
Hey, bro.
And as I say,
Well,
yeah,
I just wanted to tell you, I could be wrong, but I think I could at least suggest 3, like animals that don't have brains.
okay, but they're
I mean,
still,
such as an
they're still
amoeba.
biological. They're
no,
still
I'm talking about
biological.
animal, not like bacteria or anything. Yeah, they're still biological. Like like coral, right? Coral is considered an animal. It's really made out of a bunch of smaller animals that bond to each other. But I don't think the polyps, as they call them, like the individual units that turn into what we call coral, have brains, or something like jellyfish as well. And it's like, are they less, you know what I mean, like living than something with a brain?
Is
Also,
coral sentient though? That really, I guess, is the point. Is coral sentient, mate? I don't know. Maybe it is. Do they consider it to be?
I would
Well,
say
it
it
can
is.
take
I
some
would say it
information.
is. Yeah. When I've gone scuba diving and done snorkeling, coral is alive. It speaks. It speaks to me. So yeah, I would say it's definitely sentient. It's a very lively. Now, I mean, I'm kind of halfway joking, although it is the case. Like, there do seem to be some like ether effects going on where some of the coral that waves, it waves back and forth. It kind of looks like,
And
those like blow up dolls that look like they're dancing. Anyways, it looks,
outside
yeah.
the car yard, yeah.
I'd,
But
I'd
to
also
me,
say,
that's fine, Gio. But it's still organic. It's still biological. This is the point. Whereas, your computer screen, your computer chip, everything to do with AI is inanimate, synthetic, and maybe mineral component. But there's nothing. How do you somehow think you're going to transfer that which naturally exists in biological, sentient, organic matter into inanimate, synthetic, man-made items? I like, just nobody's even come close to being able to explain that.
Well, yeah, but I mean, would it make sense to you why they would try to do it? but they just never can. Because like they might be harvesting human ingenuity to see if we can come up with how to do that. Meanwhile, they're waiting for someone to do it for them. Or it can't be done. Yeah.
Yeah, look, why they would do it? Yes, I totally. That they try and do all sorts of evil shit. Why they would do it? I just think it's a fool's errand. I think there's like an inbuilt safety mechanism that we can't do this crap. It's like clones don't seem to either exist or don't seem to function properly or for long or what. I just think nature or the creator has put a default safety mechanism in to stop us getting out of control or anybody getting out of control.
I really see where you're coming from with that, man. I've also sort of I've been more strongly on that side before, and I'm not like sold on the other side at all. But my like for a little while, my snap reaction was like, oh, and whenever like artificial intelligence is brought up, like it's going to be like built somehow out of computer chips and whatnot. I'm just saying, not a chance, never going to happen, impossible, right? They can't make consciousness. You can't do that. And then I guess where I'm at more now is like, well, if there's such thing as like godly consciousness, maybe God is incapable of making another godly consciousness, but he can make human consciousness or earthly consciousness. And so if that were to fractal down, maybe there is a form of consciousness that can be created. It just always has to be at a lower level than its creator. You know what I'm saying? Like we might be able to come up with some, half-baked consciousness where it's not necessarily unconscious or whatever, not non-conscious. It's just not full-fledged like us. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. Like how does into AI or into like morality and emotions like love and hate and anger and joy, how does that translate into transhumanism and being able to retain eternal existence through transferring yourself into technology or something like those things are not. I just can't see how it can work.
Are you kind of saying like human consciousness has like an inherent like respect for like other life, while like if you built a computer, like why would it be just like a completely selfless being, like an art, like where would it get its morals from, where would it get its drives from?
Exactly.
What would it desire?
Exactly.
Uh-huh.
So that's why it's an inanimate object. It can only process and work from what it's given to work with. Yeah.
Could you say the same thing about us, though?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, kind of sounds like that goes against what you're saying, though. Like, if we have been given like an order of operations or a code like ingrained into us, then can we do the same for some lower form of consciousness and instill our moral code into it for it to live by, or just like inherit at least? We're getting lost in the sauce because who even
that's
knows?
what I'm saying. Like my original, we are a little, and I'm not dismissing what you said, but my original thing was how can we, a person, this living biological sentient existence that we are, somehow be transferred into technology? It's like how do you feed an orange to a maple tree? Like it doesn't work. You can't do it. It's not. The functionality's not there. The maple tree doesn't have a digestive system and teeth and that's kind of what I'm getting. I just don't see how you can splice those two things together.
Well, if we ever do end up making artificial intelligence maybe this is a pessimistic view, but I feel like it's just going to be a repeat of the Gnostic Sophia creation story, where she decides to create life or consciousness or whatever, some sort of offspring asexually, because none of her peers in the pleroma they're all like, we're done creating, and she's like, I never got my turn. Well, if you won't like, and she has like a male counterpart. If you won't team up with me to create consciousness, I'll just do it on my own. And then she does, and she's like, oh geez, this did not turn out the way I planned. I reject my child because it's half baked and like asexually produced. So I feel like if humanity ever asexually reproduces consciousness, it's not going to be what we were hoping it to be, and we'll reject it, and it's going to have mommy issues and be like, oh, why don't you love me? And we'll be like, because you're disgusting, you're an abomination. And it'll be like, oh man, and we'll say, go away. Then it'll go create its own demonic realm in a little pocket dimension.
I wonder if AI will think of us as God.
I'm not even talking about AI. That's a different conversation. AI exists. AI is real. Who knows where it will end up? But I'm talking about transhumanism, where I'm John. Can John be transferred into technology when this physical flesh body that I walk around in, when it dies, can I live on in technology? That's not AI. That's me. That's the thing I'm talking about. That I don't believe it's possible. It's
Oh,
not
okay.
artificial intelligence. That's my intelligence. That's me.
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
your likeness can be absorbed into the collective, and we can make a robot out of you, and it can say the things you'd say. But it won't be that you're experiencing those things as being alive, but it will be that in a way that you'd be alive by interacting with the people in the future. Possibly. Anyway, that's the idea.
I'm reminded of this old Greek story, or at least they call it an old Greek story, I think, called like the Ship of Theseus. You ever heard of that one? It's pretty fun. Has anyone here heard of the Ship of Theseus story?
The one they took apart and rebuilt or something?
Yeah, something like that, or the one that went on like 1,000 adventures, and every time it came back, it needed a piece of itself to be replaced, and then little by little, all the original pieces have been substituted out, and it ends up being a completely different boat than it began, but everyone's still calling it the same name because the transition happened so slowly over time. And then you're like,
yeah, that resonates
is
with me.
Yeah, it's like, is this still the Ship of Theseus? What makes it the Ship of Theseus? Because there was like a lump of material here that we called, and all of those have been separated, and though it's not that anymore. So what is it? It's a fun conversation starter, at least, to like tell the whole story. I couldn't do that right now, but it's a good one. Something to think about.
Yeah, the question for me is, what is consciousness? If consciousness emerges out of the matter, in our brain, then yeah, like the transhumanist agenda probably couldn't work. But if consciousness is actually just manifested into a body, like it pre-existed, like your birth or something like that, then it makes sense to me that they could develop some sort of technology in which they could, opt to live inside a computer or something like that.
In my opinion, like consciousness or mind is like consubstantial, and it's actually, I say actually, I think of it as like a touching point between two different things. There's this etherical, metaphysical essence, whatever, right? Soul, spirit, whatever you want to call it. Actually, I'll go spirit instead of soul. And then there's the body, and the place where those two like bridge the gap, where they like combine. There's still nothing more than matter and spirit, but when they touch that moment, or that place where they touch is where mind is, and it's just like this. It's just like mind or consciousness is just the bridge, but you live on that bridge, and it's the only thing that you're like familiar with. You know what I mean? And it's like you're most familiar with the thing that's gonna disappear, even though because the two things are gonna separate. Like your soul or your spirit will like leave your body, and like the conscious, like the mind disappears, but the body's still there and the spirit's still there. So what's what's different after death if the eternal spirit is still there and the body is still there? I'd say the bridge has been severed.
Yeah, that's kind of how I see it. I think the body is more or less just the receiver for our consciousness, and our consciousness pre-existed our birth, and probably was incarnated in different manners. And it's conceivable to me that people could somehow figure out a way, and this like weird transhumanist agenda, say, to choose where it will be manifested next in some way. I'm not saying I believe that necessarily, but it's plausible to me.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Like, can we build it viewing it from the receiver perspective? Is it possible to build a consciousness receiver if the body is simply an antenna, or the brain, if you want to give all the credit to the brain, or if it's an antenna, can we build an antenna?
Yeah, and somehow our higher selves actually communicate with them in a way that would transcend a single lifetime, and communicate with it in a way to say, hey, go to this antenna, not some random baby in Africa or something.
Fun stuff, man. Fun. We'll have to wait and see.
Could you get down with the idea of like wine glasses resonating, like, or that we are our own resonant thing, just kind of like we're all different size wine glasses? Obviously, is it possible that consciousness is just a result of our matter?
Our body resonating with a signal.
Yeah, like we're channeling that thing that is us.
Absolutely, that's kind of exactly what Osco or whoever was saying.
Okay,
yeah.
sorry. Didn't mean
well,
to
no, it's slightly different because to me, it's
I'll come up with a different theory of reality. It's fine. Sorry.
No, I just don't think that consciousness can emerge out of matter. Like, the one thing that we know for absolute certain is that we're conscious. And so, like, matter we don't know for absolute certain. So why do we jump the gun and say, oh, well, consciousness must have came out of matter, when in reality we can't verify matter, but we can verify consciousness?
Yeah, it's it really holds no water to say that the body or the brain is generating consciousness. If it were, I feel like we'd be able to make such a generator.
Well, the brain is like a radio, and consciousness is like the radio frequency. The brain tunes
All right,
into
Ken Wheeler.
consciousness.
No, I'm just giving you a hard time. I've just heard Ken Wheeler say that so many times. It's a really good idea though.
Oh,
And
I
then you
don't even know who Ken Wheeler is.
Oh, well, that makes it even better.
I'll check him out.
It's gonna be like this train of people. Like, is it kind of like you're a Netflix, but like you're the channel of the Netflix? Sorry.
Yeah. Hey, but making analogies is just fun. Nothing like a good analogy brainstorm session.
So that number puzzle that I posted, or it's like Magician's Choice or something like that. That one particularly is done with the square of 33 or 1089, but that is also used in the cosmic microwave background redshift calculus. So it's an interesting thing that the formula
cool.
itself is in magic, is used in basically like sleight of hand magic that's meant to fool people. It's the same number.
Yeah,
So
absolutely,
and
man. They got all their favorite numbers that they worship baked into every nook and cranny of their fictional system. They had a field day with it. But as far as number tricks go, did you see my message that I wanted to share one with you? That was real similar. I mean, you don't have to go find the message. All I said
I'm
was
sorry.
that.
What did you say? Were you talking to me?
Yeah. I
Oh,
sent you a message. I asked you if you saw it. It's fine if you didn't. I just have a
I didn't.
similar number trick to share with you.
Okay.
So it's basically done the same way as the one you posted. As far as step one. So all right. So there's like something I gotta explain, and then I gotta give, and then I have a number that is an exception. So the rule is, rule number one is pick like any 3-digit or higher number, subtract it. Let's go with 4-digit, because I'm very confident at least 4 digits work, but it shouldn't make a difference anyways. Pick
Am I
any
supposed to be playing
4-digit.
along, or are you just explaining it?
Just explaining it. I mean,
Okay.
you can do this, but it's not important. You can do it afterwards. I just hope that I can explain it clearly enough that you can take what I say and go do whatever you want with it. So
Walk me through.
yeah, I'll try. So take any 4-digit number, reverse it, and then subtract the reversed from the original 4-digit number. Right? So you got 4111, subtract 1114 from it. Right? Then you're going to get a result, and then reverse that number and repeat the process. Subtract that. And if you ever get a negative result, just take away the negative sign and carry on. If you get a negative number, just throw away that negative symbol and just carry on with it. And what you'll do is, within like 20 times maximum, you'll always result in 0. You'll always get very quickly get to like 22 minus 22, because you get like some sort of number that repeats itself, like 333 or 22 or something, and then of course you flip that, it's the same number, you subtract it, and it equals 0. But there's one single number that just cycles back and forth to itself, and I think it's 3289. If you do 3289, minus 9823, then you're going to get a number, and then when you flip that, it goes right back to 3289, and it's the one number that is an anomaly in this system.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know anything else about 3289. I don't know if it shows up in any Freemason architecture blueprints or whatever.
I think it might just be that there's that 8-9 has it in common, and it might be something within the transform that just makes those numbers act in this kind of like mirror-like way. But I don't know. I guess I'm like always kind of wary about like what, like if mathematics is well, I don't know. It's a Glober telling me that they know the shape of the Earth from the math, but it's like if the math isn't itself based in a way that's like rooted in like the grand logic of everything, then it's kind of like a piece of something. It's not able to be accurate in every way. So like, I don't know. I guess like for things like standards of accuracy, like the degrees in a circle, it seems to be arbitrary. It's based on some things, but really we're kind of doing something like a hex math or something like that. If it's just the square of, if it's 360, right? So it's, I don't know. It just feels like like what part of the mathematics like are we actually using? Like we might like them. It's like they're saying like you got it all at base 10, but that's kind of like not the case. And then we're finding all these exceptional things that work. That would be patterns if they were presented in their own way, but because we're looking through math through this one
through
particular
the base
lens of
10
base 10,
system.
Yeah, like you don't see like triple progressions like happening like in their natural form. You know what I mean? You have to like decode them somehow.
Yeah. No, I totally know what
you
you're
got it.
saying. I wanted to tell you that I got that the number I said 3289. I just checked it. That is not the right number. It might be 2189. Sorry, I'll find it and probably post it later or something because it peeves me that I forgot the magic number in the system.
Okay. Well, the magic number I'm using is 1089, so it's kind of close to the other ones.
Yeah. You know what? That might even be the number. You know what? It really might. Anyway, but I'll worry about that later. Back to what you were just saying about the patterns emerging from like looking at things through a base 10 vantage point. I know what you're saying, and I've I've often brought up when it comes to some of these patterns, especially like the vortex geometry pattern. Uh, I've do you know the vortex geometry pattern as it's called? It's the one that's just like the numbers 1 through
1 through
9
9,
placed evenly around a
iterated across
circle.
a toroidal surface and diamond pattern.
Right. So
Maybe.
I repeated the same process and made diagrams for it for base like 3 through 15, and they each do the same exact thing, you know? And so it's like, okay, well, base
Oh,
10
that's interesting.
isn't
Yeah.
special in this way. And some of the patterns that you find in the other bases are even more beautiful. So, like, I've always wondered, like, we inherited our counting system of base 10, and I really want to find some sort of justification as to why that's like the best or the most spiritual or like the most correct, or the reverse where it's like, oh, we've been tricked into using base 10 when we should have been using base 12 this whole time, and our lives would have been a whole lot better if we had. Maybe mental math would come a lot easier to people or stuff like, or doing calculations, yeah.
Yeah, base 12 would be great. I mean, in a lot of ways, we are using base 12 to like there's 24 character alphabet, right?
Time is all in base 6.
12 tone music.
Right, but the numbers associated with it are still written as the base 10 system. We need to invent 3 more single digit numbers, or 2 more, or whatever, how many more.
Well, yeah, I mean, to some degree, you could say that, but because like the convention of 11 or 12, but with the music, it's just notes, or but we can shrink that down. We could shrink like a 12 tone thing down to like 5 notes, just make it pentatonic. It would sound like music that American Indians might kind of that those kinds of tone. It just shrinks the tone set, but I don't know. Hey, what's up? Is that Noah before?
Oh, bro.
All right, what's up?
Snacks. What kind of snacks? Sweet or sour? Or salty? Salty snacks? Sweet snacks?
Not salty. Not salty today. No.
Sweet stuff.
Chocolate today.
Chocolate. Oh, Aphrodite. Mr. Aphrodite over here.
Definitely. I wish I had an afro.
What are you guys' thoughts on popcorn?
It's great. What's wrong with it?
It's awesome.
What are your thoughts on caramel popcorn?
It's a bit much.
Tell me all your thoughts on caramel.
Right? And that's why I was curious, Noah. Like, popcorn, cool, awesome. Caramel popcorn is like, you're pushing it a little too hard right now.
Yeah, that's my thoughts on it.
What about white cheddar popcorn?
That one's pretty bomb. White cheddar popcorn.
That's I'll go down for some smart food, man. Damn, I mean, go down like never mind. But you know what I mean. What I'm saying, I like some smart food. Damn it! Shut up! I'm gonna withdraw.
Imagine the first dude that popped a popcorn kernel.
Do they need to go through some? They need to be like dried out, or like I'm not it because corn isn't normally like that, right? Or is it not even a corn? Or,
Well,
that's
I've
dried corn, or does it have to be cured in a certain way?
I used to know the official origin story for popcorn, and it didn't mention any. So they said it was discovered on accident. But I will add on that not all corn pops, I believe.
Definitely hemp seeds don't.
Yeah, there's definitely some seeds that refuse to pop no matter how much heat they're exposed to. They're like, hey, reveal what your insides are supposed to show us. And it's like, no, man, you're not going to get inside me, dog.
That's what she said.
There was the Ali and there was the oop. Well done.
I fucking hate doing.
It's like Stockton Malone over here. Yeah, that was crazy.
Someone was like throwing corn on the cobs in the fire one night, and they're like, "Did you see that?"
Shut up, Baron Trump. That's what they told him. Shut up, Baron Trump. Get back to your novel. And he decided to time travel.
There was this one night when I was pretty young, where me and my friends made a fire in one of their backyards, and some of the guys have been using like bug spray since we were outside, right? And I didn't know, but someone had thrown the used up can into the fire because everyone had been throwing like soda cans into it and shit. They just threw it right in, and it took about I would guess after like talking to them, it seemed I think it took like 40 minutes, but eventually that thing blew up so hard and sent like hot coals just everywhere. All of like the cushions on the lawn furniture just like had hot coals burn through the cushions, and oh, it caused such a mess, man. That's probably a similar story to someone like, "Oh, I'm done eating this corn. I'll just add it to the fire."
Fundy. Dude, you literally just gave one of my theories to the globe claim some truth. Flying rocks in a closed system.
Yeah, very nice. Raining sulfur and brimstone or whatever it is.
It's like Sodom and Gomorrah.
Hey, Noah, you ever take a look at that graphic I sent you with the Fibonacci sequence? The one with the 24 positions around a circle?
Where
that-
is?
Wait.
Where is?
I DM'd it to you probably a month ago. I can post it in here right now, though.
Apologies, man. I missed that. Please share it up.
Yeah, it's one of the more fun things I've learned about. Like, you know, I thought, oh, I learned as much about phi as the internet's gonna teach me, and then I saw this and I was like, oh my god, this is beautiful. This is like I made this because the original picture was so messy and had so many unnecessary lines trying to like sensationalize the graphic, even though it's already sensational. They're like, no, this has to look even more like new agey, holy, you know.
What is this supposed to
Like
be?
I'm gonna post I'll explain it in a sec. Let's see. I'm gonna post about 6 images in a row real quick that breaks it down into smaller pieces. Okay. So the first one in that is the original image I came across, and I was like, "What is this? Like, what is like?" There was no description. It was just no title. I just found it, and it's like, what are you trying to say? Like, who would make this? Is there a reason for someone making this crazy image? And then it finally clicked after I looked at it long enough that like the not quite the 1 o'clock position, but that not the 12 o'clock, but that first one off to the right of 12 o'clock. I realized that going around, it's the Fibonacci sequence for the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The first 6 numbers going clockwise from the top are the Fibonacci numbers. And then there was a 4, and I was like, what? And then I was like, oh, but the thing that comes after 8 in the Fibonacci sequence is 13. And so 4 is just the digital root reduced version, right?
Yeah.
And then I was like, okay, 13, 21, 2 and 1. Oh, that's the 3 that comes after the 4. And so I realized that well, eventually, that when you do the Fibonacci numbers and then you reduce the multi-digit numbers down to single digits, the Fibonacci sequence has the numbers going around the circle. They cycle. When you take the Fibonacci sequence, say to like 2,400 numbers deep, if you reduce the numbers, you're going to find that the reduced version just repeats every 24 numbers. It'll go 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, yada yada yada, all the way to that last 9, and then the 25th number in the Fibonacci sequence will be a 1, and the 26th will be a 1, and so on and so on. It'll just repeat itself.
Oh, you're saying that there's a digital root repeater?
Yeah, there's
okay, because I didn't really get
Isn't
why
that
they
crazy?
have that. Well, no, because it's like it doesn't make sense to me. It's like,
well, yeah, it's like the last
so
place you'd expect to find such a thing.
so it's the
like
24th. I mean, yeah, I
Well,
guess
when it's random.
Well, 24th number.
I think random's even more crazy. Like pi, like those digits are just random.
Well, the thing is, phi is non-repeating, but then if you reduce it, it becomes repeating. That's the craziest part. It's a non-repeating, number. It's a transcendental infinite decimal number. But if you reduce the Fibonacci sequence, which is based on which is based on phi or related to it, and here's one thing that it just seems like people should know by now, but a lot of people know that the Fibonacci sequence is related to phi, but they don't know how.
Yeah. Well, I guess different people have different ways of explaining it.
Isn't it related
No.
to Euler's? Isn't it related to Euler's formula?
What would that?
I don't think so.
That sounds way too. Well,
Euler's
I mean, that sounds like
formula.
that sounds like one relationship they might
But
have, kind of, but not what I was talking about.
Euler's formula. That's
If
E.
That's the E equals 1 squared pi phi crazy most beautiful formula in math. That's not what I'm saying. I'm asking how does the Fibonacci sequence, the number sequence, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, right? What does that have to do with phi, which is 1.618, so on and so on? What is 1.618?
It's the ratio between adjacent consecutive. numbers.
I'm trying to figure out what phi is, right?
13 to 21,
the one
21 to 34, 34 to 55.
Phi is radical. Phi is radical 5 plus 1 over 2. It's an irrational number.
Well,
that's
Fundy, you
an
just
equation.
said
Okay,
that
so
the Fibonacci sequence approaches this phi number in its ratios.
the golden ratio, it's called, right?
Right. Yeah, and it also is also the ratio between the segments in a pentagram.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thrice fold. the
That's
relationships
108.
between the different
108.
segments.
It'd be
What'd you say?
108
So
over 5.
phi would be a ratio, the golden ratio.
It's a
Would
No,
I be
number.
no,
correct here? I mean,
It's an
no.
it's an
Yeah,
irrational
That's
yeah.
not
number.
right.
Phi is 1.618.
It's an irrational number. Yeah.
oh, okay. I get it.
It's a
Yep.
no. It's
But
it's
there's
not.
still
It's not an
something that
irrational
needs to
number.
be said here.
It's
It
a
is. It is
progression.
irrational.
It
It's a,
is.
But there's
in
something
what
that needs
way?
to be cleared up because Egypt came in here thinking that phi was the golden ratio, and that's because no one ever points out or no one ever mentions the difference between the Fibonacci sequence phi and the golden ratio and the golden
True.
angle. So
Yeah. Okay.
so phi is a number that can't be
Yeah, sure.
written
I just
down,
know they're
right?
related. Yep.
Yeah. And I'm going to tell you to make it real simple for you. Phi is a number. The golden ratio, because a ratio always has to be this compared to that. The golden ratio is 1 compared to phi. 1 to 5. That's the ratio.
Yep. Yep.
Like
Yep.
1 to 2, right? Okay, there you go. The golden
1 to
ratio is
1
1 to 5.
point 618.
Yeah, in simplified terms, because of course no one has ever written phi down. Because
Yeah,
you
it is.
can't.
It is. It's radical
No,
5 1 over 2.
that's an equation that it approximates
Well, that's
phi.
not a number.
Well, it's an infinite sum.
There's
So I mean,
well, if there's no equal sign, it's not an equation, Fundy.
No. You said radical 5 what?
Radical means square root. So square root of 5.
Yeah.
So you know the square root of 5.
Uh-huh.
So 1 plus the square root of 5 divided by 2 is what phi is equal to.
Yeah, equals phi. You just said there's no equal sign in that equation. But to
Well,
complete
that is a number. That is a
equals
number. That is
equals
a
phi.
number.
That's an equation.
Radical 5. Radical
Well, it's a
5
fraction.
1 over 2 is a number.
It's
that's an equation.
That number is phi. Phi
No,
is
that's
just the
that's a
name. Phi
number,
is just the name. Phi is just the name or variable given to the number, but the number is radical 5 plus 1 over 2.
What are you saying? Are you saying it's a ratio rather than an equation? Because you said it's not an equation. So what is it?
I didn't say
Ratio?
anything. A ratio
Yeah,
is
there
just
are a few different
a
ones.
ratio is just two numbers. Fundy explained that the golden ratio is just 1 to 5.
Okay, and so we can get that out
You
of the
gave
Fibonacci
equation
series.
for phi. That's what
But
you
we
gave,
can get that
right?
We can get, but we can get that
Sorry.
we can get that number out of Fibonacci series by taking successive numbers. After the number 13, we will get.
It's a limit.
We'll approach. Sorry.
It's a limit.
A
But
what?
you should,
A limit?
That is true. Yeah,
but
it
you
is a
can
limit.
get that. You can get that limit through some sort of operation. I know that.
You just
but the number,
divide
the number itself you can also get from a pentagram and the ratio between the sides of a pentagram.
The ratio between the sides of a pentagram and what? A pentagram doesn't have a circle around it, right? Or no, wait, it does. So do you mean a pentagon?
No, a pentagram is the star form of a pentagon.
So it would just be a star?
The five
Well,
sided,
yeah, but
the
five,
star, the star, the star on the United States flag with the 5 stars.
Five-pointed star.
That shape is called a pentagram.
That's a pentacle. A pentagram is an inscribed star, 4-pointed star inside of a circle.
No,
That's a pentagram.
It's a pentagram, yeah. So the pentagram is the shape. And if you want to get the
so those angles are 108 degrees, right?
If you want to get the phi number, you take like the length of one of the arms, one of those lines, and you compare it to the other arm, but you take out the pointed side and the ratio between them. If the smaller one is 1, the bigger one will be phi.
Okay. I have the perfect image for you, Noah.
What?
Look at this, man.
Right.
Hey,
dude, there's a GIF. There's a GIF.
Come on.
There's a GIF, bro. There's a GIF
look at this.
that demonstrates it.
Trying to
Look at this. Don't make this difficult, man. Look at this image. In order of longest to shortest, it goes black, blue, red, green. You see the lengths, okay? The longest one is black. The second longest one is blue. The third longest one is red. The shortest, the fourth longest is green. Every line compared to the next longest one or the next shortest one is at a ratio of 1 to 5.
Exactly.
If the length of the blue is 1, the length of the black is 5. If the length of the red is 1, the length of the blue is 5. If the length of the green is 1, the length of the red is 5. And so there's a triplicate, like fractal sort of phi expression in a pentagram. And a gram is the star version of a gon. Gram is the pointy ones, gon is the more rounded ones. Hexagram, hexagon. Septagram, septagon.
I thought he was talking about interior angles. Sorry. So you want to tell me why it's 25 numbers that it cycles through for digital roots? Always fun talking about Fibonacci. Catch you guys a little later.
Yeah, Fibonacci is the Italian mathematician, Renaissance or something like that. They credit him with
a little late. What did phi end up being?
Some would consider it the meaning of truth.
What?
How did we get that definition?
So someone asks you for the truth and you gave them a number?
Yes.
Well, that's fucking ridiculous. Another person could just come up and say, nope, it's actually 300.
But this is a transcendental number, sir.
So is pi. So, I mean, I think there's supposed to be infinite transcendental numbers.
I don't think that's true.
I'm pretty sure it is, dude.
What's a transcendental number? What is that?
0, 1, pi, I, E, and infinity.
What do they have in common? Infinity is not an actual number.
Well, pi and E and phi are irrational.
Yeah, I know irrational, but I
0,
was asking
1.
about transcendental. What does transcendental mean in number?
Wait, pi is irrational.
Yeah, that's what he said. Irrational pi. So I understand that, but how do you go from irrational to being
So
transcendental?
that means it's not the root of any integer polynomial.
But phi literally is. Huh. It's the square root.
Yeah, but
Square root of 5 plus 1 over 2.
yeah, that one's not transcendental. That one's
That's
but isn't
phi.
that one irrational?
That's phi. That is phi. That's the number phi.
Well, I still don't know what phi is. I mean, is it a number? Is it a
Yes,
ratio? Is
it's
it
an
an
irrational
equation?
number. It's an irrational number. Phi is actually a Greek letter, but the Greek letter is in common usage used to represent a number. This number is an irrational number. That number
So
being
common with pi, right?
yeah, like how
The
pi is actually a Greek letter. It's a variable that's commonly used as a substitute for the number, and the number is 3.1415.
yeah, but that's the pi is a result of a fraction. If it's
No, it's not.
like no, it's not.
Pi is not. Pi is an irrational number.
Yeah, but it's a result of a fraction, is it?
I don't think pi is. No, I might be
No.
wrong, but I don't think.
Irrational, like it can't be a ratio.
It's two numbers divided by each other that give this irrational
No, we're saying
number.
No, that's specifically what an irrational number. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, there's no two whole numbers that you divide into each other to get pi. That's not what happens because it's irrational.
Okay, maybe I'm wrong, but that's what I've been taught my whole life. So let me just grab the
Rational.
number. It's 22 divided by was it 7?
Rational means that that rational number means that you can divide a whole number by another whole number, and it will equal that number. Irrational means that you can't take two whole numbers and divide one by the other to get it.
No, that's not what it means. It means, see, the thing that makes pi an irrational number is that it's not like the number of decimal places will always just infinitely keep going on and on and on. That's what makes it irrational.
No, there's
It's not a
irrational. There's irrational. There's irrational numbers.
3.333 repeating.
There are irrational numbers that have that go on forever. But
yeah, I just gave the example of 3.3333 repeating is not an irrational number, although it can go on to infinity. The threes will go on to infinity mathematically, but that doesn't make it irrational. The fact that pi is irrational is because these numbers are not repeating. There's no pattern to it, and it's never ending. That's the difference between a 3.33333 and 3.142 or 1418 and so on.
Yeah, well,
that's my understanding, but
that property is essentially a package deal with the fact that it is also equal to a fraction, essentially. So essentially, anything that is a fraction of two whole numbers will have like a repeating decimal, essentially. Whereas something that isn't like created by putting two whole numbers one over the other, that will always give you like an irrational number. So like those two things are what would be the opposite of mutually exclusive? Mutually inclusive of each other as properties of a number.
So I mean, I don't know who disagreed with me when I said pi is 22 divided by 7. I mean,
not exactly.
Does that when you say that, not exactly. I mean, can you like expand?
There's a difference between 22 over 7 and pi. The difference is very small, but there is a difference. Like it's not the same number. Like you can look numbers.
What's 22 divided by 7? Is it not pi?
No, it's not.
Can you give me the number? Okay, can you refer me to that number? That's not pi.
It's a number that looks very similar to pi, but if you go enough digits down, you're going to essentially see that the number starts to deviate. So like for the first fucking, I don't know, 20 digits, they're going to be identical. But after
can I stop you for a second? I mean, I told you where I think pi comes from. 22 divided by 7. So where do you think pi comes from? That number that you're describing.
It's a ratio found
between what and what?
Between the circumference of a circle and its radius, or the area of a circle and its radius, or the volume in a sphere and its radius. Any of those three will give you pi.
Okay, I
22
get
over
it. Okay,
22
I
over
get where
22
you
over
can. Okay,
22
awesome.
22 22 over 7 is a approximation of pi, but it is not exactly pi. So when you get exact enough, i.e. like 20 decimals back, you'll see that the numbers won't actually match. You can look this up on Google. Look
Wow,
up
yeah. I mean, I didn't know that. So yeah, thanks. Yeah, I get it now. I mean,
ancient
that's what I'm trying to get to. Yeah, I get it.
the ancients figured out that 22 over 7 was very similar to pi, so they used that because it's easier to do that than to figure out calculus, I guess. Is just find a ratio
Yeah.
that's very similar. And so that's
Boil it down to like a
because, dude, like,
fraction.
yeah, because the amount that it's different is so very small that only if you were doing some fucking extremely large engineering project would it really, like it
Even then, it doesn't even matter. I mean, you don't need that many decimal places. To me, what I found extremely like interesting, like these savants, like that can give you pi for hours just going through the decimal places. I found that interesting. Whether we use it practically, like
I
4
heard
decimal places is like the
one of
best you can
them
get practically.
one of
But
them
yeah.
would associate like the numbers 1 through 9 with a color, and then essentially
Exactly.
imagine he
Yeah.
imagined the pattern of color, and then he would just look at in his imagination at the color and what color's next, and then would, I don't know. People have weird fucking mental tricks for shit, but that was
Yeah,
one
I
of them.
mean, yeah. I mean, these people are classified as mentally challenged, but the feats they can accomplish, like with simple like mathematics, like pi, and like telling, bring up any date, and they'll tell you what day of the week it was at that date throughout all of like history. They do these like mental gymnastics, which is unexplainable. But like you said, like they do it with things like that. They're just like numbers or colors or feelings, or it's so subjective that yeah, nobody understands how their brain actually works. But all I'd say it's impressive. It's definitely a mental feat.
No, you could. I could tell what day in history it was on the weekday,
Like
just by
using
looking at
Google or
No, you can look. You can use Stellarium.
yeah, I mean
It's
these people
they
do it on the
track
fly.
the lunar phases
I can do it.
because it's interestingly enough, the modern work week, Sunday through Saturday, actually lines up with the ancient work week. So like 2,300 years ago, there was a 7-day work week, just like today, and for whatever reason, the same work week is still consistent. Like Sunday's still the first day of the week, and Saturday is still the 7th day of the week,
I mean,
even thousands of years
that's where
later.
you're from, not where I'm from. I mean,
Well, no, like I question for a long time whether Saturday was truly the Shabbat, right? This is my motive behind finding whether the work week has been consistent. And through my research, through calendrical scrolls found in the Dead Sea Scrolls, specifically Mishmarat D, amongst others, because they meticulously recorded, like what ephemeris is?
I don't know. Are we going off topic? Like, I mean,
No,
I'm willing
no,
to
we're not.
like
It's
go
right
there,
on
but
topic. So they recorded and charted phenomena like equinoxes, lunar phases, specific alignments between the moon and the sun, and these alignments they corresponded with certain weekdays, right? Like Wednesday was the beginning of the year. The 4th day of the week was beginning of the year according to the Zerakim. And there's a
who
philosophy
are
behind why the 4th
who are
day
the
was.
Zerakim?
The Zerakim were Levites in the Second Temple.
So what did they call Wednesday that you're
The
referring
4th day
to?
of the week.
4th day.
It was just number 4. Yeah, it didn't have
Wednesday is Woden's day.
It didn't have a pagan name. It was just they just ordered it by
Yeah,
numbers.
numbered. Yeah. I mean,
Remarkably,
I get it. I mean, that's the
hold
way
on.
my
I'll
calendar
just
works.
let me
But
just
yeah,
finish my
go
train of
ahead.
thought.
Sorry.
So remarkably, the weekdays right, are still consistent with calendrical scrolls 2,300 years ago, which to me was insane. Like I didn't expect to find that, and when I found that, I was like, wow, like what are the probability that the weekday is still consistent? Because
Well, yeah,
there's this idea.
How do you think? Yeah, how
Hold
do you
on, hold
think we
on,
derive?
hold on. I'm almost done.
Like,
There's this idea in Bereshit in Genesis that Yah made a covenant with man, right? And he set apart the seventh day as a perpetual covenant. And for man has tried to interrupt the weekday. Many have tried, right? Many governors, many governments in history, including the papacy, have tried to shift around. You know, we had Julian, then you had Hillel, then you had Pope Gregory, and they're still trying. I'm hearing that they're still trying to change the week and make Monday the first day of the week and not Sunday anymore. But they can try, and from what I understand, it still remains consistent. But yeah, that's all.
is your do you have a job?
Do I have a job?
What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bro, that is the most
What's
funny
the
question I've ever heard. What?
yeah? What's the first day of the week in your job? Is it Sunday?
What? You mean that like a Gregorian
What's the
like
first?
American calendar? We
Yeah,
still
the
use a
first
Gregorian
day of your
calendar.
week when you go to work.
Well,
What's the
yeah,
first day of the week? Like after the
Monday.
weekend.
Monday
Monday.
starts the work week. Yeah.
Yeah, because you kind of mentioned like they're trying to make Monday the first day of the week, but that's your first day of the week, isn't it?
Well,
they're not trying.
No,
They
it's still
established that.
Sunday. Sunday's still the first day of the week for me, buddy.
Can I hop
Even
in
though
here?
I have it
You're good.
off.
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah. I mean, yeah, I get that 100%. I'm not trying to like
Hey, man.
disagree with you, but
Hey,
yeah,
man.
go ahead, Funny. Yeah.
I feel where you're coming from, Egypt, because that's the way it feels to me, and that's the way people pretty much speak about it in all situations. We treat Monday as the first, but to the other side, every calendar I've ever owned has Sunday on the left and Saturday on the right. When it comes
Yeah,
to like
my
grid
first day of the
layout, right?
week is Sunday. I mean, see, because I'm sorry, but I don't know who was talking earlier was trying to like describe the whole of humanity like adhering to that one day, which is not true. I mean, I live somewhere where Sunday is literally our first day of the week, work wise, religious wise, and so on. It's just different where you are. So I'm just trying to
Right.
highlight
I
that.
think I can explain.
I'm
I
not.
think
Yeah.
I think I can explain where he's coming from, though, and it sounds like an outrageous claim to me, but I'd ask questions after I make this opinion clear. What I understand his point as so far is that there's this old ancient tradition of a 7-day cycle where there were 6 days and then a seventh day where you rest or whatever, and that he wanted to make sure that there wasn't any hiccups where they accidentally like there's always been 6 days and then the seventh day of rest, and that he wanted to make sure that his day of rest was indeed lining up in a perfect 7-day cycle.
Yeah, I
And
mean
it's like,
that's
how would
a
I don't know
religious
how you would do that.
a religious belief. It's biblical. It's Christian. It's Judah like
That's wrong. It's
Jewish
based on the
Christian.
moon.
No, it's not. I mean,
It's
well,
totally
I'll
lunar.
tell you.
Yeah. The
I'm
cycles.
Muslim. Our calendar is a lunar calendar, right? And
Yeah, it's been like that since the
rather than the
beginning.
idea, well, let me just finish. I mean, Fundy just brought up the idea of the whole 6 days and resting on the seventh, right? This idea does not exist in Islam. We don't think God rests, right? This is not something God needs to do. God doesn't need to rest. So we don't have this idea of Sabbath, like the seventh day where God rests. We
Sure.
don't have that concept. God does
God
not
isn't
in our
involved in this.
concept. No, it is like in the biblical idea.
This
Where
is
do you
about
think the
this is just
Sabbath
about
comes from?
numbers. Yeah, I
No,
know,
the
but
Sabbath,
but
not
the thing,
resting
you
on
know,
the seventh
I
day.
know, I know,
In
man.
biblical,
Yeah, I've
Yeah,
read Genesis, but
but
what
I'm
he was
pointing
concerned
out.
about, what he was concerned about is more just about numbers and sunrises and sunsets. Nothing really to do with God, just a human
I thought it
tradition.
was. I thought it was lunar, for a
No, it's
second there.
not.
I mean,
Well, a
It's not
day
a
is
human
someone pointed that out.
tradition.
a day is inherently about the sun.
It's not a
Yeah,
human
well,
tradition.
is a year just about the sun, or is the moon involved?
Well, there's
It's
different ways. There's different meanings to year, but there's only one meaning
I
to day.
agree. I agree. I agree. That's why you have a
Eight,
solar
bingo.
calendar. You have a lunar calendar. But yeah, I mean, to each their own. But all I'm highlighting is the because that person said Sabbath, right? What is Sabbath? Right? Where does it come from? It's that
Seven.
idea that God
It's the seventh
created
day.
the world in 6 days and rested on the seventh, the Sabbath. What's so hard about that? Isn't that right? Like,
Yeah, but
Yeah.
that's not what we're talking about here. You
no,
brought up that the people use mental gymnastics to figure out in history what day was what day. You know what I mean? Like what day of the week landed on what
no,
day.
I
You know what I
never
mean?
said that. I never made that claim. I mean, maybe someone
I,
else
I
did,
heard
but
you say that, bro.
no, I never said that. Never. I didn't make that claim. I actually I didn't make any claims.
But it's all good, man. Like, okay, so the idea is that there's a sacred time. In my belief, time is not relative, time is consistent throughout all of existence. It's consistent. And the ancient Hebrews believed that you can actually become in sync with the angels and even Yah in heaven. You can become in sync with time. And that time is a lost art, like how to keep track and reckon the luminaries. Nobody knows how to reckon the luminaries properly, right?
No, actually, that's what people have done throughout history. They've tracked luminaries. That's how they created calendars and tell the time and the seasons, and that's every single civilization that ever lived tracks the sun, moon, and luminaries in in the sky to tell time and make a calendar. How else would you make a calendar?
Yeah, but
That's what people
yeah,
do.
yeah, but accurately, without having any remainders. Like right now, we have 365-day quarter years. You have to intercalate, right? To have a leap day every 4 years. There's still problems with the Gregorian calendar. Every
I'm not
calendar
disagreeing.
that exists.
I would agree with you. I mean,
So,
I
well, a lot of the reason being why they have these problems is because of the models, right? The models that they use to reckon time.
so let me ask you this: what would be the correct model to
I'm not
tell
gonna get into it
time?
right now. It's too much.
Okay, yeah,
But
that's
it,
fine.
it involves both the sun, the moon, and the stars. And there's a
Yeah,
harmony. There's actually a beautiful harmony between the sun and the moon that takes these patterns are not easily understood. They were given to us by the angels above. People didn't just figure it out on their own through observation. It would be impossible. But this knowledge
no,
has been lost.
It'd
I
also
We
think
be
have
just
impossible to support that
enough
statement.
time. Yeah, enough time, people would figure it out, and because it's something that it's observable. You're not making up anything. It's something that you observe. It's a cyclical aspect of life. I mean, I believe the sun, moon, and stars are there for you to tell pretty. I think these are the three purposes of luminaries. I mean, if you can come up with something different, I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, the number 7 seems to be the key though, to be able to sync all three.
In what sense?
The number 7 is actually uh so the way the Hebrews understood time is that they didn't base like the number 7, the Shabbat is actually what fixed. Like everything was dependent on the Shabbat. So like we
Is
didn't
this
we didn't
like a mathematical concept or a religious
yeah.
concept?
Yeah, because
Is it
360
religious or
no, it's a mathematical thing because like according to the scriptures, the year is supposed to be calculated 364 days precisely.
But
right?
you just disagreed with that like a minute ago. You said a year is not. You said we have leap years because we calculate their year as
Yes, because
365 or
yes,
64.
because they're using the backdrop of the stars. If you look up the sidereal year, they literally use the backdrop of the stars as a reference. So wherever the sun is in reference with the backdrop of the stars is how they actually calculate the year. So basically, the stars are their main reference. Their main foundation are the stars. But there's a
So
problem with
are
that
you saying
because
it should be the sun or
no, it should be the Earth.
the Earth?
Yes, because
But
the Earth is the only thing in existence that's fixed, stationary, and immovable, and it's the only thing that
Yes,
you can
you.
actually. It's the only thing that you can reference with for time. If you reference the stars are on their own circuit, and even though it's a little bit every year, it's only a couple degrees. They still drift over time.
Yeah, baby. Preach,
yeah,
lion.
yeah. How do you tell seasons? Like how can you tell seasons using the sky?
I know how. You put a pole on the ground, and then you measure every day the farthest point of the shadow from that pole, and then over about 360 days, you'll find that longest measurement of the shadow from the pole lands on a certain day, and the shortest lands on another day, and essentially the shortest day is the summer solstice, and the longest day is the winter solstice. And then
Yeah,
you
I think
you,
I
you
can agree,
essentially
but I
divide
would
the year
say
in
there's
you
a
divide the
simpler
year in
way.
two, and then you divide those twos in two. So now you have 4 seasons, and that's how you do it. It's very simple.
Yeah, I think it's even simpler. I mean, you look to the sky, right? Year over year. And see the idea of the person who brought up sidereal, right? It's the movement of the stars and the background from Earth, your perception, the only thing that's still here, right? And the sun and the moon. That's what you have.
How are you going to compare the stars to stars, though? They're all moving. None of them are
No, you
fixed.
compare them to the moon, for example. That's what I'm
The
saying.
moon
You don't
moves. But how are
because
you comparing two moving objects to each other? You can never get the
because
absolute.
there's a cyclical aspect to it. There's a pattern. That's the whole point I'm trying to make. There's a pattern. These farmers, these historical like ancient farmers, they look to the sky. They know when that what do they call these constellations pass the moon at a certain day. They know it's well, yeah, autumn's coming. It's that simple. It's cyclical. I mean, the Saros cycle. It's something that's 2,000 years old. It's very simple. It's just cyclical behavior. There's
Amen.
it's
Amen.
not complicated.
I noticed you were like laughing while telling Noah about this, and you also said it's more like there's a simpler method than his. But his answer was nothing to laugh at, and his answer was literally the simplest version possible, and
Well,
the best way.
do you
So
have any references
I,
of like
I,
people
I don't
doing
I don't know how
that
there's
method you
any
just
sort of
referenced?
correction or improvement upon his answer. That's as good
Yeah,
as it and simple as it gets.
it's fine. Well, I think my method is simpler, and I think throughout history, I could provide evidence people using the method I just referenced rather than his method.
Yours
Nobody.
is much more complicated than
My
his,
method
and
It's
was
not.
wait. Okay, I don't know about. I wasn't really listening that much to what he was saying, but when it comes to methods being used by ancient people, my method was used by the ancient Greeks and Egyptians. The ancient Egyptians being one of the most ancient cultures ever. I mean, have you ever seen an obelisk? That's what that's used for. It's a giant sundial.
Dude,
What
I'm
I
Egyptian.
what I brought up is what I brought up cannot be discredited as not being something used by
I
ancient
didn't.
people because it very much so was invented by like the first civilization ever.
Can you show me like one reference where ancient Egyptians use your method? Just any fucking reference, any
You mean all the
site
obelisks?
online.
You mean the obelisk?
What's an obelisk got to do with your method?
It's how you tell the sun. It's you use this. It's how you use the shadow from the obelisk on the
What's
ground
that
to
got to do with sidereal
tell
days?
nothing. It has to do with the year and seasons.
You asked for a way that people could simply determine seasons, and I said you can put a pole in the ground and use the shadow from the sun. That was a direct answer to your question.
But that's irrelevant. I mean, how would you know the cycle? That's my whole point. There's a cycle that you're referencing.
Because the shadow becomes longer and shorter over time. At the longest
Well,
point, it's
that
winter.
happens
At the
every
shortest
year.
point, it's summer.
That
That's how
happens
you
every
determine a
year.
year.
No,
The question you posed was
Yep.
how do you determine a season simply? And I gave a simple explanation. And then you said it wasn't credited because ancient peoples didn't use it. But I cited the Egyptian civilization and Greek civilization. So I don't understand what
No,
you're talking.
with the Egyptians, you just said obelisk, right? But they didn't use obelisks to tell the
What?
seasons. Did they?
You're
Did
saying
they
they did
use?
do that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure that's not what they used obelisks for.
What did they use them
Not
for?
telling season.
What did they use them then?
Well, not to tell the seasons.
Well, you're patently wrong about that. I encourage you to research it.
Well, that's your claim. I don't need to make a
Listen. It is my
supporting
claim.
a claim.
It is my claim. But I'm working right now, and I'm just talking like brother to brother, and I'm telling you you're incorrect, and you should look into it. And I'm not gonna go and do the looking into for you. Like I'm just gonna keep working and go back on mute.
No, I'm very well versed on ancient Egyptian history, and I'm like 100% sure they never used obelisks to tell the seasons, unless you can show otherwise. I mean, it's your claim; it's not mine. I don't need to prove anything. It's
What am I gonna get?
you need to you need to
What am I gonna
you
get?
need to prove.
If
I
I
mean,
tell
you're
you
making a
something,
positive claim.
if I tell you something and you're uninterested in looking into it, and you want me to look into it instead of you, what is going to be the return of benefit of me stopping my work
You
that I'm getting
already
paid
looked into it.
for?
You said you already looked into it, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. So show me.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what I'm saying. Is
I got something for you.
If you're not even willing to look into it yourself, why would I go through the painstaking shit to put down all what I'm doing right now?
Did I ever
onto the
say I'm not
internet?
interested in looking into it? I'm just asking you
I
to
got a
at
video
least
for you,
support your
Egypt.
claim.
Do you want
Support
that
your
now?
claim.
Are you
I got a
actually
video
interested
for
in
you,
it?
Egypt.
Are you
I'll look
actually
into it.
interested? Are you actually interested in it? And we'll look at it
You're
later if
asking,
I get it
yeah,
for you
you're
later.
asking me to look, yeah,
Yeah.
whenever.
Wait, are you actually interested in it? And if I get it
course
in
I am.
if I get it in a couple days or a couple hours,
Sure.
if I bring it to you, you are going to look at it.
Sure. I think we're friends on Discord, aren't we?
Okay. Then I'll get that when I have time to fucking go
Sure.
on the internet and get my.
I'm not attacking you, bro. I'm
Okay,
just
go. All right,
asking for.
good.
Yeah. Funny, you said you have something.
Yeah, I have a video you can watch. There's a temple in India. There's this sort of design is probably incorporated into the majority of them, but this is just one that I know I could find a video easily on. There's this temple, and it's positioned in a way
Yeah. The
that
sunrise
on
and yeah.
that on yeah.
Man, that's where I live. Like
yeah.
you're trying to educate me
Yeah.
on.
I'm trying to tell you about a temple.
Did you know that they moved that temple? Physically moved that temple. Did you know that?
What temple?
The temple you're talking about.
What temple am I
Because
talking about?
Ramses II's temple.
Yeah, this is not an Egyptian temple. This is Indian. Why would you
Oh.
call it Ram?
I
Okay,
thought it
so
was Egyptian. Yeah.
So you're gonna shut up and let me finish my sentence now?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, so there's tons of architecture all around the world, various cultures that include this into their designs. I just picked this one, even though it's Indian, to just because I knew it was one that I could find easily on YouTube. There's holes left in there's holes to let the sun shine through from one side of the temple to the other the whole way down, and on the equinox, and of course it comes down to a span of 3 to 4 days, whether it's like the 20th through the 24th of March and September. that on the equinox the sun will set, and it'll set in a way that can visually be perceived through the holes in like 10-minute increments. As it lowers towards the horizon, there's like 10 holes in the roof, and the sun will shine through, the top one, then the next to top one, then the lower one, then the lower one. And of course, this only happens on 2 days on only 2 days of the year, because the like what you can do with a stick or a stone or whatever, the sun is going to go left, right, up, down in a repeating fashion.
Yeah.
And you can,
Which year? According to the Gregorian calendar, which calendar of the which day of the year are you talking about when it comes to
you can
that
watch
idea?
the video. You can watch the video.
Okay. Go ahead.
Mic check.
I mean,
You're good.
it doesn't sound good to me, actually.
Hello? Do you hear me?
That's better. That's better. Yeah.
You can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Can
Dude. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, the first link I found, dude, I got it for you. Is the first link. Here's what I typed into Google. I typed into Google the use of obelisks in finding the day of the year and seasons. And the first thing that came up was an article by the National Institute of Standards and Technology. That's my source. It's the first source on Google to that question I just typed up, which clearly I'm going to post the source right underneath fundamental source. And let me read it let me read this real quick. I'm going to start from the second paragraph, second sentence. Actually, no. Okay, I'll start from the first sentence of the second paragraph. The Sumerian culture was lost without passing its knowledge, but the Egyptians were apparently the next to formally divide their days into parts something like hours. Obelisks were built as early as 3,500 BCE. Their moving shadows formed a kind of sundial, enabling people to partition the day into morning and afternoon. Obelisks also showed the year's longest and shortest days. The shadows of noon were the shortest or longest of the year. Later markers were used. So yeah, this is 3,500 BC. They're using sun obelisks as a
Exactly.
sundial to
It's a
find obelisks as a
it's a solar.
sundial. Listen, obelisks as a sundial. The obelisks are being at 3,500 BC. Obelisks are being used as a sundial to find the solstices, the 2 days of the year that splits the year. Once you have the year split in half, you can then divide the halves again and a half
You
again,
have 2
and you
seasons.
have four. Yeah, but the four can
So
be.
you just do it equally. Do you think that's the way it's done? That's how you
That
tell a
is
season
that is
equally.
the that is how you do a
Four
season.
equal parts. Well,
Yes, that is how
I
they do
would
it. Yeah.
disagree with you. I mean, it depends where you are in the world. Like some parts of the world would actually experience the whole 4 seasons. Some of them don't even see 4
You're right.
seasons.
But the
It's just
seasons are based off of the solstices, and they use the obelisk to find the solstices and divide their
well,
seasons. So what I
I
said
agree
was
with you
what I
to an
said was
extent.
completely
See
correct.
what that's what I said. Yeah, I mean, I said that's one way. It's just it's not a full way of completing an actual calendar. To just use the sun, that's not enough. You need to use the moon, you need to use the stars to have a holistic picture of the whole cyclical nature of the world. You don't just use the sun. You can't just use the sun to have an accurate way of predicting seasons and so on and so forth. You need to
Well,
integrate lunar
that's like a
and
moving the goalpost.
sidereal.
That's moving the
No,
goalpost now. Because you said, can anyone have a simple way to find the seasons of the year? I just gave a very simple way with a
okay,
stick
I will
coming out of the
concede to
ground in
that.
the sun,
Okay,
and
that's fine. That's fine. Okay,
then
I'll
you
concede to
added
that.
on top of that later. You said
Yeah,
no, it has to take it. So
okay, that's moving the goalposts. I will concede. Okay.
okay, cool. All right, that's
That's fine, man. I'll always agree when I'm wrong. Like I'm okay, I was wrong. That's fine. But
no, it's not if you're wrong or right. I'm just trying to
no,
inform
yeah,
you.
I'm just
You know what I mean?
I guess what I was trying to say is to have a more holistic view of the cyclical nature of the world is not just to use the sun. That's the basic idea I was trying to get at, but maybe I voiced it wrong. So I was wrong the way I voiced it. I agree with you. I was wrong in the way I voiced it. So yeah, but I still stand by what I actually meant to say is that to have a holistic view, it's never just taking the sun or the sidereal or the lunar aspect of the luminaries and their cyclical nature. It's the holistic. It's taking all three into account to have a better understanding and a better way of having cyclical identifying cyclical natures of the world. That's what I'm trying to say. So, but yeah, you're right. Hello?
Yeah, we're here.
What's up? My bad. I
Wow.
was texting my friend.
Yeah, I mean, I thought I lost connection.
One thing.
No,
One thing I
I
got a
think we all
problem.
heard you.
Yeah, we all heard you perfectly. Well, one thing I don't like hearing is that there's the month is 28 days because the moon, and there's really 13 months in a year, and they got us all fucked up when nothing is so simple. I wrote here that 27.3, so like sidereally, or 29.5 as in full moon appearances, don't divide wholly or equally into 365.242. There's a sun cycle, there's a moon cycle, and there's a star cycle, and none of them fit neat.
Exactly.
And
Yeah.
I'm still reading. And none of them fit neatly into each other. Moon cycles are not a 12th of the year, and moon cycles are not a 13th of a year. They're a messy number in between. Cut your new age fucking calendar corrections the fuck out.
I completely agree with that.
That I actually completely disagree with that because there's a phenomena. There's a phenomena that the Hebrews recorded in their texts, right? And specifically, like I said, Mishmar D, and it shows on the fourth day of creation when the luminaries were appointed, right? All the luminaries, the stars, the moon, and the sun were appointed on the fourth day of creation. Now you don't have to believe this, but this is where it comes from, and that this phenomena,
it's a religious belief. I mean,
can I finish?
Nobody's doing that. Nobody's trying to throw their religious.
Can I
belief.
finish?
I have my religious beliefs.
All right,
about-
but this is it. You can observe this yourself because it repeats. This phenomenon
What,
repeats,
the
and it's
fourth
been
day of
repeating since.
creation? I can
Yes, it's been repeating
observe
since the
that.
fourth day of creation. This alignment, where the sun and the moon, right, rise and set on the same degree of latitude, literally on the equinox at the equator, right. So let's say you're at the capital of Ecuador, which is Quito, and you can observe this where the sun and the moon will literally rise in the east. You'll see the sun rise in the east and the same latitude as the moon, right? And they will set in the same gate. So not only will they rise in the same gate, but they'll set in the same gate on the equinox on the fourth day of the week.
Well, guess what?
Even today.
Well, guess what? It's gonna be off. It's gonna be off by a little bit every time.
Okay, wait, but I fucking did not really. He said that after the equinox.
No. On the equinox, on the fourth day of the week, the sun and the moon rise and set on the same latitude, bro. Literally,
the equinox doesn't always land on the same day of the week, though.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. That's what I'm trying to say. That there's a cyclical cycle that occurs at the beginning of every jubilee. Literally, no, at the beginning of every jubilee,
every 50 years.
And it will, yeah, and it will not. If it doesn't happen, then it's not the beginning of a jubilee. At the beginning of a jubilee, you will see.
Do you have something I can look into? I'm fucking extremely interested.
Yeah, it's called the Zadok calendar.
It's never gonna be exact though.
Yeah, Zadok.
Just saying.
Listen,
I'm not trying to dismiss the whole thing because I'm sure it's very close and it's a really cool repeating pattern.
Can you dismiss
I'll
it?
let you, man.
So
we can't hear you. Your connection got bad.
I want to hear what the name is. How you spell it?
Okay, so give me just 1 second,
All
right?
good,
Because
bro.
there's different alignments that occur that the Hebrews were aware of that nobody else talks about, right? So you talk about a blue moon, right? You heard of a blue moon where you get 2 full moons within a 30-day period, right?
Yeah.
That phenomena, according to the Zadok calendar,
Within a month.
will happen at the last month of a Shemitah. So the last month of a Shemitah, it won't happen
Wasn't
until
that
the
last
last.
month? Wasn't that like? Wouldn't we have a blue moon like last
Yeah,
fucking
but
2 months ago?
yeah, but
Hey,
it's not the. It's not the.
You got
It's
that
not the
wrong
11th.
though.
It's not the. It's not the 12th month. Right?
Every full moon occurs within a 30-day period.
You're
You're
not
talking
listening,
about
bro.
our no. I'm
God.
just
Listen,
telling.
all you got to do is listen, bro. Listen before
Yeah,
you
I
speak, right?
listened and I have a
So listen,
correction.
I haven't even finished my train of thought, and you're already interrupting
Yeah.
me, bro. So
I'm not trying to be rude.
okay, so well, hold on, bro. Just give
I'm
me a
just telling you
second.
what your first point was. What a blue moon
Okay,
is,
so
and you
give me a
defined it
second, bro.
wrong. Okay.
Just give me a second. So you
Calm down. That's all I
the
had to say.
The Hebrews reckon their time, right, according to equinoxes and solstices. So the spring equinox was the beginning of the year. Now, how you calculate the beginning of the year, I'm not going to get into that right now because it's complicated. But the beginning of the year began around the spring equinox, right? Within that week, within that 7-day week of the spring equinox, that was the beginning of the year. Well, the ancient Hebrews always started their year off on the 4th day of the week, right? Because the perpetual cycle is, you can't break that perpetual cycle. You can't break the 7th-day week.
Were there in the year?
12.
12.
12. So you began the year around March, not in January, right? So even if you have 2 full moons within a 30-day period on the Gregorian calendar, that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because it has to. The year does not begin in January. So even if we had
Okay,
2 full moons
Can
this month,
you just give me the name and spell it out and send me the link? Because Fundy wants to fucking rebuttal, and I want to actually look into this, and you're not going to have enough time to fully flesh it out before people get too antsy. So can I just get a source? Because I want to look into it. The other guys here want to fucking argue it and debate it.
No, I want to
I want
ask
to look
questions.
into it. So I'm trying to just send me the fucking info before the debate starts.
So
No
the moon,
debate. So,
the moon has
question.
a specific cycle, bro. She seems
Yeah.
erratic. She seems,
Tell him the
but
name and send him the info,
name or
dude.
a link. Do you have a
But
name or a link?
Yeah, 1 second. And let me just finish my train of thought, Noah, please. So the moon, believe it or not, is in harmony with the sun. It's a specific harmony, but to observe that harmony would literally take lifetimes upon lifetimes, which none of us have, right? So this is why I'm trying to tell you that these observations that we're seeing were given to us from above. Humans didn't come up with this. This was given to us.
I'll make a statement. Tell me if you agree or not. The sun determines the year. The moon determines the months. Do you agree with
No.
that statement?
No. Nope.
Okay.
So I won't be able to get a source on this calendar.
So I got you, bro. Here, I got you. I'm gonna send you
Fuck,
some,
man, if
some
this
links.
if this calendar is better, I mean, I'll use this calendar.
Yeah, they've done the calculations, bro. There's no calendar better than this calendar. They've done the calculations up to 20,000 years ahead, and they say that maybe given because it's not 100% accurate, they're gonna say 1 day. It might deviate 1 day in 20,000 years. That's how accurate this calendar is. There's no calendar in existence like it. Not the Chinese, not the Egyptians, not the Greeks, not the Romans. Nobody has come up with a calendar more accurate than the ancient Hebrews.
I know one. The one we're using right now.
I just want to see this calendar, like a fucking.
Oh, he just posted.
I'm very curious.
That's one link, but basically there are phenomenon, bro. And like I mentioned, at the end of a Shemitah cycle, so at the end of a 7-year cycle, you'll know that you're approaching the end of the Shemitah cycle because on the 4th year you'll see this phenomenon where the sun and the moon will rise in the same gate. But at the last year, on the 12th month, you'll have 2 full moons within a 30-day period, right? And then
when you say gate, is that reference to the sidereal day? Is that what you're saying? The gate?
No.
What's that reference? What's the gate?
I'm using gates.
Where do you get the gate?
You'd have to get familiar with Enoch and Jubilees to be able to understand.
Yeah, I'm asking you.
So
are you not familiar?
Yeah, so I'm gonna post now. Give me a second.
Well, can you tell me rather than post? Just explain.
No, I gotta show you. I gotta show you the gates. You can physically see the gates on the horizon because the ancients they had pillars.
So the reference to the horizon. That's what I'm asking. I'm asking, are they reference to the stars? Are they reference to, you know what I mean? You just said horizon. So yeah, that okay. That answers my question. That's
So
all.
yeah, I got you. So these are South America. I think this is one's from Peru.
Where'd you put the link at?
Livestream text 1. So this one.
Time did you put it up? I don't see it anywhere.
But would you agree that that is only true to one specific geographic location?
Wait, there's no
For
link.
that?
Like
Yes.
fat, they're like fat paragraphs that you copied. But do you have a link or a PDF or?
No. Professor Silly Questions posted a couple links, bro.
Oh, okay.
I didn't want to, because he's already posted them.
I see. Oh, okay. He posted the link. Sorry, I was looking at your name and then I was seeing these things and I was like, "Fuck!" Like I'm not gonna have time to read that right now. Like,
So,
but I want to save links real quick. Thank
but
you.
you can see the gates, right? I posted a couple gifs or gifs, whatever you want to call them, and you see the sun moving through the gates on the horizon. But in Enoch's understanding, there was only 6 gates. Some of these South Americans had more than 6 gates. Like this one has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Right? Yeah, bro. I read that book and I remember when he was describing these gates or the translation kept on saying portals, and then I was like, dude, he's standing in the middle of a fucking circle, and he's got some sort of fucking vessels on the edge of the circle that the stars are going down into. And then I watched like a YouTube video, and they're like, no, like those are real portals that the stars are coming out of. But I'm like, nah, bro. I'm pretty sure those are just fucking things on the ground that he was using reference. That's what it sounds like when you read the thing. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like he put a bunch of physical vessels on the ground and watched as the stars descend visually behind them. That's what it sounds like. I really read it.
Because my understanding, like I just understood that it was the sun's movement. Is it also the stars' movement? Is
Oh,
it also the moon's movement?
Listen, I'm going to read you my notes, right? These are my notes. According to, because I'm on another server that we talk about calendrical stuff all the time. According to the Zadok priesthood, on the 4th day of the creation week, Elohim created the luminaries, setting the heavenly luminaries in motion. This would then set the sacred rhythm of time with the 7th day Shabbat as the main anchor point. Although some scholars claim that the 364-day year is primarily a solar year, this is certainly not the case. The 364-day year is not dictated by the sun or the moon, nor is there a preference for the sun over the moon in the determination of times. The septenary's 364-day biblical year is mainly anchored to the 7th-day Sabbath. On the contrary, the priesthood achieved the correct harmony by synchronizing all the heavenly luminaries with the Sabbath as the main anchor point.
Okay. That's okay. That's what what's it called? The Zadok calendar? Okay, that makes sense. Where it's derived from the Sabbath.
Which the full moon is every Sabbath.
No.
Makes it
According
easy.
to mine. No, it's not.
No, it's not.
Oh, that's weird. The last 6 that I've counted were on the Sabbath.
That's interesting because
How far does it go back? The whole way.
Well, the full moon cycle is 29.5 days, and weeks are 7. So that comes close to 28. I mean, you'll definitely see a full-ish looking moon. If you get a full moon on a Saturday, you're gonna get a full-ish looking moon for the previous 2 and next 2. So I could see about 5 or 6 looking very similar, although being like 1 or 2 days off.
Well, according
Not
to
the
Enoch,
exact same phase though.
every year there's 1 month with 28 days, lunar month with 28 days, and there's 29-day lunar months and also 30-day lunar months. So it's not like cookie cutter. Like I don't know why people keep saying that lunar months are 28 days because that's not true. There's one lunar month a year that's 28 days. It's very specific, just one.
Well,
the rest are 29 or the rest are 29 and 30.
changing.
They alternate 29 30, 29 30, 29 30,
ever
and then you'll
changing.
randomly get a 28-day month. Dude, can I finish before you interrupt me, bro? You keep doing that, bro. It's mad frustrating. I'm not trying to be like,
I apologize,
yeah, I'm
bro.
not trying to
Go
yell,
ahead.
man. I'm really not.
No, I'm sorry. No, I sincerely apologize if I did that. Like I just realized that I did that. So
I
yeah,
saw good, man.
I apologize.
Well, you got 27.3 day cycles of the moon appearing in the same position in the sky, and then you have 29.5 day cycles of moon phases being the same. There's the full moon cycle, and then there's the position cycle. Every 27.3 days, the moon's in the same spot. Every 29.5 days, it'll be the same phase.
Yeah, but that's why what you said earlier about there being 29 and 30, that's just, there's not 29. That's because there's not any half days. So all the lunar
Right,
calendars
that
they
wasn't
switch
me.
off between 29 and 30 days, but they're not. Yeah, and if they ever do 28, I guess it's only because there's leftover days or whatever for the year.
Well, yeah, I mean, in the Islamic lunar calendar, it's just based on observation of the crescent, right? That's what
Yeah, I know, but
determines
the day doesn't start in the middle of the day though. So
exactly,
because there's no
exactly.
half days. Yeah, that's why he's saying there's 29, there's 30, 29 and 30. They just switch back and forth.
Yeah, I mean that's what you get when you
I know.
combine lunar and solar, like to create a year, right? It's a year of 12 months.
What?
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 What? What? So,
That's so
Good point, though, Show.
I
so
mean,
there's a. Go ahead.
no, I was just gonna say, Gregorian calendar is bullshit. So maybe that's something we agree on. So
Yeah, it is, but somehow
it's fine.
The work week still remains intact, or the sacred week. But
Yeah.
I just want to read Jubilee 6. There's a verse in here that actually prophesies that Israel would eventually start observing the moons for months, and that because of that they would go astray. And this is what we see the Jews doing today. They use the lunar months to reckon time, and because of that they have 13-month years, which is basically nowhere in Scripture do we have a 13th month. But that's just besides the point. I just want to read this one verse so you guys understand where I'm coming from. It says, "The children of Israel will forget and will not find the path of years, and will forget the head of months and seasons and Sabbaths, and they will go wrong as to the order of the years. For I know, and from henceforth will I declare it unto you, and it is not my own devising, for the Scripture lies written before me. And on the heavenly tablets a division of days is ordained, lest they forget the feasts of the covenant and walk according to the feasts of other nations after their error and after their ignorance. For there will be those who will assuredly make observations of the moon, how it disturbs the seasons and comes in from year to year, 10 days too soon. For this reason, the years will come upon them when they will disturb the order and make an abominable day the day of testimony, and unclean day a feast day. And they will confound all the days, etc., etc., etc." That's why you can't use the moon, because it comes
Where do you
in
read
10
that
days
from?
too soon. Jubilee 6.
Wow, actually really wasn't expecting it to say something like that. That's a pretty interesting inclusion.
Yeah, but if you don't use the moon, then how else would you? Why would you even have a month if not for a moon?
exactly.
Just to
Well, no.
divide the year into like digestible segments for discussion's sake and for conversation and planning.
That also doesn't make any sense.
No, the moon
What are
is
you talking?
huge.
The
Sure it
divisions,
does.
it's actually much simpler than what you think, dude. The days were known for all time as a day, and some people had calendars that were based off of the month, and some people had calendars that were based after the year. And in today's day, when we merge all these things together, we merge all these calendars together, and we have this jumbled up calendar. But the years are definitely based after the sun, and the days are definitely, I mean, the months are definitely based after the moon, and they
No,
don't
they're
equally
not.
divide
Not
into one another.
anymore.
I can agree with that.
Yeah, well, not anymore because they don't equally
No,
divide into
but
one another. So we have to make up rules.
one thing's been thrown under the bus. Our current system is the greatest system for keeping track of the sun, and the word month has lost all of its relation to the moon. It only vaguely resembles what a month originally was. Our current calendar is great. It keeps track of the sun. What it's done is still use this like year divided into 12 segments, but those 12 segments are, you know, different 31, 30, 29, 28, whatever, right? And the month has been molested, been insulted, whatever. A month has lost its meaning, but the sun has been honored. And you can do the same if you use a lunar calendar. You have to insult the sun, and you can try to come up with a hybrid, but really just keep two separate calendars. Stop trying to make them one. Just have a solar. Just track the sun cycle, track the moon cycle, and realize that you're gonna have to keep track of them separately because they don't
Yeah.
they
How,
don't
how does
add
the
up
how does the
perfectly to each
how
other
does the lunar calendar ignore the sun?
because there's a solar cycle that is affects the seasons, and
Yeah, but
if
they're
you
not.
go
And
and
that's
if you
taken into
define
account in a lunar
it,
calendar. I mean,
and
that's what
so
establishes the year.
and
But
so
what
and so if you
establishes a month is the moon. That's why
and
it's lunar.
so and
It's
so
not.
if you define a year by any whole amount of moon cycles, then your seasons are going to slip like
That's what I'm
uh,
saying. It's not.
like
It's
20 like
it's
20
based
or
on the
15
sun.
days at a time, and after a few years you're going to be like 100 days off from your seasons with your months.
Well,
But the same is
see,
true even if you just use the days. The days don't equally go into the solar year, so we don't base it off of
They,
just
Right.
the solar year.
So we made the best system ever for years and seasons. The
well,
calendar we got
Days,
right now is perfect for years and seasons. All it
days.
does is disrespect the moon cycles. So make that a own separate different calendar and stop trying to make them one better than the other or combined.
no, you
It
have to
honors the
combine
day
them.
more than it honors. Yeah,
Hold
exactly.
on, hold on, hold on.
They have to be combined. Otherwise, there's no sense. But there's a lot of things that get sacrificed. But the day is what's honored the most. The day is because the year, yes, it's the right amount of time almost, but you know, it doesn't abide by the equinox and the solstice.
So there's lunar months and solar months, and there's a harmony between the sun and the moon, right? But the year, right, the days of the year or the beginning of the months, Abib, was not dependent on the moon, right? Because you could have, for example, in the calendrical scrolls that the Zedakim recorded, you could have a year begin on a full moon, a new moon, a half moon. It didn't matter. They recorded it, right? That's how we know that the moon was not for months. The moon is for moedim, but not for months. Like that's how you know what Shemitah you were in, because you have 7 Shemitahs in a Jubilee. Well, how do you know what Shemitah you're in? Well, the moon dictates that. How do you know you're at the end of a Jubilee? The moon dictates that.
Hey
But it
man,
doesn't dictate months. And
how
hold on, hold
long?
on. Hold on. Let me just finish this real
Sure.
quick, please.
Yeah,
So
sure, man.
you have this that says, "For this reason I command and testify to you that you may testify to them, for after your death your children will disturb them, as they will not make the year 364 days only. And for this reason they will go wrong as to the beginning of months and seasons and Sabbaths and feasts, and they will eat all kinds of blood with all kinds of flesh." Right? So Yah specifically recorded before the flood and after the flood that we are to keep 364-day years. And yet people, for whatever reason, they keep 365 days in a quarter, right? But if you understand the luminaries, you understand that the sun has a specific oscillation. And I've witnessed this oscillation, and it only works in a geocentric flat earth model. This calendar will not work in a globe model. It's impossible. Because in the globe model, the sun, the earth is moving around the sun, and the sun is not moving, right? But in this model, the sun actually has a specific oscillation where it can differ from equinox to equinox, from year to year, by just a slight. I'm talking about a fraction of a degree in latitude, 0.2 degrees in latitude, north and south from 0 degrees. So and then it will reset itself every 4 years. The sun will literally reset itself, and it will calibrate itself. It's honestly phenomenal. And once you witness this, it's like to me, it was insane. It was like a miracle from Yah that Yah showed me this, because the sun has a specific pattern that it accounts for the extra days, because we do have what perceivably seems to be an extra day every year. Well, that extra day that is accrued during a Shemitah is the sun naturally accounts for that. The sun naturally calibrates for those extra days. You don't need to intercalate because the sun does all the work for you. It literally does.
I mean, I disagree on some level of this statement. I just think it's a combination of both. To ignore the idea of a lunar uh, um, methodology of establishing months, right? That's ignoring something that's observable. I mean, we use the sky to tell. That's what we do. We use it to tell the cycles and tell time and seasons and so on. And it's a combination of the sun, the moon, and the stars. To just take one and to call it the preferred method is just. I mean, all calendars have their own way of calculating and establishing days, months, and years. But I mean, to say one is better than the other, in your instance, ignoring all celestial movements except the sun being the one that establishes a calendar, I would say is I don't know.
This is hard for me to explain.
I think Lion's got a slight echo going. Oh, go ahead.
So like when the sun completes its revolution and it returns to the same spot it was the year prior, it's actually not at the equinox. It's actually not at the same exact spot it was the year before. It's slightly either north or south from from 0 degrees latitude by a fraction of a degree in latitude, but it's significant. And then the next year it's going to be a little bit south even more, and then the next year it's going to be a little bit south even more. But then it resets itself. It's only a fraction of a degree. You're not going to notice it unless you have a sundial. I've noticed it because I can see the sundial. I mark it on my sundial, the shadow, and it's just I'm talking about like literally under 0.2 degrees latitude, right? And it resets itself, bro. And if you just keep the years at 364, you'll notice that you don't have to actually intercalate at all. That the sun actually adjusts itself. And I think that because of the oscillation, it's like a natural bouncing back and forth, back and forth. It's amazing. But yeah, go ahead.
No, I don't think the statement you just made is true. Actually, you said you don't need to intercalate, right? If you use the sun and have 364 days.
You don't have to add a leap day every 4 years. You don't have to do that. They do that because they don't know.
You're just establishing a year. What about the months? What establishes a month? It's just dividing that solar year into 12 months.
Yeah, 30-day months, 12 months, 364 days, divisible by 7.
Yeah, there's another method which actually uses the moon to establish the months. Who's to say your method is the correct way? Well, the way you framed it is, well, it's in the Bible, therefore it's the correct way. I get that. Yeah, that's fine.
The moon comes in 10 days too soon, bro.
Too soon for what? That's my point.
For the year. For the year.
In what sense? What do you mean by that? Which year? The
Literally
364 day year?
Yeah, the moon completes its cycle 10 days faster than the sun.
Yeah. What does that mean to you?
That means if you use the moon to calculate your years, you're gonna have to intercalate 30 days every 3 years, which is what the Jews do.
No, I said you do it to calculate your months, not your years. Use the sun for years. Moon
I
for
don't
months.
think you understand. It's all good, bro. It's late. Somebody else can take over. I'm done.
Yeah. That's fine.
This calendar thing is a tricky thing for people to learn about and express their alternative ideas on. It's surprisingly a difficult subject to even master, or even like if you want to stray from the normal pack, like make your case for. It almost shows the trickery of the system that we're all inside of, that something as important and like profound as timekeeping is something that people have confusion about. It's like, wow, like it's
Yeah. Look,
2023 and we're all like expressing our differing opinions, like we don't all know exactly the same information that each other know. How is there not a class in the fucking first 18 years of all of our lives that just explained timekeeping, how it's been done, the different opinions out there, and how to best understand the, let's say, three most popular systems? A lot of people champion the Hebrew, a lot of people champion the Chinese calendar, a lot of people go historical, a lot of people even, I mean, like myself, I think we're fine. I think the Gregorian or whatever, I
look,
understand that the moon gets
September.
disrespected.
Yeah, sept means 7, yet it's the 9th month of the year. Does that make
Oh,
sense to you? What?
oh yeah,
October
yeah.
8
I know what you're talking about.
is the 10th month.
I honestly blame like America. It's like, yo, America, like you started a new country. You didn't think to change the naming scheme of the months. Like that part is pretty retarded. I'll give you that, right? But then
And the year starts like in the middle of winter, right?
what does?
Things like that. It's just there's something off about it. You can't put your finger on it, but I mean, it's not the way I would inherently create a calendar, right? I mean, I would say,
It keeps track of the sun perfectly fine for me. It's such a reliable sun tracking device, and that's really all I care about. I'll keep track of the moon on my own accord in my own time. Like I can look up whatever information I want for the moon. But the thing about the moon is that I don't need to care about it in the essence of like what the temperature outside is going to be or how old I am. You know what I mean?
yeah, well,
I got
yeah,
the sun for
that's
both
a
of those.
completely different mindset from, let's say, a religious person who has, like, who celebrates,
Holidays,
yeah,
right? Religious holiday.
holidays, or
Yeah,
actually like take pilgrimage, fasting at a certain
yeah,
time of the year that's based on a lunar calendar. I mean, their interpretation is
that's fine.
completely different from yours, right?
But
But
no,
big
but that's nothing's stopping someone from using the
Yeah, yeah,
perfected solar calendar that we've inherited, but then define their See, the problem is, right? The problem is that people want to have holidays on a day of the year, but if they should be basing it off of the moon, just separate the two. Keep track of the moon, keep track of the sun. Just keep track of both
actually,
of them, and
making a base of
sure,
the moon changes every year. Like you would have that holiday in spring in one year, and it keeps shifting. Like after 11 years, it's going to be like in winter time, right? And so on and so forth. It just keeps changing. But it's just a way. It's a different way. Who's to say what's the right way, right? Is there a right way? I mean, we've been having the back and forth here for like almost an hour here, but I mean, nobody's really established the correct way. There are so many ways, I would agree.
yeah, the
Uh,
correct way is that there's a cycle of stars, a cycle of the sun, a cycle of the moon. All you have to know is the data on each. Use whatever naming system, division system into increments you want. I don't give a fuck. Just have the raw data available for all three different cycles, and then come up with whatever bullshit fucking sappy story holiday in whatever honor of
yeah,
whoever the fuck you want after that.
exactly.
Leave me out of it. Just have the raw
I
data,
agree with that.
which we have, and there's no argument. And stop trying to combine shit that doesn't fit into each other.
if they did the lunar calendar, it would make hunting and fishing way busier because typically then people would be keeping track of the moon, and typically hunting and fishing are better like on a full or new moon. I think that's interesting about they changed to a solar calendar. Now everyone's confused when those days are.
No, oh my god, that is the most bullshit thing I've ever heard. If you want to know what phase of the moon it is, don't look at your calendar.
Look
Just
up.
step outside your house once a day of the month.
I
You don't need
agree. I
you don't
agree.
need a
It's
calendar
very
to tell you
easy.
what phase of the moon it is. You literally just walk outside and look up. It's there every night until the 3 days where it isn't. But other than that, like you can't, like a person can't take it
Yeah,
upon
but
themselves to
why
just
would you look
keep track of the
outside at
moon
the
for
moon?
themselves.
Well, why would you track the moon if you're not using a lunar calendar? Why would you?
To keep track of the
Of the
whatever the
what?
hunting season. He said hunting is better when it's a full moon.
Yeah,
Well,
fishing and hunting, guaranteed.
So when
yeah.
you see a half,
Is it?
so when you see a half moon,
Is
you
it
say,
just that
"In 8 days,
hunting?
I'll go hunting." It's easy as that. You
So,
don't need a calendar
yeah.
for it. You just need eyeballs.
I don't know. I think it's deeper than just hunting and fishing.
No, I was just adding that it's an interesting thing. The calendar is the deepest rabbit hole I've ever been in, and the reason I got on Discord.
Wow, that's awesome. Yeah, I think it's one of the deepest of my rabbit holes as well. I would say I'm ignorant on the topic, like in light of all this. But yeah, maybe I have my opinions, but yeah, I would say I'm pretty much ignorant. But I do know that there's something off in the way we've like the Gregorian calendar at least is established. I mean, there's something off about that. Like I mentioned earlier, just the naming of the months, how the year starts in the middle of winter, all
Yeah,
that.
when the middle of winter year starting is very weird. I agree.
I would put it, I mean, that's my just my personal opinion, but I would say like spring would be a good time to initiate the beginning of the year. Maybe. I don't
There,
know.
I mean, we have
there's
a day
there's
of
two.
making fun of the calendar changes over the year on the calendar. It's called April Fool's Day.
Right, I hear you. But there's two beginnings of the year. The one beginning of the year is the ascent from the sun and conquering death and becoming more alive than it is dead. Basically, what I'm saying, there's a beginning of the year you can pinpoint at the equinox where the day becomes greater than the night. When the day
Yeah, two
overpowers the
equinoxes,
night, that's
two
that's the
solstices.
beginning. That's the
Yeah.
beginning of it being born and living. But then there's also the moment where it hits rock bottom but begins to bounce up. That's the calendar new year where the sun reaches the bottom of hell and begins its climb up to the living world, where it reaches the final bottom resting point, and at that point is the same moment where it begins its life climbing upward. And then the summer solstice is the top of its journey to the top of the mountain, but also that same day is when it starts descending back down to the winter solstice of hell. So I really don't care that they use the calendar and reference one of the birthdays instead of the other, because I mean it doesn't matter. There's two birthdays of the sun. One where it's born from like basically there's a conception date and a birth date.
Yeah,
And so
you're kind of pigeonholing what I said into what like the movement of the sun. I was referencing it more to the seasons, right? You know, spring, summer,
okay.
autumn, winter, right? Where would you
Okay.
put the beginning in that cycle of four seasons? That's what I was referencing. Not so much the equinoxes and the solstices, because yeah, you got two of each in a
Right,
year. So
like I
where you put
said.
the beginning is irrelevant, like you said. But in the
Yeah,
context
I
of
got
having
you.
seasons, the four
Uh-huh.
seasons, where would you put the beginning? That's what I said.
Right.
And I said it's my personal opinion,
Sure.
but nothing
Yeah,
more.
yeah, and my personal opinion is that the year is conceived in on the winter solstice and born on the spring equinox, and it has 3 months of gestation.
Yeah, I mean, you answered my question. That's the yeah.
Can y'all hear
Uh,
me?
yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
the
It is really
winter.
muffled though.
Oh, fucking god.
It's all good. We can hear you, bro.
I was just gonna say it's all based on the sun, because Mithra, Apollo, and Helios were the biggest guys in Rome, biggest gods in Rome before Constantine was essentially there, and that's why the year starts in the winter, is because Rome essentially worshipped the sun, and the sun is essentially at its lowest point, and it starts to come back in the winter. That's why they had the whole Saturnalia festival, Saturnalia. That's where it all comes from. It's Roman sun worship.
Hey, I posted some stuff for you, Noah, regarding the 13th month. I mean, there's a lot, dude. There's no 13th month, but there's a bunch of 12 months. You know what I mean? All over this, even in Revelation.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I there is that idea of the 13 months way of keeping a calendar, which according to my religious beliefs, I also just like you disagree with the idea of having 13 months. In my scripture, God says a year is 12 months. Like just explicitly and literally, it's stated in my scripture that a year is 12 months. So
What's
yeah,
your scripture?
the Quran.
Oh, right. Aren't they both
Yeah.
Abrahamic religions, though?
Well, that's the Quranic claim that all religions, including Abraham's, Moses, these are all, according to the Islamic understanding, are all messengers and prophets of God.
Yeah, it's nice to be them chosen people. Them Palestinians don't seem to be the chosen people at the minute, eh?
Well,
The poor bastards.
sad story, but yeah, I mean, according to our understanding, they're actually going to win this war in the end of times.
Well, doesn't the script say that they team up against Israel? Everybody does, and then the Muslims and the Christians destroy each other. Isn't that the game plan?
Well, like the end times war would be that one between the Muslims and the Jews rather than Christians. But yeah,
What is all that story anyway? Edom. What is all that?
well, it's prophetic scripture. I mean, if you're Muslim, that's what you got to believe in. If you're not, just throw it in the trash. I mean,
So who's Ishmael?
what do
Who's
you mean?
Isaac? Who are these? Well, I'm hearing like these
Descendants of
names.
yeah. Well, what about them? They
Maybe
are in.
Lion could explain it to me.
Yeah, I mean, these are in the biblical narrative, whether it be Old Testament or New, and they are existing also in the.
So
explain
where
something to you,
Esau?
bro.
Where Esau are we? The whites.
No, bro. Listen.
Who's Esau?
When you read prophecy, bro, it talks about the seed of Abraham being as a saint of the sea, as the stars of heaven, and that there's a prophecy that was given by Isaac to Ephraim. Ephraim is Joseph's son. Joseph's one of the 12 tribes of Israel, right? And that through Ephraim, right, the prophecy would be fulfilled. Ephraim represents the northern house who went into exile. They're known as the lost tribes of Israel. The lost tribes of Israel were exiled into all the kingdoms of the earth, according to Deuteronomy 28, because of their rebelliousness, right? And we know that this happened in 722 BC. This is even recorded amongst Sumerian petroglyphs, right? They show the king of Israel bowing down. But anyways, so the prophecy states this, that through Israel, right, the fullness of the Gentiles would be fulfilled, the Melo HaGoyim, which is basically this, that eventually the world will get to a point where Israel would become amalgamated with the nations, and that I'd be hard pressed to find one human being in the earth today that's not somehow blood related to Israel, believe it or not. And this is being
like, are you talking DNA related?
DNA.
Yeah.
Yes, because if you study population growth and how quick, right? You can multiply within 1,000 years. You can get 1 billion people on the earth from just one couple. So one man and one woman with an exponential growth, right, of 2%, right? That's a doubling every 40 years. So if that couple just has 2 children every 40 years, and their children have 2 children every 40 years, and their children have 2 children every 40 years, you get 1 billion people on the earth in just 1,000 years.
Yeah, the problem is though, the problem is though, if you just start with one man and one woman, you have this incest thing going on. I don't think you can build a population from one man, one woman, like genetically or biologically.
Hold on. I'm not talking about, I'm not going back to Adam and Eve right now. I'm just talking about since 722 BC, right? 722 BC. Yes, right? The lost tribes of Israel were exiled to all the kingdoms of the earth, right? So whether you talk about Scottish, Irish, German, Puerto Rican, Colombian, Spanish, Chinese, you know, Genghis Khan is hold on.
Where is Israel? Where is Israel?
Dude, I can't have you interrupting me, bro, when I'm on a train of thought like this.
A simple question because you're making claims about Scottish.
I'm not even done yet, dude. Can you wait till I'm done and then ask me questions, please? All right, so Israel is a people, right? It has nothing to do with genetics. We know that the scriptures are clear, right? Between the Exodus and even after the Exodus, that just because your blood Israel does not make you Israel, right? It has nothing to do with blood or genetics, nothing like that. And especially now when Israel has been amalgamated, genetics matters even less, right? Because even if you only have 1%, you still are now heirs of the covenant, right? That Abraham was promised that from him, all the families of the earth would be blessed, right? And his genes have been spread throughout all the world. So it has nothing to do with skin color. You can't discern if someone's literally Israel or not by looking at their skin. And you can't look up, there's no genetic testing. There's no basis for any genetic testing to determine if you're actually from the tribe of Israel or not. There's zero basis for that.
Great,
right?
but actually I asked you that question and you said it was genetic just 3 minutes ago, but that's fine. Let's move on. So if it's not genetic, what is Israel to you that you're making this claim that you just did? What if it's not genetic, if it's not a tribe or a geographic location, right? What is it then to you? What does Israel mean to you?
Well, hold on. Dude, I don't want to get into this. I just want to get into the genetics right now. I'm not trying to get into philosophy and scripture and all that, bro.
You said it's not genetic. You just said it's not
genetic. Yeah, it's not. Yeah.
Why do you want to get into genetics?
Because, okay, so even if you look at when Israel was established, before they entered the promised land, right, they brought with them, right, a mixed multitude. So right off the bat, all right, forget about that. Israel, hold on.
Is it a people? Is it a location? You're reluctant to answer that. So when you say Israel, I don't know what you mean.
I told you already.
Is that a place?
It's a. Okay, Israel is considered people who believe in the Father and the Son and keep His commandments. That's who Israel is. It has nothing to do with lineage. It has nothing to do with blood. It's about accepting the covenant.
Is it religious?
It's a relationship. That's who Israel is. If you're in covenant, you are Israel. If you're not in covenant, then you're a Gentile. Simple as that. Don't let organized religion confuse you. Yes.
Because you believe in the Father and the Son?
And I keep His commandments. Those are the prerequisites to the covenant to become part of Israel. Yes.
What are the commandments? Can you give me an example?
I didn't want to get into it. I told you I didn't want to get into that, bro. We're not gonna have a Bible study right now. I'm just trying to get into the genetics of it.
For me to grasp your concept.
You're trying to lead me, dude. Let me lead myself, right? Let me handle this.
Go ahead.
All right. Okay. So back to what Carlos was asking me. Are we Edom? Right? That's what he was asking. Well, in Palestine, there are true Israelites in Palestine right now. On both sides, there are true Israelites that are being killed, right? Because if you understand who Palestine is, there was always a remnant in the land. Even after the destruction of the Second Temple in 70 AD, there were still Israelites in the land that ended up assimilating with the Romans. They even, you can look this up, bro. Palestine, they've studied their lineages in Palestine. People have studied their lineages, and they go back all the way to the destruction of the Second Temple. but they lost their identity. Some of them, they became Muslims, right? But they're still part of the original people that were there. And it's unfortunate that the rabbinical Jews are now about to slaughter the Gaza Strip. They're about to destroy the Gaza Strip because the rabbinical Jews, even if they do have original blood from Israel, they're not in covenant with the Most High. They're not the chosen people, because when you look up the whole idea about the chosen people, that's a misconception, because the word chosen just means elected or adopted. And just like the mixed multitude that was at the base of Mount Sinai when they accepted the covenant on Shavuot, right? There was a mixed multitude that left Egypt, people that put blood in their doorposts that weren't even of Israel, but they had faith because they witnessed all the plagues that was going on in Egypt. They're like, you know what? Let me just put blood on the doorpost just in case, right? These Israelites are onto something. And they put blood on their doorposts, not being ethnic Israel, but yet were freed from Egypt and went, right, in pilgrimage with the Israelites and became Israel. Before they even entered the promised land, there were Gentiles that accepted the covenant at Mount Sinai and became Israel. And there wasn't a separate group of people known as the church or known as the Gentiles or the heathens. Once they accepted the covenant, they were in, bro. And those people entered the promised land.
For me, I mean, are you getting this from the Bible? Like
Yes.
this idea that you're. I mean,
Yes.
I've never heard this like exegesis of the Bible in that way, whether it be Old or New Testament, whether it be a Jewish exegesis or a Christian exegesis of the Bible that understood it your way. I mean,
This is exactly, yeah, I understand it this way too. I agree.
I don't know where you get this from. I mean, it's just it's not something I'm familiar. Like, this is not mainstream Christian nor Jew. I mean, I don't know where you get this from. Like,
The Israelites have been mingling their seed with the nation since the beginning. Before they entered the promised land, they were already mingling their seed in Egypt. They were mingling the seed before they entered Egypt. So when Abraham received the covenant, right? You remember? I don't know if in the Quran they talk about that.
With biblical verses. That's why I was trying to tell you to like reference at least one verse or a couple that heard this idea that you're putting forth about Israelites.
Yeah, an Israelite is just somebody who accepts the covenant, bro. That's it.
Which covenant?
The same covenant that Messiah renewed. Take a hold of the covenant, bro.
What does covenant mean to you? Like, is that a law?
That's for you to figure out. That's for me to know and for you to figure out, bro. I'm not here to give you a Bible study.
Okay. Well, don't just throw like ideas out there and then ask me to figure it out. I'm going off what you're saying. I'm asking you questions about what you're saying, and you're telling me to go figure it out. That's just weird, man. I'm not calling you out. I'm just trying to understand what you're saying because I have a different understanding. So,
well,
if you
but
can,
he doesn't want to, dude.
that'll be
You don't want
all.
to talk about it though, does he? So don't push him. You know what I mean? So the
Yeah,
thing
I'm
is,
not.
I'm watching this script play out in front of us by these fucking they're obsessed. They've created a death cult, and I'm watching it play unfold in front of my eyes. That's why I asked about it, because
What's that?
he's sick. He's fucking
Which
sick.
cult?
Huh?
Which cult?
Fucking all of them, as far as I'm concerned. It's disgusting. The people can't wait because they're just saying, "Oh, it's God's plan." You know, these people that attack this gay rave, apparently, allegedly, it's just gross.
Allegedly, exactly. So, yeah, which stance are you like? You're not even taking a stance. You're just saying everybody's fucked up because they believe in God. No matter
No,
what
no,
God
no.
it is, you're not rationally thinking about or like taking into consideration their arguments for God, for example. But they're all fucked up because they believe in God. What an argument!
They're systematically wiping out of fucking peoples. What are you talking about?
Who is? Who's they?
The Palestinians are fucking being genocided as I speak.
Yeah. So what does that mean?
What does that mean?
Palestinians are fucked up, and so are
Dude,
the
why are you here? Why are you even here?
I'm here because I'm talking to you. That's why
It
I'm
seems
here.
like you're just to cause a
Right.
bit of shit, give it a ruckus.
Oh, I'm literally just trying to understand what you're saying.
Why don't you just put yourself on mute? Do us all a favour. Put yourself on mute. Shut up.
Okay, that's fine. I could do that.
Good.
If that's gonna make you feel better.
Yes, that's going to make me feel better. Thank you. Fucking, honestly, these zealots. They wrote the script,
You're the
and now they're
fucking
playing
zealot.
out the
You don't call
script.
me a zealot and tell me to go on mute and call me a zealot. Don't do that.
No, I don't mean,
fucking
dude. Oh shit, I
disingenuous.
didn't mean. Look, I didn't mean you. I didn't mean you.
Okay,
Sorry.
that's fine. I'll go on mute.
I meant the people who are playing out this script, and they can't wait. They've got glee. They fucking just sat there going, "Oh, I can't wait because then we can build this other temple." It's ridiculous. I'm sorry. It just is. Imagine somebody come to you and said, "Look, we're going to bulldoze your house. You've got to get out." That's fucking disgusting. That is. Ugh.
So, how do you feel about the other side? I mean, I'm like in agreement with you. I don't know why you told me to go on mute. I agree with you 100%.
You seem to be
So-
falling out with everybody you talk to. That's why.
That's funny. I mean,
Well, I've only been listening for 5 minutes, and that seems to be the case. I don't know.
yeah, well, that's I would say don't make a judgment based on that, based on 5 minutes hearing someone in a room. I mean, usually the people who have the truth on their side, I mean, obviously, like you mentioned, Palestinians, right? Look at Western media, how they portray, like, so many people were killed in Israel, but so many people died in Palestine. That's the language Western media would use. But
So-
yeah, I mean, it's up for you to make up your mind and be.
So there's a Jewish question, right? Was Hitler right? Who answered the question correctly?
I can't hear what you're saying, Noah. You sound like you're speaking through a toilet roll.
Fuck.
You sound like you're speaking through a pillar. I don't know what.
But you sounded like you wanted to say something. I wanted to hear it, but fuck, I couldn't hear it.
But yeah, these poor fuckers. They're surrounded by war on all sides. They can't go anywhere. They've had the water cut off, the food cut off, the medical supplies cut off, and they are screwed. There's no two ways about it. And it's just, I think it's grinding my gears a little bit, to be honest.
We have
I wish I had brought it up.
We have a people that have essentially robbed every country they've ever been let into, and essentially fucked over every single country they've ever been let into. This is commonly known as the Jewish question, right? What are we gonna do with these guys? We're not just gonna kill them, right? Like Hitler did, or supposedly did. Who knows if he actually did? Well, we know that we know there was no showers. That's for sure. But if any of them were killed on purpose, we don't know that either. So they might have just starved because of wartime. But there's a question to a group of people who screw over literally every nation they're let into and destroy every nation as they leave it. So the question is, what do we do with these people, right? That's the fucking question. What do you do with a group of people who screw over everyone they're around and fuck over everyone after they leave? What do you do about that? Because essentially what we've done is we've dumped them in the Middle East and said, here's billions and trillions of dollars. Stay in the Middle East, please.
These are the people who are actually controlling your country. These are the people behind it.
Trust me. I know. Trust me. I fully know that, sir. I think that was the Egyptian guy, right? I fully know they're in control here. And my question is, why didn't they go to their own, when we fucking established a country for them, why didn't they all go over there? Why did some of them stay over here to rule our countries too? Not only do they get to fucking rule the Middle East, they get to stay here and rule in the West. They get to rule both sides. It's kind of bullshit, bro. Like, to be honest, like you just get to rule everyone. Like, what the fuck?
I don't know. Do you know about the history? Like Israel, Palestine, the conflict. Do you know about the history? How Israel was created as a state?
Yeah, the Balfour Declaration.
Yeah, I mean
the English. Yeah, so these people were just minding their business in Palestine, and then these other guys just got fucking dropped off. But it's also like, listen.
Yeah, and it's in the back of World War II, right?
This shit has been going on. This shit has been going on in Europe.
Hold
for
on,
at least
guys. I need you guys to go one at a time, no, please.
500. Yeah, I'm
apologize.
talking right now to the guy trying to mod. these guys have been doing this shit for at least 500 years. I mean, you can go back and people are writing about how these guys are screwed. Listen, there's medieval manuscripts, and these guys are they're poisoning the town folks. They're trying to make it's like, wow, like they listen. People were riding around on horseback at nights, and these guys were doing the same shit in Europe that they're doing in the Middle East. So what are we gonna do about this group of people? Like, honestly, like, what is the solution to this? Because they just
I would say the first step is identifying these people, because you just group them, like call them Jews. I would say I would disagree with that. These are not actual Jews. This is a political movement. These are Zionists. They're not actual. There are like actual Jews inside of Israel who speak out against.
no, it's older
the
than
apartheid.
Zionism. Oh, that's the thing, is it's older than the establishment of Zionism.
Guys, I may be lagging, but is there
What the
interruptions
fuck?
happening? Let's all go one at a time, please.
Me and the guy are having a convo. Chill out. Listen, these guys
Yeah,
have been
have it. I'm chill, bro. Just
before Zionism at Egypt, before the word Zionism, the establishment, was invented. I'm telling you, these guys were in Europe and they needed to be sectioned off from the other people in Europe during the fucking medieval ages. That's how long they've been doing these antics.
Dude, I'm so happy to hear Jeremy actually about it, because Jeremy just makes me smile after talking about that horrible thing. Honestly, I think about it, it just grinds my gears. So I'm sorry, everybody. I just get a bit wound up about it. Well, I'll be fine. I'll let it go. Because the Palestinians won't. Oh, poor
Poor
bastards.
Palestinians. Yeah.
But yeah, I just get a bit. And it's nice to hear Jeremy cut in every now and again and be like, what the fuck? Do his New York thing. Oh, dear.
Yeah, he's just trying to moderate the conversation, because it's supposed to be a back and forth. So, that's cool.
Yeah. Anyway.
Appreciate Jeremy. Always.
But yeah, what's gonna answer my question? There's a group of people. It's not a political movement.
I mean, again, I'm differentiating between the Jews and the Zionists. I don't know where you disagreed with that and made that statement you made. How's that addressing my point?
Because Zionist movement is a political movement that it was formed in like the 1850s. Whereas these people were causing problems in the fucking 1500s, the 1400s, the 1300s, the 1200s, the 1100s, the 800s, the 700s. Since the moment they got into Europe, they were causing problems in every society they were in, way before the political movement Zionism was ever established.
I don't know. I mean, are you saying that the Jews have been causing problems since forever? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, the people who call themselves Jews.
They've been kicked out of 100 countries, and that's the short list.
The people who call themselves Jews, the ones that are currently taking over Palestine and genociding the Palestinians, were our problem in Europe first.
Yeah,
we had to deal with them for we had to deal with them. We had to deal with them for 1,000 years of them essentially poisoning and slaughtering and kidnapping and stealing from us. 1,000 years they're in Europe before they went to Palestine, and they're still ruling Europe and North America.
Yeah, but see, that's why I made the distinction between a Jew and a Zionist, right?
No, but Zionism didn't last.
Let me just finish. Let me just make my point. So today, in the so-called state of Israel, which is a Zionist state, live Jews who condemn what the state is actually doing to the Palestinians. These are the actual Jews, in my opinion, right? I mean, you're framing it in a different way, but in my opinion, the actual true Jews would condemn these actions, and that's what we witness today. Actual true Jews who stick to their scriptures and their beliefs and their traditions condemn what the state of Israel is actually doing. This is you can watch all the videos online, watch these Jews condemn the Israelis living in their state. That's what I'm differentiating between the Zionist and the Jew. But you're saying no, all Jews have been fucked up throughout history.
What makes someone a true Jew?
This is like anti-Semitism
by
What
definition.
makes someone a true Jew? You said true Jew. So
A
is there a
religious
fake?
belief.
Is there
Yeah,
a
it's a
fake
religious.
Jew? So it's a
Well,
religion.
no. I'm saying I'm differentiating between a Jew and a Zionist. A Zionist is a political movement rather than
Okay,
a
that's where I
religious.
disagree.
Right?
That's where I disagree. There's a group of people. We're both talking about the same group of people, but you're
Yeah, but
saying it's a political movement problem. But I'm clearly telling you that 1,000 years before Zionism was even established, 800 years before Zionism,
I think I lost you. Is it just me? Hello?
yeah, sorry, I was interrupted by a security guard. But yeah, you're saying Zionism is the problem, but simply the problem existed before Zionism was established. There was no Zionism, and this group of people was still causing problems, doing the exact same thing. So the problem being Zionism is a very, I guess, Middle East centric way to put it. Is essentially Zionism is just the Jewish problem in the Middle East as opposed to in Europe.
No, I get what he's saying. He's saying, look, not all Jews are that bad, and I get it. He's right. I agree with him. There's some great, brilliant Jews out there. So I agree with almost exactly. He's right. But what he's talking about, the fucking mid 1800s, doesn't he? What was his name?
Yeah,
Theodore
he's
Herzl.
making a kind of like it's a stereotype fallacy in essence. I mean, you can't just say all these people because they believe. I mean, they're grouped in one, like you're calling them Jews. I don't know if there's Zionists or Jews. You're saying they're Jews. All Jews are bad because Jews, quote unquote, cause problems throughout history. I know which Jews you're talking about, but you group them all in one bag and said, "Oh, they're all bad. Jews are bad. They've been causing problems throughout history." I don't know. It just
No,
doesn't seem logical.
what I said, which wasn't that, was you said the problem is Zionism, and my rebuttal to that was the same group of people behind Zionism were causing the same problems before they created Zionism. Before Zionism was a political movement, the
The
same
problem
shit
is
they're
it's not
doing
a group.
you guys in the
It's not
Middle
the same
East.
group of people because they don't live in the same time. So it's a different group of people. So I don't know. Yeah, unless you can connect them somehow. I mean, I connected them by
Yeah,
saying Zionism is a political movement, while the
they quite directly can't
Jewish
we can connect
people
them.
are
We
religious
can
people.
connect them because we know where they were before they were in the state of Israel. We know where they were because they were in Europe, and we moved them to Israel. As in we, not really we, but the Brit. Like, if we're gonna talk about Europeans, right, as a whole, that's where the fucking people, the Jewish people, were in Europe. We know where they were, and then they moved into Palestine in 1948. It's very well documented. It's not like it's a mystery of who showed up.
No, I mean,
They're
I'm
not mystery
disagreeing with that. That's not what I'm disagreeing with. I don't know. I like if you didn't get what I'm trying to say, but maybe I don't know. Maybe we can move on.
No, you're
What
making
you
a
were
good
trying to
point.
say,
I
what you were
think
trying to say was correcting what I was trying to say, but you didn't even understand what I tried to say.
let's just not have that kind of conversation. No, let's just talk normally without it being, combative or something. But anyway, the point is that not all Jews are the enemy. There's some brilliant Jews out there, and not only that, if you go down
this type of conversation.
if you go down that road also of speaking in that manner, that just adds to what they want. Because Jews have been fucked over with this shit too, by the way. They've got this victim complex. They've been fucked over. So if you carry on down that line, I'm not saying anybody here is. I'm saying you're doing their job for them because these reparations, that takes effort. That's a lot of money over the years. A heck of a lot of money. you can imagine, what is it like? I remember looking this up years ago. It was like $2 billion a year from America. I don't know why the fuck America's paying that, but $1 billion a year from Germany to Israel. I mean, this is a lot of money that needs to be kept up. So when you lean into that Jew hate, they love that. They can't get enough of that. So that needs pointing out. So no, I'm not anti-Jew. I'm just anti-liars, anti-corruption.
Well, yeah. The whole point is, I mean, I was referencing this conversation to the current conflict. Well, current is the current conflict. Yeah. So, which side are you going to side on? I mean, I would say I would side on the side of the truth. I would always be on the truth, no matter like which side. I'm not going to take sides. I'm always on the side of the truth, right? I mean, most of us here would agree with me, correct?
Yeah, I probably shouldn't have brought it up, to be honest. It does grind my gears a little bit. It just winds me up. But it is a topic that's
Maybe
going on
that's
at the minute.
This conversation. Let's wind somebody up.
Yeah. God's chosen pornographers. God's
Well, I'll tell you
chosen
right now.
chaos creators.
Listen, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
I'll tell you right now. There's a group of people. Call that a stereotype fallacy if you want. There's a group of people that have been kicked out of over 100 countries. That's the short list, and the long list is 300 regions. Yeah, the long list though is 300. I mean, I don't want to like accuse people of anything, but they may be a problem if they've been kicked out of that many places. Imagine there was a group. Imagine there was a group of friends. Imagine there's a group of friends, and throughout all of their whole school career, college, high school, they got kicked out of 100 parties. I mean, are you going to invite them to your party?
Well, that's what's happening today. They're invited to all the parties. I mean, they throw all the parties. I mean, you're just a bystander who has to agree with them. They're controlling you. I mean, look at Biden's statement in today's
but
conference. What did he
that doesn't
say?
match the analogy though, because in the analogy they would be
governing
in the analogy
you as a person.
in the analogy they would have to have sabotaged everyone else's party and then made it so that you can only show up to their party, because that's
true.
essentially what they did.
Yeah, even in the Arab world, who's in control? Israel. This is the truth of the matter. This is what's happening today. Because and again, this is a political issue. It's not in essence a religious, but this is a religious fight that's going on. It's being conflated with a political issue. That's the whole point. That's how they trick everybody into believing it's a political thing, when in essence this fight is purely religious, nothing else, on both sides.
I mean, one thing they do well is bring the chaos, isn't it? That's what they do well. They bring the chaos. It is true, though, to say that love is the thing that conquers hate. Sounds a bit hippie-ish, but it is true. But these people sneer. That's like a laugh to them. It's a joke,
Would you love the rapist of your child? I mean, I don't get this idea of love. I mean, if someone came and raped my family, destroyed my home, should I love them or should I protect myself against this fucking terrorist?
Yeah, well, it's worth pointing out. Like, North is not especially. Sorry, I didn't know you. I thought you'd finished. North is not especially popular around these parts, but as he would probably say, there's such a thing as tough love as well, right? There's such a thing as tough love.
Yeah, but I wouldn't even classify defending myself as in the category of whether tough or otherwise any form of love. When I defend myself, I'm combating, I'm fighting. I would kill the rapist of my child if I had the chance.
Yeah, of course. I'm just saying though that hate creates hate, doesn't it? more hate creates hate. That's just the way it
Well,
is.
defending myself is not hate. It's just defending myself.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying the obvious. It sounds all a bit hippy dippy. I'm sorry, it does, but it's true. It's also true. And I'm not really a hippie in many of my
Yeah.
ideals.
I mean, well, this is a conversation for, I would say, someone who. Do you believe in God?
Yeah, sure do.
Yeah, which God is that?
No flavor in particular, I guess.
The God of your making? You make up your own God as you
Well,
go
I am a
along?
human being. Do I not have the defined spark inside?
No, that's fine. I mean, you can create your own God. That's fine. But I'm asking you, what is God to you?
I try not to define it, because when we define it, then we have all this shit. Have you noticed?
Well, I guess that's a point, yeah, from your perspective. But I would disagree. I would say defining God is what establishes humanity, what establishes morality. I mean, we have hundreds and hundreds of religions, right?
I'm happy just to say it's the prime mover then. Beyond
I
that,
think
I don't know.
Yeah,
I think it's important to set your goal. I think it's important to set your goals and your dreams, like your ultimate goal and your ultimate dream, somewhere completely unreachable, which is exactly where I'd place like your idea of God. Because if your ultimate goal is something that can be achieved in a lifetime, then by the time you're 40, you might reach it, and then you'd have nothing left. Like you'd be empty at that point.
Okay,
Like,
John.
Well, that's not my understanding. I believe in a God, and it's something it's you would always strive for, but you can never actually reach
that's what I
perfectionism.
said.
You can never be perfect. We're human beings. We're always gonna sin. We're gonna be wrong. And that's
That's
not
what I
the
said.
point. Well, yeah, well, then we agree. But
Yeah, we do.
yeah, but in essence, I would say you would have to at least recognize your God. If you deny God, then why would you then believe that you would? I get, see, the belief in God is the idea. What happens after I die in this world? I mean, this is the world we live in. We all die. We're all gonna fucking die. What happens then? Does it just go black? Is there heaven or hell? That's the whole point of the idea of God. Is there heaven? Do you think there's a heaven ahead? Do you think you're going to be punished for your sins? Do you think you're going to be rewarded for uh, uh, your good deeds? Do you think any of that, or do you think that's all irrelevant? Do you think? What do you think?
One sec, Errol, you're causing a little bit of audio chaos, dude. Yeah, just thanks. Yeah, I don't know the answer to those questions, and it's quite unsatisfying. Perhaps as I go on, I could come up with something better than I don't know. I know it's not very good. It's not very satisfying.
Yeah, I would urge you to think about what happens when you die. I like think about it. Just,
Well, I certainly don't think it's the end. Anyway.
Yeah, nobody's saying it's the end, but what happens after you die? Is that a good question to ask,
But,
or is that
I
irrelevant?
mean, it is, but then we're entering realm of speculation, and maybe reincarnation's a thing. I don't know. Maybe we'll come back.
Exactly. You don't know, so maybe you should look into it and then weigh out all these. There are claims out there by so many other, like so many religions, right? So many religions are out there. You can test them. They're out there, so you can test them. Take these claims and test them, and maybe reach your own conclusion. That I would say that's a like a
That's what I did.
plausible
That's what I did, dude.
possibility.
This is where I
Yeah,
am
you
now.
did?
This
You
is where I
tested
am
all
now.
religions?
Huh?
You tested all religions?
Well, I had a little look into most of them. Yeah.
Exactly.
I went that keen.
Yeah. Well, I would say all religions cannot be true. There must, if any, if religion was true, one of them must be true. Not all of them. They
Maybe
cannot
they
all be
all
true
have
because
them.
they have
What if all of
contradicting
them?
claims
have a little bit of truth.
Well,
Yeah, that's
that's
probably what.
another option. Yeah, that's another. I'm saying if there was a religion that was true, there must be one that is true. If you take that route, you can say all religions are false. You can't say all religions are true, right? If you're going to take religion as being true, one of them must be true. They can't be all true because they all contradict one another. So you can reject them all together. That's fine. That would be logical. But to say they're all true, I would say that's illogical because they literally contradict each other. Just
Well,
the
there's
idea
one
of
more. There's one more option though, right? They could all have a little bit of truth and a little bit of falsehood, and it's up to you to discern those. And if you're saying you
what
have a
would be the
relationship
true?
with the Creator, you could ask Him for that discernment.
Yeah, but which creator?
Well, like the religions all have one figure that created everything, so that one.
That's not true.
There's
That's
only
not
one.
true.
There's only one ultimate creator, one ultimate grounding of reality. So it doesn't matter.
Well, there's only one religion that sticks to that understanding of God, but
that's not true.
Yeah, that is true.
I don't know, man. This shit seems complicated. I feel like if I was gonna build something like this, I would need a whole team of motherfuckers. Like for one guy to do all this, this is a lot.
I not one guy did all of it, but there's one dude, quote unquote, at the ultimate base of it. Everyone would agree with that. There can only be one will.
Like if we're on a job site, he would be like the super.
Who made the team?
It would be like one idea.
Yeah, I mean, someone's got to be dictating it. Otherwise, it would just be chaos at the heart of it. So it doesn't look like the chaos at the heart of it. I'm just being colloquial right now, but there's a more stringent way of making that argument.
Well, in essence, what I'm pointing to is strict, pure monotheism, which I maybe then you could group Jews with the Muslims, not the Christians, though.
You know, in the scriptures themselves, it says how much the people were going to hate the Israelites or the Jews. For example, in like Deuteronomy 28:37, it says, "You shall become a horror, a proverb, and a byword among all the peoples where the Lord will lead you away. You shall be oppressed and robbed continually, and there shall be no one to help you. You shall betroth a wife, but another man shall ravish her. You shall build a house, but you shall not dwell in it. You shall plant a vineyard, but you shall not enjoy its fruit."
It's just vague enough that it could be true, you know. Just.
But and I know that this might sound like anti-Semitism, but listen, I adore Israel. I adore the Torah. I'm not anti-Semitic by any means, but the truth is the truth, and we're here as truth seekers. And there's a testament called the Testament of Yehuda, right? So Judah himself wrote his last testament on his deathbed to his children. And in this testament, he warned his children about the love of money. Now, I don't know if I read it in this server, but I'm just going to read a little bit. If you allow me to, I'm telling you, you're going to like this.
I don't know, man. This is not a Bible room again.
No. But yeah, this is. But the thing.
You told me not to discuss this because it's not a Bible room. Yet you want to preach. I mean,
No. I'm not preaching. That's what I'm saying. I wasn't trying to get into. No. I'm not getting into like philosophy. I'm not getting into the Bible.
No, you get into philosophy. I don't mind that, but don't read the Bible and preach it.
No, this isn't the Bible. That's what I'm trying to say. This Bible. This is the Testament of Yehuda, and this is regarding
where did you get that from,
dude.
What's the
So
source?
the Testament of Yehuda. You know, there's a Syriac version. There's a. I don't know the exact historicity by heart, the historicity of this book, but it was found amongst the Dead Sea Scrolls, so it was verified to be a legitimate writing, where for the longest time it was considered Christian fiction because of the amount of prophecies it had in it, especially messianic prophecies. They didn't believe that this was ever written before Christ, but then they found it in the Dead Sea Scrolls. So it was definitely written before Christ. But anyways, not to get into that, I just want to get into the Yahudim, which are the people that we're focused on, and how revealing this testament is about the people and their love of money, right? because there's different Yahudim. There's the poor Yahudim and the rich Yahudim. You have both spectrums, and we got to get out of these binary thinking. We can't. Everybody's used to thinking in binary terms, like left and right paradigms. But this is a lot more dynamic than that. And the Jews are a lot more dynamic than that, because I believe at the Illuminati pyramid, if you believe in the Council of 300 and the foreign relations, and if you look at the Illuminati pyramid, bro, I'm telling you the truth, bro. There's legitimate Yahudim at the top of that. They control our money supply. They control all of that. But hold on, just hear me out real quick. And now I command you, my children, not to love money, nor to gaze upon the beauty of women, because for the sake of money and beauty I was led astray to Bashua, the Kenani. For I know that because of these two things shall my race fall into wickedness. For even wise men among my sons shall they marry, and shall cause the kingdom of Yahudah to be diminished, which Yahweh gave me because of my obedience to my father. For I never caused grief to Yaakov my father for all the things whatsoever he commanded I did. And Yitzhak, the father of my father, blessed me to be king in Israel. And Yaakov further blessed me in like manner. And I know that from me shall the kingdom be established. And I know what evils ye will do in the last days. Beware, therefore, my children, of fornication and the love of money. And he mentions the love of money 7 times in this testament. And hearken to Yahudah your father, for these things withdraw you from the Torah of Elohim, the blind, the inclination of the soul, which teach arrogance, and suffer not a man to have compassion upon his neighbor. They rob his soul of all goodness, and oppress him with toils and troubles, and drive away sleep from him, and devour his flesh. But it gets in. I'm going to skip to the part where it gets real interesting.
Who are the Yahudims? Are they, again, this is the conversation we got into earlier. Are they a group of, is it a family, a tribe, a people who live in a certain place? Who are the Yahudims that you're talking about?
Well, hold on, bro. Let me just finish this, bro. Let me just finish this before we get into something else. My children, the love of money leads to idolatry. That's the 3rd time he mentions the love of money, because when led astray through money, men name as Elohim those who are not Elohim, and it causes him who has it to fall into madness. For the sake of money, 5 times he mentions money. I lost my children, and had not my repentance and my humiliation and the praise of my father been accepted, I should have died childless. But the Elohim of my fathers had mercy on me, because I did it in ignorance. And the prince of deceit blinded me, and I sinned as a man and as flesh, being corrupted through sins. And I learned my own wickedness while thinking myself invincible. Now, hold on. I'm going to skip to where he talks about money again. All right. These things, the sons of Israel, but you shall be king of Jacob, and you shall be amongst them as the sea. For as on the sea, just and unjust are tossed about, some taken into captivity, while some are enriched. So also shall every race of men be in you. Remember, I told you that you can't just look at somebody and tell if they're Yahudim or not, or Jewish or not, by the color of their skin. Because even Yahudah himself said that every race of men will be in you. Some shall be impoverished, being taken into captivity, and others will grow rich by plundering the possessions of others. For the king shall be as sea monsters. They shall swallow men like fish. And in poker, Texas Hold'em specifically, when you have all the chips at the table, you're considered the whale. And when you're chip leader, you have leeway over the table. You have so much chips that you can maneuver, you have leverage. And when you're a whale, you can swallow up your opponent. Well, Judah himself is saying that his descendants, Yahudim, will be as sea monsters, that they will plunder the possessions of kings. They shall swallow men like fish. The sons and daughters of free men shall they enslave. Houses, lands, flocks, money shall they plunder. Usury, right? We talk about usury and how the banking system, they approve mortgages to families that can't afford it, because they know that in the end, the land will be theirs. And this is how they plundered the world, through the fiat dollar, the almighty dollar, right? The other day we were talking. Hold on.
Usury. Which religion in today's world forbids
in the Torah?
usury?
in the Torah.
And,
And
which other religion? Does the New Testament forbid usury? Do Christians?
I'm almost done, dude. This is the last thing, and I'm done. And with the flesh of many shall they wrongfully feed the ravens and the cranes, and they shall advance in evil, in covetousness uplifted, and there shall be false prophets like tempests, and they shall persecute all righteous men. So we see a lot of bad things being wrote about in the same books, right? In the Bible themselves, there's no book in the world that talks so bad about their own people. The Bible talks really bad about the Israelites and the Jews and what they would do to men.
Have you read the Quran ever?
No.
Do you know what the claim of the Quran is?
No.
Okay, the quick claim is that all prophets and messengers since Adam were all. You know what Muslim means?
Servant.
It's someone who submits their will to God, to the will of God. So in essence, in the Quran, it calls all prophets Muslims, including Jesus, Abraham, Moses, Noah, Adam. These are all prophets of God, and they came with the same message. That's the claim of the Quran, right? And I would agree with you that usury is one of those big sins that people commit in today's world. But who does these? Who commits these sins in today's world? Is it the Jews,
the
Christians, the
Yahudim? Listen, at the top of their pyramid, the banksters. When you look at the banksters, who prints the money, right? Who controls the money supply? When you talk about banknotes and IOUs and how the fiat dollar works, the pyramid scheme, the Ponzi scheme, who's running that Ponzi scheme, bro? It's the Yahudim at the top, bro. And it's the truth. Listen, I'm not an anti-Semite, but we have to. We have to.
With you.
We have to acknowledge this, bro.
No, I do. I agree with you. It's the Jews who are behind this usury system, the financial world we live in. No matter where you are in the world, you are subject to this system of usury, right? Nobody calls it that.
But who was given the kingship on earth? Who was given the kingship on earth?
Nobody's been given the kingship.
Yahuda was given the kingship. That's why.
No,
and with
that's
with
biblical.
Oh my goodness, dude.
That's fine. We can agree to disagree.
So they just coincidentally hold on. Hold on. They just coincidentally happened to be at the top of the Illuminati pyramid, right? It was just a coincidence.
I don't know about the Illuminati pyramid and whether they're on top or not. I agree that
they are on top, dude.
The banking system is controlled by the Jews. That's what I'm saying. I'm not disagreeing with that, but whether it's been ordained by God for them to do so, I mean, God does not ordain something evil. God is good. He's not evil. He does not ordain Jews to.
Even the royalty in England is connected to Judah, bro. Even the royalty in China, Genghis Khan was connected. Listen, when you look up royalty, bro, and the royalty bloodlines, bro, they're all connected to Judah, bro, because they were given the kingship on earth, and he blessed them with that. But with that blessing, they've mismanaged that blessing, right? And with that blessing, they've pillaged and plundered the nations.
So an all-knowing God blesses a people, knowing they were gonna abuse that blessing.
Yeah.
No, that's not what I'm saying, bro.
And all-knowing God chooses these people to be the chosen ones, knowing they're going to abuse this choice. The all-knowing God is going to do.
Well, I don't know about along the lines of Lion of Yah is saying, but to that question, if I was asked that question with no prior context, before or after, in any conversation, the answer, if it was yes or no, would be yeah. God, because the opposing view would be that God decides not to give people blessings because he knows they're gonna fuck up, which means God wouldn't have given you any of the blessings you got in your life that you fucked up. You ever got into like any kid who got a blessing and got into a private school, then got kicked out? Well, God would have just not given you the blessing in the first place. It's not true. God will give you the blessing, even though he knows you're gonna fuck up.
No,
I got a little analogy.
Hold
on, dude.
Wait.
Hey, no, hold on, bro.
I have the right to respond. Let me just do it real quick. That's not what I said. I was differentiating between God choosing. I mean, if God is going to choose a people, right, for them to be the chosen people, they would be righteous. They would not
Chosen to
be
do
the
what?
people.
Chosen for what purpose? I choose a wrench because I need to open a fucking thing that a wrench opens. I choose a hammer because something needs to be hammered.
So what
What
do you
are the
mean by
people?
chosen
What are they
people?
chosen for? Because
So what
just
do you
saying
mean? By,
that whole
you're the
whole
one who
idea,
made the claim.
that whole saying, the chosen people, is a psyop. There's no such thing as a chosen
Exactly, I
people.
agree
Things
with
are
you. Thank you.
chosen.
Thank you.
Things are
Thank you.
chosen.
That's
Things
what I
are
said.
chosen for a purpose. So when you say
Exactly.
the word,
Okay,
Dude,
you
let
guys
him
agree.
finish.
all right, dude,
We
that's
agree.
fucking ridiculous,
Dog,
dude.
let him finish, bro. You
Why
keep
the fuck
interrupting.
why the fuck do I get modded so fucking hard in here?
Okay,
But no one
guys.
ever
All
gets
right.
modded when people are
You
clipping
go
me.
ahead, bro. Everybody pipe down. You go ahead, bro.
Oh, fuck, man. It doesn't piss me off, but it's like I always get modded for clipping.
Make a
So
point.
The floor is
yeah,
yours.
back to the thing. Yeah, bro. Fuck. Now I'm off the fucking dude. You can't clip me like that. I can't even remember what I was saying.
Yeah, you don't have a point. We agreed. I said we agree that it's a psyop. There's no. What do you mean by chosen? That's what I said. You said they
Man
are
gets
chosen.
man gets the
What do
free
you
will
mean?
to choose those blessings, what to do with them. Do you not think that?
Yeah, I think God, if he were going to choose, there was a chosen people, they were not going to be a bunch of sinners. And this is
He
what
already
you guys have been saying about these so-called chosen people. They're sinners. They're a bunch of sinners. They're rapists. They're murderers.
that word
Can I
could be
respond?
elected or adopted.
Hey, can
They
I make
adopt
a comment,
usually. Go ahead, man.
please?
So yeah, when
Can I
I speak, I
respond
mean, you were
asked a
given the
long
chance
time
to
ago.
speak, and you said, "Oh my God, you're talking over me." We let you speak, and you said, "Oh shit, I lost my train of thought." So when I speak, now it's your go ahead.
All
Okay,
right,
so I'm going to
cool, man.
respond to what that guy just said. That the
Dude, you
thing is,
guys
you're
keep
saying would the
responding to
chosen
each other.
people
That's not fair, dude.
would the chosen people be a bunch of
I
sinners?
think
But
I asked
the problem is that
let me talk a long time ago.
all people
Yo, Egypt, you gotta chill, bro. Go
all
ahead, no.
people
Who,
yeah
me?
all yeah so
I didn't even speak. I was on mute.
okay so when you say, oh, why would God choose a bunch of sinners, the problem is all people are sinners. So no matter what, and you still haven't defined what they're chosen for, because being chosen implies a purpose you're chosen to do. So that still hasn't been answered, what they're chosen for. But
I didn't
even if
say.
God was going to
I
choose
didn't say
someone
God
for a
chose the people.
purpose,
That was my
even if
claim.
God was going to choose someone for a purpose, that group of people would always be, there's no group of humans that aren't sinners. So no matter what group he chose, it would have been a group of sinners.
Yeah, we were talking about Jews and this idea of being the chosen people. That's a biblical understanding. It's not my claim. I mean, I don't understand Jews to be the chosen people. That's not my claim. That's a Jew's claim, maybe a Christian's claim from
That's
the
a
Bible.
missing.
That's not
Well,
my claim.
the Bible calls them a covenant people, not a chosen
Okay,
people.
okay, I'm gonna respond now. I'm gonna make a comment. I think you guys hashed out your contention, but I want to bring it back to Egypt. So this is directly to him, and if he wants to respond after, however you guys sort that out. But what it is he made a claim that there's thousands of religions and one of them must be true. How did he? Okay, it's a two-part question. How did he determine that? And could it be that that he's starting off on flawed logic, that one of them has to be correct and he's chosen the one that's correct uh solely correctly? I don't think there's one correct religion. That's just because he said if religion is true. And I don't think that's the case. I think we all got it all wrong. And that's why we keep fighting, because we want to prove, my God is correct, your God isn't, so now you die. That's why we're
Yeah,
fighting.
dude, I exactly. I agree with you. I mean, if you hold the stance that all religions are false, all religions are true,
That's your stance. That's you can make that claim, but you can't make the claim, right, that my religion is true, right, without providing evidence. That's all I'm saying.
Okay,
Why
so
is it
how
a,
did you determine your religion is true?
well, that's a very deep question, but I can tell you on the most basic sense, it's the only, well, mostly other than Jews, a monotheistic religion. It it shows that God, the only logical understanding of God is for him to be the all-knowing, one true God, one. There cannot be more than one God, logically
Why
speaking.
not?
Because if you have two gods with two wills, whose will would be the true will if God is true?
Yeah, but how did you verify this
Wait,
will? Or
doesn't
how did you
but
verify this one God, though?
Simple,
Like,
simple, simple
wait,
analogy.
but I wanna
You're
respond
driving a
to what else
car,
he said.
two
There is
drivers.
Christianity is monotheistic.
No, it's not. There's a trinity.
Yes, it is. Well, that's
There's
Catholicism.
action of
That's Catholicism.
Christianity that believes in a trinity, three
That's
persons, one
Catholicism.
God.
That's Catholic.
dude,
First
you
off,
keep clipping him, dude. You told him Catholicism 4 times, dude. Let the dude finish.
Is it not
I didn't.
Christianity? Is
I didn't
Trinity?
even hear what you said. Sorry, Egypt. Can you repeat that again?
Yeah, I'm just saying there are Christians who believe in three persons and one God, right?
So that's one God.
Trinity. No, well, that's illogical. How can you have three
I mean,
persons
I don't know.
and one God?
I heard one God, which is monotheism.
Well, that's yeah.
And then I
It
heard
tries to be.
Trinity, and then I heard
That's
Trinity, which then I
yeah.
heard Trinity, which is a Catholic doctrine, and you know there was this whole thing called the Great Schism, and like, dude, there's so many Christians that weren't Catholic, and actually the whole world that's Muslim now was Christian before the Islam took it
That's
over. It
not
was
true.
all Christian. It was
There
all
were pagans
non-Catholic Christian.
who became Muslim.
It was all
There were pagans. There were
non-Catholic
atheists who became Muslims. What are you saying?
Wait,
Yeah,
can I
throughout
stop
all
this
the world
once
where
again?
Islam is today, there was Christians throughout the whole Islamic world. Before
That's
Islam even started, there was
well,
Christianity, and
well,
that Christianity was not Catholic. And even today, there's non-Catholic Christianity. So for you to say, well,
exactly.
isn't Catholic Christian? I mean, I don't know, dude. Depending on the person you ask, some people say that Catholic isn't even Christian at all. So for you to
Exactly.
come,
How many Christian factions are there?
for you to come here and say your religion isn't monotheistic because Catholics say this, and for me to say I'm not a Catholic, and then for you to keep going and say, well, the Catholics say this, it makes no sense.
Other than the Catholic, you have the Protestants, you have the Eastern Orthodox. You have so many factions of the Christians, right? But most of them agree. I would say most of them, and today, like the mainstream Christianity idea believes in a Trinitarian God. Can you disagree with that? Can you show me numbers? I can show you numbers.
What? I'm not
Christians.
talking about
That's what I'm
census
talking
bureau.
about.
You're talking about the
I'm
truth.
talking about the mainstream.
I'm talking about the truth and how you found the truth and how the truth is monotheistic.
Okay. That's one aspect of the truth.
I'm telling
That's
you.
okay.
I'm telling you
fine
that
with Christians
Christianity is
who are-
monotheistic. I'm telling you Christianity is
Yeah,
monotheistic.
I agree
And
with
then
you
you're
that
saying
part of
Christianity is
Christianity.
not. Then you're saying
No, that's not what
Christianity
I
is,
said.
and
I
then
said
you're saying
part of.
Christianity is not. And then
Guys,
you're
this is
saying
unbearable, man.
Christianity is.
It's
And then
unbearable. I'm gonna
can
mute
you-
both of you if you continue.
Yeah.
I swear.
well, bro, I'm trying to
It's
get my
radio
sentence. I'm
chaos.
trying to get
Hold
my
on.
sentence
Let me
out,
speak.
man.
Let me speak, bro. I'm gonna mute both of you if you can't control yourselves, guys. Please, one at a time. You guys have the floor. No one else is talking. Let each other finish your sentences, please.
I'm good with that. Go ahead.
Please.
Can I go? Because it seems like these guys
because
keep
I still
arguing
think
about.
It doesn't matter. You go first. Go ahead, Egypt. Go.
Okay, so when I first brought up the point of
Wait, is it Egypt or I don't know? I heard Egypt.
I
Should
was
I go?
literally going.
Well, I don't know. The
Let
moderator
Dave
said
go.
Egypt.
Not
Okay, go ahead.
Egypt.
Were you going? Okay, my bad. Go ahead, Noah. My bad. Go ahead, Noah.
Okay, Noah, that's me.
Yeah,
It's not
everybody
even
wrong.
Noah.
You-
Dude.
Dude, the guy just
Whoever was
Noah.
going first, for the love of God, go, man.
just said Noah now, so I'm Noah. That's me, not you, whoever that is.
Okay,
Listen.
hold on. SC, I have a question of moderation. Hold on, dude. I have a question of moderation.
I'm trying to
After they're done,
Let him.
I just have a question because it seems like these guys want to hijack the combo and they want to keep going back
Moderation,
and forth,
please.
back and forth.
Moderation, dude. You said Noah. This dude
Okay,
is
okay. He's
fucking
asking a
like, what the
question.
fuck?
Okay, let him finish. Give him a few more minutes, and then we can change if you want. But they're doing good.
Oh
You
my
can get
god.
into if you like, bro. But let
Well,
these
you
guys
don't know
hash
who
it
he
out. Give
is.
him a couple of
I
minutes.
know who he is. He's a fucking troll, man.
It doesn't matter.
Let
No,
Noah
that's
go.
no, bro. No. Just let them do it, and then you can go after. Okay? Noah, go ahead,
They're
and
not
then Egypt, please.
they're not letting anybody else get in though. And they're like,
Okay,
"Well, I
we're
need to
gonna give him.
respond."
Okay, listen, bro. Listen, we'll give him 2 minutes, and then you go next. How's that? Is that good?
Cool.
Okay.
Yeah, that's cool.
All right. Go on, Noah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so you said you found the truth because the truth is monotheistic, and then by elimination, that leaves only the Jews and the Muslims left because they're the only monotheistic. My response is that Christianity is monotheistic. You then said, no, the Catholics have a Trinity doctrine. I said the Catholics are not all Christians, and many Christians even consider the Catholics not to be Christian at all. You then said that you found a poll online and had numbers of opinions of people. But being that the basis of what you were talking about is the truth, and what the truth is talking about, the truth has no basis in polls and what people's opinions are, but on what the actual words in a book would say. And so if you look into the Bible, it says one God, which is clearly monotheistic. And the word Trinity,
It's the first
the
commandment
word
in the
Hold
Bible.
on. Let him
and the
finish, bro.
word
You're
Trinity
after.
and the word Trinity that you kept on mentioning that I never brought up, you kept on bringing up, is never found in the Bible either. It's not a Christian doctrine. It's a Catholic doctrine. It was started in the Council of fucking Nicaea or whatever.
Nicaea.
Not,
Yeah.
That was
In 325.
that's all I had to
Wait.
say. That's all I had to say.
Hold on, bro.
Okay. Yeah.
Finish
Are you done?
stuff,
No?
Noah, please, man.
So sorry, Noah. Are you done?
I said I'm
Dude.
done and went on.
Yeah. Okay. So I see you kind of misconstrued my claim there. I said this is one of the reasons. The monotheistic aspect is just one of the reasons that I believe my faith is true. It's not the only reason, right? But would you agree that most Christians today, I mean, I don't want to get into the idea of numbers, but I mean, most Christians I've met, maybe I'm wrong, but most Christians I've met believe in a Trinity. And it's not about the idea or the word being in the Bible, right? I mean, I disagree. I mean, I've read the Bible. I know it does not advocate a Trinity. Like true Christianity is not one that believes in a Trinity. I agree with you 100%. But in actuality, most Christians that I meet today do believe that Jesus is God, at least. Maybe not even a Trinity, but Jesus is God, like a man God, even a lesser God than God, but still a God. I mean, I can quote early church fathers that agree with this, even though they're not pure Trinitarians as per the Council of Nicaea. But they did believe that, for example, Jesus is God, not believing that he's co-equal, co-eternal, as long along with the Holy Spirit, right, which is the third part of the Trinity, from the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, right? I agree that the concept is something that was developed over the years and is not found in the Bible. So I agree with you 100%. But in
Okay, that's
actuality,
2 minutes.
yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think that was enough. I think that's good for
Okay,
both
yeah.
guys. Now, who else wanted to get in?
Okay, do I get 2 minutes now?
Yes, you do. Go on. Well, not 2 minutes, but come on. Let's try to,
Not
because
2
we're doing like
minutes.
speeches, right?
Fair?
Yeah,
Why
go on,
can't
bro.
I get 2 minutes?
You get your 2 minutes, fair. But after that, let's do a back and forth because we're going into speech territory here. Go on.
So I'm going to bring it back to my original question. I asked Egypt, his logic, I think his logic is flawed. Because he said, if there's, hold on, let me get my timer back. Oops.
Actual timer.
Oh, look, we can't be doing this live, guys. I mean, come on.
Look,
Let's
I got 1
say
minute
what you
left.
gotta
I
say,
got 1
guys.
minute
Come on.
left. Okay, 1 minute left. So I wanted to bring back my original question to Egypt. His logic on why he thinks God is true. He said because if there's thousands of religions, or if there's thousands of beliefs or thousands of religions, one of them must be true because of a monotheistic God. What's his basis on that? And then we get back into the minutia of arguing Trinitarian and this and that, but what is the proof of God? That's kind of all I wanted to get to. And he's going to bring it back to books and this and that, but has he ever seen God? And anybody that read his book, hold on, 5 seconds.
Who is that? Come on, man.
That was
Yeah, what
Turn
the
of Truth. I think you need to rejoin. I think you've got a glitch.
Oh yeah, that was a bad mic. And let him finish, please.
Yeah, I'm 10 seconds, dude. So how does he have proof that his monotheistic God is the one true God and, has, gives him all of his rules to follow and live his life?
Okay, Egypt, you want to answer that?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I never claimed that the aspect of God or the understanding of a monotheistic God is the only reason I believe in God. I said this is one of the reasons. Uh, the only way I can conceive of God, the only logical way anybody can conceive of God, is one who is monotheistic. You cannot believe in multiple gods. That's illogical. You cannot have multiple gods, all knowing, all powerful gods. That's just illogical. And if you don't believe me, just go ahead and think about it. And I never made the claim that just because the Islamic God is monotheistic, therefore Islam is true. I never made that claim. So just straw
You did.
man's. I don't know. No, I didn't. I never made that claim. If you can point out where I did that, send it to me, and I'll concede to your argument.
You
I never
said
made
your
that claim.
religion is true.
I will. You did say the only way God can be proven true is that he's is from a monotheistic God.
Yeah, that's based on logic, and this is based on evidence.
Oh, you did
Unless you can
say. Why?
you can show
Why you
otherwise.
backpedaling?
No, I didn't say that's the only reason. That's what I'm saying. It's not the only reason I believe in the Islamic God, because I conceded that the Jewish God is monotheistic. So why am I not a Jew? If I solely believe that if God is monotheistic, why am I not a Jew and a Muslim? They're both monotheistic religions. Why am I a Muslim? This is logical, man. I made the claim. I made it clear. You're making a straw man out of my claims. It's just funny. Like I never made the
Okay,
claims
so
you're
let's move
arguing
past
against.
that. You cleared that up. So then, what's the next reason why you believe in God? Like your evidence.
Okay, it's studying the scripture, right? Just a process of elimination. Study all scriptures and make your up. Like if you're going to believe in God, see that's another thing you brought up, right? I never said that God is true because of monotheism. I said if you believed in a God, right? If you are a person who believes in God, your God, if he's true, must be a monotheistic God. If you were going to
Okay, let's
believe in
move
God,
on past
you can be
monotheistic, please.
atheist. You can be
Please,
atheist,
we get
right?
this point. Can we move on to you
Yeah,
said
okay. I said the
in the
scripture.
scriptures?
The scripture,
Yeah. Okay.
yes.
So let's go
Yeah.
back and
Okay.
forth on
The
that.
Quran. Okay. So the Quran has preservation, right? It's been preserved since its inception. It's been proven as such throughout so many like the methods of transmission of the Quran. As opposed to
Probably word
any
of
other
mouth, maybe pigeons.
pigeons. Well, you're ignorant, so you don't know. Just say you don't know. That's
How
fine.
long ago?
Well, go ahead. Go ahead. Enlighten us.
Okay, 1,400 years ago, plus, right? Two modes of transmission. One is orally, right? You have till today. You have 6-year-old children who've memorized the Quran from cover to cover, right? Can you show me any other scripture that, not let alone children, but even the experts on the religion who've memorized, like Christianity, Judaism, any other religion who've memorized the scripture
Hinduism.
from cover?
Okay, can I respond to this, please?
They've memorized it from
The
cover
Rig
to
Veda
cover.
is.
Yeah, it's been
Okay.
memorized from cover to cover.
Great. So you're telling me that there's this testimonial from some other human that's never
From
seen
me.
God or never been. Hold on.
You don't
Can
need.
I?
What do you
Do
mean?
I let you
What's?
finish?
But wait,
Now, please
you
let
made that
me finish.
Respect
criteria.
and courtesy.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
So you're telling me that you have a group of people a long time ago that remembered other people telling them the truth. How did they verify it was true?
What do you mean? How did they verify it's true? I never made the
Exactly
claim
what I
because they
said.
memorize. Wait. What's your question here? I don't get it.
You're saying because they preserved this word, whatever, this truth.
Uh-huh.
How did those people that memorized it? How did they verify it was true?
Okay, on many aspects. I mean, the fact that this is putting it as a test along with all other scriptures, right? I would
Dude, look,
expect.
okay.
Okay, I'll tell you. I would expect if that scripture is true, to hold no contradictions. For example, if this is the true word of God, right? It cannot have contradictions within its scripture. Correct? Would you agree with that?
No, I wouldn't base that off non-contradiction.
Wait,
That's
you
silly.
think if God reveals scripture, it can contradict itself? It can
Why not?
moral standards, because that's what a religion is. It establishes, for example, good and bad, right? If it says murder is good and murder is bad, in other different parts of that so-called scripture, wouldn't you disqualify that as being godly in any sense, even if you don't believe in God?
It's subjective.
If it contradicts itself.
I mean,
How's
look,
that
these
subjective?
rules
That's
are.
objective.
Oh my God, they're
I think there's
discretionary. Any of these rules could be bent. Any of these ideas could be twisted, and they're at anyone's discretion. So if they want to turn
they're
up,
not. These are
dude, I'm
logical
literally
laws.
talking. Don't clip me.
Yeah, Egypt, you're
Stop
doing this
it.
a lot,
You're
bro.
being the
You gotta
troll.
control yourself. Seriously.
Yeah, he claimed I was a troll earlier. Now he's doing the same thing, and he's a hypocrite.
When you ask
I'm not trolling though.
if you ask like what makes you believe that the scriptures are true, like that's like a funny way to say it. I guess so is there truth in the scriptures? Is that the question, or what would the broader question be? Like are the
Thank
scriptures
you.
true?
Someone
How
gets
do
it.
you? Yeah. Is it like are
Okay,
you asking? Is it true? Are the scriptures true that they're telling that they are telling the truth? I mean, so what's the question?
look, I could start my own religion right now. Take any song from any make sure whatever I choose, any hymn, any idea that I can come up with, but I'm going to come up with a song, any song that I hear on the radio, and just make sure it's non-contradictory. And I'm going to have people recite that and remember it in 5,000 years. People are going to still be, memorizing and and passing around that little song. Do you see how ridiculous that is?
No, actually, the Quran makes an explicit
Morty for
challenge
1,000 years.
to all peoples of all atheists, Christians, Jews. It says if this scripture is from any other than God, then just simply create something like it. You don't even understand like the linguistic miracle of the Quran. This has been taught. Like you can study it. People have studied the linguistic aspect of the Quran. It's nothing is like it. There's no book like the Quran on earth. Nothing that's been
okay.
close to, like
Can I respond to
linguistically,
that?
just yeah, go ahead.
I would like to respond to that. Yeah. So, who's to say? Okay. I'm trying to put this in a
No,
certain
I
way.
understand it.
So,
Yeah, I know what
I'm
you're
trying
trying
to.
to.
I'm trying to express a different thought now. So just give me a second to articulate myself, and please
Go
don't clip.
ahead.
Just please don't clip me, because I'm trying to articulate
Sorry,
something that's.
dude, but go ahead. Do it.
Okay. Okay. So, what's to say that you're making the point that you can look at it and it's unique linguistically, and essentially it's like a super genius work of literature, and that it's essentially miraculous. It's a miraculous piece of literature. And I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt. Shit, I'm agreeing with you. So we're looking at something that's miraculous, but what's to say that this miracle? Who said that this miracle is caused? But just because a miracle causes something to happen doesn't mean it's the truth. Like, say that there was a person, right, who miraculously manifested. It was a miracle. He wasn't born of two parents. He just fucking appeared. Now, him miraculously appearing and being some miraculous being doesn't stop him from telling lies. And so, just if we have a miraculous book that's just extraordinary, doesn't necessarily mean that the story that it tells is necessarily true. Thank you for not interrupting me.
No, no problem. I'm just putting it in context again. See, people. I mean, if you want to be atheist, go ahead. You want to believe in your own God, go ahead. I'm contrasting religions here, right? Scriptures in specific. There is no other scripture on earth that rivals the Quran. If you actually understood, like the linguistic miracles that I'm talking about, the Quran came up with new, like the Arabic language is very complicated. I mean, I'm not gonna. I mean, this is a very like long conversation that we can get into, but in simplistic ways to explain this. I mean, the Quran, these are things that are not subjective. This is not something, oh, I feel that the Quran is very linguistically it created miracles. This is objective. The way it used the Arabic language to actually create new words in the Arabic language, like there's nothing, there's no book in the world that actually did that in Arabic or any other languages.
I don't know why you make that claim and then have such a vague support.
I mean,
Egypt,
it's a claim that you.
That's what I said. Because you're just repeating your claim, which I agreed with right off the get go. But can you address what I said to you specifically?
Why is it true? Why is it true? Is that the question you're asking me?
Yeah, because say I have a USB, right? And the USB, when I plug it into your computer, they can tell this software was definitely not written by man.
Yeah,
this is
we're not talking about
miraculous. This is a miraculous software. But
there's no miraculous software. That's the point.
The software that doesn't actually necessitate the software telling me the truth. Just because it's a software that human being that is beyond the scope of human creation doesn't mean it's the truth. It just means it was something that was meta-human in a sense.
Well, that's the whole point. That's what I'm making. The point is there's something beyond humans. I mean, my claim is it's the creator. You want to believe it's fucking aliens? It's it's whatever. It's chance. It's your it's whatever you want to believe. But the fact is that this scripture was not created by man objectively.
Did you see it
that's my
hand
point.
delivered by?
I agree
Did
with
you see it hand delivered? Hold on. This is to Egypt. Did you see this book and the contents thereof in it hand delivered, or what was the mode of like delivery
Well,
to the
why is
people?
hand delivery the mode that establishes its veracity? I mean, why are you making that claim? Why do I have to
Well, I
see
gave it
it's?
a
Why do I have to
a
see
transfer
God?
of
I
knowledge.
mean, you made that claim earlier. Did you see God? I mean, why do I have to see God to
You
establish?
have to see
Well,
it
why is that a
because there
criteria?
will be a
that's my
Why
knowledge.
do I
problem.
have
You
to adhere to that criteria?
Almost exactly. You're saying that is God. I'm saying that I agree with you. I don't think it's humans, but I just don't think it's God. I think it's another spirit. I
Yeah,
don't. I,
that's
don't, I
fine.
do not
All right,
believe.
that's if,
I do not believe that Allah is God. I believe Allah is
yeah,
a different.
that's fine. That's up to you. I mean, that's what I believe. I mean, you're asking me what I believe. I'm presenting it, and I don't care if you believe it or not. It's my belief. I mean,
But
I'm
why do
entitled
you
to it.
believe Allah is God?
And
I don't
wait,
believe it.
I'm being logically consistent. I'm not being illogical here.
Right, but why do you believe Allah is God?
Well, I just went through at least two reasons why, right? I can go through a lot more, but the two reasons I provided are very simple and logically sound. There's nothing wrong with the evidence I provided for why I believe Allah is God. Can you find I mean, you make an argument against it. You're just saying, "Oh, well, yeah, it's a miracle, but it's not your Allah. It's my
What was the
God." That
first one?
fine.
Egypt. You remind me what I know. Okay, so your second point is
The
the
scripture.
yeah, the scripture and how
The first
it's
one was the monotheistic aspect of God, the understanding of the Islamic God, like it precedes any other understanding of God.
right, but I
It's the
would
most.
the Christian
Uh-huh.
God is as well a monotheistic God, which
Well, I presented the example of the Trinity, which
wait,
is
real quick.
a Christian understanding.
Address
If you,
both. I'm just gonna
it's
address
not a
both.
Christian.
Just gonna address both of them really quick, and then hand the mic over to you instead of battling over the mic back and forth. So the first one was the monotheistic aspect. I addressed you that Christianity is monotheistic, also is Judaism. So there's two other options. So you would have to then differentiate why not either of those options. Okay, now I'm gonna address the second part. The miraculous literature that is the Quran and what that is. And I'm not discounting that. You don't need to explain that to me. I've seen what you're talking about. But I'm saying, what's this? How does that equal creator? Other people, like you said, would say equals aliens. I say it equals another spirit. But how do you link that miracle to being the creator of all? Exactly. In
Yeah,
my mind,
you're taking each argument on a standalone basis. I amalgamate not just these two that I just presented, but several more reasons why I've chosen Islam to be for me, the true religion. And this is God's spoken scripture over any other. I mean, I have my reasons. I presented two, which again, you've you've only like criticized it on a standalone basis. Oh, well, if it's monotheistic, well, I actually said Judaism is the other religion that's monotheistic out there, other than Islam. So I already made that claim. I don't know why you're bringing Judaism and trying to debunk my claim. I already conceded to that. I said
Bro,
Judaism.
the
Yeah.
goalposts have been shifted so far back. This dude's like in the end
Well,
zone trying to
listen
kick
back
a
to the
touchdown.
conversation. I said the only two religions that are monotheistic are Islam and Judaism. That's how I started the conversation. So I don't know what goalposts you're talking about, but
that was my
I started the conversation with that. I said that. I explicitly said that.
my disagreement from the beginning was that Christianity is monotheistic. The
Well,
Bible,
not all factions of it, right?
the Bible clearly, every time a number is referenced with God, it's one. Very clear. If we want to talk about literature,
1 + 1 + 1 is not 1.
if we talk about
Right?
literature, things that are written down that we can read and interpret,
I say the Bible does not it does not advocate Trinitarianism, but yet it exists. You have the council. You said the Council
It's
of
audio
Nicaea.
chaos, guys. Noah, this is how you want to do this, Noah, or should I step in and mod? Or are you guys just having a conversation?
No, you already agreed. The Council of Nicaea.
Hold on,
right?
Egypt.
Oh shit.
Egypt, hold on. Let me just check with Noah on how we should run the room.
No. I'll have to say something. I'm sorry, Jeremy. You're the guy in charge. Do it how you determined to do it. I'm like, when in the heat of the moment, when you have to mod me, obviously I'm gonna complain about it. I'm sorry, it just slips out. I apologize. You're the boss in charge, but it's all
I'm
up
not
to
the
you.
boss. I'm not the boss. Let's just all go one at a time, please, guys.
Go ahead, Noah.
I apologize. I thought I already made my point clear that Christianity is monotheistic.
Okay, so my point was that you yourself said the Council of Nicaea established the Trinity. So I don't know, man. You already said it, didn't you? Didn't you say the Council of Nicaea established the Trinity? Didn't you say these words? Were they your words?
Okay, that's the question, right? So, my response about the Council of Nicaea establishing the Trinity, I'm not quite sure really what that question is getting down to, but my point is the Council of Nicaea doesn't speak for Christianity and what is actually written in the scripture. The Council of Nicaea speaks for their own church, and not all Christians are a part of that church. So they don't.
Do they claim to be Christian?
Yes, but isn't there Sunni Muslims and the other type? And both, dude, doesn't matter what someone claims. If I claim to be a Negro, am I black? That doesn't make any sense.
It's by their actions you would know if they follow that behavior of Christ, and they did not.
So are you condemning Trinitarian Christians?
Not at all, dude. It's not my position to condemn anyone. Who would ever do that?
So what's the point?
The point that it's just, I mean, nowhere in the Bible is Trinitarian mentioned, and
I agree.
And when you base your belief that only Judaism and Islam is monotheistic, I'm just saying that's incorrect. And just because people who claim to be Christians believe in a Trinity doesn't mean that all Christians believe in a Trinity, and that there is a big portion of people who also claim to be Christian who are completely monotheistic.
Yeah, why would there be like, why would you only look into the mainstream version of a religion? You know, a lot of times there's a lot of different sects of the religion.
Okay, I'll retract my statement. I would say Islam is the only monotheistic religion to be actually correct in my statement. I mean, people think Judaism is monotheistic, but in actuality, right, if you get into the deep, yeah, it's not monotheistic in actuality.
Hey, does
What it's
Islam have
turned
an
into.
adversary?
Adversary, yeah, the
It
shaitan.
does. Can he
Satan.
perform miracles by any chance?
No.
No? Okay. There's no false prophets in your religion?
That's ironic.
Well, no, we believe in prophets. I don't know about false prophets. It's not something we like. There are true prophets. I don't know about false prophets, but it's not advocated in Islam.
Well, people
false
like
prophets.
claiming to be true prophets, but they end up not being true prophets.
Well,
you ever heard that?
Islam talks about the people of the book, which are basically the Jews and the Christians, right? These are the religions that just preceded Islam, right? Which were true religions. I mean, it's the claim of Islam that all prophets since Adam have been Muslims. People who commit, like I said earlier, the word Muslim means someone who
submits their will to God. And that is the claim of Islam, that all prophets submitted their will to God, including Jesus, Abraham, Moses, Adam, Noah, all the prophets, Jacob. I mean, Muslims are the only other Abrahamic religion that believes in Jesus, that he was the true Messiah, that he was born of the Virgin Mary, the miraculous birth of Jesus. Who else believes in that? Do the Jews believe in the miraculous birth of Jesus? Do they even believe in Jesus?
Right,
He's
but
not their Messiah, right?
You guys don't believe. You guys
Oh,
believe in
sorry, no.
You don't believe in the You don't believe that Jesus died on the cross.
Yeah, we don't believe in. Yeah, see, that's the difference between Christianity and Islam. It's these core understandings, like the atonement of sin, right? We don't believe that anybody can atone for your sins. You are responsible for your sins. That's an Islamic belief. See, nobody can take your sins away from you or bear your sins or resolve you of your sins. You are responsible for it. You're going to murder, you're going to suffer for that. That's
Will
the Islamic belief.
someone remove all sin at the end?
No. Well, God has the mercy to either give you paradise, right, or send you to hell. That is simply, it's not through your deeds that gets you to heaven. It is God's mercy that gets you to heaven. That's the Islamic understanding. Because God
I
is
don't believe
just,
in
and well, I mean, I'm just
No,
explaining
I don't
the
believe in
Islamic.
like heaven after death.
Yeah, I'm just explaining the Islamic understanding.
Hey, Egypt, how did you verify heaven and hell? And how can you prove that sin is real?
Through the word of God.
There you have it, folks.
Yeah, and I already told you at least 2 criteria for the word of God. I mean,
Yeah, and they were insufficient.
I mean, that's
you think to prove God must come down and shake your hand.
Segue from that.
Yeah,
Weird criteria.
I think
that'd
Jim's
be
been trying to
first-hand
go.
transfer of knowledge.
Everybody stop Andy from talking.
No, I think Jim's been trying to go for that.
Yeah, I was trying to get in. Sorry, who is it that's the Muslim?
That's me. Hello.
All right, cool.
Almost exactly.
Could I just ask you to give one of your brief? You said about how it's written, the Quran, as one of your reasons to why it's true. I'm just intrigued.
Yeah,
I would love to hear like one of your brief examples, if you could.
Good question. Yeah, there are many. You can look this up if you're interested, but I brought this up earlier. Just the idea of coming up with a new word in the language that everybody would understand, right? Not ever hearing that word before.
And without it having sort of like a relation to other words, in a sense. What word is that? Sorry, could you? Yeah.
Oh, there are many. I mean, do you speak any Arabic?
No, but just sort of like an example of what was new. What was it that became new?
Several words. I can link you references and things like that if you're interested. I'll DM you.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
Awesome. Yeah, I'll do that.
A new word. Hey, so I'm gonna make up a new word, and it's
Go
just
ahead.
gonna be habala habala.
Yeah, nobody understood that. The difference is when it was done in the Quran, people understood it. See the miracle? Fucking, you don't even see it. Hubba.
Supercalifragilistic.
That's the thing, though, dude. Almost exactly.
I get
listen, one sec. I mean, Dave might well be a troll. He sounds like it to me. Sorry, Dave, you are. But anyway, he's got a point, and he's entitled to his opinion. Don't you see that? You have your opinion on your thing.
No,
you think it's true, and that's your opinion. You're entitled to it. Do you see that?
Of course, everybody's entitled to their own
Right.
opinion. And I've been asked why I believe in God. I'm presenting evidence, and it's still logical and sound evidence. I mean, I haven't even get into I can get into the heavy shit, but I'm being simple here. I'm presenting you with just simple evidence that is logical and sound. I mean,
there's lots of peoples on Earth, though, isn't there? Lots of different flavors of people.
Yeah, well, give me the other side of the coin I just presented. Give me another argument for God.
Well, I'm just saying,
as logical.
Not everybody's got a Quran, have they?
No, but I mean, give me an argument for God that is just as logical and consistent.
I would never. I just feel so stupid arguing about God. I feel there is a God.
Why is that stupid?
I don't know what it is. I have no idea what it is. And people that claim to know what it is,
in of itself, like to believe in something you don't know what it is. Like
yeah,
you believe in God, but you don't know what that is. Isn't that in itself stupid?
I think it would be quite conceited to think you know what God is, in a sense.
No, yeah. Well, if I don't know what God is, then I can't believe in God. I mean,
I would like to respond.
I
I'd like to respond to that guy. I'd like to respond to that guy who just came in.
If I could just
Can I get
finish
that?
my statement. Yeah, you can. Just as, give me a second. So I think it's ludicrous to say I believe in God, yet I don't know what God is. That's ludicrous and insane. That's illogical. I cannot say I know something, but I don't know what it is. That's insane and illogical. That's just.
But it's not illogical that they gave it to some dude in desert. That's fine. That's not illogical.
Wait, Andy, hold up. Hold up, Andy. I was trying to respond to that guy.
I was very specific.
No, I was trying to respond not to Egypt, to that other guy.
Double standards or what?
He was saying, what was that other guy saying? He was saying that he thought it was ridiculous to know God or something, whereas Egypt thought it was ridiculous not to know God.
To think you know what God in his entirety is. How could we possibly fathom what God is? As human,
God told me. God told me.
Wait, I mean, come on, bro. What the fuck? I just asked Jim to repeat so I could respond to him because someone else tried to go in between. Listen, yeah, the entirety of God, no way. The human mind cannot encapsulate God.
Thank you.
But God can reveal to you the part of him that he wants you to know about, and given that knowledge will make the right decisions based off of that. But to know the entirety of God is impossible. You can only know the part of him that he reveals to you, essentially.
So how would you know that you know?
Verify he's revealing you anything. How did you verify it was God? What if it was just your imagination? That's why I questioned Egypt on the mode of transference of knowledge, how it was passed down to person. Where was that origin story first started? And did anybody witness it coming and transferring from God to human? Very important. But
Dude,
he couldn't answer.
The story of Muhammad is fucking very well documented.
If I read the first page of the Bible, do I know the Bible?
No, but I'm gonna respond to that other trolley sounding guy. He's asking about the knowledge and the transfer of knowledge from man to human or whatever. Well, and I'm not even Muslim, but I think the whole how God talked to Muhammad or whatever is very well documented. So I'm not saying it's true or not, but if you want to know the details about that, it's just like to extreme detail written down. Like you could go and actually read that instead of posing a random question to a room of people where only one is Muslim.
One of the shortest chapters in the
Hold on,
Quran,
let me
it
respond to that. There's been many things written down, but how did we verify it was coming from God?
I
I can answer this. I can answer this.
I
Actually,
started this with saying, if
you believe in God, then rationally, the only understanding, according to the scriptures of that religion, that is consistent and logically sound and is the most true and closest to, if anybody thought of a God, I mean, if you believe in a God, the only conception, the truest conception of God is that of Islamic conception. It is not rivaled by any other religion. Just the conception, even take everything else apart. Just the conception, the idea of what God is, who God is, the most
But truth
consistent.
isn't a competition, dude. You can't say, "Oh,
It is
this
a
is better
competition.
than that, therefore it's the truth." The truth it just is. There's no
No,
there's no
no.
between
The truth
truths. There
supersedes
is
everything else.
the truth. There's no bunch of truths competing, and this one's the best one. There is only
Well,
the
like
truth.
I said, there
that
are
whole
criteria. Truth cannot contradict itself. Truth does not contradict itself.
A lot of people of your faith would even probably say you shouldn't be acting quite like this anyway. But that's beside the point.
Shouldn't be what?
I don't know, like acting with such like prideful argument, I guess, about something.
What
with
a
sacred
logical
implications,
argument? I
guess.
can't have a logical argument.
Let's not focus on that. Let's not focus on that. Anyway,
Let's
the
not
point
focus on logic.
I was going to
That's
say
just
what you need to do
prideful.
is you need to prophesize a lot of things like this other book did, but then you need to have wrote the script in first place and then play them all out, and then
So
that's
you
definitely.
think prophecy? So prophecy is your criteria for religion?
No, I'm just taking the piss, man. I could write a Bible. Can I write a
No, you
Bible?
can't. Yeah, you can, but you can't write a Quran. That's actually one of the.
I could
the
write a Quran.
criteria.
How's that?
You can't.
Why not?
Well, if you actually studied what the Quran is, you'd understand. You're making a bold claim that you don't even know what the Quran is. I can write
I'm
a Quran.
looking at a lot
Have you
of
ever
people
read it?
dying right
Have you
now
ever read
in
it? Have you ever read
Palestine.
the Quran?
Allah
Have you
seems
ever
to be
read the
letting these
Quran?
people down, dude.
Dude, have you ever read it?
Yeah, I have read it actually. I listened to it, an audiobook in English, so it probably didn't translate too well. But
Can you tell me one verse that you've listened to or
no,
read?
I was very drunk, and this is over 10 years ago.
Well, yeah, exactly. So you didn't actually read it or anything.
Well, I listened to it. It didn't capture my imagination, but that's not really
Exactly.
its fault. I probably wasn't ready to hear
Yeah,
it.
that's
But
your fault. So
yeah, I'm okay with that. But
you said you can write something like it, not even knowing what it is, but you can write something
I'm
like
trying
it.
to make the point that I could write a Bible. Yes.
You don't have a point.
Can I come
You
in
don't have a
between real
point.
quick? Can I come in between real quick?
Can I write a Quran?
Yeah,
Yes, I
like
can.
no,
No, you can't.
Andy,
Why not?
listen, Andy. Wait, hold up, Andy. Hold up to Egypt. I'm not Muslim, bro. I don't believe in Islam. Maybe people would say I do, depending on what their interpretation of Islam. But I'm not part of that shit. I don't go to mosques or whatever. But I know what the Quran is, and I'm telling you, bro, it's like orders of magnitude above Harry Potter and J.K. Rowling. I don't think any of us in this fucking I don't think any of us in this
Okay.
fucking room could write a Quran. It is a pretty miraculous text. So I mean, I don't think that's a good argument, dude, because when you really look into it, there's things that I would say are a miracle, but I would not say it's a miracle from the creator. I have a different opinion. So
Exactly. That's my point. My point is a very simple one. It is that it's your opinion that it's from the creator of this place, from the prime mover. Your opinion. That's all my point is.
Never claimed it to be otherwise. I always said,
Great.
in my opinion, it's such, but I never made any claim otherwise.
And anybody who pushes any
why do you
religion, it's
believe?
their opinion.
Yeah, that's fine.
The
Believe what
Hindus
you wanna
believe in
believe.
their religion just as fervently as you do yours. And who's to be
Yeah.
judged? Me.
Yeah,
I'm
but
not going
in my opinion, all these religions are actually illogical. I can prove that according to my opinion. That's why I believe I've singled out my religion because I've studied them all. I've looked at them. They're basic messages, even if I haven't read all the scripture and all that. But I've studied the core message of that religion, and I put them to the test. I put them side by side. I've done that. That's why I chose mine, and that's my opinion.
You'd
I'm
think the
entitled to it.
exact same kind of flavor or text or sentiment, whatever you want to call it, would come out from another side of the world, wouldn't you? If it was that, what was the case?
But it hasn't. Nothing
It hasn't.
rivals. Yeah. And this is objective. This is not my subjective opinion. This is, I mean, from the criteria I can put forward, nothing rivals the Quran from the linguistic perspective. Nothing has been written. No book, let alone a religious or otherwise, no book has rivaled the Quran. If
I'm
you
sure they
actually
were
understood,
remarkable men. I'm not doubting that.
Is it possible that the Muslims employed, the most savant, the best writer in the world to devise, this
only he wasn't.
book?
He was a Bedouin
I
illiterate
wasn't finished.
person.
I wasn't finished.
That's the miracle.
It is possible that that's what happened, and that's why, the work is so good, because it came from a professional. But I did read. I did read. Hold on, brother. I did read in Google that it the Quran is to Muhammad from the angel Gabriel. Now, hold on before you keep going and trying to teach me something. Have you verified angels are real?
What kind of question is that? Bloody hell.
Yes, I have.
I'm into proof, dude. I'm into
Yes.
proof.
Yes,
And
I have.
That's where I'm going with this. Okay, so where did you see angels, or how did you verify they're real?
I verified them through the Word of God. I established that the text I read cannot be from any other than God. Therefore, and it talks about angels. Therefore, it must be true.
So other men couldn't have created that book. It
No.
had to have come from God via angel.
Yes, according to my opinion, yes, and my understanding and my studies, and how I've read the Quran and I've put it against all other texts that I can think of. Nothing rivals it, and it must be from God. That's my
Didn't say
understanding.
compare. I didn't say compare them with others.
That's
I
what
said,
I did.
how did you?
That's the problem.
But you said that earlier. You did say this earlier, and now you're just saying it again. When I asked you, how do you have proof that this word of God
That is my proof.
came from Gabriel?
Because it, again, like I said, I mean, I've repeated it. I believe it's the word of God. The Quran is the word of God. I gave you examples why I believe this is the word of God, and this word of God says it was revealed as such. That's how I believe it. You're asking me. I'm telling you.
Could I ask as well?
But you didn't see Gabriel telling Muhammad and Muhammad writing these things down. You didn't see none of that, right?
Why do I need to see? Wait. Why is that a criteria for me to believe in it, that I need to see it? Oh, where did you get that from?
Because it's a bold claim. It's a bold claim of Muhammad to claim that an angel talked to him and told him godly things of how to control other people. That's my contention here.
What do you mean?
Well, religion is control of other people.
This is devolving into rhetoric now. It's not actually because
what is the topic?
Could I ask how he compared the texts? What level of criteria was required for it to be? What put the Quran above the others?
A lot of things, but let me start with one simple thing, and actually, that's one of the claims of the Quran. It says, "If this is okay, let me just finish. If this is a claim, this is one of the verses in the Quran. It says, "If this is from any other than God, then many contradictions you would find in it." Okay, this is an objective claim. You can find me one contradiction in the Quran that would disprove that claim, and it would disprove the whole Quran. But I can show you all other texts having contradictions within them. all these so-called scriptures. They all have contradictions. That's one of
Does
the
that also
criteria
depend
I
on?
established.
Does that also depend on the imam's way of telling you how to interpret it?
Which other way would you interpret it if not human? Alien way? What do you mean?
So has it been that way the whole way?
What way the whole way?
The interpretation has never changed.
Yes. I mean, no, it's, well, not the holistic, not every single, the basic message has been the same. You have, like, I've criticized earlier Christianity for having sects, right? We have the same thing in Islam. We have Shia and Sunni, right? And even within these factions, you have different interpretations of fiqh, understanding, and so on. But that's not on the basic message of the all Muslims believe in one God, one prophet. Just the understandings of really like complicated aspects of the religion can differ, but the basic message, like the basic core message of the religion, other than like compared to Christianity, you have Unitarians, you have Trinitarians, you have I mean, even the text itself, like the Protestants have a different number of books within their Bible as compared to Catholics, as compared to Eastern Orthodox. The number of books within their Bible, but what they consider the Bible, like you have 63 versus 77 books in different Bibles. Even the versions, like you have the King James, the New, like the NIV. There are so many versions and even manuscripts. Like you have verses that are present in some and absent in the other. But the Quran is the same, even if we do have different sects. Still, the Quran as a text is consistent within all these so-called sects. The Quran is the same. It's never been changed, and it's been proven as such over time. It has two different modes of transmission. It's been written, it's been orally memorized through the generations and proven to be such.
Okay, but who verified that it came from Angel Gabriel? Why do you guys keep skating past this? There's no verification
You're asking the
that it
wrong
came from
question.
God through an angel to Muhammad. You never proved that. You
No,
just said he
I've
wrote it
proven.
down.
Yeah, I proved. No, Muhammad it was illiterate. He couldn't read or write, so he didn't write down anything. So I don't know what you're claiming here. What do you mean he
So he
wrote it?
did employ he did employ some smart editor and some smart author to write this book, right?
Where are you getting this from?
You said that's one of the criterias that is sufficient for you to believe in your book, because the way it was eloquently written and non-contradictory. So he employed some professional author and an editor, and they whipped up your book, bro. But you never verified it came from God or an angel. That's my contention.
No, I already gave you an example of one of the claims the Quran itself makes. It says, if
I don't
you
care.
think this
You
is,
can't prove to me it
I'm
came
giving
from
you an
God
objective.
or an
I'm giving
angel.
you.
I don't want to
Listen,
do it.
let me finish, dude. You want me to finish, or you want to dictate this conversation?
Are you gonna address that, or are you
Yes,
gonna
that's what I'm
tell me
doing.
how great the plan is?
I'm addressing your question. You asked me a question. I'm addressing it.
What's my question?
You're saying, how did I verify, right, that this came from God to Gabriel to Muhammad? That was your initial question, right?
Yes.
I already answered your question, but let me reiterate, right? To prove for me unequivocally, no, I did answer it several times. I said I proved the text is from God, and the text says it was given to Gabriel, then to Muhammad. The text itself claims that, and I verified the
That's
text.
anecdotal evidence. That's
What do you
baseless
mean
claims.
anecdotal?
That's testimony.
What would be?
It's not
You're
empirical
saying
evidence.
well, who said I need to adhere to empirical evidence? I mean, this is not science. I'm not talking about science here. What do you mean empirical? I'm never gonna.
There's different
I
types of
didn't live
evidence.
in the time of
Three
Muhammad.
types, right? Isn't there 3 types of evidence? There's
And they are.
anecdotal, there's empirical, and there's one other one I can't off the top. I can't think of it, but there's
But there
there's
is.
other.
You don't know what it is,
Those
but
are the,
it is. I'd suggest like speak about something you do know rather than just making
well, I do know
claims out
that
of your
you're
ass.
anecdotal. I know that for a fact because you can't prove them.
Okay, do you go to a doctor?
That's a
I'm asking you a
non
question.
sequitur. That's
I'm asking you a
irrelevant
question. You can't even answer it. You don't visit a doctor's
because
ever?
it doesn't hold any
Dentist?
relevance.
Dentist?
Combo.
Do you do your taxes? Do you
So you're
get
appealing
legal
to authority.
advice?
That's what you're about to do.
I'm talking about you. I'm
You're gonna
asking you a question. I didn't make any claims. I'm asking you questions that you can't even answer. I'm done, bro.
well, you're gonna appeal to authority.
Later.
That just because the
No,
doctors say
I
9
didn't
out of
appeal
10
to
dentists
anything.
agree.
I'm asking you a
Yeah,
question.
you're gonna say if you
You're the
went
one
to a
who's
dentist, are you
appealing.
gonna believe that their diagnosis is of sound?
Dude.
Uh,
It's late. I gotta go. Maybe I'll catch you later.
Thanks for
Thanks,
affirming the
everybody.
consequence.
Yeah, thanks, everybody.
Thanks for
Catch you
leaving.
later. Yeah.
So I feel like I'm to blame a little bit for that. Sorry, everybody.
Yeah, fuck you, Andy.
Yeah, I was just a bit. I was watching like that. I realize now why I unsubscribed from that Adam Green, because as much as I like him because he's well researched, his content just winds me up. It really does wind me up because he just shows all these rabbis, these supremacist rabbis, talking about how they're chosen and shouldn't be worshipping one Jew. We should be worshipping all the Jews. And I'm like, what the fuck? I just hate that attitude. That fucking attitude just makes me sick. It's the same sort of attitude that, or similar, where I imagine these fucking pious, these priests that were like burning people at the stake, and they're like, "Oh, you better repent. This is good. This is hurting me more than it's hurting you." You know what I mean? Oh my god, can you imagine these fucking people? So I just feel bad for him. I just feel bad. Maybe God has revealed himself in these texts in both. I don't know. What the fuck do I know? But it looks to me like there's some grabble of chess going on at the minute in the Holy Land, and they're just playing out a script, and it's so clear, it's so obvious. That's what it looks like to me, anyway. Is anybody else seeing this? But everyone else, they like just gleefully, "Yep, we've got to wipe these people out." Like in the most anti-Christian thing, anti-Christ thing ever, isn't it? Let's wipe these kids out and build this temple. Yay! I mean, like I should. You can tell, can't you? It's just grinding my gears. It really is. This is why I talk about Life of Brian. This is why I recommend Life of Brian, because they weren't taking the piss out of Christ. They were taking the piss out of the followers. That's what they were taking piss out.
What's this about? Is this because we didn't let you talk about the Beatles earlier?
Wait, you're talking about a bunch of people that are saying like people should be killed?
Yeah.
So they're not following Christ, are they?
That's the thing, though. They claim to be.
Well, that's something important to point out, then, I guess, wouldn't it? I'm a Christian. I don't think any kid should die. I don't give a hoot about a temple being built. You know.
You see the hypocrisy, though, right? I mean, there's a lot of people baying for blood right now. A lot of evangelical, Zionist Christians, so-called Christians, and it's disgusting. It really is. So, but these grabblers, they've been doing it for a long time, and nobody gives a shit. So I shouldn't have brought it up.
Well,
No,
part of the reason.
I think it's important to have a. And I'm not going to press you for one because I think it's hard to. It's hard to have a call to action when the world is so ugly. You know. I don't like it either.
Well, part of the reason is a bunch of these evangelical Christians think this is like an end time prophecy, so the tragedy leads to something better. So I think that might explain.
That's exactly it. That's my point. They gleeful. They love it. Oh, it's God's plan. So we'll just sit back. We'll not do anything.
Yeah. I haven't talked to my grandma about it, but if I'm sure if I did, she would say, Christ is coming back any moment now with trumpets blasted and clouds parting. This is just the way it was written. It's meant to be like this. And that's the way people see it. Not everyone, obviously, but a lot of people.
Dude, I hope it is true. How's that? I hope he does come back.
I saw a meme where the Apostle John is writing the book of Revelation. God's sitting there dictating it to him. And God says, and the end shall be signaled by trump and pence. And John says, signal by trumpets, right? He's like, no, trump and pence. He's like, yeah, that's what I said, trumpets. He's like, and God says, close enough.
What's funny is I have family members that actually believed like Trump was the trumpet of Revelation. So.
Well, except that that's an English word. And it was written in Greek.
You can't fix Q-tards, man.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
I've unsubscribed from that Adam Green again. I can't keep doing it to myself, honestly. The guy's he's well researched, he really is, but it just I get wound up with his content, I really do. Although God's chosen pornographers is a fucking good line. That was from the guy he always has on his show. I can't remember his name. Al something. Al Bashir, something like that. I don't know.
So anybody going to see the eclipse on Saturday?
Oh yeah, do you know what, Matthew? It's funny. I was going to bring that up, but then, like you say, this fucking other thing, they were like at the forefront of my mind, so I started talking about that, and that led into a bit of a shit show. So yeah, is anybody? It's in America, right? That's my understanding of it, which isn't much, to be honest.
Yeah,
and Brazil.
It's going to be 70% covered at maximum where I am.
Oh, where's the totality then? Is
nowhere, unfortunately.
Nowhere.
If you're on the center line, it gets up to like 99% or something. But it's an annular eclipse, which means the orbit of the moon is far enough so it's smaller than the sun, and so the most you'd see is it go right through the middle of the sun, and at maximum it would be like at the center of the sun with kind of a ring of the sun around it. That's why they call it the Ring of Fire eclipse or an annular eclipse.
You said you're in New Mexico?
No, in Southern California. You can see it in pretty much all of the, lower 48, all of continental North America, pretty much.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, I saw this one last time it went around the Soros cycle, 2017. I believe it's the same path.
What state are you in, or what big city?
I was in New Mexico at that time.
Yeah, you'll be able to see it on Saturday in New Mexico.
Yeah, I'm not there. I wish I was. Man, that would be great.
Are you not in North America on Saturday?
I'm in New Jersey now.
Yeah, you
just
can
go
see
to the States with news, and then I'm going to go to New Hampshire next. Yeah.
Both New Hampshire and New Jersey will be able to see it on Saturday morning.
I doubt it. I mean, like it looks like shit from here. It's not like, I don't think it looks convincing.
No, so wait,
Just
you
looks
doubt
like
what?
a
You doubt that you'll be able to see it, or that you doubt that you'll go?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, it comes out at an angle, so it's like it doesn't look anything like coverage. It's just like, oh yeah, some part of the sun got covered up, but it's not enough to really be the wow factor that like 98% coverage is.
Right, and there's actually a huge difference between 99% and 100%. It's way different.
I was just looking at one online because I saw a total eclipse. It must have been 99. I've just looked it up. I'm just looking it up because I can't remember. But yeah, it was right. I just outside my house, I just stood there and looked, and it was fucking freaky. I've got to be honest. It's a bit scary. Like it goes all cold and shit. You can feel temperature drop.
Did it make you horny, baby? Did it make you something weirdly like I'm like, what is going on in my brain? Just like watching the sun get like eclipsed by something is just like, what is going on?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Freaked me out. 19. I guess I wasn't that young then.
Something
Bloody hell.
very sexy happening in the sky.
I was like 19 or so. I feel like I was younger than that. Was there one before that? Can't be.
You can go to timeanddate.com and then type in your location and then look up the list of eclipses. You have to navigate.
Yeah, I just put UK because it's so small.
How's the eclipse going to look from California?
70% covered.
Okay.
So, I mean, it's possible that if you didn't know, you might not notice. Like you'd be walking around and think, oh, it's a little bit colder, a little bit. You might think that it's just overcast because it's a little bit darker. But if you notice, the shadows will look weird. And if you have eclipse sunglasses, you look at the sun, you could definitely see.
I got a welding mask. I'm definitely going to look through it in that. And you know what? I might even just pull a Trump and just look at it with my eyes. My bare eyes.
I would not recommend that. What state are you in, or what city?
I'm in LA.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so it'll be, between 69 and 71% in LA County.
Well, actually, I don't even know if I'll be in LA. When is it? Next week?
No, it's less than 48 hours from now. Saturday morning, 9:24 is the maximum. But basically, anytime between like 8:15 and 10, you should be able to see it.
Sweet. Yeah, I'll be here.
Yeah, set an alarm, then go look at it.
With my eyes, my naked eyes. I will do that, Matthew. Thank you.
Yeah, make a pinhole camera if you don't have eclipse sunglasses.
What if I just squint? I have like long eyelashes. What if I just like tape those together and just kind of look through them?
You might see something, but that sounds dangerous, so I don't recommend it.
You sound like you don't subscribe to sun gazing, Matthew.
I do not.
I used to sun gaze, but like, at like 6:30 in the morning when it's like first coming up. Not at movies.
Like
Yeah, so
12,
here's an interesting thing that happens right before an eclipse too. This morning it was obvious, but it might be tomorrow morning too. If you get up before sunrise, you'll see the moon rise right before the sun, and it's like this thin little crescent moon. But after the sun rises, the sun gets so bright that you don't see the moon anymore.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe what?
Because I thought the moon reflects light. Crazy. I've never shined light in a mirror so bright the mirror just disappeared.
So Matthew, like, as I observe the same eclipse you're gonna see, I observed the moon because I was down at the Rio Grande River every morning before 10 o'clock, which is early, and then I would see the moon early, in the morning, right? And I'd see it like one day, and then the next day I came, so just about the same place. And then the third day, which was eclipse day, no moon to be found at all. And
yeah, so on the eclipse day, you'd have to look like right as the sun is rising, or right before the sun is rising. So it's the sky is dark enough to see the moon still.
So it just goes invisible for no reason.
No, I mean it's like the stars. It's not
like it's in the same path. It's
Yeah,
in
it's
the
in the
same
same spot.
category.
It's in the same spot, right?
It's like it's going to show up to the same train station, train station spot. Every day it's just like a little bit off, whatever. But I'm
Right,
noticing
like an hour later.
Right, and then it's not there at all. But then it appears to block out the sun, and that's the damn crazy part about it. That's what I think.
Yeah, I mean, it matches all the calculations, the prediction, post-dictions, I guess. If you just look at the cycles, that's where it is.
No, it doesn't, because you should see it in the fucking sky, Matthew.
No, you shouldn't.
Because the day before you see the sun in the same, it just misses by such a little bit. There's no reason for you not to see the sun.
Okay,
Or not to see the moon.
let me tell you what I saw this morning. This morning I got up before sunrise, and I saw Venus up high in the sky, and the moon had risen about an hour earlier, but it was still pre-dawn, although the light was getting brighter, and I saw the moon. 2 hours later, when the sun had risen, I looked up and I couldn't see the moon anymore. Do you think the position of the moon changed in those 2 hours?
That matches.
See the moon.
That matches what I saw because I was up before morning.
Right.
I'm on HST time, so it might be different time than him. But I woke up, I missed the sky, and then I saw the moon, and it was it was the most skinny moon I've ever seen in my life. I remember telling someone that I was with, "Isn't that a skinny moon?" They're like, "Oh yeah, it is," and I was like, "That's weird." And
yeah,
then I went about.
It's a different moon phase than
I went to work and
2017. Sorry.
there was no moon after that. So I agree with Matthew Lawrence. It's exactly what I experienced.
Yeah, the reason it's so skinny is because it's just 2 days from a solar eclipse. And if you look tomorrow, it'll be even skinnier.
It's just a different phase than it was in 2017.
All of North America.
What? Holy shit.
Saturday
the thing
morning.
that they've all been talking about.
Wait, where?
Fuck, I thought that was going to happen in the future. I didn't know that was happening like soon. So
Yeah.
all these YouTube fucks are like freaking out about it.
2
I
days,
thought it was like
2 days from now is the future.
They do it every time.
Where are you located, Noah?
I'm on Oahu. I'm in Honolulu.
Oh, unfortunately, I don't think the sun will be up in time for you to see it from Hawaii.
Is that where you can look at like what magnitude you get or whatever? What percentage?
70% in Southern California. Let me look up Oahu.
Well, I did see a fucking really skinny moon today, like the weirdest, skinniest. And I remember I seen the other lunar eclipse the last time I was at the beach, and I seen it right above the mountain, and I was like, wait, the moon's facing the wrong way. Like the sun was behind me, but the moon was facing down in front of me, and I was like, holy shit. And that was really eerie. And then today I seen the moon, and it was a sliver, and that was really eerie. But I don't know.
Yeah.
When the moon does weird shit, I get kind of
that makes sense. That makes sense what you guys are saying. When I observed the same kind of phenomena, it was like 3/4 full. It wasn't a sliver. You know what I mean? It's the same path of totality that I witnessed. It was just a different moon phase. So I don't know what it would look like.
I just posted the map of where you can see it. Unfortunately, it looks like it's not in.
Wait, does anyone have crisscross? Is this
in
the
Hawaii.
first or the second? There's supposed to be a crisscross.
There is, yeah, near San Antonio. This is the first one. The next one's in April 2024.
Shit! Bro. All these YouTube people are freaking out. They say this is like a big deal or something. This cross right through America, essentially, and they're freaking out. And I thought this shit was months away because I've been on this bullshit for a while, and I just realized that it's 2 days from now. That's crazy. Thanks, Matthew Learn.
Matthew, how can I figure out what percentage eclipse I will have in Tulsa, Oklahoma? I can't figure that out.
Give me a second. I'll give you a link.
You rule. Thanks.
54% coverage. That's my guess.
No, I think it's got to be really close. I know that like totality goes through Oklahoma at some point, and Oklahoma's not that.
Oh yeah, maybe. Right. Yeah, it's not that far away from New Mexico. And I think New Mexico should hit like 97% at best. So depending where you are in Oklahoma. Yeah.
Bro, does anyone have
cross?
80-ish? I'll find it. Bro, I can't believe that eclipse shit is happening fucking 2 days from now, bro. People have been fucking freaking out about this shit for a while now.
Yeah.
Wait, which fucking
the crisscross
there was
eclipse
one
you're
in 2017.
No, the crisscross eclipse you're talking about you're talking about the one from 2017, and what Matthew said, the one that's in April. That's the one you're thinking of. It's a few months from now. This lunar eclipse that's happening tomorrow is somewhere else.
The one on Saturday is a partial solar eclipse.
Yeah,
and I just
the one
posted.
in,
I just posted
April.
the link.
Yeah, the one in April is the big one you're talking about, Noah.
That's the 2017 one.
That's the crisscross from 2017 to 2024. That's the big one. That's in April. That's the actual solar eclipse. That's like totality, and the totality of from 2017 to 2024. It's in somewhere in like that exact crisscross is somewhere in like southern Illinois, I think.
April 8th, 2024. It goes across Mexico, Texas, up into the actual. Bro, it goes all the way
Oh,
up
okay.
into
That's
the
the one I
fucking
fucking thought it was.
northeast.
Yeah, the one in
That's
2017 went
crazy,
from
bro.
like
It goes by DC and shit.
So the repeated 2017 will be next year.
Yo, so what's the one in
2017
two?
went-
What's the one?
Wait, the
What's the one in 2
2017
days from now?
I posted
What's
a
happening
link.
2 days from?
It's a
Is it a solar eclipse?
It's a partial solar eclipse.
I'm so stupid.
Wait, what is it? I heard two different answers.
A partial solar eclipse everywhere. It's not going to be total anywhere, and it's called an annular eclipse. Also, the Ring of Fire eclipse. And the reason for that is even if you're in the center line on Saturday, as the moon covers up more and more of the sun, it goes right through the middle of the sun. But because of the orbit of the moon is farther out, it doesn't cover up the entire sun. So there's still sun, like right in the center. When it goes through the center of the sun, the outside edge of the sun will still be visible all the way around the moon. So that's why it's the Ring of Fire.
Wait, dude, what exactly am I gonna see in 2 days from now?
Where are you?
I'm in Hawaii.
Nothing, unless you get up right at dawn, and if you can look to the east and see the sun as it's rising, you'll be able to see the eclipse ending.
I might do that. I
Yeah,
might
I
get
think
up up
you
to
should
the top
definitely
of
do
a
it.
mountain. I'm gonna go up to the top of a mountain. I already know where I'm going. It's a done deal. It's a done deal. I'm going up. I know where I'm going. Thank you.
Okay, look at the map at 52 past the hour, and you can see that the Hawaiian Islands are just barely in the path that you can see something. I don't know much. You won't be able to see much, unfortunately.
Which map? Which map you said?
The one
What?
at 52 past the hour.
I see. Right. This.
You see Hawaii on the far left?
GP? Wouldn't it matter where the GP of the sun is at the time he's rising, or no?
Yeah, that's just the map of where people will be able to see what they'll be able to see based on where they are.
Eclipse ends of sunrise. Eclipse begins ends at sunrise. The eclipse ends at sunrise. So as the sun. Yes, sir. I'm gonna be up bright and early on Saturday. It's Saturday, right, sir?
Saturday. That's right. Less than 48 hours from now.
Yeah, I wake up at fucking 5:30 every morning anyway. So
Yeah,
I'm
go
just
to the mountain. Yeah, and in fact, if it's rising on the horizon, then you probably won't need eclipse sunglasses because it'll be dim enough that you could look at it. But if you have any sort of
Bro,
sunglasses,
you don't need
or
those
whatever,
glasses anyway. Don't be a pussy.
I'm just gonna wear normal sunglasses. I think that should be good, right?
Yeah,
videotape it.
Oh, yeah. So I see that the maximum eclipse will happen while the sun is rising, and you'll still be able to see it. Even
Dude,
if
I'm
you're
stoked.
in Hawaii.
I'm fucking stoked. Listen, fuck y'all. I'm
Set-
still you all.
set an
Y'all
alarm.
think you're amazing in the mainland and stuff. I'm about to get a better sunrise than any of y'all have.
That's true, actually. Oh, interesting. Some people will be seeing it at sunset. Like if you're in Brazil, see the right side of that map. they'll be seeing it right as it's setting.
God, Ali.
Okay, so I was even wrong with the year that I saw. So it's the 2018 annual eclipse. Annular eclipse.
2017.
But there was a 2018. That's the one I saw.
Oh, got it. Okay.
So, would you be able to know when that next one is? Oh, it says October 14th, 2023.
Yeah, 2 days from now.
But the path that you're showing.
Look at the 52 past the hour for you, the map. What
This
again?
doesn't even make sense to me again, man.
No, I can help you figure out. If you look at 52 past the hour, there's the map of what you'll see where.
I can translate it. Okay. Just ignore the sphericity and imagine it's flat, but the same path.
No, I mean, no, it's going the wrong direction. That's why.
Just imagine, that
the-
thing that's presented as a ball is actually flat, but it's the same path of the totality on top of a flat map, and you got yourself a deal.
No, I know what you mean, but I'm just saying, like, this one came up from Mexico, hit Texas, and then drifted up that way. Like, it went from, south to north is how it was the path.
You said, what do you mean by this one?
The one that I saw.
Oh, got it.
Yeah, which is not 2018 either, even though that moves through Albuquerque too. So that's crazy to me. So I'm just ultimately super confused now.
Yeah, so you'll see a pretty good eclipse on Saturday morning in Albuquerque, just because it'll be you're fairly close to the center line. You're going to be in Albuquerque on Saturday?
No, I'm not. I'm in New Jersey, Matthew.
Oh, that's right.
I wanted to get down to actually see this one because I thought it was how many years does it take till it repeats itself?
Well, it kind of depends. I mean, partial eclipses are every 7 or 8 years, but to actually see a total eclipse in a particular location, it might be 100 years or something.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying like it's a certain path that it takes. Like it's you know what I mean. Like there's in the eclipse cycle like that'll either come like you'll see it appear whatever this is coming from like northwest and then it's going down, right? That's this next one.
Yeah, they generally travel from west to east, but they might go north to south or south to north.
Yeah, so I'm looking for a south to north one. Yeah.
I wonder if the Jews are going to do anything special with this, like, or are they going to have the eclipse over Israel?
No, it's dark then.
Oh, it's going to be nighttime for them.
Platypus always has the best questions, man.
Bro, everybody's over here trying to get me to pick sides, like Israel or hummus or whatever, and I'm just like, dude, our gas price is going to go up because I can't do that right now. You know?
I fucking literally said the exact same thing about the gas the other day. I when I first heard about it, like the words Israel and Palestine, I actually thought gas before I thought, and then my second thought was Illuminati, World War III, Albert Pike, and then my third thought was Discord at Geo's. Like that was my sequence.
Wow.
I mean, I like hummus. Hummus is pretty good. I don't know exactly what the situation is over there and why they're so
And the
afraid.
ratio of chip to sauce, really, in my opinion.
I mean, garbanzo beans are very nutritious. They've got like omega-3 fatty acids and all that. So I hope they work it out. I'm actually going to go home and eat some hummus right now. I have two little canisters in my fridge.
It was all a psyop just to increase hummus sales.
We need to get like the AIs to make Tupac do like a rap about Palestine. Get like all the dead rappers to start like rapping for Palestine or something. I don't know. Somebody needs to do something clever and funny to just like get the world needs to laugh at this. Be like, you guys are still fighting? Like, you want us to do what? No, we're not doing that. Just stop it. Cut it out. Like when my cousin and I used to fight, my mom and his mom, my aunt, would like force us to make up, and it worked. We're good friends today.
Honestly,
you guys know that. Oh, go ahead. That was weird.
I'm gonna say the real question is Kuth Kuth or hummus? That's the real two sides.
Well, I just started thinking about maple syrup actually, because that's way better than hummus. And I don't think
get your kid
either side gets maple syrup in.
Stop trying to plug Canada. What's going on here? Obviously, maple syrup is better.
Dude, you know how the Native Americans made maple syrup? It's kind of wild. They'd cut down these trees and make these wooden troughs, and then they would take river rocks and put them in a fire, and they'd fill the trough up with the sap, and then they'd drop the hot rocks into the sap in like these wooden troughs, and then it would like, I don't know, just like boil down, I guess. Oh, I just got so lucky. Let's go. I don't even know what just happened. That's insane.
He got mad lucky.
Dude.
His signal, not so much.
Ghost just fucking did something for me. I swear. I left my parking pass.
Yeah.
Prepared, and I'm in a different car that I'm borrowing, and so I have to like climb this fence every time I get home and like basically break into my own apartment complex. And the door just like opened for me magically. That was nuts.
Huh?
I need to get a dash cam.
Don't let him lie. He's a master criminal. He's a cat burglar.
What do I owe you money or something?
His accomplices.
Good answer. Good answer. That's funny. Oh wait, that's that movie, isn't it? With what's his name in it?
Bruce Willis, Danielle Hudson Hawk. No, different movie. Gregory Hines.
Where he says, he says, what do I owe you or something? Why the hell you robbed me?
Yeah, well, criminals don't usually get at each other unless they owe each other. Because there is honor among thieves. I've experienced it.
Oh, I get it. Or did I not send you your cup? My bad.
That's what I'm saying.
Put that on your took list. Right?
Oh no, if I was a thief, I wouldn't be bitching about gas prices. I'll tell you that much. I would just steal the gasoline.
Yeah, that makes sense. I got a yard full of equipment, so people steal my gasoline all the time, man. That shit ain't funny.
Sucks.
My diesel. Like I got an alarm on the fence. I electrified the fence, man. These some bitches, they I don't know if they're digging tunnels or what. They just get me. I think it's my employees, to be honest.
Your neighbor's
They
like El
take,
Chapo.
5 gallons of.
Nah, it probably is your employees. My coworker fucking steals my boss's gas all the time, like all the
So
fucking time, and I even fucking say, and then like he's like, really, like, and it's like, I mean, it's kind of funny, but it's kind of like, I don't know, dude. It probably is your employee, dude. My guy never has gas, dude. This guy's, I don't know how he's poor. I don't know what he spends his money on. Every fucking week we get paid, and he's fucking broke the next day. The next fucking day. I don't know how you do that. You have to steal gas and shit.
Yeah, I
like,
don't. Yeah.
Probably a gambler, man.
I used
Or a
to
crackhead.
Or that.
or
I
just
live in
or
Michigan. You know, that's always a possibility.
when I worked for Hollywood, I would go fill up all the trucks for the shoot. So you got a gas card and you got to drive like 5 different trucks. And oh man, I stole so much gasoline from Hollywood production companies, and I still don't feel bad about it, even though I should, and I will definitely repent. But damn, that was an era. I was giving the gas away, dude. I was like,
Osco trying to work me. I like this, man. We're in the VC and we're playing chess. So you better buckle up and guard the grill on that bishop, because I'm coming for it. I'm just gonna let you know right now. No parking on the dance floor. You're not parking. Not right there. I'll expend my resources to eliminate that. Ooh. Touche. Touche. So do I. Well, I'll trade the for the bishop. It's cool. You can have it. Come on. I think the bishop is more valuable.
more
This
valuable than
motherfucker,
what?
he says, you want to play. I don't know. He says, you want to play chess, Mike? I need to win again to get my shit back. I'm like, oh yeah, gee, thanks. He's good though. Listen, I showed this guy how to play, and now he beats my ass. So I like that though. It's like the joy you get when you teach your child to do something, and they come back doing it better than you. You know. Plus, you get to enjoy, playing the game with them. Because I like to play chess, win or lose. I don't care. I just like chess. It's all about the best move. Who's making the best moves? Whose pieces are already backed and whose aren't?
It's just like can get a little tedious, I guess. You know what I mean? Once you're like playing somebody else that's like got just like everything's like supported. It's just like trying to figure out the next move is like
Yeah. Yeah, most definitely.
Because if somebody's like got more supported pieces than you do and better position,
then you already lost. Yeah,
you're just they're already ahead of you, and you're just trying to play catch up the entire game. It's no fun.
Yeah.
So then, what do?
Seems
It's just
I
an
may
arms
have
race to support pieces, and then you're just like building some kind of Tetris or some shit. It's just like
well, that's where you got to come in with splits and discovered attacks and You gotta actually use some skill or chess theory and not just do the systematic moves that you learn in traps and castling and all that. Really?
I don't know. I feel like it's just like it's a kind of war of attrition to a degree.
It is.
Some people have like that a crazy walk up to you with the disco swagger, try to end your life in 7 moves or something like that. I don't know, whatever. That's a deadly
No,
deadly
you're
art.
right. You're right.
But I mean, if you're not doing that, which are you even playing the game? If you're just like going for the quick knockout, I don't know. So, but
Yeah,
all that.
no, actually, no. If you're just playing a solid chess and you just back every piece, and so some people play attack or back, and that's not really playing either. You need a strategy where you're trying to move them to a focus point, and then all your pieces are actually focused on that point. It's about a piece of real estate, and that depends on whether or not they castle. If you can own that real estate, you'll eventually win the game with only certain pieces. You don't have to have all your high pieces to win. If you need your queen to play or you can't play without it, then you should keep studying.
Well, like if you're gonna
But
have
it
a
is
piece
a
of real
war
estate,
of
like if you're
attrition.
gonna like center right or center left, then I guess you ought to be playing towards the strength of what pieces you have. So like being able to use
Exactly.
a bishop kind of like reflects off like a billiard ball or something like that. So you get all these reflection angles that you can kind of cover that obviously you can't with other things. But I don't know. I see people play those or support those with some horses and then just attack from the sides. And it's kind of tough to defend if you're not already set up to do that.
Man, I like to think a pawn is the baddest motherfucker on the board as long as he's backed. So your pawns will come out and win games for you if you position it in the right place and it just doesn't get taken, Because the truth is, certain moves that they do are dependent on the fact that you don't have your pawns backed. If you're just leaving floating pieces out there, you're not doing anything. You should build a wall. But you can't always just defend. You have to attack. The game is attack the king. If you don't spring out of defense and go to attack sooner or later, you're just going to keep losing because he's the one always on the attack, or she. I've played some girls that are really good on chess.com. I got beat by a girl and she's like, yeah, I'm just had to play a game in between laundry and dishes. And I thought, motherfucker, I'm divorced and a fucking housewife just beat me. Really? That was a notch, dude. I felt like I got punched in the gut. Like, damn it. Fucking housewife sitting at home on her husband's money. But this girl must have been playing for a long time when she does dishes. She's definitely good. Oh, he did move. It is my move. Okay, shit. Here, I'm talking. My bad, Osco.
Yeah, or even like I'll be like, oh, I'm not gonna like why bother castling? It's like so much more useful to just like move all those other pieces. And then the person castles and you're like, oh man, fuck, I should castle too. It's fucking I don't have any excitement for this game.
I'm with you. It's repetitious, and it is a war of attrition. Who's going to get frustrated first? Literally, you're trying to make the best moves. You got to have the baddest moves. You want to make a move that doesn't just defend, but it attacks. That way, You're always attacking his piece, and he's always changing the game. If you change the game enough, if somebody makes a mistake, that's when you pounce. You're only waiting for one mistake. That's it.
I hear you. Well, yeah. I mean, yeah, it's like playing ping pong, but it's just like I don't know, like the game. Chess needs like power ups or something like that, or whatever. Something like that.
Well, you can get a passed over pawn and get your queen back.
Mystery blocks, you know what I mean? Shuffle the board. Get cards, maybe. Some
Combo
dice.
breaker.
Yeah, well,
right. Combo breakers. I see you ain't touching that pawn, bro. Sure. We're gonna have to.
Yeah, we can't spectate, man.
Yeah, I know.
Actually, if you're on chess.com, you can. You can go to my profile and watch a game. It's Mike Smith 90 against Mick Osco. He put a Mick on his shit at he's the Mick motherfucker at chess. Osco's rated 871. If I beat him, he'd be the highest guy I beated so far. The highest guy I beat is 864. But dude, I like playing this guy.
Is that chess.com?
He's like, what? Chess.com. Yeah, we play on chess.com. You can sign in with your Google, or you can make a quick account, man. Oh, okay. Well, we're going to exchange that. You know that, right? It was inevitable.
Can I read some bullshit out of Forbes real quick? I mean, I only got like 2 paragraphs before it's going to tell me to subscribe or some shit. But it goes,
I
the
took
headline,
that too.
headline is Elon Musk unveils X.AI, a game changer for investors. The richest man in the world is building a super intelligent AI to understand the true nature of the universe. This is what the project means for investors. Elon Musk held a Twitter Spaces event in July to reveal XAI. Did you ever heard about this? AI for business researchers, science. All right. Well, I don't know. Get your own Discord account.
Looking for you,
Is
Mike.
she talking to me
What
or
did I find you? No, my bad. It was I was hot, man.
Okay. Isn't that crazy to understand the nature of the universe? That's what he's taking Twitter over for?
Where do I find you, Mike?
That sounds crazy.
That's weird.
Yeah, that sounds like some Dr. Evil weird shit.
Mike, where do I find you?
He's gonna drop the flat Earth stuff. There's
Mike's
no
like, yeah,
way.
that's funny as shit.
Like the odds of I don't know.
Love me some Dr. Evil.
Mike, where do I find you? Yo, Mike. Batamod. Where do I find you at?
What?
I'm trying to find you. Where you say I can watch you.
Oh, well, you just search, add friend, and put capital letter M, Mike, capital letter S, Smith, SMITH 90, all one word. That's my name.
Mike Smith 90?
Yeah, yep, Mike Smith 90. The M and the S are capital.
Gotcha. So you want to understand the universe.
Like that's the opener, right? But then it's just like it's about like GPUs and Nvidia and crypto stocks and stuff like that. I'm just like, what is this guy up to right now, man? What's the play here? But why say that? It's like this. It's all like this cloaked in this like the noble pursuit shit. You know what I mean? It's just like a. It's like so Wizard of Oz, but whatever. Yeah.
Osco's actually winning these +4, but I believe I have position. I could be wrong. He does good moves. So you just got to stare at it long enough to find your best fucking move, and that's not always my fucking game, you know.
But I guess another way this article kind of reads like almost like the same technology could just be used to like dissolve companies up faster. You know, like when they have to usually bring people in to like sell off pieces of companies or whatever. But like, it's like his AI could help you like sell your company off before, like earlier. I don't know. Right there, what's going on?
Is that the lighting of a joint I hear, Battle Mod?
Oh yeah, you know it is.
What
It's
up, G?
harvest time, man. I got all kinds of weed to try. Green
Nice.
shit, purple shit, red-haired Cincy shit.
Nice.
Yeah, I got some Rezo too, man. We got a press. Yeah, I'd be rolling them fat stogies this time of year. The whole room stinks like fucking. Can't believe you blocked that bishop, Osco. What the hell was you thinking, man? Now I'm gonna get my queen back. I passed over pawn, like I said, that's a bad motherfucker. Your whole focus should be on that pawn right now. But guess what? You ain't getting him. I done counted. I counted all that shit. Now it's on, brother.
Oh, he knew he screwed
Attrition,
up.
remember?
He's probably gonna try to move that.
Baby. Well, we know the game. Who is that?
What's the book? Elbow.
Oh, that's your okay. I was gonna say that's your new name, huh? That's Albarica.
Yeah.
You can't lie to me. Ooh. Good game. Damn, I beat him. You're my best game again, motherfucker. I was looking forward to that pawn, buddy. You know, the entire time I moved to the right and away from all your pieces, the plan was to get that pawn across the board and get my fucking queen back because you took all my shit, you motherfucker.
Good game, Mike. Yeah, that was
I was
absolutely retarded blunder on my.
It was. You blocked it. I was like, damn, he done opened up the yellow brick road. Shit. Nigga, I'm cashing the check.
I thought I could sneak in a mate, but then I realized after I blocked it that I miscalculated. Good game, bro.
And he had you like he actually had you a few moves back though, but he missed that. He missed the when he had the two rooks lined up. If you would have moved
listen. Yeah, listen, you worry too much about taking all my pieces and not enough about check. At a certain point, you're so overpowering me, Osco, that you should have just put me in check and take my pieces as you check. That's how you do it, brother. Yes, you want to take all the material, but at a certain point, you should put a motherfucker in check the minute you can and keep him there. And use those best moves and badass moves you got and the moves that other people don't see. Use that to apply to keeping a motherfucker in check and losing pieces. Then you'll be a bad motherfucker or a contender. You'll go up from 850 to fucking 1,000. Believe me, I play these guys. I know. You know, you play them too, you know. It's a war of attrition. These motherfuckers don't get tired, man. Some of these dudes we play, their moves don't get worse and worse over time. They get better and fucking better. And it's like, God damn, how the fuck did he even see that move? You know, I don't mind losing to a guy that pulled some shit out of his ass that I never even seen. Because I should see, like, I like to flip the board and look and see what your possible attacks are. And if I miss your possible attacks, then I can't guard from them, you know? So the game is you're playing against yourself. And the other guy just got to catch it when you fuck up. That's it. You just got to be better than your opponent on that day. You don't have to be the best at chess. Just better on that day. It does help to count pieces, though. Because once you're at a certain point, you're like, should I threaten his shit? And you're like 6 pieces ahead. Fuck yeah, you should threaten my shit. If you can challenge it and you're backed, why wouldn't you? You're still ahead. And I'm just less, so it's all about material. So
Yeah, but
I mean,
but you had him at move 38.
rooks,
At move 38, you should have moved
yeah,
the bishop to c6. I mean, not the bishop, the freaking knight to
me or
c6.
him,
You.
me or
Instead,
him.
yeah, you should
Yeah, I
have.
should have. I know.
Instead, you moved
I
you
should
moved
have
your
moved
rook.
my knight.
Yeah, you should have moved your knight to
Yeah.
c6 instead of moving your rook, and you would have had him in a whole lot of trouble.
Yeah, I should have took advantage of the knight more, but I was trying to focus on the pawn and leave the knight there to help the pawn. I just forgot to keep backing the knight. I forgot he was a floating piece. But I mean, he used his knight to back, block his bishop, and let my pawn through. So mistakes happen. That's why it's a war of attrition. You want to be the guy that makes the mistake last, not first. Especially, like I will make a person take all my pieces. Like, you have to challenge them. I try not to move my pawns until I absolutely have to once I build a wall. But you can't play just defense. I get high, man. I get lost in just fighting off whatever attack he makes, and I forget to attack. I think that's the difference between big number people and middle rate people is they never forget. They're always attacking. If I can get you in check, the quickest I can get you in check and keep you in check, I can just take your pieces while I'm keeping you in check. So, and it's harder to come back from you just gotten put in check and now he took a piece and now I got to make a guard move. Now I'm 3 moves behind, not 1 move behind, but 3. Because I'm not even guarded and he's just going to check me and take another piece. That's why those dudes that, are really slick with their queens are hard to beat. You have to see them coming 4 moves ahead and block them. So that there's a train wreck where you're like, yep, bitch, you fell in my knight's range. Pow! Otherwise, they just take all your pieces with the queen. You can't be a defensive player forever. It doesn't pan out. Nobody ever got to grandmaster on defense. That's my point. But a stoner, you get to be a
Yeah,
stoner.
but also
if
you start putting people in check, like you put them sort of on the defense a little too much sometimes. I don't know. Like it can distract you from
they're forced
winning the
moves.
game.
Every time I put you in check, I force you to move. You don't get to plan a move or develop your board, which I'm not doing either because I'm checking you just with the king or the queen, but it forces you to block. And then when you bring them queens out, people put you in check with the queen. They're forcing you to
But
develop
if
your
you take
pieces.
every,
And it's
but if
where
you're taking
when you develop.
Yeah. Okay.
Listen, if there's an example when you move out the queen's knight, all right, if he comes down with the queen and then you don't take your piece, he can slide out there and take, if you don't back that pawn, he can slide right out there and take it, and now you're in check because you moved the king's pawn out and he took it. So once you move the king's pawn out, if he brings the queen down, you don't just attack the queen, because if you do, he's just going to take the pawn and put you in check. Instead, you back the pawn, and then you attack the queen when he brings the bishop out, because if he's doing this, he's going to bring the bishop next to back his queen. But then you attack the queen, and then you bring your own bishop out, and you make it a fair trade situation. That's the best way to handle those dudes who bring the bishop and the queen out, is keep offering fair trades. Because you're already down, man. A fair trade ends it for you. And it doesn't keep him going ahead, but it forces him to move rather than force you to move. He can't come back on that line, that diagonal. You own it now. So you have to know how to defend against a queen. When I'm not high, dude, when I sit down, I'll bring that queen out within the first 4 moves. I guarantee you, I got patterns. I'll take every fucking piece you got with just a queen. Never open up the rest of my shit. And if you can absolutely take her after I got half your fucking pieces, I'm going to let you have her. But I'm going to make damn well sure I get the piece that takes her. Because there's just such a thing as an... It's worth it to take the queen out. It really is. Because if she gets 5 pieces and 3 of them are power pieces, she did her fucking job. Be smart enough to defend against his queen. If you ain't
I think you're talking to, Mike, is like really good at chess. The Book of Finn. Aren't you? The book. No, the book. The Book of Effin or whatever it is.
Oh, El Brook.
I used to play a lot.
Yeah,
I haven't
I feel
played
like I
much
played
lately.
before. Weren't you ranked like 1300 or something like that?
Used to be, yeah. I don't think I'm that high anymore. Do they reset? Because holy shit, I went to play computer right now and it's like it's just 400. I'm like, what the hell?
The activities. Yeah, hey, you're on chess.com, Nails. Did you send me a friend request? I'll accept it.
I did.
I got M. Scott Beach. Listen, I play Glovers on here. You want M. Scott Beach's fucking... God damn it. M. Scott Beach is on my friends list. If you can see my friends list. Where the hell did that go? Coffee converter. Everybody's on chess.com now. All right, cool. My shit was glitching out because I kept getting friend requests. But I got M. Scott Beach, and he's a Glober. You fucking wreck that dude. That's what you do. If you play him, wreck him, then we can claim flat earth. I wrecked him. He ain't asked me to play again. Me and Osco, we play. It doesn't matter who wins or loses either. We'll play again.
It matters.
It's a game we enjoy. So fuck it.
I hate
sit there
losing.
and lose 3 in a row. I don't give a fuck. You know, it's just passing time. Well, listen, we all know damn well if you don't put 100% concentration in there, I didn't actually beat you on your best game. So that's just... Sometimes you play
45.
to pass the time. Sometimes I get on there to win, and that's it. But I get in losing streaks when I stop having fun. Damn it.
No, see, the sad thing is I was trying really hard, and you were getting high and talking on Discord, and you still kicked my ass.
We had play-by-play. Yeah, I was loving it. I ain't gonna lie. I was just comfortable. I was in my environment, man, my zone. Felt like I was wrenching on a car.
Yeah, I just saw my rank. It's 1245.
That's awesome, man. Like,
this motherfucker took...
Were you like studying and stuff?
He took my queen, and I...
Yeah, I dude, when I was at Boston, I played with this one kid from he was this street player. Holy shit, this kid could he would have 5 moves ahead all the time. He was just nuts. And yeah, he taught me a bit, but then I came, thought when chess.com came out a long time ago, I started going to their puzzles and learning all that stuff. It's really interesting. If you go through the puzzles, dude, you learn so much. They have moves from top.
Hey, dude, dig this here, El Bruca. I was playing this chick on chess.com, and for some reason I was listening to music, but then it switched to a live stream from chess.com on my YouTube. I had it on autoplay. So I was clicking over there and watching this girl as I'm playing. And then I said, well, wait a minute, I just moved that piece. and her guy moved that piece, and she's like, I got him in this move here, and she tells me. I said, let's see if I can. She said, unless he does this move here, in which case I'm fucked because he can do that, that, and that. If he does this, he loses. So I put it there, and she's like, he did it. And I was like, look at this. I asked her in the message, I was like, hey, are you live streaming this shit? She said, yeah, I play you often, Mike. We're friends. You don't mind, do you? I said, no, it just popped up on my YouTube. But I was talking to the chick. She beat me, dude. This chick beat me too. And I was cheating, you know. I listened to her. I was like, damn, I thought so. And then live streams whoever she plays. And she was talking shit about me when this guy's telling me he's making her. This is my game. I didn't know there were people that do that. Somebody might live stream your ass, man, while they're beating you down. Use you to teach people a trap or a lesson. I'm surprised we went that long on chess and nobody even said nothing. And there's all kinds of new flat earth servers popping up, man. But I gotta admit, Geo's is still one of the most laid back. El Bruca, you go over to the politics server?
I haven't in a while. I mean, I think I left that server.
Like this guy, he just brought out the bishop and the queen. So I moved the king's pawn all the way out and the queen's pawn back in it. Now I'm just going to put the bishop up there. If he brings the queen down, I'll just take her. Otherwise, his bishop's gone and there's no back for the queen. These guys think I'm going to get you in 3 moves, 4 moves. No, you ain't, bitch. We're just going to be bishopless. You know what I mean? Neither one of us going to have a bishop, bitch. Not on white. Fuck you.
Of course you're here.
Oh, hell yeah. I couldn't hang out there alone. Shit. I can't understand half the shit. Pantomath is always saying some shit, but I never know what it is. And so I just can't listen to it.
No, dude, I'm tired of these fucking clones. Tired of these clones. Like, dude, clones of servers, clones of people. Fucking trying to freaking control conversation. Fucking so done with it.
We were actually getting to the nitty gritty. The over talking didn't bother at all. We were having a good debate, and he fucked it up.
Yep. And he didn't, and he had to try to make an example out of me because I didn't friggin'. I pointed that out. I told that to him to his face. I said, no, we were doing great until you showed up here and did this, and everybody I think reeled back. They're like, yeah, like what the fuck is this? Anyway,
I let him do it the first time. When he did it the second, I was like, bro, what the fuck happened to you? And then I just left the server. Like, fuck it. I ain't got time to hang out with you, motherfucker. I can't understand half the shit you say. When you're mad, none of it.
Yeah, I'm already banned from 2 of their servers. I'm banned from 24/7. I'm banned from politics 24/7, and that's their third freaking. That's their third fucking outlook. And I'm not banned from there, but I'm not allowed to speak at least as of right now because, well, I told Panto to suck my dick after and he deserved it. So.
Oh, so you're telling me he's gonna come over to politics and fuck with me, huh?
No, dude, politics is he started that as well as that other politics and religion like that room. Like, yeah, he's and he admitted the other night. He admitted the other night that the politics server, that room, like it got essentially taken from him. Like it was his room, it's no longer anymore. Now it's Miggy and QE's server and Jedi's server and whatever else. But
yeah, they do that slapstick shit, man.
Yeah.
It's okay once or twice, but a rerun of it every fucking day is dumb as shit, in my opinion.
Well, it's going to happen again. They're all clones of each other. Every one of these servers are clones of each other.
What do you mean by clones?
Like the exact same people with the exact same rules and the exact same people who are allowed to speak, and they tell you what you are and are not allowed to say. What is most important about that is what you're not allowed to say. You're not allowed to come up with anything new. You're not allowed to freaking say anything outside of the box or the bookends that they have already predetermined.
Sounds like controlled op.
It sure does.
Well, you said it. We didn't. Independently, we came to that same reasoning. Independent of each other, brother.
Yeah, so there's no loss in dude. I'll be as outspoken as I want. I'm pretty good at that, not giving a fuck. And some people say, "What's your problem?" and others will be like, "What's their problem?" I get a lot of messages every single fucking time in my DM the moment it happens. Like, dude, what the hell? And like, but they're not willing to put themselves out there like I am. You know, they're like they want to stick around in the shadows and like freaking, you know, play the game, go along to get along, and play the game to try to learn whatever else.
Yeah, I'm with you. Me and Lou, we don't do get along to go along to go along to get along. We do suck my dick. I ain't here to hear that bullshit. That's me and Lou,
Exactly.
you know what I'm saying? The rest of them guys think they're doing something. That's all. They think they're doing something. Like, dude, you ain't doing shit. Man, this fucker made such a good move. I'm going to make him wait 20 minutes. I'm going to stare at this bitch for a minute before I make my next move. This motherfucker here. One of these fucking nerds. I always got to get these fucking nerds. Shit, I let my granddaughter's 9 the other day. I was playing a dude that was 750, and she's like, Grandpa, can I say something? I said, well, go ahead. I've been thinking for a minute. She said, if you move this piece here, it splits those two pieces. If he moves that piece, you get to take that piece, and he's in check, and then you can keep checking him. And I was like, well, damn, I get his queen. So I did it. And the dude did the move, and I took his queen instead of him. He could have just took my queen and stopped everything. It was a brazen move. And, you know, I wouldn't try it all the time. But this dude missed it. And I was like, yeah, thanks for the queen. And he just spent a half hour, dude. We were like 50 moves into it. I put an hour limit on it sometimes and just, fuck it. You want to spend 10 minutes thinking about it? Go ahead. You know? I do it sometimes. It's all about timing, though.
That's a game that actually I wish I used to be pretty good at it. I haven't played in such a long time. Like, I'm really freaking bad now. I don't know. There was a back in the day, like I don't know. I was smart and strategic about it. I was never in like chess club or anything like that. But like, there was actually a girl that at like a party that she was like in the chess club in high school and shit back in the day, and like, she was like super good at this shit. She was ranked pretty well, and like, I don't know, there's something that she missed, and like I freaking saw it. And, like in 2 moves, I did some like crazy thing. Like I took the rook like all the way across the back from like the left side all the way to the right side, and it should have been obvious. Maybe it was because she was drinking. And we were at a party when we were playing. But like it set up something where her she was about to be freaking in check, and she had no idea like that it was coming, and I had her trapped like in 2 moves. All of a sudden, like where I looked like I was on defense, all of a sudden she was like way in fucking like trouble, and like just boom, it went from she thought she had me on the run, and then damn, checkmate, and she's just like, oh shit, and from there like she saw it and like. I actually got laid because of chess. Like this
Yeah, that's some nerd shit there, Lou. I'm gonna ring you. You ain't never living that down. I'm gonna be like, oh, there's that chess pimp. Who? Lou. He's a chess pimp. Don't.
Well, that also explains it. She probably let you win.
You know what? That could be it. That could, oh my god, fucking smart. No, but yeah, it's just like the fact that I was able to beat her. Like she was like, "There's no way you're gonna beat me." It's like there's this huge challenge, and it was like, it wasn't like there was a bet. Like if you can beat me, I'll fuck you. It wasn't like that, but like it was like oh my god, he just completely like he destroyed me, and like all of a sudden she was just turned on by that. I think.
Another good chess sex story.
Yeah.
I'm like, castle me, baby. Is this what's the other thing? The other side when you're not castling, what do you call it?
Shit.
You do it on the other side, baby.
Counter castle.
Rooking.
That's cat.
Knighting.
Well,
Knighting
Yeah,
or
yeah.
knighting the rook.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
castling. It's castling either way, but yeah, knight and the rook refers to going the queen side.
It's like
Castling queen side.
night me, baby. It's like, no, man, we're gonna castle.
It's a queen
I don't
side
know
cast.
that move. Oh, I'll teach you.
Turn over.
I don't know.
Oh, what? Oh shit. Yeah, that's why. Damn it.
But yeah, that's a game that like I haven't played in a long time, and I actually got on to I heard you guys talking about it, I think, and I was like, damn, I should play chess again. And I went on to like one of these sites just to kind of like brush up. I'm like, oh my god, I'm so bad. Like I can't even beat like tutorial mode. I'm like, what the fuck happened? You know, like I forget my opening moves. I forget my freaking like or if you do a good opening move, like the computer all automatically recognizes it, and you're just like, you know, like I don't know.
I went to Germany and played with the old man in the park. They destroyed me just so fast, so easily. They were laughing because I was putting up my money to see it happen again, you know? I was bad. I was awful.
Yeah, with the chick, what happened was is that, like I said, I mean, I was clearly on the defense, so I think she got arrogant. Like she thought she had me on the run, and that I didn't know what I was doing, and that she just like had this like big hand over me, and then she left herself vulnerable, like kind of on the backside. Like I was able to kind of flank and get behind her, and all of a sudden, something that she just didn't see. You know what I mean? She just kind of left herself open in an area, not realizing it because she was just like so brazen in her attack on me. And yeah, all of a sudden I saw it and I was like, oh damn, if I can get her to do this one move. So I baited her basically. I did a move somewhere else on the board. She did exactly what I wanted, and it opened me up, and I just made 2 moves from there, and boom, checkmate. And that's where it was like, damn, you know, like.
You know what? I thought it'd be fun to take a 3D printer and let's say you're a Steelers fan and you could make a chess set out of whatever you're into, you know, like whatever.
The Steelers.
Well, let's say you have flatties.
Listen, Dan. I'm going to tell you now. Playboy centerfolds maybe a chess set,
right? Okay,
so a bunch of guys in tights and stretched over their butt
but like,
and shit
let's
on
say,
my chessboard. Fuck no, not happening.
All right, how about Globers versus flatties? You know, but the point is, you could print anything you wanted and make it into a chess game. You know.
Well, yeah, we could. We're doing Glober versus Flatty on just.com, you know.
Or let's say a big marriage. You could print up the whole family,
MC Scott
both families.
plays, and Sean. What the fuck is Sean D? What's up, party people? The hell's his name, Lou? What's up, party people?
Sean G.
Sean G. Yeah, there you go. Sean and MC Scott. They play with me. M. Scott Beachy. I've been trying to get Kusho so I could hit him with Vichy. Vichy on chess is Vinny Vincent Vichy. It's a good twist on his I came, I saw, I conquered, you know. But he throws his name in there, Vinny Vincent Vichy, M. Scott Beach. So that's his chess thing on chess.com. But yeah, we're the next thing I want to do is fucking get these guys to play science trivia against me with a trivia bot. You know, just call it "Are you smarter than a flat earther?" You know, anybody can live stream it that they want. You know, I don't give a fuck. I just want to beat I'm competitive. Okay, let's just put it that way. I'm competitive. I'm gonna do that flat earth touchdown dance if I win. Might even have me a Super Bowl rap for it. You know what I mean? Remember that NFL players rapping?
Ugh. I do. Oh, fucking.
You're talking about? Wait. You're talking about the Bears, the Chicago Bears with
And
the
then
Super Bowl.
every other team tried to copy it.
Yeah,
Dude, that was the worst. That was like the fucking
whatever,
worst.
man. Listen, them motherfuckers was throwing bars for their lame ass educated football asses at today. But listen, their raps made me think all football players aren't dumb. Look, this guy, he's a big 600 pound linebacker black guy, and he talks like a white kid. He's in college, man. He's too educated to rap. He can't do it. He's too stiff. Get on the football field, kid. Maybe all football players aren't dumb, Maybe some of them did get an education, and I knew some who actually got good grades and played football too. So at MSU, I was a Spartan, Michigan State Spartan. That's my alma mater.
I don't know, dude. Bars. I wouldn't say that the Super Bowl. What did they call it? The Super Bowl shuffle or something?
Shuffle,
was it
yeah,
Super
there
Bowl
it is. Yeah. Hey, Refrigerator Perry was up in there dropping lines.
Yeah, I know the fridge was in it. The fridge was in it, dude. But I mean, dude, I'm from Packerland. They're our number one rival.
I know. I hate.
So we especially
hate
make fun
the
of it.
fucking Packers. You know that. No.
Yeah. Well, and you guys got it going on right now, actually, over there. The Lions are doing great, and the Packers are not all of a sudden. But
listen, we ain't in no position for bragging rights. We're hoping for a win, Lou. Don't bring that. Okay. Listen, we're just gonna state it like it is. We're happy with the Lions this season. All fair.
let's be true here too. Like Jordan Love, even though the Packers are starting fresh with him, like Jordan Love, like we just went from Brett Favre to Aaron Rodgers, and now we got Jordan Love. Sure, he's off to a little bit of a rocky start, but like he's showing a lot of promise for a young quarterback. We could literally be having 3 freaking all-star quarterbacks in a row. It's an actual possibility.
The Packers are always awesome, but our fair weather fans are back, and that tells you we're doing good.
Well, no, you guys though, you've beaten the Packers like what is it, like 7 out of the last 9 times or something like that. So
I know, but listen, I mean, I'm bragging rights. We ain't got no bragging rights yet, but you guys been consistent, and we're not consistent. So, but I do like Lions. I like Detroit. So, I like my Lions gear too. I look tough in it. Look like a tough ass country boy in my Lions jersey. That's a joke.
Anyway, I was just gonna talk about that Super Bowl shuffle, dude. Dude, that shit was not bars. Like you're saying, they're throwing bars, dude. No, that was like something that
tried to rap.
That was something like MPS puts out for like the water district.
Yeah.
You're right.
It has that same feel to it. You're right.
I thought it was a bad addition, a gay guy for the straight eye, but that's just my opinion. You seen that where they let some gay guy write them bars or something. Some tougher bars, but they might not have been able to play it at the Super Bowl at that time because you couldn't talk perverted shit then. Now we could just, we could drop it like it's hot. Look, at halftime, we can get up there and worship the devil and just sex parade children around it, and drag if they wouldn't give a fuck. I mean, Beyonce, she was born a dude. You ain't fuck kid. That motherfucker 6'1".
How did you just do that? We're going into trans investigations like that. Boom. We're into it.
Bam. Bam. I know. It's called, listen, I was a wrestler first, man. It's called transition, Lou. I practiced the transition so it's smooth, kind of like when you bite the ear of a virgin.
What?
You slip it in when she's going,
Talk to Joe Biden about this.
He said the sniffer. We got the sniffer in the convict.
When you bite the ear of a virgin. Right in front of her mother.
He's the all sniffing eye.
On camera. In front of the whole country.
Biden is like Sauron, Sauron, that big eye, talking about move her closer so I can smell her. I can see her, but get her closer. Zoran, whatever the hell they call that eye.
The eye of Zoran.
As long as we're on the same page. Motherfucker's like, I see you, but I don't smell you.
Precious.
Yeah, that's Biden pissed off. My precious, where are you? I can't smell you. Where'd you go? He got the kind of love a blind man can see. Biden, your girl's here. That was a joke me and my brother had about one of our buddies' wives. Man, she always smelled funny. And I was like, yeah, that's a scent of, that shit's in Braille. He's like, what? I was like, that shit talks to me. It's doing signal language and shit when it comes in. It's signing and shit. Motherfucker, I'm here. Like a blind man knows when Cheryl enters. Card night, man. We play a lot of cards on the farm, Lou. Try to have family over on the weekends. Get card tournaments. Sometimes we gamble. Motherfucker.
Yeah, see, like I don't mind.
Beating me at spades. But listen, my brother says, nobody's beating me and my old lady at spades tonight. Well, that gets out the hundreds of Benjamins. Well, Benjamin says we will.
Dude, spades was a fun game. Okay, and not necessarily like, yeah, it was a drinking game, like, dude, but like,
yeah, you can drink if you want.
yeah. I mean, you could bet if you want to, but like,
yeah.
I mean, it's a jailhouse game. Let's be honest. Like, that's what it is.
Well, being in my family kind of is similar to being in jail. You don't want to put up with this guy, but you're stuck with him. He's your brother.
Yeah, I played it a lot in high school. Is like, we'd go and hang out in this one friend's garage and like drink 40s and play spades.
Spades and
like,
hearts.
but dude, yeah, that's a game also that like I haven't played in so long. I kind of forget how it works. I know you got to follow suit. So like,
shoot the
you got to
moon.
follow suit and go up, and then
yeah, listen.
Spades trump. So like, but
hearts is listen. Hearts goes verse 1 to 500.
Spades, diamonds, clubs, hearts. Spades, diamonds, clubs, hearts. That's the order. So like, what trumps?
Hearts goes like this. There's no trump in hearts, but if you get hearts, you get points. Now the first 1 to 500 points loses. If you also get the bitch, which is the queen of spades, that's 13 points. So there's 13 hearts and 13 points for the bitch. But if you're man enough to take every heart in the book plus the bitch, you can give everybody else 26.
You call it queen bitch. Yeah, you got your queen bitch.
Yeah, queen bitch. Yeah. So, and if you take them all, then you give everybody else 26 points, and that's called shooting the moon. You shoot the moon.
Yeah, no, it's a game that like it would definitely take a refreshing, but I used to play it like a lot. Like literally back in like my sophomore junior year, like in high school, we played it like 5 nights a week. Like drinking 40s and shit.
You know what that game used to say to me? Hearts. Put all your hearts into one bitch, grab her, and get the fuck on. If you gotta go to the moon, keep that bitch. She's the queen bitch.
Yeah.
I always was shooting the moon every hand I could.
When it comes to cards, like there's certain card games that I like and others that I don't. If it's about gambling and taking people's money, like seriously, I'm just not a gambler. I'm not about that. But if it's strategy,
euchre.
If it's strategy, I do like that. But I don't know. It's just like I also don't like stupid shit either. So like there's 3 levels of this. Like it's got to be.
I don't like pinochle. I like euchre. like hearts. I like spades.
I don't know euchre. Cribbage actually is a fun game to play. So like that's cards with
yeah, cribbage is straight. I don't like gin rummy, but if my grandma was still around, I'd play it with her if she wanted to, because she liked it. But it's just gin rummy.
And I don't like games that are like left purely to luck. You know, like where you have to shake a dice or you have to freaking. I'm not onto that. Like
Scrabble. You play Scrabble, motherfucker?
Yeah. No, I don't. No, I never really did Scrabble.
We'll get drunk to the motherfucker and make up our own words out here on the farm. You know, if you're into his house, it's my rule.
Yeah, but no. You can call somebody out on a made up word though. Like you got to pull out the dictionary and shit.
My sister's got that book in her back pocket, and it's a big back pocket. She's a big bitch. I just don't argue with her. I figure she read it. Okay, it's not a word, whatever. Let me Google this shit. She hates that. Like, let me get my Scrabble spelling sorter out. Let me input all my letters. Okay, enter. Okay, here's my word.
No, a good example of what I'm getting at is that I don't like Yahtzee. Yahtzee is a stupid fucking game.
It is. Yeah, I don't like Yahtzee. I'll play Connect 4 before I'll play Yahtzee. And I don't like Connect 4, but the grandkids do, you know. So I got all this shit when it first came out. We didn't have to buy new shit. I play the games that I played with my brothers and sisters with my grandkids. And when my brothers and sisters come out here, because in the dining room I got these armoires full of games that were there. They were my mother's. They just break them out though. My brother will come out and my grandson's playing my granddaughter, and he'll butt his way in there like, "Hey, let Uncle Adney play a game. I got winners." And they're like, And he's like, "Hey, we're a big family. You can't just hog them. You got to take turns. My daddy bought that for me for Christmas in 1969. He bullshits them and shit." They're like, "Okay, man, you're next." That shit cracks me up. But you know, we're a big family, and everybody has fun. We'll hook up the Atari and play with the kids, man. I tried.
You got a working actual Atari, not an emulator.
Yeah, I got an actual working Atari. Fuck yeah, I got ColecoVision, motherfucker. It still works. I got a couple of them. Well, my parents had 11 kids, so you had to buy a few consoles, or otherwise there would be a fight, Lou. Big fight. Grouping up, clicking up in gangs, you know, 3 oldest against the 3 youngest, the youngers against the older gangs, you know. Be screaming Gen X, they be screaming Boomer. It'd be war. My dad had to come out like, well, I used to make fun of him and call him Cherokee Chief, Indian Chief.
It's funny. I'm actually wearing an Atari T-shirt right now.
Hey, he'd come in the room. My dad was like a 6'2" engine, you know, and I'd say, "Ene Chuck," because I knew my dad was about to get loud. You know, he's gonna grow 30 foot when he fucking opened his mouth. He sounded big as a giant, you know what I mean? One of them voices that fill up the room because he's got lungs 5 times the size of your lungs.
5 times the size of mine?
Yeah, or mine at the time.
Damn.
Reference to me, but yeah, he's 6'2". The man was so wide. I never hugged him and touched my hands together. He was just fucking. I hug his leg. As a grown man, my dad was like way bigger than me. I looked at him when he was dying. I was like, "You know what, Dad? You lied to me." He said, "About what, son?" "I told you the truth forever." And I said, "Yeah, you told me I'd be as big as you too one day, son of a bitch, and you're still a foot on me, you motherfucker." He was like, "Oh, son." I said, "Look, if that's our worst complaining, Dad, then we had a good life, you know?" And he laughed it off because, like, I'm 5'10", man. He was 6'2". I'd like to have been 6'2", but he was a big.
Yeah, and well, you gotta understand, our boomer parents freaking they believed and bought the bullshit that every generation gets bigger than the one before it.
Yeah, I know. He used to say, "You probably get bigger than me and stronger than me, boy." Like my dad could pick up a Pinto or a Mustang, just pick it up by the ass end, pick up the back bumper and start fucking squatting the Mustang.
Dude, I actually like literally did that this winter. Not a Pinto or a Mustang, but like got to a job and it was at a condo complex, and there was like somebody who was stuck on a pile of freaking ice and snow that they tried to back over that because like they, instead of moving their car when the snowplow came through, the plow like put like a big pile of snow right there, and then they tried to just get over it and they were like stuck on it. And I saw that, and it was a smaller little 4-cylinder car, and like I went over there and literally just freaking picked the thing up, like the back end. I started to do it, and I got it most of the way up, and I was like, you know what? I called another guy over. I'm like, dude, like here's the problem. I pointed it out. I'm like, you're wedged right there, like you're pivoting. Like they had the snowbank because they backed over it. Now the snowbank was in the middle of the car, so they were rocking. They weren't getting any bite or any traction on their wheels. So like, yeah, freaking, kind of lifted it up and then dug a little bit more out and got it, like, whatever, picked up the car, and got them out of there. And they were like so happy. Like they're like, where are you? Who you guys again? Da, da, da. And this happened also like shit back in the day, like
Listen, my aunt used to own a Chevette, and me and my 2 older brothers, we'd drink a beer and go in town, and we'd pick the ass end up and keep scooting it to the right and put it up on the curb in the lawn. And then we get the front end up there, the neighbors would come out and help us. We'd fuck with her. She drank a lot, and she'd park it out front, and it kept getting hit. And my dad would say, park it in your damn driveway, because she wanted my dad to fix it every time. So we go scoot her fucking Chevette right into her front yard, man. She'd come out in the morning thinking, I must have been drunk last night. Look around, see if anybody's looking. Look for the ticket or the sticker on the fucking car. We just put it in her. You know what a Chevette is, right? Little Chevette. Yeah, we get 3 of us on the bumper, dude. You just get it rocking and you hop it sideways a little, get it rocking.
Yeah, we had back in the day. I had a friend who at another friend's house. Like he pulled in the driveway, and his driveway like it kind of dropped off. Like the concrete slab was like a huge drop off, like going down a hill. And he like pulled too far forward and like got his front 2 wheels beyond the freaking thing and just dropped it where his wheels were off the ground. Front wheels were off the ground. We're like, what the fuck? And yeah, like me and 3 other guys, we each took a corner. And we like literally picked the freaking car up and moved it. Like just, like just front and back, like picked it up and moved the whole car just by hand.
Yep. I believe it. Shit, I live in Michigan. I pushed a lot of cars out of the snow.
Yeah, but this wasn't no pushing. Like we had to literally like lift it up and move it. Like we had to like lift it. Yeah.
I got these yank and jerk straps that are rated for like 12,000 pounds. I prefer to just hook one of them onto your bumper and hope your bumper stays on, or to your framework, I pull person out of a ditch. If I see people on the side of the road when I'm driving, man, I stop and get them out. Make sure they're all right. I live in the country,
Most cars, when you're talking about like 4-cylinder, 6-cylinder cars, whatever, like, I mean, they're not.
The front wheel drives are pretty good in the snow, but
yeah, but what I'm saying is like their weight. Like people are like, oh my god, how are you gonna move a fucking, a whole car? It's like, dude, it's not that heavy, and if you know physics, like where you're lifting from and where you're trying to go. You might be able to like literally pick up a quarter of the car or a half of the car and like shift it, move it, blah blah blah. Like they're like, oh, we're gonna have to call AAA out here and get a freaking tow truck. Like, not necessarily. Nope. Like we just need like 2 more guys, and I think we can do it.
Yep, that's a Michigander. We'll push our buddy out of the mud. We just get more guys. We're like, hey man, Ronnie's stuck in the mud. We think we can get it with 2 more guys. You coming? Yeah, hold on. Get my brother. We'll have 3. We should be good then. You get out there, 3 didn't cut it. You're like, 1 more guy, man.
Yeah. So it's done.
These country boys start breaking out leverage pulleys and motherfucking come-alongs and shit. We don't fuck around. We'll go get the chain
Like,
paws.
now, dude, we can get another guy so much easier. Like, do you know a guy with a come along? Well, yeah, but I can't get a hold. No, how about you just get somebody else? Just one other dude out here. Any other dude. We're almost there. We're rocking this thing. We're fucking any other dude. Freaking just get him out here to like pick up right there.
Or you get that one badass that finds this 15-foot fence pole and he says, look, guys, help me. I'm going to wedge it. That works. You find
yeah, absolutely. Leverage will do it too, but now you're talking about
falling down a tree and put 4 guys on a tree up under a bumper. You'll push a car forward quickly. It's definitely moving from where it is.
Another thing that's funny about guys is like if a guy sees 3 other dudes trying to pick up a car, he's like, "Oh, bro, I bet I could help."
Oh, hold on, hon. I'm gonna help these dudes out. Hold on to my soda. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I gotta go pick up
a
I gotta go pick up a car.
Right. Come on, hon. We need 1 more. Come on. We got this. That's the kind of girl I like. My wife, shit, she'd work on a car with me or she'd drive the tractor. Like, hey, I'll go get the tractor. I could make her push, but I mean, we got tractors out here and shit, you know, so couldn't say nothing when you're trying to save that 10 minutes, but your old lady's like, yeah, I'll just go get the tractor. Fuck, I guess I'll stand out here in the fucking blizzard then for another 15 minutes while you warm up the tractor.
Yeah. She gets the tractor there. Now you got it out with your bros. Your bros picked it up, and she's like, "Well, I got the tractor." It's like, "Well, we got your car out."
Right. Now move your car and put the tractor back. I'm cold. No, I wear some Carhartts, but yeah, a lot of times you can, man. Just black ice or tires spinning. Hell, you might just push down on the car while they spin the fucking tires.
Yeah, you can do that too. Like where maybe you're not getting enough traction in the back, so you can lift up the front while they spin the tires, or you can do that's with a rear-wheel drive, or you could do it the opposite way. You could lift up the back and give them more traction in the front while they spin it back. But now they might run you over, so you got to watch out. But like, yeah, you just being smart about it, like seeing like what is the problem and where you got to apply the pressure. You don't have to pick up the whole car necessarily.
Hey, first car I got stuck in the mud was a 1981 Nova hatchback, straight 6. Limited slip rear wheel drive, 1 fucking tire, and it just sat there and spun. I was by myself. What I ended up doing was getting a fence pole, and I got under the hood. I shut it down, and I turned the idle screw up. You know, on the old carbureted ones, you just got a screw, and you keep cranking that screw up, and it'll open the idle up. So I got it going fast, and I got ran over by my own damn car when it got loose. Man, I went to run and get in the door and the fucking tripped and the rear end ran me over and shit. I don't know how I did it, but I got right back up. You know, I was drinking. I was like, my dad's gonna kill me. I got right back up, get in the car, and this time I made it. I get home, my brother's like, damn, your car's racing like a motherfucker. I said, yeah, I had to idle it up. He said,
I had to
holy
get
shit.
run over.
Yeah, he said, holy shit, who ran you over? I had the tire marks all over my back and shit. Just covered. I was like, look, fuck you, Adney. You wasn't there to help me get out of the mud. Just shut up, bro. I got stuck in the mud. He's like, what the fuck was you doing in the mud? I said, obviously not driving. I was getting run over. But I got some good tires after that. My bro was like, oh, I got you hooked up, bro. I got you some spring helpers, some better tires, and we're gonna put these couple bags of sand in your trunk. because I had to get to work. You know, in my family, you got to have a job, plus do farm work, plus work for the asphalt company. My dad was a prick, but he didn't raise lazy people, you know. I thought it was bullshit. I had to get my first car and get back and forth to a company that my grandfather left to everybody, but like, the company could have bought me the car, but my dad wanted, you know, what it was like growing up like your grandpa. Grandpa had to get all this shit. It's valuable, you know. Just not being a lazy person, that's valuable. Like, I can work a 12-hour shift and then go home and bale the back 20, you know, or bale hay till dark, then eat dinner. I can do that. Smoke weed and cigarettes. Talk shit the whole time I'm doing it. That's what these guys don't know, these city kids that sit on the laptop. Like, dude, I'm a country boy. I'll throw you like a bale of hay, you little son of a bitch. You better shut up.
Dude, that's a story. It's not just city kids. It's like all kids now. Like it. Dude, why do you think you can't find help in any of the trades? Like the trades are offering like huge amounts.
They won't work.
Well, not as long as they still have a house provided by their parents.
Right. That's not my kids either.
But yeah, like you just you can't.
I'm like my father in that aspect. I don't raise lazy children. I teach them how to get stuff. They say, I want this. I say, okay, you got to earn this much money. And then you'll be able to get that.
My fucking dad, like, okay, so I was 19 years old. I was going full time to college towards electrical engineering, also working a full time job.
Feels good to say I did all that on my own, doesn't it, Lou?
I was going to full time college and also working a full time job, and I had a loan for a car and I had my loan was this is a long time ago, like now. My loan was like $230 a month, and my freaking my insurance was $280 a month because I had to have full coverage insurance, and I was a freaking and I was making all that work, going to school full time, working full time, and trying to make these fucking payments and shit like that. And I needed 2 days float. I said, Dad, can I have $20 to put gas in? I needed $20. Can I have $20 to put gas in my car so I can make it to work? And he said, nope, you got to learn to budget your money better.
I've been there, Lou. Listen, can I ask you a question? Do you now have that $20 of extra gas money laying in change, maybe somewhere around in your work vehicle or your car?
Oh, dude, I got probably $100 in change. Or I probably have like $200 or $300 in change, like sitting on my fucking dresser. Like,
yeah, that's when the change thing started for me. Is when I didn't plot enough money for gas. I just started throwing my change on the floor in my car.
yeah, but what I was saying is like, dude, it's just really funny because like you're talking about. I mean, I get the being a hard nosed dad and like saying, you know, but like it's like, dude, if your kid is like clearly like making it fucking happen, you know, like he's going to school and he's getting good grades and he's fucking working hard and he's freaking like, and then he just needs $20 for 2 days, like, and he promised to pay it back in 2 days. Not like, can I have $20? Like, can I just borrow $20?
Lou, I had to do that shit, so I know the value of saying this, and I'm proud to say it. I did it all my way, on my own 2 feet.
Yeah, no, my dad gave me nothing at all, and now all of a sudden, now I'm like, you know, 40, freaking almost 2, and all of a sudden he's like acting like he wants to do something. It's like, dude, you know, I could have used that. Like, if you want to do something, I could have freaking used it back when I asked you for $20 for 2 days. Fucking dick.
Oh yeah, but you did it. And you're proud. Listen. I know, because I had this deathbed conversation with my dad, but you did it, and he's proud. So now you earn the right to everything he owns.
I don't know about all that. He don't own shit.
They don't want to worry. They don't want to worry about us when we go. Can you understand that? My kid made it on his own, so I know he'll be straight when I leave. He's a strong son bitch, just like his daddy.
Yeah, I wish I could say that. See, like with my dad, this is not getting get all freaking psychological and shit. But like, no, my dad's worthless. My dad's worthless. My dad freaking has done nothing but prey on other people and use other people his entire life. He's done nothing for himself, and likes to claim like he did all this on his own when it's all been given to him, basically.
Yeah, no, my dad wasn't short on feelings or deep thought. He had a lot of that. I hear you. I was blessed there. But he did make me work for it all. He was a prick like that. He couldn't get $20, but I could go get it from my mom, Lou. I'm not going to leave that out. Mom, Dad won't loan me $20. Oh, it's up in my drawer, my sock drawer. Go get your 20. Don't touch the rest. That's mine. Your dad don't know about it. You go up there ain't no socks in the drawer. Just fucking money. Like, holy shit. Mom's fucking paid. I'm honest though, so I'm like, Mom, I can only get 120. She said, well, that's what I said, isn't it? Damn, you guys are tight. You got like 15 grand in the dresser. What the fuck? I can only get $20. $20 is a lot of money, boy. I'm thinking, fuck.
Yeah, I don't know. It's gonna be hard to instill that on my daughter too, because like I don't know. You already know I'm a sucker for my daughter. Like I'm like, 'cause, like I don't know. I'm fucking like with snowboarding and shit. Like dude, I don't know. I want her to look stylish and be dude, I'm like buying all like the nicest shit for her. Like when I was a kid, like you got all hand me down, played against sports, used shit. You know, like I'm like, nah, you're gonna look fly out there. Like, you know, like you're gonna have the best board, you're gonna have the best bindings, you're gonna have the best boots, you're gonna have the best coat, you're gonna all match. And we're gonna do this every fucking season.
I like skiing. Do you ski too?
I used to. I mean, before I snowboarded, I did. Yeah.
I'll snowboard. I'll rollerblade with the kids. I do a lot of shit with my kids too. I hear you. Daughters are a little different than sons too. You know, like your son will get out there and experience his life itself, but a dad, it's daddy's girl's mama's voice. You know, and well, Dad, we just have problems letting go of our girls when they get older. You know.
I think it's like
all up in it.
I know I've seen too many fucking girls out there with daddy issues, and it's like I don't want to give her none. Like I just like no, daddy's there. Daddy's there for you, girl. Daddy's there for you. Don't fucking try to put this on me when you start getting fucked up.
Right. I just try to tell my girls like this. So like I watch TV, I'm hip. So, you know, I just love you and I want to be part of your life. But if I'm all hands up in your Kool-Aid, you gotta let me know and I'll chill. I like hearing them say, Dad, stop, you're not hip. Oh no, I mean if my finger's in your pudding, you can get it out. Just say, Dad, that's too much. You gotta give me
I
some
don't know if you should say it that way. You shouldn't put your finger in your daughter's pudding.
Well, Kool-Aid, that's your business. All up in my business. Right? You're taking business to a sexual place. That's you. I can't stop.
No, it was like I knew what you meant. But no,
I just like trouble.
Don't go do that.
I just want them to know, you know, if Dad bugs you too much, man, just say so. Shit, you ain't got to say, yeah, Dad, I want to go do that. I mean, if you got plans with your girlfriend or your husband. But hey, she gets screwed because I'm like, you can bring your husband along, and he's always like, yeah. He said, "Yeah, we can take the kids too. Fuck yeah, we can. I like take the grandkids anywhere, man. Anywhere they say they want to go, we can fucking go. Why can't we?"
Never mind.
I spent too much fucking time when my kids were younger, fucking working. So now, fuck it. As adults, I just figure, before I just give you everything I fucking got, let's enjoy it together. Fuck it. Right? I mean, I got everything I need in life. Now I just need to know my kids will be all right before I go and that I love them.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Like, do everything you can to like kind of provide for them once you're gone and all that. But as well, like I think what something we've seen too is like savings is essentially a loss. Like, I mean, you can put stuff aside, but it's unless it's put into an investment for the future, which I think you probably know that too. So like it's gonna lose money. You can't just like stick it in a bank account for them,
Yeah,
or like
it's
say
got
that.
to be long-term equity. There can't be
Yeah,
long-term in the black. We got money in the bank and they're just charging us to keep it there. Hell no, we don't do all that.
I don't know. I don't really have faith in like, especially our financial institutions and stuff like that, like these days. And so, yeah, I am doing that stuff to a certain extent, but it's like to get too hung up on money, like like a lot of people are they're kind of too cheap. Like it's like well, you don't know how much it took to earn that dollar and da 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 da. And it's like we're gonna have to do everything.
I look at it like
We're
this.
gonna like
Do you want
I
to
just
listen, Lou? You're gonna work your ass off, right? When you're not working your ass off, do you want to enjoy the best of what you can afford, or do you want to penny pinch, satisfy, take what's less than
right.
what you're
No,
satisfied?
that is what I'm getting to. What I'm saying is like don't worry about spending money. Like as long as you have if you have a trade or a good job or a business or whatever else, like money keeps coming in, money keeps flowing, and things tend to work themselves out. Like just freaking just
Live the
like
way you want to.
yeah, exactly.
Enjoy life. Live every moment to the fullest. Because guess what? You're not promised tomorrow. Neither am I. Just not
Yeah,
promised.
I'm not gonna go buy a freaking.
That's why today is known as the present. There ain't no tomorrow. The past is gone, and you're alive
I do
today.
my research.
That's the present.
I've figured out that like anything that I'm gonna buy, I can buy the cheapest version and be dissatisfied with it,
Yeah.
or I can buy the best version and probably also be dissatisfied. Like, dude, that wasn't what I paid
I was
for it.
gonna say,
Like,
there's many different ways you can be not happy.
yeah. Yeah, but like if I actually like do my research and check reviews and do this and that, like I can be a smart buyer and I can find something that's kind of middle range that like it might even outperform top of the line shit because it's got a name or whatever else. Like you gotta be a smart buyer. But you're never gonna like get something good going the cheap road, and you're never gonna freaking get the most of your money by going the highest road, like the brand name necessarily. Like there's certain things like I don't know. You can buy.
So Lou is talking to all you people that still have a 1984 floor model Air Touch color TV with 13 channels. Lou is talking to you. Get rid of that shit. We got real remote controls now. It doesn't have a cable. No,
Yeah,
I'm with you.
I'm talking, I
Listen,
could give a smaller analogy, like
I'm with you.
you could let's say you want to teach your kid to go snowboarding or skateboarding, right? Like
The best equipment.
you don't want to buy them the $40 friggin' or $60 like Walmart brand or Amazon brand. saying, well, they're brand new to it and this will be good enough. Like, don't do that.
It's
Like,
called a broken hip board. You don't buy them the broken hip board. You get the hip board because you're not broke.
yeah, you get them something good because, like,
my
the
son told
cheap,
me that one.
that's pretty good. Yeah, the cheap ones don't react the way that they're supposed to. They don't have the right flex or the right stiffness or the right freaking trucks or the right wheels or the right bearings or the freaking like if you want to teach them, like, you got to get them something decent, and you're way better off if money is an issue. You're way better off buying a used one of a good brand with good fucking parts than buying a cheap one off of Amazon or from Walmart.
And learning to wax it up real fucking good. Snowboard,
exactly.
right? We still talking about, okay. Yeah, my son said, well, you could get me that cheap one, Dad, but you want to pay for hip surgery, and I'm like, what? He's like, really? That's the difference between, being what, vertical all the way down the mountain or at a parallel, You need a board you can stand on and you can steer, Dad. My son told me I ski. I got good skis too. I don't waste no money on that shit. You're right. And I wax the fuck out of them bitches. I get the car buffer out if I got to.
Yeah, no, I do a good job waxing. I think home waxings are way better than running it through the machine at the hill. Like,
fuck yeah.
But it takes time. It takes love.
It does.
But you can do a much better job. You can buy a way better wax than what they're gonna use too. Like that.
You can. Yep. I got some of my skis are like fucking at least 60 years old. I guess what
I was going to get to with your analogy, what you were saying, like about the broken hip board, like you buy these cheap brands and they might work well for the first couple of times out, but they just don't have any like longevity. They don't have after a few rides, they become sloppy. They don't hold their stiffness and stuff. All of a sudden they.
So you ride sideways all the way down the fucking mountain on your snowboard because your bitch ass couldn't get it straight if you wanted to. I don't care how strong your thighs are, motherfucker. I've done that shit. I've been sideways for a long time. Like, okay, this sucks.
You buy a name brand board. You buy a freaking a Burton or a Burton GNU LibTech fucking
yeah. We rented some the next day. My son's like, I'm not going back out on this shit. I was like, well, hey, man, I don't know nothing about this shit. Neither do you. We seen it on fucking TV. We played, listen, we were playing 1080. You know what I'm saying? You know what 1080 is?
1080. What, video game? You were playing?
Yeah. Nintendo 64 1080. It's where you ride the half pike on a snowboard. That's how we got the idea to go snowboarding. I ski. I grew up skiing, water skiing, land skiing, but I can use a boogie board, man. So, I figured, well, hey, snowboard, boogie board.
It's not that different. Like, any board sport kind of translates to another one. So,
right.
You do boogie boarding, surfing, skateboarding, snowboarding, wakeboarding. Like they all like help you for all the others.
Yeah. Like water skiing definitely helps me ski down a mountain. The only skiing I did before I did the mountain was the fucking water skiing, and then we went to Colorado, so. My uncle lives in Colorado, so we go up to the mountains in Colorado my whole life with my dad, but I still go there. My cousins live there. My uncle, he's still alive. He's still making it. I don't think for long, but
I have a feeling that might be a surprise this winter from my dad and stepmom. We got last year they helped to purchase snowboarding gear for my daughter and ski gear for my
She liked it
sister.
that much, huh?
Well, see, like when I was younger, we went out to as a family, like my dad, my stepmom, me, and my sister. Like we went out to Colorado like probably 6 or 7 times, and did like Beaver Creek, Vale, Copper,
Yeah.
Keystone, friggin'
I've been to
Keystone
Beaver
a
Creek.
lot. Like Beaver Creek, I have a cousin who used to work there he was like the manager of the hill. Like he was like the guy who just determined what trails got groomed and when and blah blah blah. Like, so actually have another cousin that moved out there and was moved to Boulder.
Well,
But
don't they call him a geo specialist or some shit? He knows all that
yeah, I
shit about
forget that. Yeah, you gotta know
landslides
all
and
kinds
all
of
that.
shit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you gotta know about making the whatever on the side of the mountain. What the fuck's it called?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the exact name of it is, but yeah,
They
that's
set off explosive avalanche. They set off
yeah.
explosives.
He didn't do the charges for avalanche control and shit. I don't think so anyway. But he was more in charge of like, um, like making sure you got the corduroy on the frickin' greens and the blues, making sure that the mogul hills or whatever, like yeah, they were grooming the hills and like when and like if whatever. He was more in kind of like in charge of the whole like he was a manager of the staff when like the ski patrol staff and shit like that.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm with you.
Yeah,
Grading trails and stuff like that, making sure people get on the list properly.
yeah. But so like
because part of
he actually
everybody's
had.
job is to make sure you're being safe.
So I don't know if they still have it, but they had in Colorado, they had what they call the medallions, like a gold medallion. Like it's a literal gold medallion, like a gold medal that you like wear around your neck, like an Olympic gold medal. And they have like a certain number of them. It's only a few. It's like maybe 30 of them or something like that. There's not that many. But or whatever.
You can
I
get
don't know what the
pictures
number
with.
is. But they had these gold medallions. If you had one of these medallions, it is a instant pass onto any mountain anywhere to any resort into Colorado. So every single Colorado resort, it's an all-day pass if you're wearing it for free anywhere you go.
Oh no shit.
Yeah, and like I actually wore one of these for like a week straight. Like, yeah.
Give me that.
I would get on the gondola or the freaking lift or whatever, and like there would be these like ritzy freaking like nose stuck up
probably
freaking
been
people there, and all of a sudden, they start talking. They'd see me with my board. They'd be on their skis because this was back in the day when like boarding was still
been
like
about 8 years
shunned
since I've
upon. You know what I mean? Like being on a board was like, oh, dirty boarder. And then all of a sudden, like they would see the medallion around my neck, and they're like, "Where'd you get that? Where'd you get?"
Hey, borders got more accepted. Used to be regular skiers didn't like them on there, but they're more.
Yeah, but no. So my cousin though, like when we wanted to go out there as a family, he had a medallion, and he knew like and so like the medallions also went to like people who actually won medals. So like X Games winners and shit like that, they would get a medallion, right? And he knew a handful of other people who were medallion holders, and so like when we would want to go out there as a family, he would call other people up and be like, "Hey, are you using your medallion this week or whatever?" And he actually would gather up like 2 or 3 medallions for us to use for the week.
No shit.
Yeah,
That'd been cool.
dude, absolutely. Like literally it's a fucking solid gold fucking medal you're wearing around your neck that fucking gets you up on the fucking hills for free.
That should get you robbed at a ski resort in Detroit.
Yeah.
They'd be like, you see that chunk that nigga got? Let's get him.
Yeah, dude, you wear that and everybody turns their head. They're like they don't even know what it is, and if they do, then it really snaps their necks.
That's why I never wear jewelry or a nice watch to work, man. I work in some undesirable neighborhoods. Don't need somebody talking about, hey, look, that worker gotta go fuck him. That's a Rolex. Let's rob him. Then I might have to shoot somebody. You know, I got a CCP.
Yeah, no, that shit ain't happening. That shit ain't happening at Vale or Beaver Creek. Like, you know what I mean? Like, everybody there is just like ritzy people. Like, in fact, you know, they're like, no, I'll pay my money. I'll pay my thousands of dollars. You know, you have your medallion. So, like, dude, like, I know you're jealous. Shut up. I know you're.
Is it big enough you can whoop somebody's ass with the medallion?
Yeah, dude, I'm talking about like it's
Be like, bitch,
bigger.
who you
It's
think
big.
you
It's big.
robbing?
Like it's not as thick as a hockey puck, but it's bigger than one.
Use it for a mace. Like, bitch, it's better than a lock and a sock. You better back up. You ain't robbing nobody, bitch. I'll peel your
No, yeah,
cat.
I mean, I just, yeah, of course, I kept it tucked under my coat and shit. I didn't like wear it outside, but if I needed to get on, yeah, I would pull it out and be like, and then boom, you know, they're like, oh, and once they see it once, they're like, oh,
Today
that
in
dude's,
Colorado, some nigger got his cat peeled with a gold medal by a gold medalist.
yeah. Once they see it once, they're like, okay, yeah, you're good to go. You know, like they don't need to see it again. They don't really want you to pull it out over and over again either.
I bet. They don't want you getting jacked. If I had a solid gold coin, I don't care whose it was, somebody might end up jacking me, or at least that's what the police report will say. Pull over on the
Yeah.
side of the road.
I mean, actually, to be true, I might have. I might have exaggerated. I know it's gold. It looks gold, but is it? That would be a large chunk of gold. It's probably not gold on the
That
inside.
would, Luke.
You know, that would be a lot.
That would be a large chunk of gold, and I would go in the hood. I'd open the doors, stab my tire, call the police. Yeah, I just got robbed for my gold medal on Wilson Street, man. Send the coppers.
Yeah, no, but either way though, it's still it's a status symbol no matter what. Anyway, what I was getting to is like,
they'd be like, "You got my gold coin?" I'd be like,
dude, yeah, like
you better talk to my insurance company, buddy.
Yeah, let me talk to my cousin, see if I can get 3 more of these for the family, and then we just disappear.
Let me get my insurance agent on the phone. Yo, shit got last week.
It's probably not actually gold on the inside, but it's I know it's gold plated at the very least, and it's freaking yeah, and I know what's most important is that it gets you into any resort in all of Colorado any time of year. So it's like year long. So whether it be for golfing or for freaking skiing or snowboarding or mountain biking or freaking anything that you might do at any of those resorts, Aspen, freaking like it's every single one of those resorts, anything that you might do with them, like you're good to go for free with that medallion.
Yeah.
That'd
be the hookup.
Anyway.
That shit ain't cheap.
No, not at all.
It ain't. We know.
Not at all. Anyway, what I was getting to is that like my daughter, I've just been, you know, she just I was teaching her the basics last winter. I have a feeling there's it might be coming this winter, if not this winter, next winter. But I think the family's gonna. I think my mom or my dad, my stepmom, I think they're gonna probably take the whole fam, like themselves, my brother, my sister, me, my daughter, my sister's children, which that would include her husband and their 3 kids. Like I think we're all gonna go out to Colorado either this winter or next winter. I know they've been talking about it, but I have a feeling it might be a surprise this winter. So that would be really cool. It's been a while since I've been out there, and I know when I was like learning to snowboard, I learned to snowboard out there. Like I was a skier, and I said, you know what, I want to learn to snowboard, and we rented a board out there, and we spent a week out there, and over the next the first 3 days, I just spent falling on my ass and being in complete pain and agony riding a snowboard.
Listen, I had them Charlie horses in my ass cheek. I know
Yeah.
what's up. I know what's up.
What I'm getting at there is that like if my daughter can get out there,
my son wanted to do it. Yeah.
If my daughter can get out there, that's where she'll get actually good at this shit. She'll get really good really fast because you're kind of forced to. You know, like when it takes. I mean, me now, like knowing how to board, knowing how to take speed and carve and blah blah blah. Like when you go out there, like out here, I can go to a hill, and it's 30 seconds to the bottom on some of the smaller hills, and like 3 minutes to the bottom, top to bottom, on some of the bigger hills. You know, if I go out to Colorado, I can push as hard as I possibly want. I can go as fast as I want. And it's literally, if I want to go top to bottom to the mountain, you're talking 30 minutes pushing hard, going fast, like 50 miles an hour to the bottom, freaking 30 minutes to the bottom. So like one run is like 30 fucking runs.
Yeah, I'm with you. We got small hills around here, like Cascades. One is the Cascades.
We got Cascade Mountain out here too. It's the same company, Cascade. Yeah, Cascade. I know. Yeah.
Yeah, and we got the falls. There's a stair step falls in it and a big old hill, and that's pretty good. But like you said, it's lucky to be a minute to the bottom, you know.
Yeah, the Cascade out here, is actually a pretty decent size. Like for a Midwest hill, like I mean, it could take you a good 5 minutes to get to the bottom, which is that's big for hills around here.
Yeah, that's big. That's a big hill. Ours, I would say the most would be 2 minutes. Shit. It might take you 5 minutes to walk up the motherfucker, but no, if you I mean, it's a big hill, dude, but you go pretty fast.
It's a big landfill is what it is. It ain't no mountain.
No, our Cascades, we got the same thing. That we talked about this once, didn't we, with the mud floods and shit, where they come in and graded all the. Why did they do this in every state and shit? We were comparing the fountains on yours and mine, and wondering where the symbolism came from. Remember?
The fountains. I mean, I this all sounds familiar, but I'm
at your Cascades.
A little bit lost.
There's fountains at the Cascades Falls. It's a falls, right?
Oh no! The Cascade is over near the Wisconsin Dells. Okay, so that's probably what we're talking about. It's in near Baraboo, Wisconsin, and Wisconsin Dells, where they have like these huge cliffs and freaking like just like I don't know. They got the boat tours and all kinds of shit. Like they've got like I don't know. Frank Lloyd Wright has a bunch of buildings out there. Freaking.
Well, here I'll show you a
It looks
picture
carved.
of ours.
It looks carved. Like it really does.
Look, are you get in the chat? We're
Right.
live stream text. All right. This is our Cascades. It's a big hill, man, and they had to fill it in and bring a bunch of land in and build in this stair step hill. It's stair steps all the way down, and it's still only 3 minutes at the most. I don't think 5.
Oh yeah, that's nothing like ours. I know it's owned by I know it's owned by the same company, but
yeah, it's Cascade Falls. This is the falls, Cascade Falls. This one gives you a little more of an aerial view of the area, but shit, it's probably a mile square. The hill, so there's people sledding all the way around it in the wintertime.
Yeah, let me see if I can get. I'll show you. I'll show you the Cascade in Wisconsin.
But the dirt is built up so much over the years that it's not really stair step hills like you see in these pictures anymore. It's more a one total grade. And the Cascade sticks out of a mound. It's no longer groomed like that.
Yeah, I'll just maybe send you. Just look up Cascade Mountain, Wisconsin, and look at photos or whatever. You'll see it's quite different from what you're showing. In Portage, Wisconsin.
Cascade, Wisconsin looks like a village in between some mountains. No, that's Jackson, Wyoming. How the hell? Oh. No, never.
If you really
I
want to
fucked
get
up
some
my
good
shirt.
friggin' skiing, though, you go north up to Upper Michigan, so that's still you guys. Go up to Michigan, the UP.
Yeah, we got some
Friggin'
good.
there's some good
Iron
stuff up
Mountain.
there.
Iron Mountain.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay,
it's the
I
Porcupine
see
Mountains. Yeah.
I see it. Cascade. It's like a mountain or a hill. Cascade
Yeah,
Mountain Ski
it's a big ass hill. It's a big ass hill.
Ski Holiday. It is. It's got a bunch of trails cut into it too. Damn.
Yeah, it's like long runs, man, for the area, you know.
Yeah, that'd be tight. See, look, I'll get this
Yeah.
cartoon image of it. Got a lot of trails. So they just built that? Did they pile
Well,
all the dirt up
that's been
where
around
they
for
had?
quite some time. I mean, I think that's actually a natural formation. I mean, most of our ski hills in southern Wisconsin are landfills. I think Cascade is an actual fucking hill, like, not, you know. Yeah, 47 trails, 4 terrain parks.
Yeah, that looks straight, man. Look, you could still hit a tree.
You absolutely could.
Well, you gotta have some kind of. I
Yeah,
grew up
that's nothing
sledding.
though compared to, like, if you go up
There's
north
gotta be.
to like you were saying, Iron Mountain, like Iron Ridge, Wisconsin, or Ironwood. Sorry, Ironwood was what is it like? It's Hurley is on our side in Wisconsin, and there's Ironwood in Michigan. As soon as you get there, all of a sudden you got like a bunch of places. You got Indian Head, Blackjack.
Listen, there's a
Whitecap Mountain. Whitecap Mountain is badass, by the way. Whitecap right there is fucking killer.
There's a dirt road right in the middle of the woods in Manistee Forest. It's in between Baldwin and Iron Mountain, and the hill keeps like a 12-1 pitch for 3 miles. It's 3 miles downhill at like a fucking 12-1 pitch, man. My dad wouldn't even drive his truck down this hill. We go all the way around and shit. But me and my brother went up there with skis once and rode them all the way to the bottom. And we had to walk back because my old man wouldn't come down and get us. And it takes a long time to go around, dude.
Yeah.
I was wondering.
I'm not sure what you mean by a 12-1, because like normally it would be like a 4-12, 6-12, 8-12, 10-12. What do you mean by 12-1?
Yeah, like a
4-12.
4-12.
12 is run. What's your rise?
I'd say it dropped 4 or 5 foot every 12 foot. Yeah, that's about right.
So you're talking about a 12-12 pitch.
Yeah, it's just a constant. Yeah, I said it. Yeah, it's just a constant pitch.
Yeah, like a 45-degree angle would be a 12-12.
Yeah, well, it seems like a 45. Yeah, that's what I meant, a 12-12. But it just seems it's a constant drop, dude. And when you stand on the top of this hill and you look, it's just a dirt road in the winter with trees cut out, all the way down. And it narrows out to a point to where you can't even see. I don't know how a person would even drive a fucking vehicle up that motherfucker.
That's why they all drive snowmobiles up there. They got tracks.
Right. Fuck. When we seen that, it'd be beaten down path with snow on it. And it's like, who the fuck's truck makes it up this fucking hill?
When you go to like Iron Ridge, like and shit like that, in like the UP, during the winter, literally like it's not all people, but it's super common for people to literally just get around, like as their daily travel. Like they go to church on their snowmobiles. They go to the grocery store with their snowmobile. Each one of them, the wife has her snowmobile, husband has his, and all 4 of their kids got another one, and they go and follow each other to go to church and to go to the grocery store and to go to fucking whatever it is they're doing. It's so snowy all the time that like it's unsafe to drive a wheeled vehicle.
Oh, I
Like,
know.
yeah.
I know. We'd go up north every fucking weekend. I got cabins up north. I know how it is.
Yeah, there's never a time where the roads are cleared. It's all just like everything is just like ice and snow all the time during the winter.
Yep. I got a 78 Bronco that I converted from half ton to 1 ton with a 460. That's what I take to deer camp. Set on 40s.
And when you get way up into the UP, there's like a peninsula up there, like
Yeah.
that sticks up into Superior, where it literally just snows nonstop for like 9 months out of the year.
Mm-hmm.
It just never stops snowing. Once it starts, it doesn't stop. It just snows for 9 months straight.
We used to go to Marinesco, Michigan, and when I was a kid, at the end of July, it'd start snowing in Marinesco, Michigan, which is I don't know. I think it's 15 minutes from Wisconsin. You know, I think you could throw a rock into Wisconsin from where we hunt.
Yeah.
Hunted.
Yeah, the UP is sort of like it might as well be Canada because it's like, and then you know how in Canada almost all of their population lives within like a couple hundred miles of the border, like where they can cross over to the U.S.
Listen, those Upers, listen, buddy. I'm trying to help you out here,
Yeah.
Those Upers, are you hungry? Do you need something to drink? Are you thirsty? We can help you out. Those Upers, they taught me how to talk Canadian,
Yeah.
We'd go up there and my dad's friend be like, and I'd be
The,
like,
the same thing
why
is
you
true.
say
The same
so
thing is
much?
true with the UP. So like almost all of their population lives at the southern border of Wisconsin. So like they're all like within like a stone's throw of like the Wisconsin border because like the UP really is kind of like
They're all
just
like
out
this.
there, nothing.
Yeah, where you per se? Well, you're a troll, You from under the bridge? You got to be nicer than that around here, guy. You can't laugh at people. That's rude. I'm a Uper, man. We got Uper pride.
There's a bumper sticker you see around here pretty often, fairly often that says, "I'm from the UP up there. Hey, don't you know?"
I've seen it. I've seen it, Lou. Hey, don't you know we're from?
I'm from the UP up there. Hey, don't you know?
I've seen that fucking bumper sticker a lot. It's like all I wanted was fudge. I wasn't trying to talk to you, buddy. Don't you know? You know the Mackinac fudge, you know?
Don't you know?
I love that fudge. I'm not gonna lie. I get so high someday, I'll be like, man, I think I'm gonna drive up to UP and get me some Mackinac fudge.
Way up there, hey?
I'll be back.
Okay.
That's what we say in Michigan. I'll be back. I'll call you if I have problems. My daughter.
It's funny. Like you go up to that part of the state, northern Wisconsin in the UP, and oh my God, it's a whole different world. Like,
yeah.
First off, like you're skinny if you're 300 pounds.
Yeah, and burgers become salmon. Hey, don't you know? You want some salmonade? They're running, don't you know? Some moose? Oh, you want
a
some
moose about your hoose, don't you know?
We got some rump roast, some taters.
It's funny too. Like when you get to Hurley, Wisconsin, which is right on the border there at Ironwood, Wisconsin. So like you have two cities that are like on opposite sides of the border, but they're like hugging each other. It's kind of like a twin, but they're city that's very not really cities, two towns, two very small towns.
I watched Fargo, and my friend said, those dudes are Canadian as hell. And I was like, dude, we're from Michigan. They ain't got shit on us. Have you ever been to the UP? They don't even fuck with the Upers. These guys aren't Canadians. The Upers are. These guys are borderliners.
You want to get more Canadian than a Youper without being Canadian? Look at North Dakota, like Fargo shit. Like dude, those guys. Oh my god! Like if you were talking about dealing with harsh weather, like in really long winters, like yeah, that like Fargo, North Dakota, like dude, their winter is like way worse than ours.
Yeah, yeah. They're some of the furthest northern points in the U.S. too, but yeah, they got the hardest weathers.
Yeah, that's some nasty weather. Like you're talking.
I like snow.
I mean, like they're hitting like -60, -70 degrees Fahrenheit, like every fucking winter for extended periods of time.
Listen, I got some sleds. I got a Formula 900 Arctic triple. That motherfucker will do wheelies at 70. We go up when the Straits of Mackinac freeze over, and we make a drag strip for sleds adjacent to either on one side or the other of the Mackinac Bridge, and we race right there in the light of the Mackinac Bridge.
What I was getting to about Hurley is funny. There's this little town like right as you cross into the UP. I don't know. I think maybe strip clubs are not like allowed in the UP or something. But in Hurley, Wisconsin, right at the border there's this tiny little fucking town where it's like there's literally just one main drag, one strip, and on that strip there's 6 strip clubs within a block. Like literally, like they're all next door to each other and across the street from each other.
Listen, there's so many Native Americans up there without jobs, man. You don't need a strip club, Lou. You just need to be able to afford to buy drinks. I like the North. I love the Navajo, the Chippewa, the old Chippewa. They're beautiful women. They are. I don't know about their men, but
what's funny is because it's way out in the middle of nowhere. So you go to these clubs and like they got hot girls there, but you find out you find out like literally like it's like a Vegas of the Midwest or something. Like they just freaking they travel because they know there's a bunch of I don't know lonely snowmobilers and shit like that up there getting away from their wives. And so you got a whole bunch of like hot young girls in there that freaking like just don't belong there. And like they're coming in from Minnesota, they're coming in from freaking they're driving in from all over the fucking place to work for the winter. Like yeah.
I like the UP. I like the cold weather, the snow, all that shit. So I couldn't live in a warm weather state because they don't have no snow. There's no forest.
I agree.
Yeah.
No, you need something to break. You need something to break up the seasons and like it. I honestly, I hate that hot, humid weather. Like I mean, I can deal with it for a certain part of the year, but yeah, like at least I know there's gonna be relief. You know, like
like in the winter, you can always warm up. In the summer, it's harder to cool off. Can't cool off at work.
I know when I'm cold at work that I can actually work harder and freaking generate heat myself. I know that I can warm up a lot easier than I can cool down.
Right. Ha! That was funny. I got to beat Osco. Hell yeah. I'm pretty sure he's my new best friend. Maybe not, though. Maybe not.
Back when I was in my mid-20s, like early mid-20s, it was going up to the UP, snowboarding a lot with some friends. Every year we'd go up there and we'd hit up the strip clubs. And like it was funny, there was this like old bitch. She wasn't like old, but like no, there was she was like, I don't know, like one of the strippers that was just like, always there. Like, like the old maid. And like I don't know, she was always talking with me. And like she would
Nope,
every
he's
year
not my best friend.
she knew me by name. Like I would come up there once a year and like she would see me and all of a sudden like she would come over and just like sit down and spend the rest of the night with me and shit. And like I wouldn't like tip her or buy her drinks or go get freaking like lap dances or nothing like that. She just wanted to hang out, like she was telling me all this like stuff about business opportunities, about buying how cheap land was up there and how you could easily buy like large acres of land and then just sell it to logging companies for like logging rights and da 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 da, and how she made all this money like she's like just trying to like talk I had like a naked bitch sitting there telling me like about business, like how to freaking make money and shit. Like yeah, that's what we did after snowboarding is go to the titty bar and have like naked women tell us like how you can earn so much money up there just buying land and selling. That's for those who don't know, northern Wisconsin, like that's where like the Green Bay Packers, like well, actually that's about meat packing, but also up there, it's paper mills are huge, so it's all like logging, forest logging, and paper mills and shit like that. So yeah, you buy wooded land and then you freaking sell it to logging companies, sell the rights to logging companies, and you make a fortune according to the strippers.
Yeah.
According
to the strippers.
According to the strippers.
These dudes are paid.
Yeah.
When I go up north, it's like that. We go to like 100 clubs. Most of the clubs, the bars in Baldwin, they're clubs. It'll be a Hunter's Lounge or Hunter's Ridge, or they take advantage of. They get hunter names for all the hunters that come in during the hunting season. If it's Hunter's Lounge and the place is full of deer hunters, it stands to reason they'll all be drinking at Hunter's Lounge. So you go there and fuck, man, there's just a fuck ton of native women there looking for a good man. They know you live in the state, just not in their region.
Yeah, well, that's part of a stripper's job too, is to always make you feel like you're the best one they've ever seen. Like you got to feel special. They got to make you feel special. That's part of their game.
Yep. I go up there with my brother. He hates it now because, well, he's married and I'm single. I might take a couple women back to deer camp if they're coming. If they're cold, come on.
That wasn't. Oh my god, that just reminded me. Yeah. So like we go up there and like me and my two other buddies, we got a hotel room we're up there going snowboarding and shit. And like of course we go to the strip bar. Yeah, my one buddy couldn't help himself. He had to bring a stripper back to the fucking room. It's like okay, bro. Like, dude.
Yeah, we don't get a motel room. Like we set up a deer camp, but I don't really camp. I kind of LARP, you know what I mean? I got a big fifth wheel, a generator, a front room, a shitter, bedroom, fireplace. I just park my shit and drop down a pile of wood and I'm good. Dig a hole and put the generator in it.
Yeah, no, we had a motel room or whatever it was, and motel,
Prop
and
up my
yeah, like
TV antenna, see if my hotspot's getting service. You know, I'm serious. I love
it's just all fucked up because he was like the one who had just gotten married and shit, and all of a sudden he's the one who brought back the fucking stripper. It's like dude, like yeah, me and my friend were like, all right, we better
I
leave.
was your
Like,
best
let's
friend.
just
He's like, shut up, dude. Quit
yeah,
reminding
no,
me.
right, yes, exactly,
Like,
exactly.
listen, Lou. You can get seconds, man. It's all good, man. I'm not gonna marry her. I'm already married. Come on,
Yeah, we
bro.
gotta take that. We gotta take
Bro.
that to our grave. We're not allowed to. It like I said, it's like the
Bro.
Vegas of the Midwest. It's like the Vegas of northern Wisconsin and the UP. It's like what
You
happens
ever
up
seen
there
that?
stays up there. You don't ever you know you don't
Yeah.
yeah you don't
You
ever
ever seen
tell.
that? Listen, you ever seen that movie Very Bad Things?
Yeah, I think I have. It's been a long time. I don't
You
really
just told
remember
the
very well.
plot to it. You just told the plot to it, minus your friend got high on crack and was fucking her in the bathroom and killed her, you know. Then y'all cut her up and shit. That's that movie.
Yeah, we didn't do all that, but yeah.
Yeah. It was in Vegas too, I'm pretty sure. That's a crazy movie. Very Bad Things. There's very bad things in that movie, yes. That girl really wanted to be married though, man. She wasn't playing. She's like, I will kill you if you fuck up my wedding day. And she meant it. You meant it, yeah. They called her up on her wedding day. Talking about we got a body, we gotta dispose of it, and she's like, well, you better hurry up. You better be
So
at that altar.
aside from the such bad things, like all right, back in the day in like the early 2000s, I was playing SOCOM U.S. Navy SEALs big time, and I had the part of my clan. Like there was a few of the guys from the clan were from the UP, and all of a sudden one night, like on like a Friday night, they're just like, "Hey Lou, like, what are you doing tonight?" And I was like, "I don't know. I was probably gonna just game or freaking maybe head out to whatever." And they're like, "Well, we're having a kegger up here. Like, you should come up here." And I'm like, "Dude, you're way up in the UP. It's like a long ass drive, and it's not that." He's like, "It's not that bad. It's probably like only like
2
3 hours
hours.
away or something."
3.
And I'm like, "Oh, like where at?" It was Marinette County, right? So like they're like way down in that that little crotch. Like there's like Wisconsin has that thumb that sticks up. They're like
Yeah.
way down in that little crotch. So it's like literally it's like only like another 45 minutes north of Green Bay. It's like not that bad at all. I didn't realize that how close they were.
Yeah, the UP is like 3.5 hours for me. Just to get to the bridge.
Yeah, so just on a whim, all of a sudden I told my buddy, I'm like, "Hey, we're going up to the UP. We're gonna go to a kegger." And he's like, "Huh?" And I'm like, "You're driving." And he's like, "What?" All right, yeah.
Yeah, I'm already halfway drunk. You gotta drive. Let's go.
And so we drove up to the UP, and oh my god, like I just love it. It's like the perfect thing because like you know how when you talk to people online, like we're doing right now, you get this like mental image in your mind of what they
Yeah.
look like and shit like that. And I get up there and literally like there was a house full of 400
Every
pounders. Like every single fucking every person in that house is 400 pounds. Like I swear to God.
You thought you was talking to skinny dudes?
Well, I just didn't imagine them to be as big as they were. Let's just put it that way.
That sounds like my cousins from Lansing, dude. I'm serious, man. All them fuckers are 300 at least.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I might be exaggerating. Maybe they were
But they're
300.
all
Yeah. I think the skinny ones are 300. The big ones are 400.
Yeah.
Okay.
Most of my
And
cousins are 6 too. They're all 6 footers. They look like I've thought I was Nephilim before, Lou. I'm like, my daddy was Nephilim. I don't know. Native Americans were Nephilim. This motherfucker's a giant. I had a cousin named Bernie, right? And I took him wrestling with him with me. He's my Uncle Carl's son. And my Uncle Carl is 6'1", and my Uncle Bernie's 6'4", you know. This motherfucker's 5 foot wide, you know. And we're watching Junkyard Dog and somebody else fucking wrestle, Hillbilly Jim. And Hillbilly Jim kept looking over the ring at my Uncle Bernie because the man's so big, just like Hillbilly Jim, the only clothes he could find was overalls. So they kind of looked alike. And my uncle got mad. He said, "This isn't funny, Michael." And my Uncle Carl, his dad, was like, "What do you mean?" And he said, "Well, I feel like a big fucking fish in a small fucking pond, Dad. They had to get 3 fucking chairs for me, and now everybody's fucking staring at me." I was like, so both my uncle and my cousin are big as fuck. And the wrestlers think, man, what the fuck's going on? Where they got somebody in on the show that they didn't tell us about? We didn't practice that, you know what I mean? But at the end, I got fucking signatures and t-shirts and shit. Because I talked to him. I'm like, "Hey, man, you see my uncle looks just like you?" He said, "Yeah, who's his tag team partner?" I was like, "Oh, that's his son." He was like, the big one's the little guy's son?" I'm thinking, neither one of them are little, you know? Like, yeah, but I got to go backstage, and they was trying to talk my cousin into wrestling and shit. And he's like, "I ain't getting up there in no tights." And Hillbilly Jim's like, "You can wear your overalls, brother. We're getting paid." They was serious, but my cousin he's a big son of a bitch. At the end of it, he said, at the end, he said, "I guess it was all right, Mike, but God damn it, the whole place stared at me the whole fucking time, you little son of a bitch." I said, "Hey, man, I just thought it was cool because I was at a wrestling match and I came with the 2 biggest motherfuckers in the place." My uncle and my cousin were like, "Well, you got a point there." I said, "You made everybody in that stadium nervous, motherfucker. We did this shit. It said something for the family name now. Take me home, Batman, and stop at McDonald's."
So I got up to that party though, and yeah, like it was just kind of weird at first. Like it was like I see just like a whole bunch of big dudes. Like like even the girls. There was girls there too, and they were big too. And like it's like yeah, I'm like they're introducing themselves because like we got obviously our online handles like I'm Wolf and I'm freaking. They're like I'm Wolf and I'm whatever their names were. And like I'm like, okay, trying to get a grasp on things. Sure enough, later in the night though, there's this like, yeah, big girl, freaking real big girl that took a liking to me apparently. And like I went into the kitchen to grab another beer, and she followed me in there, and we were like the only 2 in there, and she like literally like pinned me up against the wall, like freaking like boom, freaking like just like damn, okay. Going
like you was a Subway sandwich with cucumbers on it.
Yeah, she pinned me against the wall.
"Come here, honey. I want to talk to you."
She said something, and I was like, "Look," I looked her right in the eye. I'm like, "Look, I'm flattered and everything. I'm glad you like me, but I'm just not. I go, I'm just not into bigger women. You know, like I was trying to be as nice as possible." And she had, and this was the best part. She
"I ain't
yells
fucking
out,
no Yeti."
yeah, she yells out as loud as she can. She goes, "What's that? You're gay?" No,
Yeti never complained. Yeti never. I was confusing you for Sasquatch, bitch, but Yeti never complained.
I don't know, but for a moment there, I've like never been pinned against the wall by a girl bigger than me before, and like I was actually kind of scared. Like I kind of
Listen,
I was
you know why I laugh so hard? I got a sister I could picture pinning your skinny ass in the corner in our kitchen, looking like, "Hey, come here, Lou. How many beers you had?"
Not enough.
Am I looking good? I'll make you a sandwich. I got a sister I could picture doing that to you, man. That's funny.
Yeah.
She's a big girl too. She got a man though, but
I just in that moment I realized what it's like for like women when women get like, you know, kind of
rejected.
Whatever. Like a lot of guys might put women into bad situations, you know, using their size and shit like that or whatever. They could intimidate a person. And I kind of like realized like how that can happen in that moment. I was like, oh my God, I'm intimidated by this big ass bitch. She could probably. Oh my
She's
God.
mad.
Like,
Who said? Oh fuck. She's mad.
You
She might hurt me. She's gonna hurt me. That bitch got mad. She called me gay. Oh fuck. You know what we call that in Michigan? Buckle up and guard your grill. That's a god. That's a big bitch. No, I'm with you. I'd have thought she was mad if she said, "What? You're gay? What do you say? Look at me."
Like, no, yeah, no. Actually, I think I literally just like laughed about it, but then I was like, yes, I'm gay.
Bitch got arms like a hog leg. Hit a nigga with a hammock. Bitch don't want to get beat down by a cankle, you know. I'm with you. I'm with you, Lou. I gotta protect the ass too, you know. I'm a little guy. I'd have been nervous.
I mean, on the other side, I mean, I've got friends who would have loved to be in that situation. Like, I've had friends who told me that they just love big girls. Like I had one who kept telling me.
My brother used to say, when you take a bitch down that big and make sweet love to her, you know you're a man. And I'm like, whatever. It sounds like cow wrestling to me, but I guess, you know.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just not for me, and that's all I was trying to say to her. It's just not for me. Like, nothing against you. Like, for a fucking manatee, you're pretty good looking.
Right, you know, and then you got them skinny guys that want to tussle with a bitch like that. My friend Billy loves a big bitch, man. He'd be like, "I'll wrestle that bitch up." I'm thinking, what the? Are you making love or are you fighting with that bitch? Which one? He like, a big girl can take it, Mike. But hey, he's a pimp. He's old. Billy's older. He's 60. He's like the neighbor, man. He's got about 8 of them, you know. They're just groupies. They just hang out. He likes them, so, you know, they treat him good. They share the work. My friend
I'm just trying to think too. It's like she probably, seeing as how the whole party was like big dudes. They probably like were like, yeah, she's fit, she's hot.
Dude, you ain't gonna hit that.
You ain't gonna hit that. She's trying to hit that. What are you gay?
No, they'd be like, "What? Are you hungry? You want some pizza? You got some pizza and a soda over there, and then you can hit it. You better get that, son. Those ham hocks. Get some ham hocks and gravy, baby."
I mean, what else do you want in a woman? What?
I mean,
she's everything that a man could ask for. And you're turning that down.
Keep you warm in the winter, son. If the heat goes out, get up in the morning, cook your breakfast.
Yeah.
My brother
I impress them by like staying up way later than them and drinking all of their fucking keg, and then I fucking left wasted. So
Lou said, "We're out. Your keg's gone." I've had nights where we're like 4 in the morning. We're like, "Let's go to Lake Erie." Fuck it. Drunk than a motherfucker doing shit we shouldn't be doing. Next thing you know, we're all on the fucking bridge. How the fuck did we get here? I don't know, but we're staying, bitch. We're here.
Dude, I drank so much of that keg. All right, so like, and I stayed up way late. My friend woke up early though because he passed out. The one who drove, he's like, "Hey, we gotta go," and I'm like, "All right, fine." I jump in his car. We got about halfway home, and all of a sudden, I was passed out and I'm sleeping. I woke up and I'm like, You gotta pull over. I gotta piss. Pull over now. And he's like, there's nowhere to pull over. I'm like, pull over right now. I'm pissing in your fucking car. And so we pulled over on the side of the freeway. And I think I had the longest piss of my life. And a fucking trooper pulled up alongside as I was finishing up. And I just got back in the car and pretended to pass back out. And he went and talked to my friend, and he just kind of explained it. He was sober. It was like early in the morning. The trooper let us go, thank God, but it was pretty funny. Like, literally, I was just, like, pissing on the side of the road forever.
I'd have just told him you said you had to puke, you got out, you got back in and passed out. I don't know, officer.
Yeah, no, he explained exactly what happened. He was like, he just told him the truth. He was like, yeah, we went to a party. He was up all night, freaking, like, I'm sober. Da da da. He was gonna piss in my car, so I pulled over.
Yep. He held me ransom with the piss pistol. Off sniffer, sir. I mean, man, what would you do? You'd let him out, or you'd let him piss on your seat?
It was a Cadillac too. He was driving a Cadillac.
You know what
with
the
like
cop would
leather
say?
interiors and shit. So.
You know what the cop would say? I don't got to clean the back of my car. I make the jail trustee do that. He could piss all day long.
It was like a 5-minute piss, dude. That fucker lasted forever.
You're lucky it wasn't Michigan. They'd have put you in the back seat and said, "Yeah, you can go. You can pee back there if you want. We'll get it cleaned up, buddy. We'll get you a meal here in a minute when we get you to booking." They'd have booked your ass. Like, yeah, you can piss on the side of our road, huh, motherfucker? Dude next to you, there'd be a dude out there selling you crack while you're pissing. They won't even fuck with him.
I don't know. I mean, I know nowadays, yeah, cops with their power hungry and blah blah blah. But dude, like, you're in fucking Wisconsin. Like, there's worse things in the world than freaking just pissing on the side of the road. Like, we all grew up.
Say that. Hey, every time you say that, I hear, "Hello, Wisconsin."
Yeah. It's worse things, dude. We all grew up like literally. Even I mean, at rich houses, like, if you're out around the pool, like, hanging around, and a little boy says, I gotta pee, you're just like, go piss over there.
Yeah.
You're like, just whip it up. You're like, you don't like
It's our
like tell them. Yeah.
You're damn Skippy. I let my grandson go piss in the yard if he wants. I don't care. It's my property.
Exactly. It's not like a thing, like a dude whipping out his dick and pissing somewhere is just like nature.
Listen, somebody said something about her. I'm gonna say, you a cop? You got a warrant? All right, then shut the fuck up. Call my lawyer, bitch.
We're raised told it's fine to piss outside if you're a boy.
I mean, at least go behind the tree or the truck or something. Don't
You try to go behind a tree or a corner or a rock or whatever.
I don't want to watch you pee, but you can pee over there if you could find a place to hide it. Let the little girl see. Yeah.
Right. You're not going out there showing everybody first and whipping it around.
My grandson was sick the other day, man. He couldn't make it to the house, dude. He dropped his drawers right there in the backyard and just shit right there in the backyard, and it was so fucked up I couldn't even say nothing. I was like,
"He shit in the backyard."
Yeah, I was like, "Damn, you don't feel good, huh?" He said, "Oh, I hope I'm not in trouble, Grandpa." I was like, "You're cool, man. Come on, let's go get clean." He said, "I'll clean that up. Get me a shovel." I said, "No, Grandpa will get it. Just let me get your mom."
It's funny with little boys too. Like, little boys, like, for some reason they don't know it's coming. All of a sudden they gotta go so bad. Like, they just like, it's like,
yeah. He wasn't making it, dude. I don't know why he ran. He's run from the barn, Lou, and I'm trying to say he already knows there's a bathroom in the fucking barn. But he tried to run to the house. I think he just wanted his mom, and he was caught up in between. I gotta shit now, and I gotta make it to mama because my tummy hurts. I was like, "No, it's cool, man. That's our yard. You can shit in it. You'll be all right."
My nephew, like, I saw it 3 times this summer, freaking around the pool at my dad's house. Like literally, he'd be in the pool, and all of a sudden he'd be freaking out. He'd be going, "Oh my god, I gotta pee, I gotta pee, I gotta pee." And then my sister's just like, just go over there, and like literally, he would literally just like on the side of the pool deck, just like drop his freaking suits and piss right there off the side of the pool deck.
Yeah. Look, my grandson drank too much apple cider. We figured out what that was. I said, "Oh no, you can't drink a half a gallon of apple cider, boy. What the fuck are you doing? That shit'll purge you out, boy." I mean, you drink a lot of cider. We make real cider. It's not added or watered down or none of that, dude. You can't drink a half. Even people who are used to it need a lot of apples.
It's gonna make you go.
Yeah, it'll give you the shits, dude. You can't drink a half a gallon. Some people can't drink a full glass of real cider because it just purges all the bullshit out of your body.
Well, that's like why I do apple cider vinegar in the morning in a little bit of water. Yeah, you help to get things flowing before you head out for the workday.
Well, apple cider will help balance the bacteria in your stomach too, in your digestive system, so it'll get out all the overabundant amounts that you don't need. It's got a lot of vitamin C too. I mean, it'll give you the shits. You know, it's the end of
No, I
year,
know.
so
I know. Every morning, if I take, I'll get up and my first glass of water, I'll throw just a cap full of apple cider vinegar in it, and I pound that down, and I just wait about 15 minutes, and then I will have to go to the bathroom, and I will have a good clearing shit, and then when I do that, there's no chance that and then I know I'm done. That's what the best part, because I'm an outdoor worker. I don't have a toilet necessarily where I work.
You need to know you're done in one.
Yeah, I know I'm done, and then I can go and last through the day without having to go to the bathroom again. Like I cleared that shit out from the night before.
Yeah, I drive around in an asphalt truck. I'm with you, Lou. Really sucks in the middle of 70 mile an hour down the highway. All of a sudden, you got a shit.
It's stuck in traffic.
Ain't a fucking rest stop in sight. Motherfucker be listen, I hate them amateurs. They come out of the woods with a torn t-shirt. I'm like, motherfucker, we got rolls of toilet paper in the truck. I don't fuck around. I got Charmin.
You're just missing a sleeve off the t-shirt.
yeah, like, hey, motherfucker, I said there was Charmin behind the seat. What the fuck? Fuck that shit. I don't do. It happened to me when I was a kid working for the company, and I was like, fuck that. We should have rolls of toilet paper in every truck, Dad. He said, you're right. We should. I said, I'm surprised you didn't figure this out already. He said,
well,
but my dad
that's
said
that's kind of on the driver. Like an experienced driver would just bring his own and figure that out on his own.
Yeah, and my dad said the same thing you said. Well, I take a shit every morning before I go to work, so I'm straight, boy. Grandma, listen, my grandma would be shoving cod oil in him and apple cider vinegar and all kinds of other shit, man. I bet he did shit every morning. My grandma used to give me that cod liver oil. I still do apple cider vinegar.
Cod liver oil is really good for you too, but not just for that. Like vitamin A, I think it's got a lot of vitamin A in it, which a lot of people don't get enough of.
Yeah, vitamin or mineral deficiencies is most people's problem with sickness. I think that's why I'm so good. I still do the same stuff my grandparents did for me when I was a kid. I got a mix of stuff up here with garlics and onions and honey that I take when I got a cold, because it purges your system. It detoxifies your system.
I keep talking about N-acetylcysteine, NAC. It's fucking wonderful. Like, you should be taking that like daily.
What is
NAC, NAC, N-acetylcysteine. Joke. But yeah, that was gross. Yeah, no, N-acetylcysteine. So like, it's NAC. It's it's got a ton of benefits. So like, it's like anti-aging. It's good for the immune system. It's
Hey, somebody's cracking on my Cascades picture in text. Somebody
Don't
wanted
mind
to
them.
debate. He's like, yeah, this is a pointless photo. No shit, it's got nothing to do with FE, you dumbass.
What does he think? It's like an Aztec ruin or something?
Not fucking, I don't know. He just said it was pointless. I agree. It was kind of pointless, but I just wanted to show my boy what the hill will look like.
That is neat. It's neat that they tiered it like that.
Yeah, they have fireworks there.
But yeah, the N-acetylcysteine. So like, what it does is it helps your body to naturally create glutathione. And glutathione is really good for your immune system. It helps to keep so-called viruses or whatever from like reaching the nucleus of the cell, which is where they need to get to replicate and da da da. It helps to build up like that cell, that nuclear wall, to keep them from ever getting in the first place.
Yeah,
So
I watch a lady that does Dr. Seppi's and a couple other doctor stuff on mineral deficiency. I've heard this.
yeah, and N-acetylcysteine is cheap. Like, you're talking, I mean, you take as like a preventative dose, you take like 2,000 milligrams a day, like, and that'll cost you like $1 a day. If you start to feel like you might be getting sick, you can take like 4, 5, 6,000 milligrams, and like, it's not going to hurt you.
Yeah, that's the way
and
this girl tells all her mineral stuff. She say you can take this much, but you can take as much as this without harming you. That's why I watch her. She sets parameters, and so you have your blood work done. If she says if you're deficient, you should take this much. If you're nominal, this much. So now you know whether you're deficient or nominal, and you know how much to take just by listening to her. Because I had my blood work done, and I'm
so
magnesium.
it's all dependent on your body weight when it comes to this. So like,
Yeah.
a preventative dose will be like 1,500 to like 2,500 milligrams
I'm
a
doing
day.
magnesium because I'm a little deficient in that.
But and magnesium is not going to hurt you either. Like, when it comes to these things, like, an excess of it, for the most part, you'll piss it out. Like, minerals, I guess minerals can build up. So like, vitamins in excess, water soluble vitamins in excess will get pissed out. Minerals can be a little bit more dangerous if you do take an excess of certain minerals. Like, you could get like a buildup and cause like kidney stones and stuff like that.
Yeah, heavy metals.
Yeah. But with and then with fat soluble vitamins, so like vitamin E, what is it? Vitamin E, vitamin K. Yeah, maybe it's not K. It's E, whatever. I know E is one of them. AE, and another one. Anyway,
that was
like
funny.
those things because they're fat soluble. Like, your body doesn't. Yeah, I wasn't talking about asthma condition.
Osco said you was smoking weed and talking to Lou on Discord, and you still beat me. I just waited for him to make that one fucking mistake. That's it, and I capitalized on it. That's it.
Yeah, fat soluble vitamins you can actually overdo because your body can't process them fast enough. So you got to be careful with those. But like, N-acetylcysteine isn't one of those. Like, it's one of these things where
it's a conversion thing. I from what she says, most people are deficient in the minerals that aid in conversion or taking oxygen or other minerals to a cell, a delivery function. So the ones that you should, maintain the most or first are the ones that uphold the delivery systems of nutrient to the cell.
Yeah,
Like
that sounds right. That's like that's fitting for this. It helps your body
so
to. It
for
helps your
you to be
body to
healthy,
produce
you need
the.
a healthy cell. For a healthy cell, you need an absorption rate. Now, certain chemicals change in the process of digestion, and certain minerals aid in the change in the process. And those are the minerals you don't want to be deficient on, because all other minerals could be made in the process. Are you with me?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's this girl that the videos I watch, she's not confusing at all. I mean, you can literally chart it out with her stuff. You can have nominal amounts, but that's what I'm finding too, is the same thing you're saying. A lot of this shit we can just take a whole bunch of, and what we don't use will piss out. And the other ones, well, we'll get enough because our delivery systems will be maintained, and they'll be delivering the nutrient that is available to the cell. Right?
Right. Yes.
It's
Yes.
more
So.
it's more about maintaining the processes.
So this N-acetylcysteine, though, like which it's unfortunate, like it's illegal for people to buy it over the counter, like in Canada. It's but in the United States they tried to make it illegal for over the counter drugs, but then they turned that back. Especially that was right in the beginning of the scamdemic, which is convenient because it's one of those drugs. It's not really a drug. It's one of those therapies that are extremely beneficial. And they're low. It's very low risk and very high reward for your immune system to help to defeat like illness and ailments and so on and so forth. It's also known, like I was saying, so like it's like anti-aging, like it helps like I don't mean like it's going to make you younger itself, but like like
helps
you know,
with wrinkles.
mental health and stuff like that, cognitive ability and like degeneration in there. It helps with all that. But the main thing is like the main thing really is for your immune system, like the glutathione. Like glutathione, you can take glutathione as a supplement as well, but it's expensive. And when you take glutathione as a supplement, your body can only absorb a certain portion of it. The rest of it is wasted. So it's not a very efficient use of it. If you use the NAC daily, then your body naturally creates like natural glutathione.
Yeah.
And 100% of it is like used by your body.
Yeah, that's what I
So
was talking about. Listen, it's the minerals that uphold the processes that happen in a cell that maintain healthy cells. And if you maintain those, then you're maintaining your amounts without having to ingest them. They'll be absorbed from your food better.
yeah.
That's where I'm trying to get. Yeah. So
And
it's
so
a
it also
healthy
pairs
cell.
really well with glycine. You can look into what glycine does. It pairs really well with glycine.
Yeah.
And then also magnesium. So yeah, so if you're gonna take glycine, if you take it with N-acetylcysteine, the glycine will actually have more of an
I should
effect. It'll be
check that
better.
out because I take
Yeah.
some other stuff to help me absorb the magnesium better.
Yeah. So glycine, magnesium, and N-acetylcysteine are like a super pairing. You like do all three together at night before you go to bed. You could do it any time of day, but it's especially good at night
It
before you
works
go to
best.
bed because
It works best for the sleep.
it's also it's a de-stressor and it helps you get more restful sleep and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think all these are best to introduce to your body right before you go to bed. Then your body
Well, I
can
mean,
do
there's
them
some things that are better in the morning and others that are good at night. Like Like if you were to take vitamin B, for example, vitamin B is like an energy perk. You want to take that in the morning instead of at night. You don't want something that's going to keep you from getting restful sleep.
Right, yeah. Vitamin B is energy, yeah.
Yeah, definitely look into NAC though. NAC, NAC. Do some research on it. You'll be pretty blown away.
I will.
And I'll even show you. I'll even show you the one. The one that I've been taking is like a daily. I have one that's like pure NAC. Like if I feel like I might be getting sick or something or whatever, then I can add to like more of the NAC. Like, but this other one is more of like a multivitamin type thing. It's got D3 and or was it D3 and K2 and freaking calcium and magnesium and zinc and all. It's got a bunch of shit in it. It's really like kind of a good multi thing for like a daily supplement. But yeah, like if you were to be feeling like you might be getting under the weather or something, you could up the NAC, and it helps you to either fend it off because you caught it early, or if you're already sick, you could take like a very large dose of it and it'll help you to defeat it faster, to recover faster. This is the one that I've been taking. I'll share it in a second here. Yeah, and I'll tell you, ever since I've started taking this, I used to get sick. Being an outdoor worker and shit, like I used to get some kind of cold, flu, sickness 2 or 3 times a year. I've been taking this for about a year, and I haven't gotten sick all year. There was twice where I thought I might be coming down with something, and what I did is, I took a little bit extra NAC, and literally I woke up the next morning feeling great, like defeated it, gone. I haven't been sick all year long.
Yeah, cool. I'll check that out. Oh, Steph.
Talk to Glat Flobe about it too. He sells supplements for a living. I showed this to him, and he was like, "Yeah, we carry that too, but what you're showing there looks amazing." Essentially saying like that this one looks better than what he carries in store.
It probably is, man. This lady that I watch, she says don't spare money when you're buying this stuff because the best does matter. It's
Well, like I said, this stuff's not even expensive. You're talking literally $1 a day. It's $30 a month.
Yeah, some magnesium is quick burning, where other magnesium is long lasting. You know.
Yeah, when it comes to magnesium, you want to take the complex. You want to have there's like 4 different forms or something. So like, you kind of want all different forms.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I fired the hooter back up, but yeah, you're right. You don't just take one kind of magnesium. No.
That's the same with vitamin B as well. You don't want just like vitamin B2 only. You want like vitamin B complex.
Yeah. Yeah, because you're not getting your diet. But you can adjust diet too.
So also those like super, like what I was talking about, combining these things and they work with each other. So like what's great about this one is it has the D3 and the K2. D3 and K2 are one of those combinations where if you put them together, like the K2 helps the D3 and the D3 helps the K2. When you do them together, you get more absorption and better like use of the other.
Yeah, that's
So
I call them cocktails, yo.
yeah, it's one of those cocktails that it's just like if you're gonna do one, you might as well be doing it with the other.
Holy shit! Weed is so harsh until it gears.
You might as well be doing that with freaking cocaine. I'm just kidding.
No, that weed is harsh, man. This is only cured for like 2.5 weeks. It'll smooth out. Just
a little wet still.
Yeah, a little bit. I was just trying this weed. This weed chokes the shit out of me. I gotta know what order to shelf it in. The shit that's harsher, if you let it sit for longer, it becomes smoother. It ages. There's other things you can do, like maybe aspirate it with cognac. Put one of the moisture tabs in there. You fill it with good cognac or something. You can cure it.
Yeah. Another thing about this, Nick, like, so I've got a coworker that says that he just never gets sick. He never ever gets sick. All of a sudden, one day, he was like, "I'm just not feeling good." Blah blah blah. He felt like he was coming down with something. Like he said, it's been years since he ever felt like he coming down with anything like that. And I was like, well, I suggested this stuff to him, and I told him I was like, look, I've got this stuff at the house. I'll bring some for you the next day. And so I did. I brought him some ascorbic acid, vitamin C powder, and I brought him some N-acetylcysteine, the neck. And I gave him I told him, since he's already not feeling well, I told him basically take an overdose amount of this shit. Like, but then take a whole bunch to get started, and then after that, kind of just take more of a regular like dose, but just get it into your system, pumping through. And it worked immediately. Like literally within a few hours, in the same day, he already said he was feeling a lot better and was like, "I'm gonna have to get some of that stuff." And the next day he was good.
Damn it, it works that quick, huh?
Yeah. Well, and so like this one that I posted is just like I said, this is more of a like a daily like a daily supplement, like just to keep it from ever being a problem. If you're actually sick, you'll probably want like straight NAC. You can get it as well, like just NAC tablets. And so I have those on hand as well. And so like, yeah, that's what I gave to him. I told him to take, I think they're 500 milligrams per. And I told him to take, cause he's a bigger dude too. I think I recommended like 6,000 to 8,000 milligrams in a day. So I told him to take like 3 and then take another 3 later. And then like 1,500 and then 1,500, then 1,500 again, something like that. Like if you're actually sick, you could, like, so here's what happens. People who go into the hospital for the flu and stuff, it's actually not uncommon where in the hospital they'll actually give you like a slow like drip, an IV of N-acetylcysteine, like this thing. It's one of the drugs that they like give you to like help you to beat like a flu or a cold or a virus or whatever else. But yeah, it's yeah, it does work fast. Like it's like literally within hours. Like you feel it almost immediately. You might not be cured from whatever sicknesses it has, but you'll already start feeling relief.
I'm playing a guy at chess right now. This motherfucker's 900, but it seems he's a bit too greedy. It really does. He's a bit too greedy. He's gonna end up giving up his queen.
If anybody wants to play some chess in a little bit, I got to take a shower and have some food, but I'm also a chess player.
Hey Andrew, are you on chess.com?
I am.
Okay, I'll send you a copy of my profile name on chess.com.
Yeah, just send me a DM with it.
Yeah, give me a second. I'm
Well, I'm not ready right now. I just got home.
It's cool. I heard what you said. I'll play in a minute. I'll send you my name and profile.
Cool. What's your rating?
556.
Okay.
I just beat a 850 guy though.
All right.
I just play. I enjoy either way. I don't have to win to play, you know.
Yeah, I love chess. I play every single day, especially on chess.com, where you can play against people that it's called correspondence chess, which is similar or synonymous to how people used to play chess. Like if you were in California, but you wanted to play chess against somebody that was over, like in prison or in.
Yeah, I'm with you.
And yeah, it's real cool because you get to really analyze the board very, very well.
Yep. E2 to B5. Bishop. Check.
Yeah, my only problem is I keep playing chess when I'm really high. So.
Yeah, I get high too. I hear you.
I only play chess when I think I'm going to get a piece.
That's funny.
Well, don't worry. I'm not new to chess. So.
Ooh. Yes, motherfucker. Move this shit. Now.
Hey, your screen, man. Come on. You can't just be playing chess and not showing people.
All right, here, I'll just give you a screenshot. You know, you can get mine. I'm the bottom guy, Mike Smith, 90.
You gotta be kidding! Like nobody wants to watch anybody else play chess. Literally.
No, Lou. No, there's people who watch me all the time. So yeah, people do like that.
Well, actually, chess is an incredibly popular thing to watch.
It is, brother.
On YouTube, it's incredibly popular.
Dude, I've been playing on here and found some girl in the middle of our game live streaming my game and talking shit about me. And then she was telling me my moves. So I used it to beat her. And she said, "You want to play again?" I said, "Sure. But this time I won't listen to you talk on YouTube." And she said, "LOL." I was like, "Yeah, I see you. I subbed you." That's funny. You said I was making dumb moves. I was, though, when she pointed it out pretty fucking thoroughly. You know? I was like, damn, that bitch got me, man. Like, what is this? That was the dumbest move I ever seen. You know, I thought, damn, girl, did you have to tell? It's a chick, you know? You know what I mean. It's like, this damn chick. Fucking with me.
The thing I love about chess, a lot of people give me a hard time about it, especially when it comes to critical thinking aspects, is that they don't understand what chess actually does for your personal intellect. It trains your brain in a different way. It's sort of like if you go and work out at the gym. if you play chess, it's exercising your brain in a separate way. Who gives a flying fuck if you win or not? Okay, but that is the ultimate goal of chess. So it's like doing Scrabble or crossword puzzles or whatever. Certain types of video games can even do the same thing. But chess is the ultimate game because it has not ever been mastered, and supercomputers are still trying to do it, and it cannot be done.
Cannot be done might be a stretch.
Well, it hasn't been done yet.
I got this guy on the precipice, man. I'm just waiting for one move. I'm trying to guide his queen into a spot. Then I can get it. Force
and then also when it comes to training your brain, I mean, is it training it for? I understand your point fully. I get it, but like, it's basically trying to outmaneuver your opponent. Yes, but
I just won by checkmate.
No, I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. Okay, so when you're learning how to drive, when you're a teenager, I'm assuming that most people got their driver's license when they were a teenager. Well, you have to learn that if this happens, then that happens, and then something else happens, and then something else happens. It's a 1-2, 1-2.
And then you want to be able to see 3 moves ahead or whatever. Like you want to predict.
Listen, it gives you a way of thinking that you can permeate through your entire life. Back every move you make. Never make a move that's not fucking sensible. Only improve your life standing. If it doesn't improve your board, don't fucking do it.
Well, chess is way more complicated than driving. I'll say that.
I know that, but I'm saying, yes, it gives you a way of thinking that you can apply to your living, your life, everything you do. You're at war. It's called the game of life. You're trying to win a game. Don't
See, it's that point that I was kind of about to get at. Like, you're systematically and outmaneuvering your opponent.
Yeah,
but you're also treating them. If you're going to use it for that, then you're gonna. If it can help you, if you're saying it can help you in your daily life and everything. Like, sure, that may be true, but that's if you're in the understanding that it's everybody versus you.
Yes, if you treat your life like a game of chess, and it's not got to be everybody against you. It's everybody but those people who are on your side, like the pawn next to you, or the knight behind you, or the rook that has your back.
No, I was going a little more esoteric about it, meaning that let's say you make a choice that, I'm going to stay up late tonight and have a whole bunch of drinks with my friends, but I have to go to work tomorrow. So what is the consequence? Then you have to think about, okay, so then what happens after that? What happens after that?
Yeah, that's a move that didn't develop your board. It didn't make your board look any better. You're not in a better position in life, so you're attacking nobody. You're just sitting out there idle now. You're an idle piece. But yeah, exactly. I think chess it helps with a good way of thinking.
Yeah, it's process learning. It's sort of like how syntax works with coding. And if you never learned how to code, and I've taken one course on coding, and I'm fucking terrible at it, but it's absolutely fascinating to see how some of the smartest people that learn how this order of operation kind of thing works.
Yeah.
Like if you don't say the right thing, it doesn't work in the code, and it has to go in a certain order. So that's sort of like how chess works and our daily lives work.
Yeah, chess, you lose when you start going outside the natural order thing. So if you don't back your piece when you should back your piece, if you leave a piece hanging, you systematically fucked up your syntax. You forgot an exclamation.
Or you could break the mold. You might be able to get risky, hoping that the other person doesn't catch it, and you might be able to do some kind of bold maneuver. But if they do catch it, you're fucked.
I do bold maneuvers. I'll offer a fair trade if you bust your queen out on me. I'm the king of fair trades. I'm going to use the queen to block every move with your queen. That way, I always have. It limits your space.
Let me tell you a secret to chess that a lot of grandmasters also talk about. They say you can make every best move you possibly can on the board, but the best way to win is to look for your opponent's mistakes and then capitalize on those.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's
You got to see
exactly
what
what
they're
I
missing.
said
You got to
earlier.
see what they're missing.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. You got to see the move that they didn't see. You got to see the chain of events they didn't see, and then you win. And if they make a mistake, well, you start out equal, all things even. When you make this mistake and you unbalance it, meaning you didn't back a piece, you decided to attack a piece rather than back your piece. You broke systematically chess theory, which is a bad move, but it doesn't always mean that it is a bad move. Sometimes your attack can be a hidden backing on the piece, like when you attack a queen with the knight who's backed where you place it, and when you place it, the knight is also backing them, maybe a pawn you left open.
Yeah. Well, you could kind of like a bluff or whatever, like in poker or whatever. But like you could do a bold move that looks stupid, and then have them take it and get them cocky, get them.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, all of a sudden they're on the aggression, and now they're not thinking straight like the way that they should for
That's what you're
defense and
talking
stuff like
about.
that.
It's called a sacrifice in a lot of cases, or even more commonly is a gambit. So a gambit is most commonly used with pawns, where like you say, "Oh yeah, here's a free pawn," but in the end, what you're doing is you're gaining something called a tempo.
Yep.
A tempo is like where you gain a move, but you give up a pawn for it, and then now you're more developed with your pieces than your opponent is, and you're down a pawn.
He develops your board for you. Yes.
Yeah, and then like a sacrifice, like the most rare one is a queen sacrifice, where you actually like take a pawn in order for the opponent to like be forced to take it with their king, and then it's like a forced checkmate in 3 moves. But those are really, really hard things to look at on the board.
That's the queen sacrifice trap. Be specific. You can sacrifice your queen at every time, but you're specifically talking about the queen sacrifice trap, where you sacrifice.
Well, there's multiple types, yeah.
Yeah, I know. I study those traps too. But I mean, I'm not the greatest, but I do try to keep up on it, or I watch it, I read it, I watch them traps. A guy got a video on a trap, or maybe 8 traps. I watch that shit 10, 20 times, just let it absorb while I smoke. But I like chess. I do.
What's interesting about chess too, there's a lot of really hot chicks that play chess.
There is.
And they're good.
There is.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you're right. That girl that was live streaming me, she's hot and we're friends now. She was playing in the park in Times Square and live streaming me in Times Square, and there's other people sitting around doing the same thing, playing other people. She's playing another guy sitting at a table while she's playing me on chess.com. And I thought, damn, this girl's pretty good, and she was talking shit about me, but every time she was saying, I noticed the video popped up. I play my YouTube in the background. I listen to my playlist, but it's on auto. So when the playlist ends, it just goes to whatever. Well, it came up to her live stream. That was one of the suggestions. So auto just played it. And I thought, yeah, that guy just did the move that I did, And I'm listening to her, and then I do another move, and she says, look, he moved this move. And I was like, damn, that's the same move I did. And she's talking shit about me. And I'm like, hey, wait a minute, that's me she's playing,
Who are you playing?
It's funny how sexually motivated like men are though. Like you're not the first person to mention that. You're talking about how there's hot chicks that play chess as though that's a reason to play chess.
Listen, he probably knows them. They're sisters. 2 sisters do that shit.
Yeah, the Botez sisters.
Yeah, Botez, yes. There you go. You saved me having to bring it up and look and all that shit. But yeah, it's the Botez sisters. And I was
It's interesting when you said that as far as being sexually motivated. I was just bringing up the philosophical, esoteric aspects of chess and how the brain works in regards to how.
Not this
but then
is
later on, yeah, you got to bring up the fact that there's some pretty smoking hot fucking girls that are playing chess at high levels.
Yeah,
right. No, I'm just talking about just the way more of like men's psychology. Like we can talk about chess and how awesome of a game it is, but it won't be capped off until you say, by the way, there's some hot chicks that play chess. like literally earlier tonight, before you got in the room, like we were talking about chess, and I was mentioning how like back in the day, like shortly after high school, whatever, like I ended up getting laid because I beat some girl that was in the chess club, and she was so turned on by the fact that I beat her, freaking ended up fucking her. You know, like
you know what we just proved? We just proved that nerds do get good girls. They play chess.
Well, that's actually true. It's so fucking weird you bring that up. I've been playing chess since I was 8 years old, and I've been to tournaments and all that stuff. Anyways,
I never
was
played
at.
tournament, but I played with Grandpa. So yeah, I hear you.
Oh, you know, I do online tournaments still, and I play over the board tournaments. Anyways, so I was with my girlfriend at the time. I had never banged her yet, but we went to this like little coffee house, and there were some
If
people
I win,
playing.
bitch, you gotta give it up.
Well, no, it wasn't that. It was not like a. I just played some chess with some.
Tell it. I'll let you tell it. I'll quit.
So,
go ahead.
Yeah, there was this like guy out there playing chess. You know, they're out there in front of a coffee shop, and she said, "Oh yeah, that guy's really good at chess." I was like, "Oh really? Okay." And I was like in my like late teens at that point. And I was like, "Okay, so let's go ahead and like get like a drink." And I was like, "Hey, can I get next on the board?" And I beat the fuck out of him, like pretty fast. And that's when I got to bang my girlfriend for the first night. I don't know what it was. She was also a super nerd, you know, like advanced fucking placement, everything in high school.
Yeah, I'm with it. She
well,
said,
a lot of women are into that. They're intellectually stimulated. So
I'm an empath. Look, she was like, "Oh, he isn't dumb." She's like, "Damn, he won chess. Oh, that man's smarter than I thought he was. Oh, I better."
I beat him like 5 games in a row, so it wasn't like just like the first game, but it was like the fact that I continued to win.
Listen, dude, we had this dude named Flack in the server. You guys ever met Flack? I said something about playing chess one night, and he said, "I don't know how you guys play a game of chess in 15 minutes." And I'm wondering what the hell he's talking about. Nobody even said anything about time limits. I said, "Well, Flack, nobody said we play a game in 15 minutes. But I mean, if you're interested, one day I can show you how you can play a game in 15 minutes. You know what I mean? I can bust out all my best traps, motherfucker, and see if you're just a shit talker, you know? I can get you in 5 moves, 6 moves real quick if you just fuck up, you know?" And it took 6 months to get him in the damn thing. And then when I did, I just brought my bishop out. You know, I moved the king's farm, brought out the bishop, brought out the queen, and then sank the queen next to his king, and it was over. And I was like, "There, that's how you play in 15 minutes, you motherfucker." And then
yeah, but if he was a skilled player though, he wouldn't have allowed those traps, and it would have taken a lot longer.
Oh no, I'd have never got that one off on him. That's what I'm saying. I showed him right from the get-go. He said he was rated 1300 on chess.com, and my first thought was, okay, let's see if you can stop me in 5 then, because you should know this strat. It's easy to block. There's a couple different ways to do it. Depends on what you want to give up. You want to go queen for queen, you know, let his bishop.
Or like, what was it? The Queen's Gambit. That's like the most popular one. Like, I think the Queen's Gambit. That's like the one that everybody wants to do in like the 3 moves or something like that. Like boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, it is. It is.
No, the queen. That's not the Queen's Gambit. No, you're talking about. It's called Scholar's Meet.
What's the Gambit then? Because
a Gambit is the Queen's Gambit is when the white moves their pawn from in front of the queen 2 spaces forward. That's pawn to d4, and then black mirrors that with pawn to d5, and then white responds with pawn to c4. And that means the pawn is black's pawn can take white's pawn for free. There's no return. But then it's called a Gambit because it seems like it's free at the moment, but after that, white has many different options just to keep developing white's pieces, or even pawn to a4 check, which can take the pawn back the next move.
Right.
But either way, that's the one that's supposed to be. That's the one that if they don't see it, you can take them in 3 moves, right?
Well, Yeah, I mean, the quickest checkmate you can possibly do is if white does like a really, really stupid thing and moves like their first move is pawn to F3, and then black moves their pawn to E6, just allowing the queen to come out, and then white moves pawn to F4, I'm sorry, G4, and then black comes out and checkmates. 1.5 moves. It's like the fastest checkmate you can possibly do.
Yeah, that's fool's mate. So
no, that's not fool's mate.
Scholars mate.
Scholars mate is on the pawn. Sorry, not, the queen and the bishop attack the F6. Sorry, F7 pawn at the same time.
Yeah, F7. Yeah, it's F7.
And if they don't do it,
or on F2 for black, you know.
No, it's F7 for black, F2 for white.
Yeah, I never really did the like computer chess thing all that much. So like when you're talking about the grids,
Yeah, no,
like,
the letters and the numbers. There's only so many squares. There's only so many squares. So there's only so much real estate, and there's only so much material. So we just know the real estate well. That's all.
Yeah. So the thing that's interesting about chess is in the first move, white and black have the exact same type of possibilities to make.
Mm-hmm.
So each pawn can move 2 squares. So that's 8 pawns times 2 is 16 possibilities. And then the knights also have 2 squares to move to. So that's another equals up to 20. And then black also has the same actual option. So that's 20 times 20 is 400 different possible positions after move 1.
Yep.
After move 5, it's somewhere in the trillions.
Yeah.
Move 5.
Possibilities. Yeah, and 5 moves. The possibilities that open up are endless.
And there's a mathematician. I'm not sure if he's alive anymore, but it's called Shannon's number. It's like one of these upper bound numbers that's like so large we can't even like calculate it properly. And he says that chess, if you were to play a 40 move game of chess, the move position possibilities would be like 3 times 10 to the 126th.
Yeah,
possible moves aren't really valid though either, because like it's only like the vast majority of those moves are not good moves. They're bad moves.
Well, the computer will tell you. The computer will tell you you made bad moves when you didn't. It could be the move that forced this or that. But yeah, I was just doing a study on that the other day. So that's the only reason I'm familiar with what he's talking about, because I got into the fact that there's only so many squares, there's only so much real estate. Now I'm trying to study the board itself and then build from there.
Right. So there's something that Google actually purchased called DeepMind. I'm not sure if you're aware of that program that they purchased from 2 British software.
A while ago that they bought that.
Yeah.
That's been
So what they did with it. They had it. What they did is they taught it how to play chess. They just taught it the rules. That was it. And then let it play against itself for, I think it was like 4 hours, and it played like tens of millions of games. And then they let it play against the world's strongest chess engine that was developed by software engineers and whatever and grandmasters for like years and years and years. It's called Stockfish. It still exists, and they called it Google Deep. What do they call it? Anyways, the chess program it's now called Leela Chess, and Stockfish couldn't beat it.
Yeah, let's show Lou them. Look, what it's Boyaz, right?
Boyaz? I don't know.
What was them sisters' names?
Boyaz.
Boyaz.
Yeah, the one I just sent you.
You want to show me the chicks?
Yeah, those are them. So the long-haired curly girl is the girl I was playing chess with. And she was talking shit about me. I was like, man, I'm just a down-home country boy. You got to be hard on me like that in the message box. And she's like, what?
Yeah, they're both rated like 2100, 2200.
Mm-hmm. She said,
and their father is a grandmaster.
Yeah, well, she was Listen, I listened to her tell me the game, so I won because she was telling me what moves I should take. And we came to a point where she just said, "Good game, you won. I'm trapped. How did you do it?" And I said, "Well, did you have to be so hard on me?" She's like, "What do you mean? You just beat me." I said, "Well, you're live streaming me and calling me a dumbass." She's like, I said, I'm just a country boy that likes to play chess. She said, "LOL. You found my live stream. You want to play again?" I said,
out of the
She-
two sisters, which one do you guys like?
"Well, they're too young for me, but they're
They're
cute."
too young. They're like 23, 24 years old.
Yeah, they're
What's
too
wrong
young
with
for
that?
me, but they're
I'm
cute.
just talking about looks. Come on, which one do you like?
I like the curly hair, you know. Hey, but whatever. I just thought it was funny. I caught this chick live streaming me on YouTube, and I got to use it against her and tell her that real time in her live stream. So I got a shout
Well,
out.
back in the day, there were the Polgar sisters. I mean, they're still around. They're still chess players. I mean, they're getting up there in age. I mean, some of them are like almost 50. But, you know, back in the day, they were super smoking hot female chess players.
Yeah, I just grew up playing chess with my
And
grandfather.
they're all grandmasters.
And
They learned how to play chess from their father, who's a grandmaster, and wrote the best chess book in history that everyone that is a grandmaster says that they've read.
Yeah, I read some books when I was in service, but you got a lot of time. But I've just now started taking the studies that they offer on chess.com and stuff. So I actually learned how to research chess and get into chess theory and read some of these grandmasters' theories.
What branch of the service were you in?
I was in the
I don't know,
Marine.
I kind of think I like the one on the left more. It's hard to tell. They're both good. I think I like the one on the left more.
2nd Battalion, USMC.
Like sex chess thing, but right on USMC. Cool. I was a CB in the Navy.
Oh, that's cool. My niece is a CB right now. My daughter just came home from the Navy. She was a part of a E-Link conglomerate group, a special detail. You know what E-Link is?
I did not.
Electronic intel.
That's not a term I've ever heard used in the Navy, because in the Marines, like there's MOSs, like, oh, I'm at 1305 or 331
they got a different name for it, but it's a special.
Yeah, we call it a rate. So like in the Navy, we don't have an MOS. I mean, we might, but we're not aware of it. It's called a rate instead.
I know that.
Okay.
Yeah, my daughter was in the Navy, bro. My niece. I come from a military family, but yeah.
I got you. And you were a Marine?
You're right. And ELIN isn't a MOS. You know, it's just an anagram for electronic intel.
Okay. And what did you do in the Marines?
Well, I started the same as everybody else, but I ended up doing critical skills operations. So.
Critical skills operations. Okay.
Special skills operator. They go by MARSOC now. So, but I wasn't a raider. Raiders weren't around when I was in there. That was a designation of an ancient group. Now it's a battalion, you know, Raider battalion. But it wasn't that. It was that after I left. To honor those people from history. I was just MARSOC.
All right. Yeah, it's interesting how some fields of the military have branched out of other things throughout the history of the military. And
I'm pretty sure when you say what did you do as a Marine, he was supposed to say kill.
Yeah. So anyway, but yeah, no, I wouldn't say that. But what he is saying is that, you know, from his branch of chain of command came my division, and he would be true to say that. So we don't fuck with you, Navy boys. You're our medics, you're our ride. You know, it's all good, baby. We're still here. Same mud, same blood.
Oh yeah, I never had any beef with anybody in the military, even though there's that little internal.
Hey, I will
Squabble?
call you Squid though, if you don't mind.
Well, I was a
there.
CB. I was only on a ship once.
Oh, you're an engineer. Okay.
Yeah. You know, I carried an M4 with a scope, and
Yeah,
I was
I
a
know what a
squad leader.
CB is. It's
Yeah.
naval engineer.
Yeah, ground forces for the most part.
You got the B patch and all that shit. Yep.
Yep. The
So
B
I
with a
would-
Tommy gun, a wrench, and a hammer.
But if you was on the boat, damn it, when we was getting a ride, I would tell you to go clean the semen off the poop deck.
Oh.
No,
That's when the Marines get sent down to the bilge to clean all the nasty shit off the bottom.
Not before you sell us some liquor, though. We'll have fun down there. Come on, Sarge, man, quit fucking around. You got any liquor or not? You know what's up. Be down there passing around like, hell yeah, they think they're bugging us. We shovel blood and guts, son. This ain't shit. No,
Well, you know what? There's two different acronyms for what Marine stands for. I'm not sure if you're aware of this. But tell me one of them. I think I'll at least know one. No?
What? No, go
Okay,
ahead.
so
I'll let you
Marine.
hear 'em.
Okay.
It's your joke. I'll let you tell it.
So Marine. Muscles are required, intelligence not essential.
Yep. That's Jarhead. Yep. Next one.
And the only other one I know is my ass. It's actually Marines, okay, with an S at the end. So my ass rides in Navy equipment, sir.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, I've heard that one.
It's true.
You driving? Which one of you bitches is the medic? You'll be with me. I'm the lead.
Yeah, Marines don't even have their own medics. They have to have Navy people permanent.
It's a collaboration. It works out, bro. You guys are so
I know.
good at
Hey,
listen.
some of my best friends are Marines or ex-Marines.
Listen, you just take care of my buddy there so he can get back to his position, and I'll kill any motherfucker that comes your way, okay? We'll be all good. One impenetrable unit.
How many times have you seen Full Metal Jacket?
I don't like to watch shit like that, but once I watched it.
Okay, yeah, I don't watch war movies anymore because I was in war and I.
Wait, you saying you only seen Full Metal Jacket once, Battle Mod? Seriously?
Well, I've seen a shitload of memes and all kinds of YouTube clips, but yeah, I only watched that once.
God damn it! I was never in the military. I think I watched that like 7 times.
That's why you glorified what you said. Me, I
no,
felt
it's because of Gunnery Sergeant Hartman. I'm your senior drill instructor.
Me, I felt sorry for every man there that went through that.
Yeah, that was during a draft. So.
Honestly, it's not like I willingly watched it that many times either. Like I think I saw, like just where you go to somebody's house or whatever, you're just hanging out. Like people put back in the day, back before all the streaming like online stuff. Like people would just put on movies. Like that was one of the ones that it might just be on. Like
for me, listen, I was deployed Desert Shield, Desert Storm, Iraqi Freedom. So for me, the movie was Jarhead. I think it was closer to what really was going on over there in the beginning.
That was a bad movie, by the way. Like I mean,
it was a crappy movie, but
I think it was. You might be right that it was sort of realistic, true to life.
They showed the good guy there. The good guys are there, guys who went for valor and honor and just to protect their nation. Then the guy that went to cut somebody's finger off and get a trophy, So yeah,
but as far as a movie goes, there was no and I know it was part of the message. It was part of the meaning, the reason for the movie. So in that way, maybe that makes it a good movie. But there was no punchline to it. There was no fucking end. There was no fucking meaning, no closure, no nothing.
That was the thing with Desert Shield and Desert Storm and Iraqi Freedom. It was placement and position, and we just were insurgents. So there was no point to it other than to shock troops up there and gain control of that region. and back Kuwait.
No, I think you're wrong about that. There's no, I mean, the punchline is a little bit more esoteric, and in regards to that, if you read Shakespeare, they call that romantic, like the romantic era of literature. And
yeah, I do.
I think
So
that,
here I'll quote some. There's more in heaven and earth than in your philosophy, Horatio.
well, with Full Metal Jacket, it shows what boot camp is. Because I'll tell you this, that's what boot camp is.
Yeah.
There's not a better portrayal of boot camp than that movie.
Here, boy. Yeah. Yeah, I'll give it that. Yeah. Boot
I
camp.
mean, you have to, like, everything is cleaned every single day. You can stand in front of your rack and you can't do shit if someone's yelling at you. You just have to sit there and take it.
Don't itch them balls. They belong to the government. I'll tell you when they itch.
So it's like a romantic thing about history that this is the way that troops are being trained. And it's been that way for a long time. But if you look at modern day boot camp videos, they are pussified big time. They have like timeout squares they can go to with like stress cards and shit. And they get lots of sleep.
What?
It's meant to be.
Hold on.
It's all trauma-based mind control, is what it is.
Hold on, Lou. You said this motherfucker got a safe space in boot camp? What the fuck is that?
Well, yeah, they have a. Well, I don't know if it's called a safe space, but they have a stress card. If they can use it like once per day or something like that.
Like a medical card? No shit.
Yeah, you just pull it out. Like, oh, it's like a red fucking flag card or some shit.
What the fuck is that pussy?
Yeah, right after I got out of boot camp, they were telling me about this. I was like, wait, you guys are getting 8 hours of sleep every night? And you have a stress card?
What? The few, the proud? How the fuck could you say the few and the proud if it ain't hard to complete?
I'll tell you this: the military is having a major problem recruiting right now. So they they're short troops all over the place. They're not getting volunteers.
You got them rednecks and Yankees. We got some resources here in America. They ain't got around the rest of the world. I'll tell you,
dude.
I'm talking about rednecks.
They're all being fucking turned into puppy room lovers, man. Like you I need to de-stress in the room filled with puppies.
Listen, I'm just saying they better wait for the rednecks to die off before they try to come up in this bitch, or otherwise we'd just be hunting. It'll be hunting season. You know what I'm saying? There'll be a line of NASCARs and beer cans everywhere.
They're just not getting the numbers anymore. They're at an all-time low. Like the only time it's been worse. The only time recruiting has been worse was right at the end of Vietnam.
To put it more specifically, we haven't been invaded yet because they know the country is full of country boys. And I won't even say rednecks, just people like myself who hunt moving targets for food, and we have an arsenal and we're waiting for just such an event. Our entire fucking life. I wish they would come over here and invade. I'll kill half them motherfuckers by myself. So we got a lot of country boys that are like that. And at the end of the day, we'll get together. We'll have a bonfire. We'll roast a deer. We'll just barbecue that motherfucker and drink a whole bunch of beer. And then, we'll go back to getting rid of them motherfuckers like cockroaches. They gotta go. I don't care. They say UN troops. I've watched some videos. I don't think them UN troops are trained pretty hard. Maybe our troops aren't trained, but you got people out there that were trained.
Actually, you know what? You guys watch Livestream Media at all?
What?
You know Livestream Media, the YouTube channel?
What?
No.
What media?
Livestream Media. Livestream Media.
Oh, TruthStream Media.
Yeah, YouTube channel.
Is that the one with the
Aaron and Melissa Dykes, or yeah?
I think I've seen it a couple times.
Yeah, hold on. They got a good video that literally came out today that actually touches on this slightly, but it's about they call it they're relating it all to the border crisis, but there's a lot more like things at play. It has to do with like the UN. And the military, and like how, so like right now we're at a very low like recruitment like numbers, and so they've laxed their like thing requirements for getting in to the military, and still they're not getting the numbers. They've also offered to pay more, and they're still not getting the numbers. And so now they're at the point where they're allowing immigrants to join the military instead. And then NATO is coming in and freaking like funding a bunch of this stuff. And like, dude, it's all part of a freaking instead of us being like sovereign, it's like it's a world agenda that's going on.
Yeah, well, you have to think about this too. It goes along with what you're saying, that a lot of places like San Francisco, I live in the San Francisco Bay Area. I'm like 50 miles south in San Jose, but they're having an extraordinarily hard time retaining officers and getting new recruits to come in. And the city is just falling apart, which I'm actually looking forward to seeing happen, because that city needs to fucking burn and just be just restart entirely. But the same thing goes with the military. If you look at the people that are joining the military now, there's these trannies that are joining and just putting on a military uniform and doing TikTok videos. Like, we're fucked. If something serious happens, there's not a whole lot we're going to be able to do.
That is where they're getting their recruits. So like the recruits that are wanting to join are doing it for like this cyber warfare type thing. Like they're literally like paid internet trolls and shit like that. They call it intelligence, but really it's anything but that. It's disruption is what it really is.
Yeah, like social warfare.
Yeah.
Well, that's ELINT, man. I told you my daughter said her job for some time was arguing with people on political posts on Facebook. They just pre-plan a post, and then they post it under a random site's name, and when people start arguing on there, they either get on there or back it or not back it, refute it, you know?
Anyway, I'm not asking that you guys watch this right now, but I think both of you would be interested in this video that came out today from TruthStream. So bookmark it and watch it tomorrow or something, you know?
Where's it at?
It's in the Livestream 1 voice text.
Livestream 1?
Earth Awakenings, Livestream 1. Yep. Let's see. Yeah, Livestream 1 text. That's where I put it.
I'm not sure what. Let's see. Oh.
It says this is not just about the border. Right after the girls, the chess girls.
Oh, Battle Mod. I sent that to him, and I guess he was like happy about that. So he posted the photo.
No, I was just showing Lou what we meant about hot chicks.
Oh yeah, I was trying to show you, hey, these are Motez sisters, and
yeah, I couldn't remember their names. I just know that I seen something about them.
I don't remember the one on the left. I'm sorry, on the right, but the one on the left, that's Alexandria. Alexandra.
They're both good looking. I don't know.
Oh yeah. Well, it's really funny too because
something about I don't know. For some reason, if I had to pick, like it's like you get to take either one of these. Some reason, I feel like the one on the left probably would be no good in the long run, but if it's just for tonight, that's probably the one I'd take.
It would be a coin toss for me, honestly. Hey, flat out honest, I'm just saying it's a coin toss. But you know, I've got like I don't know, 15 years on them. I don't know. Hold on.
You get probably dating dudes that are freaking like 60 years old. Are you kidding me?
Well, it's fun. Okay, so Alexandra Botez, the one on the left, she's 28. Then her sister. Anyways, They're Canadian, but now they live in Dallas. There's something weird about that.
Being Canadian, definitely something weird about that.
But yeah, they go to like chess events, like out in the park, and she dresses like in like this super slutty fucking shirt, like, with her like her nipples fucking poking out and her fucking tits like it's borderline unacceptable. But she plays chess.
No, it's
How
it's
dare
fully
you.
acceptable. I like it. I don't know
No,
what the
but
hell
she
you
does it as a
talking
distraction. And
I
she
know.
plays chess against people, and she beats the fuck out of them. And she's good at chess. Trust me, she's very, very good at chess. But it's like, damn it, I can't even concentrate.
That's not fair. You gotta have nipples. You gotta have nipples and let them pop.
Yeah, well, there's no rule against that. If you look at the actual rules of like professional chess, you can do that, unless your opponent like files a formal complaint. In which case, there's like a judging panel that says, "Oh no, you have to put on like a jacket. No, you can't be showing your tits to your opponent."
Well, you know what? You just pull out your dick. If she's gonna let her nipples pop, you fucking pull out your dick. You fucking and then you play chess.
Jacking it while you're playing.
You just sure if you want until they file a complaint.
Actually, one grandmaster, his name is Paul Murphy. He would practice, and he's considered one of the greatest chess players of all time. And he would practice playing chess while he hated cigars. Like he hated like smoking in general, but he would play with people, like watching him, and he would have them blow cigar smoke in his face as he was like practicing against other grandmasters. So I don't know. Maybe like looking at some titties. Because I love titties. So it's like too much of a distraction.
Like, look,
Who don't
yeah,
love
it's
a
a good
nice
good
set of
distraction,
titties?
but like you literally don't have to. Like, if it's just about the moves on the board, you don't even have to look at your opponent. You play it online. You don't have to see what they look like. You don't have to. I mean, sure, I bet you could try to get some cues by looking them in the eyes and stuff like that. But you're not going to get cues from their nipples, I don't think. Anyway,
Oh, she does this over the board in person. So how do you like my eyes? Like I have like radar sense when it comes to like pokey nipples for like hot women.
Dude, that's every guy. That's why she does it. That's why she doesn't wear a bra when she does this. Like, every guy loves some fucking popping nipples.
Women know it too. They do use it. It's like a political move. Thank God certain politicians don't do that. Otherwise,
Are you saying she would lose if like she might have lost the game had she been wearing a sweater?
I don't know, because I think she was using her titties to like make fucked up moves that she wouldn't normally do. So maybe if she was wearing, like a parka or something, then she would be playing more serious. I don't know. You have to watch her games.
Wait, no, I'm saying like I'm talking about games that she won. Would she have maybe lost?
See, he's absolutely right what he said. With the best chess theory is to just wait for your opponent to make a mistake and then capitalize on it.
Well, this is more about titties in chess, though.
Well, titties.
Yeah,
Listen,
titties the titties
I
are
can smoke weed, stare at nipples, and be erect and still win a chess game or lose it. It doesn't matter. Fuck it, bust them titties out.
Yeah,
It's all
look,
good.
if you got titties on the side, that's just a bonus. Like, you're just like, cool,
I'm
but
gonna be
like,
reaching across the board with my elbows up, trying to bump them motherfuckers and shit. Here, let me move over here.
give
So I can
a fist bump to her poking nipple.
Yeah,
Just like,
and
boom, how do you like
we
that
can't,
move?
right? We can't just say titties now. Let's be specific. Are we talking about some D's, some B's, some C's? What?
I think they're like small C's. I don't know.
Oh,
I'm not a good
these
judge at that.
girls. Oh, I know. That girl goes out in the park and in Times Square. Is it Times Square? In trashy looking shit. Like, yeah. I watched some of their videos after that, but I couldn't remember the name. I was fucking high. It was just, a chess night. I was like, damn, this
That's
bitch
the
is
usual
live
thing, isn't
streaming.
it? But I was
like,
high.
Right, I was high. I was amazed that this bitch was live streaming me. Like, I'm just some old boomer I'm just a Gen X from Jackson County, bitch. Why you want to fuck with me? But
I mean, if your opponent is hot and got some poking nipples, it's like I'd be like, damn, I definitely got to beat this chick because if I do, I might get laid again.
Look,
it'd be like the last time. It'd be like that other time it happened. It'd be like, damn, what if that works
play
again?
that chick till she don't want to play no more, and then ask her if she wants to stay. You want to stay?
Well, the other thing you gotta look up
Dying.
are super hot women that play professional poker, and look how they dress. They use that to their advantage.
Oh yeah,
and they know what they're doing.
Well, all women do that in all of their. Like in all of their occupations. Like what? Look at a realtor. Like the women realtors. Like they're dressing up. They dress up for that shit. Like they
listen, Lou. My first thought was a horse lady down the road that's growing them Moravians, raising them Moravians. That girl's hot as hell, man. And I bet she can get every dollar she get out of a fucking horse from it. She probably working motherfuckers at the auction. They give her extra $5,000 just wanting a date.
Yeah, that's actually interesting you bring that up because my realtor, when I was buying my home, her name's Kathy, and she was definitely outside my age range. She's like probably 65, but she was still dressing with like one of those like push-up bras and putting on makeup in a very specific way and had like perfume on. And I was like,
yeah,
Kathy, I know you. You've been
they're not just showing a house, are they?
Well, no, it's because I've met her before that. Like she was at my parents' house. We had like a little picnicking going on, but she didn't dress like that for that. It's like no. When I saw her, I was like, damn, are you trying to be slutty? Like you're just trying to show me a property right now. But
dude, listen, a guy who is turned on is more likely to spend money. It's a fact.
Well, yeah, she was already my realtor. I mean, I already had the funds in escrow and everything, so I was just looking for the right property. So she didn't have. I mean, granted, she might have been going in showing another property after that, but it was like, Kathy. I mean, like she's not ugly, but it's like you're definitely not at the point where you should be.
Andrew Flatpaw said them are dudes. Here, somebody else took us to the transvestigation, Lou.
All the female realtors that dress like sluts are dudes.
That the Botez sisters are tranny.
Every hot woman must be a tranny now.
Yeah, no, you're not allowed to be turned on without thinking it's a dude.
What's going on? So if you go on the internet and just type in a woman's name and she's attractive, that means
that's how you know she's a dude.
The one with a dick.
Yeah, that's how you know she's got it.
I don't know.
What's going on with people? Are they just trolling or are they just mentally deranged? And granted, I know some women that are out there that claim that they're men are not. Some men that claim they're women are not women. Okay, Bruce Jenner is not a woman. Michelle Obama.
Yeah, there's also some. It's also probably true that some women that you think are women are actually men. But it doesn't mean that like every female celebrity is a fucking man.
What's with the damn text lobby skank hoes, man? Some bitch ain't even in live stream. He's like, "What's the point of that? What's the point of that? What's the point of that?" It's a picture.
If they were listening, they would understand the point, right? Everything that we posted has been related to what we were talking about. They're sitting chat skanking going, how does that relate to anything? I was in the middle of talking about whatever, nothing that you're talking about. Like, sure, maybe they're more on topic. Maybe they're in an argument with flat earthers, and we're just talking about chess and freaking titties. But like, it was still related to the conversation in here. That's what this chat is for.
Oh, I don't. Gio, you take care of his stuff. That's cool. I don't know what his problem was. Like, yeah, I'm not posting weird videos. Two chicks that play chess is a weird picture, a pervy picture, or a creepy picture. What the hell is that, man? These
I have a
Globers.
3D
Is that
picture.
his
You can watch them live. They play chess live on YouTube like every day.
If that's his best Glober proof, well.
I wonder what would happen if, like, a guy. It reminds me of Austin Powers. Not Austin Powers. It might have been Austin Powers. Where
It's
like
a
he like has.
man.
Well, yeah, like where a guy just has like super hard nipples, like they just like had like liquid nitrogen or something sprayed on their chest, and it's like all their nipples are just poking out real hard. I wonder if that would be legal in chess because women do it.
Yeah, dude, just break your character. Maybe they know you. Maybe they know you already, and just dress as like a total flamer, like a really super tight fucking shirt, and like
put ice cubes on them, ice them up, ice the nipples up before you go out there, get a little sweat, get a spray bottle. Get
Like what was it, the Canadian woodshop teacher with those big fake fucking nonsense tits?
God, just come in with a new costume every fucking time. Like, just something just completely just off the wall. Like,
the thing about chess and professional tournaments is that you have really, really long periods of time. Like the games last for hours and hours, so you can actually get up and leave
costume between moves.
Oh yeah, you could. Technically, I mean, I'm not sure if I'd have to look into that. I might want to try and fucking do that now that I think about it.
Yeah, here, I'll be back
What
in 20 minutes.
What if you did one of those where you got like one of those what's that gig where you got you seen those like Chinese magician whatever's like the changers or whatever where like so they got like 50 layers on and they just keep ripping one off and then ripping another one off and then ripping another one off.
Yeah, that's like the mask change situation.
Yeah,
but
like
there's
that.
a special way you have to do that though. You have to have like props behind you so you can hide it. I know it works though. Yeah, but yeah, that'd be kind of fucked up because
I seen that on AGT. Some chick did it. She kept changing dresses.
Yeah, it's
just ripping them off.
There's a lot of people that have shown how it's done, but other people come up with different alternative methods as to how to do it to make it more deceptive.
Was hot, and I thought, man, that was a wet.
Yeah, she's a French chick. Yeah, she was on Penn and Teller Fullest too.
Yeah, she ripped off 50 dresses. I thought, damn, that was a wet dream. Is it over? Damn it, tear another one off.
Eventually, she's gonna get naked. Come on, when is she gonna get naked?
That was my
You're almost
thought.
there. Come on. It's like, oh, she's got a whole dress on again.
I was high when I watched it. Did I tell you that? And I was like, damn it, bitch. How many dresses you got on?
When do you get naked?
I thought this was a striptease. With Beavis and Butthead. They wouldn't have liked me in the crowd.
Yeah, someone is like, almost like, are you on OnlyFans? Like, what's going on?
There was an old dude on there that sang a little ditty on AGT about he got a woman that everything was straight for her, but in the end of the song he said, I loved that woman, but I found out she had a cock. And it was an 80-fucking-year-old man made fun of fucking transgenderism with old people in relationships in a ditty. I thought, that is fucked up. How did they even let that on AGT, But it was funny. It was funny, I thought. Good for you, old man. My old man had been ready for war. He'd have been about your age, and he'd really been ready for war. If he was on the internet right now, my old man be like, son, we gonna have to take the nation back. What the
You guys
hell
remember
is
hearing
this?
about that guy? I don't know his name at the moment, but he was the ShamWow guy.
ShamWow. Oh wait,
Yeah.
there's more. Oh wait,
Is that Billy Mays?
there's
Is
more.
that no? That's not Billy Mays. That's the
Yeah,
Billy
Mays.
Mays
Oh
is
wait,
the
there's more.
This is the
I
guy
got
that replaced Billy
I got
Mays.
an 8-ball of cocaine, and we're gonna ShamWow the entire fucking room.
Well,
I
yeah, he got
ShamWowed
high on
Lawrence last
coke.
night.
He was in Miami, and he was banging a hooker,
Yeah.
or he was going to. Found out the
Yeah.
hooker had a cock and beat the fuck out of her in a hotel room. Beat the fuck out of him in a hotel room.
That was Billy Mays, man. Yeah.
No, that was
Oh,
the
wait.
ShamWow guy.
ShamWow was like the smaller blonde dude. Billy Mays.
Okay.
Yeah, Billy Mays is
Yeah.
like the brown hair with
The
a beard.
ShamWow dude is the dude that got caught with the coke. That's what. But yeah, because everybody when it happened was saying, "But wait, there's more. I got an 8-ball. Let's do a line. I'm gonna ShamWow."
Well, yeah, there's the parody song or video that someone did. It's a pretty good voiceover. It's called ScamWow.
Oh wait,
so yeah,
Billy Mays.
ScamWow. You can clean up guts, piss, blood from a crime scene. It goes on like that.
I thought Billy Mays was that black-haired guy that sold baking soda.
Yeah, he is. He also had a. I thought it was
more of a dark brown than black, but like
he had a beard though. The other guy didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, the other guy looked like
a little bit
from
huskier,
Jackass.
dude. Didn't he do the My Pillow?
the
No, My Pillow is another guy.
The ShamWow guy looks like that kid from Jackass. Got the dweeb fucking haircut, short black hair, ShamWow. Yeah,
he had sort of an Eastern accent, like right, like
Here's another picture for that kid to say, what's the point of that? ShamWow, bitch. That's what. There
that's him.
That's
him.
ShamWow.
He looks like Beavis. He actually looks like Beavis.
Yeah, and this is Billy Mays here.
You know what ShamWow is? It's really simple. It's the stupidest invention, but he made a lot of money off it. It's a chamois cloth that's double layered. That's all it is.
Yeah.
In that picture, Billy Mays does have black hair, but I swear it was brown. That right there. That's painted hair right there.
It's double layered microfiber, yes. And we use microfiber on, expensive paint jobs.
What time is it right there? It says 10.
Billy Mays was selling Arm & Hammer baking soda.
Oh, yeah. The clock does say 10:10. I'm looking.
Why did they put a clock behind it? They didn't have to do that for the photo.
It's 3 a.m. 10:10 on the baking soda. What's that? Is that supposed to be your alkalinity of your body or something? 10:10. 10:10 is a police for we got a felony warrant suspect here. Send backup.
And South Park did an entire episode about Billy Mays.
I'm gonna try to find it. Billy Mays.
Maybe the 10:10s to tell you he's a wanted pervert. I don't know.
I don't try to look into that kind of like numerology too much, but I know some people look at it and
it is kind of weird that they got the clock in there, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's exactly 10:10 or 10:09, 10:10
for baking soda.
Yeah, and they make it very apparent in the picture. You can't avoid looking at it. And they could have put a picture of a duck behind it, or just a blank wall.
Yeah. That was the first image I got of him, too, of Billy Mays, when I Google searched him. Wonder how many of his images got clocks in them.
Yeah, I got a video for you guys. It's using Billy Mays. Hold on, let me pause it. So this is from the Jimmy Dore show, but it's that Dr. Hotez, which is like one of those the doctor with the bow tie that they put up like talking like for the jab. Anyway, like they use these clips of Hotez, the doctor, and then they keep throwing in Billy Mays like he's selling it like on TV as like an infomercial. And it's pretty damn funny. And wait, there's more. It just keeps doing that. Let me see.
I do like Jimmy Dore. I've watched a lot of his streams, but there's that. The only part of it that gets annoying to me is when that woman comes on. I can't stand her
I don't
voice.
like her either. I don't really like her much either, but no, I mean, he does a pretty good job of talking about like real issues, and for being a Democrat, for being a old school liberal, like especially now, I mean that's part of what they talk about. Like he comes across very conservative, even though he's still a liberal.
Yeah, I find that very interesting as well because my history teacher in high school, Dr. Jones, I kid you not, his name is Dr. Jones. Dr. Jones! He was like 6'5", like a huge dude, and had a PhD in history. Anyways, he would tell us about how if you looked through the sociology and history of the United States, conservatism and socialism and Republicans and Democrats seem to switch sides about every 40 years based on different things that happen.
Yeah, we've definitely seen that within the last 20. So like since 9/11, we've seen we're especially now we're seeing a complete like reversal flip flop. So yeah, we're 20 years ago, conservatives would have been like for big industry, big corporations, big government, and censorship and so on. Now it's the Republicans or the conservatives who are more talking about free speech and actually like the workers and and trying to cut down on like big government and stuff like that. Like while the Democrats are out there like saying you're not allowed to say anything that you want to say unless it's like granted by the government. The worker like has no rights. Like it's all about business. Like they've completely flopped on all the issues. Other than the only one that I could say right off the bat like that they haven't changed on is like abortion. Like that's one of the pillars apparently. But really, when it comes to foreign policy, when it comes to the economy, when it comes to war, I guess that's foreign policy. When it comes to workers' rights and big business and industry and so on and so forth, like for the most part, the Democrats are now exactly what they were against 20 years ago. They're actually for what they were against 20 years ago.
Yeah, what I was bringing up about that is, yeah, you're dead accurate. The workers' parties, for example, like the labor unions, like the Teamsters, those were started by Democrats. But is it the same today as it was 40 years ago, or when it was back when it started?
Well, Democrats started the KKK.
Yeah, I've heard that quite a bit, and apparently that was also part of what's his name? The guy that's in prison still, David. He was associated with Hillary Clinton, the KKK member. Fuck, what's his fucking name? Anyways, yeah, those type of political movements change over time. Like Black Lives Matter, I fucking hope is not going to be like a Republican conservative movement coming up anytime soon. But
That might be a one-off. I don't know if we'll see the
I would think so, but I mean, it's just the point of what I was trying to get at. There's certain, like the punk movement, right? Spiky hair, mohawks, and spiked leather jackets.
Well, I mean,
fuck the
it's really
government.
going that way. Like, it's becoming kind of punk to be a conservative. Like, especially if you look at like the youth, their generation. Like, it's cool right now. Like, okay, so like back in our day, it was never cool to go along with what the government says and to go along with what all the institutions told you. Right now, for some reason, like the popular thing is to just toe the line, and it takes a few obscure kind of like underclass people to actually stand out against that. And so in that way, it's sort of reversed. Where like the Republicans, the conservatives, like their families were the privileged ones that and they taught their kids to to join freaking debate club and the fucking chess club and freaking whatever else, like they had country club parents, right? Well, like now
I think you're a little backwards on that one, but go ahead.
What I'm just saying is like, I guess not everything I'm saying is 100% accurate. Obviously, there's always differences, but the more privileged people tended to be like of conservative like upbringing, and now they've kind of changed it, reversed it, whereas like they're trying to give the privileges to the what was the underclass. They're trying to reverse all of that. I don't know. It's hard to explain. I guess maybe I'll just back off.
No, I get what you're saying. It's a deep, complex subject. But when you start talking about like the punk movement versus what's going on now in the unfortunate degeneration of people that just want to dye their hair purple and cut off their tits and say, "Oh, I'm a man now."
Well, right. No, but it's okay. That was the point. Yeah, I actually lost it. So if you're, let's say you're a high school junior or senior, right? Like, for you to stand up and wave a MAGA flag or something like that, like that's punk now. That's going against everybody else in your peer group. That's waving a fucking flag at them but might as well be a middle finger and a freaking spiky hairdo.
Well, MAGA flags are not nearly as prominent or popular as the flags that have been recently flown at the White House. The BLM mixed with the whole LGBTQ, whatever the fuck it is now. That was flown at the White House.
Yeah, but that's to my point. Is like that stuff is accepted speech. MAGA is unaccepted speech. It is more punk.
Yeah, I suppose.
Along with MAGA comes the connotation of they try to relate it to the Confederate flag. They try to relate it to.
Oh, sorry. This mother. I didn't know I was unmuted. This motherfucker on the chest, man. He got his fucking night loose.
Don't let people in the chat room get
not
the best of
chat.
you.
No, it's not in chess. This guy in the chest.
Oh, in chess.
Yeah, chess.
Yeah, but yeah, like when it comes to like the MAGA flag, like yeah, look at all the stuff that they've tried to pigeonhole it with. Like you're a QAnon racist, like a Confederate flag flying, freaking gun toting, freaking redneck that like yeah, just like they try to attach all this stuff. You're a conspiracy nut. You're what else? I mean, there's so many more. Like, you might as well. You're a neo-Nazi. You're a freaking anti-Semite.
What's interesting about the word you just brought up is conspiracy. And people say, "Are you a conspiracy theorist?" I'm like, "Yep, so are you." But you just don't know it. Because most people don't even know what the word conspire means. So if there's people that
Two
are
or more people
conspiring,
meeting behind closed doors to commit a crime.
well, I think there's multiple definitions to it, but ultimately it is two or more. This is the last time I looked it up. It's been a while. You know, definitions change over time because of different weird reasons, but conspire is two or more people working in concert to deceive. They're working together to deceive people.
More than to deceive. Like, conspiracy has to be like to commit.
You can also conspire to commit a crime.
Conspire, not conspiracy.
Yeah, I know. A conspiracy theory is about people who conspire to commit crimes against humanity. Yeah, pretty much. Sure. You got a theory about this.
Yeah, you have to be doing something. You have to be doing something illegal. You have to be doing something illegal. Like, otherwise,
yeah.
like by your
once there's
definition, it
proof
would be
of-
such a loose definition. Like, it'd be like,
so once
well,
there's- hold on.
Susie and Sandy got together and said that Pamela, friggin', let's get together and make sure the other girls just don't like Pamela.
You got proof they conspired? If you do, it's not a conspiracy. It's an investigation.
Well, no, it doesn't have to be illegal either. It's just conspiracies happen at work when your employees, like your coworkers, even are like, "Oh yeah, well, let's go ahead and like do this against this other person so that we can make them work harder." Or
when it comes to, I think maybe there is a difference there because, like, so socially you could say, "Oh, those two girls conspired against me." You could say that, and it would make sense. People would get what you mean. But I think it's more of a legal definition. Like, the word conspiracy is a legal word, a legal term, and a legal definition. So would be like to commit a crime.
Conspire. Yeah, conspiring to commit a crime.
is there any court cases where conspiracy was actually brought up as a legal term?
Dude,
Like,
people get
for a judge and a jury?
charged with conspiracy daily.
That's
Well,
part
no, I
of a
mean,
RICO Act.
like an official court case. I've never heard of that before.
Yes, people get charged with conspiring to commit a crime. Yes, more than once. All you got to do is read the legal news. You can see conspiracy all over the legal news.
Well, no, I mean like conspiracy theory in like flat Earth or the moon landing or 9/11 or
listen. In law, when you conspire to do something that's illegal, you can all get in trouble for getting together and talking about it and planning it, conspiring to commit a crime.
Yes,
There's
you can.
a major one, like conspiracy to commit murder is a major offense that people get charged with on a regular basis. So, like, you don't have to kill the person, but if two people talked about killing a person, that's conspiracy to commit murder.
Or kidnap or anything like that. You're
Yeah, I
conspiring
think
to kidnap.
conspiracy has multiple definitions that can be used in different ways. But yeah, okay, legally, I would agree. That's definitely possible. And absolutely,
law.
yeah.
Conspire. That's
Because
all you gotta do.
I did work in the Department of Corrections for a short little bit of time as an electrical contractor, and some of the people that were on good behavior.
So Black's Law defines it: a conspiracy is an agreement by two or more persons to commit an unlawful act coupled with an intent to achieve the agreement's objective, and often action of conduct that further the agreement, a combination for an unlawful purpose. Conspiracy, conspiring. Anything that comes under conspiring or conspiracy is defined in law by Black's Law. Two or more people. You can't conspire without a partner. So you got to have a co-defendant.
You cannot conspire alone.
No, you can't.
A lone conspirator.
Is that a thing? Really?
Hey, in the grassy knoll right there, I see that son of a bitch. I'm getting a get my 7.26, my M1 bolt action. We'll see if we can shoot him from here.
What, you mean 7.62?
Yeah, 7.62. The M1 come in the 308 or 7.62. You can get it either way.
I have never fired one of those before.
Original M1 is 308 carbine. So, yeah.
Oh, okay. My brother has one. But I still
carbine.
M1A1 carbine?
Yeah, that's before the M1 Grand. Exactly, Lou. Yes. Predecessor is the M1 Grand. So, yeah, M1A1. That's what I hunt with. Mine's jacketed in 308. You can get it in 30-06 or 7.62, but it's a rebore. Originally, it was issued in 308.
I think the 30-06 is an excellent being as kind as I possibly can for the internet, an excellent firearm.
Yeah,
you can say whatever you want about a firearm on the internet. It doesn't matter.
All right, well, it's good for hunting and for self-defense because it'll go straight to the chest of a human.
Okay, I wasn't saying anything. Jesus, man.
Man,
but for general home purposes, an AR-15 works very, very well. It's a 5.56 round, and they're very accurate as long as you clean the muzzle and keep your rounds clean. And very high muzzle velocity, and it has a very slow stopping point versus a 3.38 or 7.62 or whatever.
3.33. Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah, I'm with you.
Plus a shotgun, birdshot. Shotguns you can get for $500-$600. Get yourself about $100 worth of birdshot, and you're good to go. But that's for extreme situations.
Yeah, anyway, the word conspiracy is actually like a legal term, and it is like, so people might use it more loosely, like vaguely, but it's not correct. So, like, if somebody says, like I was saying, like those two girls conspired against me to smear me in front of the school and blah blah blah. You didn't commit a crime, therefore it's not actually a conspiracy. It's just gossip and it's kids being mean, right? Like, a conspiracy is a charge. Conspiracy is a crime.
It is. Conspiring to do an unlawful act is the key word. Unlawful. If it's not unlawful, you can conspire all you wish.
You got some. You're hot micing right now.
Get some. Where you get a catchphrase like that, I wonder. I know where I got it from. You got the echo, too.
Yeah, so anyways, I was just saying about conspiring, and one of the guys that was able to work with us in the prison, help us pull wire and do all the manual labor. He was in prison for 3 years, and I asked, we always ask him like, "Hey, what are you here for?" Because that's we're allowed to ask them, and they have to tell us what they're in for. And he said he was in there for conspiratorial charges to commit a crime because they were going to rob a building, which he had already been convicted for before. So I guess they were watching him, and they busted him for conspiracy to commit a crime. And he got locked up for 3 years. But he was out at the very end of his sentence. But
you work maintenance at a prison?
No, I was an electrical contractor installing new kiosk systems, upgrading their camera systems, and intercoms.
I've talked to you before. I remember that. Yeah, my brother's an arsenal sergeant on the wall, the world's largest walled prison, in the maximum security unit.
The point I was trying to get at is that he was actually locked up for conspiracy.
Yeah.
I guess they were tracking him, and so he was conspiring. I'm not sure who other people were involved with it, but according to the definition, it says that you have to have 2 or more people. So I guess there was somebody else
Conspiracy happens all the time. The government charges people with it all the time. It doesn't become a conspiracy theory until it's a group of people pointing their fingers at the government, and then it's conspiracy theory, and conspiracies never happen.
That's so ironic, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Isn't it? Mm-hmm. It's like rain.
Oh my God, Alanis Morissette. I didn't even do that. I'm so sorry.
On a wedding day.
Someone's gonna sing it now. I know it.
It could rain on our wedding day. I wouldn't care. Men don't give a fuck. Okay, let's go inside and fuck. Fuck it, it's raining.
It's like rain on your wedding day. It's like, what is the next one? I don't know. That's all I know. A free ride when you're already late. What else? What else? What's next?
Good advice you just can't take. And who would have thought?
Okay, you should probably be the one singing it.
It figures. My fucking ex loved that fucking song. I was like, yeah, whatever. Yeah, fucking rain. So what?
Alanis Morissette, the first one that made her big was that one about like the cross-eyed bear that you gave to me. It kind of rocked, honestly. Like, and then everything after that was absolute shit.
Yeah, it was on the same CD, Lou.
Yeah, but the one that made her big was that cross-eyed bear thing. It was kind of hard.
To make. Crying ass bitch. She lost her mind. She was crying. She was like, "They left me." You shouldn't have.
She was pissed. She was pissed because she had a retarded kid, and the dude left.
What did she?
I don't know. That's what the song's about.
Oh, is it? The cross-eyed bear is your
the
kid,
cross-eyed bear. Why is he cross-eyed? I don't know. What's wrong with him?
He's your kid. Who said it's her kid? The cross-eyed bear's your kid, isn't it, bitch?
Well, a bear like it's kind of symbolic. Like a bear is like bearing weight. Like when you're like yeah, like he did this, like he took part in making that. That's the way that I read into that song, anyway. Like he took part in making that child, and then took off, and now she's stuck with it. We're gonna have to look up the lyrics to that song now.
Cross-eyed bear. He said, "We gotta look it up. Get the looking glass out, woman." Oh, really? Yeah.
Oh, okay. Cross-eyed bear meaning. All right, so a prank performed during oral sex. That's from the Urban Dictionary.
Oh, that he listen, he dicked her down, man. After that dick you gave to me, then you gotta go. Oh, I get it now. She's like, you blew it
Oh
out.
my God.
You made that shit squirt, motherfucker, and then you split. I'll fucking cut your balls off.
Dude, the first thing that pops up with the cross-eyed bear meeting is Urban Dictionary, and you guys do not want me to read this.
Listen, it brings up a saying my dad used to say, right? Like, fucking, my dad used to say, you can't give them all that good dick, son.
Do you want to know what? Do you want to know what the cross-eyed bear is? The male recipient ejaculates up the nose of the individual performing the act upon it.
Yeah, that's some shit there, man. Really, I'll tell you
And then
what.
it says at the end, it says it's what Alanis Morissette is talking about in the song. You ought to know. I don't know about that. Now we definitely got to read the lyrics. I want you to know that I'm happy for you. I wish nothing but the best for you both. An older version of me. Is she perverted like me? Would she go down on you in the theater? Does she speak
Like
eloquently?
me. Yeah.
Does she speak eloquently? And would she have your baby? I'm sure she'd make a really excellent mother. Because the love that you gave that we made wasn't able to make it enough for you to be open wide, no. And every time you speak her name, does she know you told me you'd hold me until you died, but you're still alive. And I'm here to remind you of the mess you left when you went away. It's not fair to deny me of the cross-eyed bear that you gave to me. You ought to know. So, like, I really think it is. I don't know if it's about that oral sex thing. I think it's about like
He
it's either
was taking
about
her down, and then he laughed.
it's either about
He's like
like
a
she
man.
had a baby that has problems, or it's about like VD or something. Like he gave her herpes or some
Like
other
that
thing.
BD
Like
that you gave to me. Hey, Jack, can't wash it off.
yeah, I think it's about a disease.
You got the blurpies all up in them. www.belltrex.com, baby girl. What's up? What's poppin', player? What you want? What you want? This game's getting heated. This dude's getting mad because I just took all his pieces with my queen. Now after 6 pieces, he says, "I'll trade you queens." Well, sure,
Are you talking about that Torn song that Snacks completely ruined my entire view on that song now? Is that the Torn song you guys were just discussing?
Oh, Stacy,
We're talking about
Alanis
Alanis Morissette. You ought to know.
Yeah. Oh, that. Oh, Alanis Morissette. Oh.
Yeah.
Which one is that then?
The song "You Ought to Know."
You ought to know. Okay, I literally listen. I just woke up. I thought you were literally saying that to me. You ought to know. I need to wake up. It's just how I'm literally have one sip of coffee.
To deny me.
Oh, that song he fucked me up on now. I can never listen to Torn again either, though. Like, yeah, you guys are destroying music for me over here.
This song is dirty. Like they played this a lot on the radio. Let me read it. Holy shit, it's way dirtier. Like how quickly I was replaced, and are you thinking of me when you fuck her? Like, did they have that?
Thinking of me when you fuck her. Listen, I'm divorced. I jam
I
that
know.
song during sex.
Dying.
You know what I'm saying? I'm be like,
How are
yeah.
you doing anyway, Batamon? It's been a minute. Again. How you doing?
I'm playing them Alanis Morissette during sex.
That should tell you something.
Yeah, I'm doing something right.
A lot is more sex.
Yeah, that's funny. You come in here and two tough guys are talking about Alanis Morissette, right?
Right? Yep. Ain't no different than the old days.
Yeah, but at least it's the rough song that she came out with. It's not like ironic, at least.
Well, it's
It's
Alanis Morissette that rough?
ironic.
Seriously?
I got
It's
one
kind of rough.
hand in my
It's just
pocket. The other is
somewhere. Mm-hmm.
hell in a taxi cab. I used to have to listen to that shit. I'd be drinking and my wife start playing that shit on my damn stereo. Like, woman, that is for Metallica. What the fuck are you playing?
Metallica.
Well, the preamp, you ain't got to turn the preamp on for Alanis. Come on. We
No.
can play that
I
softly
wonder.
in the
I wonder if
background.
Stacy knows. I wonder if Stacy knows what a cross-eyed bear is.
Oh God, no, I do not know, and I might know. It depends, but I don't actually know. But I might know.
He says,
If that makes
I'm
sense.
broke, but I'm happy. I'm poor, but I'm kind. I'm short, but I'm healthy. Yeah. I'm high, but I'm grounded. I'm sane,
That's a
but
good
Yeah.
one.
I'm
I'm
overwhelmed.
not. I'm not gonna. I'm not
I'm
gonna say it
lost,
out
but
loud.
I'm
She can just read
hopeful,
it.
baby.
I need to Google that,
That's
don't
what
I?
it
No, I
all
don't. No, I
comes
don't.
down to. Is that everything's gonna be fine, fine, fine. I actually like that song. Cause I got one hand in my pocket and the other is giving a high five.
Unfortunately, I like a lot of songs that are like that. They're catchy, is why. Yeah, they reel you in.
Uh-huh. Yes, they do. Yes, ma'am.
Damn interstate so loud. I hate this interstate right next to me where I'm at right now. It's like fuck. Don't get a hotel next to the interstate when you're traveling. It's not a good idea. It's just annoying.
Where you
It can
traveling
be. I can
to?
actually sleep during it though too. Depends. Oh, right now I'm really just traveling about this as I can. I decided to. Well, I didn't decide necessarily. My man was like, "Stacey, you're not working right now because your health." I just went to go get a test done, and they wouldn't even do any work on me because I owed them $60. You guys are fucking kidding. Like literally, my house at a point where they know they need to do surgery and all this other stuff, right? But they will not do anything because of my levels are so low. But they won't test me again because I owe a $60 bill that I didn't know about that's in collections from all this work that's been done on my knee. And it's like, you guys are willing to let somebody die, basically, or their health be like seriously non-existent, basically, and over a $60 bill. Yeah, reminded me of how bad the world is yesterday.
Well, if it was about you dying, I think they have if you were actually dying, they would have to treat you even if it cost like $100,000. The
Right.
fact that they were able to deny you for $60 means that it's not something that's going to kill you.
Well, it's labs that are denying me any labs being pulled further. My labs are so low, my hemoglobin, I'm not getting enough oxygen through my blood or anything, so I'm having a hard time breathing. Like I said, my iron's at 1, so I have like 0 iron. Why I say it so fucking funny? It's country. I have hardly any in me. But it's the fact that my hemoglobin is so low is the issue that we're worried about right now, more than anything. And they're trying to find out where I'm losing blood. So you would think, though, that in itself would be alarming enough. So, you know what I mean? That they would be worried. But these hospitals aren't that worried. Not necessarily. No.
It's a business.
Uh-huh. Yeah, and so is the insurance. I mean, the last labs, I realized, I said, well, did my insurance cover anything on that $60? I mean, you guys only did a couple labs. They said, oh, no, it was $800 and some odd dollars, and your insurance covered most of it. It was a $60 bill you still had to pay. I'm like, Well, I never got it. I've been moving around. Shit, no one ever called me. So yeah, cover that bill, and then I can get my labs pulled. It's only $60, but I didn't have $60 yesterday. You're gonna have to wait till Friday. It's just stupid, though. I was getting mad because my man don't fully understand because he's awake in some ways, but not to the degree we are. So when I'm mad or frustrated that it's happening in the world, I wasn't even mad about myself. I was mad in general. Like, this is what they do to people. I get to that level. This is wrong.
Bitches.
Right? It's a different level of thinking. But it's good though, because I have someone in my life who's willing to pick up the pieces right now and pay the bills and do it all. And when it's very difficult to survive, and make sure that I'm covered so I could not work for a while. I'm not used to that. I'm used to if you got to cover your shit, you got to cover your shit. Yeah. So what? If your health ain't good enough, you got to work anyway. Who's going to pay your rent? Who's going to put a roof over your head? That's usually me, So it's nice. I don't like necessarily depending on other people in that way, but it's good that you can. Because trust me, I've been in situations that doesn't happen, So a lot of people don't have that.
Yeah, it's nice to have people in your life that you can depend on. This is true.
Dude, I'm just looking at, because I'm getting called into the live stream text. First off, not a moderator here. Secondly,
No. Definitely ain't no moderator here. No.
Man, Pantomath was just pissing me off, bro. It's like, dude,
no,
listen,
that's different.
just because you got your little section in your little server doesn't mean you're going to talk to people like they're stupid over some past bullshit, because nobody really, there was a good conversation going on and you just fucked it up.
Yeah, but that's also aside from the topic. Not what I mean. Yeah, that's what happened over there in the politics and religion server. But yeah, we don't need to revisit that necessarily. Like, it's just another, like I said earlier, it's a clone of 24/7 and the politics 24/7 flat Earth room where I don't know, like those places, they're all one and the same people leading it, and they're paranoid about people talking about anything other than what they claim is accepted speech, like what they claim is, like safe speech. They pretend like they're protecting themselves. But no, I'm just looking at this thing with Smurf here going on, where all of a sudden this guy's going, "Can't you moderator fix it?" It's like, well, no, I can't. And secondly, the whole accusation here is Smurf was talking about private servers where people can join, and now this guy's saying he's a liar because he doesn't know of any, like, of course there's private servers. What the fuck?
I used to have one. They're making them make their own little server too, where you only have your certain people on there. You click whatever you talk to. What do you want to call it? Anybody can make one too. And that's what I realized. You don't need, listen, it's great to have a place to go. But if you don't like where you're going, then bring the people to you.
That's right.
And then you realize also sometimes that you don't necessarily need a place to go. And I think I got stuck in needing a place to go every day. And then I realized I didn't need it, and I stayed away for a while. And it did a lot for me. Because you can get stuck in this shit, man. Feeling like, oh my God, I have no server to go to. Everybody's kicking me from servers. Like, I was there.
Your voice is hot.
Oh, well, thank you, sweetheart. Appreciate it. That man's like, we done heard this a million times.
Well, it is, Stacy. It's all
It only counts when I say everybody else's compliments are worthless. Who wants to talk about Aristosthenes?
Well, you're late to the party, bud. It's cool.
This dude's monotone sound is pretty creepy. Actually, though, when he says it.
You berry sounding motherfucker.
You're hot.
Your voice is hot. Now, who wants to talk about Aristosthenes?
Sounding like Barry White. I've been really trying, baby.
Trust me, I've been here for a minute, sweetheart. About a month of lunatic, probably know me the most
for
around
so
here.
long. And if you feel like I feel, baby.
Oh my gosh, Lou, you really had to
on.
post that. That's what that is. That is so fucking disgusting. I do not want anyone to do that to me. It says and it's really good enjoyment and like for laughs. Like you get a good laugh out of it. Let me tell you something. I ain't laughing. I'm punching somebody. Like what?
You know what I'm talking about. Come on,
Like
baby.
Yeah, I like how to say this usually leads to much enjoyment and laughter between the two parties.
Right?
If
Between the two
you
parties. No, I
believe
think
in
it's the one
love
party.
like
One party.
I do, let's get it
Oh, that's a good one.
on.
Thank you for that laugh. That's hilarious.
Or that other one. When I get that feeling, I need sexual
Sexual.
feeling, baby. Oh yeah.
If my man comes down, I probably will exit out for a second. He's gonna think, "What in the hell is this?"
Yeah, that ain't the first time you heard that. He's all like, he had to straighten up his voice. You got a sexy voice.
Oh man. Trust me, I've used this sexy voice for debating flat Earth. It works great. Trust me,
Hey,
it does.
listen, tell him that's why we started Lady Night back in the day, because we knew we
Yep.
could just reel you guys in with that shit.
And it works.
did.
Basically, if you start trying to convince me the Earth is flat, I'm becoming a flat earther. I don't give a fuck.
Shut up.
Oh, Coach
Yeah,
already did it with me. So did the whole team over there.
motherfucker.
No, only you. Only you. Nobody
Only
else.
me though. Hey, and this is what we got, guys, to win the world. Let's go. I'll do my part, y'all. You guys do yours.
We need this guy on our side, Stacy. Take one for
That's
the
right.
team.
Take one for the team.
Yeah, Stacy, take one for the team.
It's so wrong. And everyone's like, no, it sounds so right. Messed up.
This motherfucker here is about to get it, and he doesn't even know it. He just made his final fucking mistake. Yep.
What game
Bam,
you
bitch.
playing?
Put that queen down there and block it so I can take. Yeah, this motherfucker's got to give up his queen in a checkmate situation. He is really mad right now. He is 900 rated. I did it. I did it. I did it. I love beating these high rated motherfuckers.
Be right back.
I got him in check on the back row. His king's behind three things that's got nowhere to go. The only thing he can do is block it with his queen, and then I get to take his queen. Checkmate. I'm gonna GG him right now. GG, baby. Good game. He's trying to figure a way out of it, but he ain't gonna find one. Good game. He can bring his rook down, but I can just take that too. Now he's got to bring the queen down. I can take that too, and I'm still one space away from the king and checkmate. I said good game. He had to give away both his pieces before he wouldn't. That's funny. I would have just quit because it's just he didn't have the material. This dude beat me down, man. He had 3 rooks, his knight, 2 bishops. I had a queen and a knight, and I won. He made one wrong move. That's all it takes. When you give me that real estate, I will take it. There's only one way to win, right? You can be playing around trying to take all my pieces all you want, but a checkmate move can come out of nowhere if you're constantly on the attack. You develop my board, and once you're down to pieces that you had to move that open up lines of attack, then you're screwed when you open them. What's up, Smurf? Oh, Smurf ain't in here. Smurf finally got his own place. He's his own man. He's like, yeah, got his own apartment and shit. He was living
Smurf's
with
doing great, man. I'm really proud of him. Just from coming in this community years ago and seeing Smurf then and where he's at now. Yeah. Mad leaps, and I'm very proud of him.
Yep. He got his shit together.
We all need to sometimes. Shit, I'm still getting my stuff together every day of my life.
Listen,
No joke.
I got tired of him, being homeless and with other people, and I offered him to get him an apartment and pay a couple months of his bills, and he said no.
Wow.
So yeah, I got respect for him.
Absolutely.
He said
Good for you.
no, Mike, that's nice. I told him, man, I got cash at,
Right.
Nope.
Hey, Smurf. He said, y'all talking, mommy, shut up.
Casey, how can you not have your life together? You're such a smart, beautiful woman with such a perfect voice, honestly.
Oh,
Like,
my Lord, this motherfucker.
I'm about to kill someone for you, and I've never even met you.
Well,
That's deep. That's love right there.
My mom
Or
always
faking.
said, if you got it, baby, flaunt it. I won't step on your game. I ain't a hater. I will use this the next time I talk to Rick, so don't think I won't, because I don't like it.
I can't stand it.
I seen your girl hitting on my boy Fallen.
Oh, hey,
I'm
can you
just
hear me?
picking, Stacy. I'm just
I
picking.
know you were, sweetheart.
All right.
No, he
It's
still
funny,
follows
though.
me around. He does. He just did it to me the other day. I haven't been on Jim's server in almost 2 years. And they kept saying, come over here. And Jim was, Jim and me had a conflict. Well, Jim had a conflict with me. So I finally said, I'll join over there to have the conversation, Jim. And then as soon as I went over there, waiting on Jim to have the conversation, bing, there he shows up. I'm like, I can't give nothing. Like, still, it's been 2 years.
That's pitiful.
It is.
That is fucking.
I'm just trying to live my life.
Everybody.
Morning.
Yeah, that's
What's up,
good.
Smurf?
That's what I'm trying to do the same. Live our lives, That's a cool idea. We've been getting terrorized by, like, this dude came in here this morning and terrorized me. But I don't really care. Yeah. Hey, how are y'all doing?
A dude like your neighbor, a gang member? What?
Oh, I'm talking about in the text channel.
Oh, I thought you meant at your
Have you
apartment.
been?
No.
Are you sound like you're wasted?
Hey, thanks. Just don't say I sound normal,
What's up,
You sound like you're really messed up, bro.
Cool. I just woke up.
Roll up some more.
Oh,
Good morning.
Yeah.
It's
Hey,
harvest
good morning.
time.
Yeah,
What the
wake
hell?
up.
Trying to read shit.
Wake and bake. I thank God every day, or I'm thankful to be alive, exist here. It's a privilege to speak with other real people like yourselves. Y'all are real cool. Yeah, I got my own place in a beautiful God's country, West by God, Virginia, in these beautiful mountains, which I think is probably a large putrefied chicken, possibly a chicken. Think about it. What if the world was an egg, and then, and it had a chicken in it, and then it petrified? You just wonder. Hey, I just woke up.
So
What?
you're saying that the egg did come first, then, not the chicken?
It was
These are the
petrified, but yeah.
Mankind's big mysteries. Okay, so if you zoomed out a lot, or if just miniaturized the world, either way you look at it, it's a matter of scale. If you were like a big giant, and you looked at it,
You know, it's like it's got a growth on it. We on our scale we
It's
call that
just a
trees.
petri dish full of
Yeah,
semen, the seed of
exactly.
life, the seed
Yeah,
of life, like
the mighty
seahorses
men
and
of the sea,
monkeys. Yeah,
the Semites.
yeah.
We are the mighty men of the
Semites.
sea. Yeah, we're here to eat chicken. You know, they call it a dodo, whatever it is. If you look at it, it's got a growth on it, but we're seeing the trees. If you look at the forest, yeah, it's like you were just saying. Imagine a petri dish. Yeah.
Listen,
Yeah,
bro. You said we're seeing the trees for the forest, but you can't see the trees for the forest. You can't see the forest because of the trees. Yeah, that's
yeah.
you can't.
What
You just see
I'm
a
just
row of
saying.
trees.
Yeah, I was just saying though, imagine that all of that vegetation is just but a growth on a large carcass. You
It's
know,
mold.
we are yes, yeah,
It's just
exactly.
mold.
Yeah. We're zoomed way in on it, fractally speaking. And so
Are you
yeah,
saying we're
fractally
a freckle on a giant's ass? Is it a
yeah,
mold on a freckle on a
exactly.
giant's
Yeah,
ass?
when you look real close at it, it looks like a forest with a rainforest with a bunch of trees, but it's really just a mole on a freckle.
Does that mean
Yeah.
there's a big gerbil around here somewhere?
Oh, whoa. We better call the Space Force.
Giant gerbil. That's what dinosaurs were. Giant
Hey,
gerbil.
that's what we really should be ready.
Space Force.
You know, yeah, because when we break out of this little the glass ceiling, they call it terrarium, whatever it is, whatever exactly this contained area is, we might find that we're just sitting on a golf ball, or or at back of a decorative turtle inside of some sort of neat file cabinet, or meant to say a dresser, a footstool. That's what I meant. Of God's footstool, a nice piece of decorative furniture, perhaps, possibly, or we're maybe it's not translated. I gotta learn more languages. They're all very similar. Everything seemed to have schismed a bit. What I mean though is, perhaps it was mistranslated. Maybe it's we're in a grave. Think about. But anyway, it says God's footstool. Or perhaps, well, that's what that book says. It was written by others. I wasn't there. A lot of it seems to be true. That book is visual symbols. So it's not to be taken literally. But yeah, a lot of it's very true. But but it's symbols, right? So just would describe the symbols, and anyway, the Earth. I'm just talking. I just woke up. Good morning, everybody. I was just saying, yeah, we're like the growth. Yeah, I mean, a matter of scale. We're but grasshoppers to the Lord. Think about that.
So you're saying we stand on the shoulders of giants?
Yeah, probably exactly. That could be exactly what we're doing. Yeah. The God could be asleep, and we're on his shoulder. Very plausible, unless we get the Space Force with Elon and the Boring Company, to go. And first, I would walk up to the edge of the whatever
I don't
containment. I
know.
would put like
Listen, a mold sounds like like athlete's foot or a fungus
yeah.
or
Well,
maybe
yeah, that could be what's
yeast
going on.
infection.
Yeah, yeah. If we get out of this, pop out of this, how you leave something and then it spoils and then it bursts open out of its container. That's kind of like us. Yeah, we don't. I was thinking.
You said this world is gonna pop like a boil.
Yeah, exactly. I was thinking that
You watch
it's
too many of
possible.
them videos where they pop boils.
Hey, what if they left in the fridge a chicken egg, and then that egg didn't make it past? I mean, what I mean is, it made it past somebody, and it had a chicken in it, and it was left in the fridge, and here we are, inside of it, just
waiting to be born.
Oh yeah, it never did though, so it just split into us. Yeah, imagine that. Like a terrarium in an egg inside of a fridge, and oh yeah, the fridge could be like a small like cooler, for your drink beverages, and it's in God's footstool, I guess. It may even be unplugged. It could have been petrified.
And their world stopped, so now the egg's heating up and we're starting to grow.
What if we're all a virus and Stacy's the cure?
What if the zombie
Oh my
apocalypse already
God, you got
happened?
a fan, hun.
Yeah. Hey, yeah, but what if their world stopped and we're still going on, like highly active, and there's like nothing going on out there?
That is
For
why
all we
we
don't know.
started. Listen, that is why we started Ladies' Night, Smart, because the girls had such, voluptuous voices. We were like, yeah, we should draw the Glovers in with the women. They're sitting at home on the internet. They never seen women.
Yeah. What if we're the growth, and you know what I'm saying?
I'm with you on the growth. We're a mold growing in an egg, in the giant's fridge, on another giant's ass.
Yeah,
And it just,
exactly.
it just keeps on going that way because as above, so below. So there's a whole lot of ass going on in mold.
Probably. Yes. Yeah, it makes perfect sense.
The primordial mode of life.
Oh, also, there's different motions, right? Like, in our scale, like we look at, they call them bacteria, and they don't want us to have the optical microscopes. We use these electron radiation microscope things that like kill everything. But anyway, well, I'm just kind of side note. What I mean is that I just use the bacteria as an example. With these smaller, tiny micro life forms, 15 minutes may be an entire generation. So yeah, I mean, a matter of scale, fractally speaking, 1,000 years is a day to the Lord. So what you just said, going through, yeah, we could be in the fridge, in a furniture, on the back of somebody's shoulder or ass or something, like a growth, in another refrigerator. Yeah, on different
So we
scales
could
of
be a
motion.
dirty tissue by the trash that didn't quite make it to the trash bin.
Exactly, and 1,000 years go by
And somebody
before,
coughed, and
yeah,
bam, there we
before
are.
somebody picks it up and throws it in the, and then we have a cataclysmic, catastrophic of societal destructive event when the tissue's thrown in the trash or whatever it is, when the rotten piece of food is thrown in the trash bin. Turn your world upside down. Really. Temporarily. But then we'll rebuild again, inside the trash can. Again, 1,000
Yeah.
years is a day to the Lord.
Yeah, and somewhere in there, Rick and Morty come in, huh?
Yeah, if you build a submersible, some sort of, whether or not it's an aerial craft, something that could bounce around, whether or not it can levitate, it's got to be submersible. Like a boat. If you build a boat, you could also put some, life forms of some kind, in some way on the boat to preserve their kind, and you may be able to survive fractal, geometrically speaking, you could survive cataclysmic, world destructions, you know what I mean, with a boat, like a submarine, and build it in your backyard, right? It's not about the ocean. It's about the next world. That when this world gets crumbled and tossed into the trash bin,
You live
in the
in a
dumpster out
bubble.
back, you want to have a geometrically strong, like those. Would something pops? Yeah, you're in a
Yeah,
bubble. You're in a
bubble.
fishbowl. Yeah, and when the fishbowl bubble pops, terrarium, you want to survive that. So like how things putrefy and pop and spoil and burst open, they somehow, those, what are them called, they're little geometries that survive spore things and other words like that. Hey, Stacy, I'm sorry I took over the channel. Good morning.
Oh, no, honey. Good morning, honey, and I will be back.
Yeah.
You know me. I need to get him up. He's got to leave here by 5:30 in an hour.
Cool.
So make sure he
Have
gets
a
that ready
good
for
morning.
work and all that.
Yeah, sorry I took over the good
Oh,
morning.
honey, you were perfectly fine. In fact, somebody needed to, because I needed to go anyway and get his clothes ready. Just kind of help, because
Yeah.
that's what us women should be doing, is helping
Cool.
our partners.
I just woke up, but I was just talking.
And I'll be
Like
back.
no.
Hopefully you'll be in
Okay.
here, so I promise I'll be
Yeah,
back though, for sure.
I'm always listening, except when I'm asleep.
And even then
Yeah.
we might be.
Well, yeah,
You'd be
you never
surprised.
know.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
true.
I leave it on all the time because y'all are more entertaining than the tele or any of that other stuff.
You said get
I
his
know, and I
clothes.
used to
Are
listen
you
to it
getting them
as I
off
fell
or
asleep.
helping him get them on?
No,
I
exactly
gotta pick
right.
on
Fat
you.
on my.
A quickie before the shift is always straight.
Hey, sometimes that goes down. You know, it's part of life, right?
Sure it
It
is.
should be.
Oh, I think. I mean, I'm just here
The
talking.
good
I've
life.
become
Oh,
terrified of such activity because I've thought
Yeah.
a lot about it. Now I'm just a man on a mountain talking about
Maybe you thought too much about it. You shouldn't be
right. We
terrified
had
of
a
that.
we
Oh
had a
yeah,
long
but think about
conversation yesterday about him on. He
it.
was like, "Listen, you
Yeah,
guys should not be having sex for like every 7 years." And I thought, "Oh shit,
yeah.
listen, that is not happening. Maybe 7 times a day, but not seven once it's 7 years."
I might have miscalculated. There are some exceptions or shortcut. Like
I'd say
example,
7 times,
you can,
maybe 7
you
times
know.
7.
Well, maybe I miss. Also, maybe it's 7 months, but check this out. It could be. I look at it as a 7 year. I'm still
7 hours.
trying to figure it out.
I
Hey,
think
yeah, I
that's
was still trying to.
listen, that's one
I
of
was
them
still trying to.
circumstances where enough is never enough. What do you mean?
Well, it takes that long for you to have grown as a child, So think about all the rejuvenation that happens in 7 years transpires. A lot of stuff happens,
I was
But
married
anyway,
longer than I was a
yeah.
child.
When a man gives some of his soul to a woman, the soul fluids, that's what they are. It's a baking. Look up SOLE, the definition. Salt water. That's what it'd be, the soul of the earth. The Christians talk about. Well, because we have a collection of salt crystals in our various chakra
Yeah.
energy points. And these neuron gland things that have these apparently they're pyramidal shapes. Interesting. Anyway, whatever these thought thinking chips are, these thinking chips, if you want to simplify it, they're like little mini CPUs. What they are, I think that from the brain, today people call them stem cells, but same thing as what the end finished product is for a man is sperm. But regardless of that, these stem cells. I think they're in what people call the sexual fluids are actually yeah. We look forward to
Map
hearing
of
more from
life.
you, Stacy. Yeah, I
There's
was
a
talking
map.
about. Yeah, that's right.
There's a map of life. There's
Yeah,
blueprints of
exactly.
DNA, and there's a
Yeah, I think
working
geometric.
components that build it.
Yeah, this tree of life, it's fluid and it's moved into different geometric manifestations. But what you were just saying, I'm just saying that it's like a tree. It has
Yeah.
morphs like a tree. Yes, and the various life forms that are seemingly detached, but we share the same amniotic fluid that is. I got no Faraday cage. So if you froze the air around me, you'd see my thoughts. Like we're like brain cells in a brain, but we can walk around and we didn't get we get amnesia apparently every time we are split into a new geometry when the and I'm talking about, it's not only the creative I think I call them creative fluids because graphic. I think they're called profane people, the regular people talking on this subject get easily grossed out. It's a graphic subject. But I'm just saying, yeah, everything's made out of sex, basically. Yeah, think about it. At a fundamental level, everything was made out of sex. And now I think it's a sacred thing. Now, the more I think about it, the less I want to have anything to do with it. I think we were sawed in half, and there was really one of us, and so Brahman may have sawed himself in half. He may have cut himself in half to experience all this, because the other half then manifested into the world, and then he has to eat himself like a snake eating his own tail. But he has split into a bunch of us, brah. You know what I mean, brah? Like, we
Brahmin.
forgot. Yeah, you forgot what
I'm
you
with
did
you.
because in the beginning there was one of us, but when you split into multiple each time, you forgot. You couldn't carry your memories with you. That I wonder whether or not those memories are stored in the salt crystals, or specifically carried by one life form, and all the other the cells of the body that drink the blood, they run out of the blood, and then they got to go adapt to the environment. They're used to being in a hot, humid, in their place, not a windy, wild, cold environment. They're used to being in their place, so they like stagnant, humid, pond water, high pressure. So they prefer low elevation. The lower elevation, the better, because it's higher pressure than high elevation generally. So I'm just saying they generally prefer like Georgia. It's real humid in Georgia. The swamps in Georgia is example of an inside-out man. Because what happened is somebody died in the beginning, and they divided. Somebody divided into everything. It is what I mean. You know what I'm saying? And so I think you do get what I'm saying. I just woke up. I'm just talking. I'm
Listen. I
afraid to have
seen
sex.
that.
Yeah.
I seen that movie Prometheus.
Oh yeah, it's like that.
Yeah, where the alien, he drank a fluid and it degenerated him. He split into a million pieces,
dude, that's like
and he
the black
seeded the
goo.
oceans of Earth with life.
That's like the black goo, which I think is shit. Now, seriously, now, check this out. Imagine a terrarium, and then you imagine somebody put their creative fluids in the terrarium, and then the shit would become, the layers of petrified shit is like petroleum, and then the black goo, they got specifically the graphene out of the coal. It's all different forms of shit. So they injected shit into people. Seriously, imagine it started with one life form, that shit in the pool, in the terrarium, and then he's divided into a bunch of life forms, and now they've re-injected the shit back into the life forms. And so, it was like that movie Prometheus when he ate the. I'm just sorry to go on a lot. You know what I mean?
With you.
It's just like that when he ate the
No, I'm with
the
you.
thing.
So now they're giving us back the first thing that we started as, to see how it affects us, or if it changes us again.
Oh, it does seem to be a big science experiment. Yes. That's why there's different things in different batches. It's totally, I think I suspect. I mean, okay, there's a lot of things that I have not proven that in the future I'll think back like that was a silly idea. But in my imagination, I suspect maybe they were trying to keep the queen alive. They called it the coronavirus, and it means a lot of things. One of the definitions is a glowing, a high voltage, like a purple kind of glow around a high voltage. But if you got something like that, but there's many different definitions, and one, corona, I mean a crown. So maybe they've picked a word specifically that fits different, things. But anyway, what I mean is maybe they were trying to keep the queen alive. This is all my imagination, but imagine what I wonder, what if they were just trying to keep somebody alive? So they ran this big science experiment on the general population. They call it the medical practice, right? Because they do the practice on the regular people, and then they give the service to like the aristocrat, whoever they are, the rich people, the wealthy. So they get the real medical service. But what I mean is, I think they ran a big science experiment like you were just describing. They took this material, put it in everybody in different ways to see how it would affect everybody differently. Maybe to keep somebody alive, to compile data, or what's that? Or accumulate data. You know what I'm saying? A bunch of data. I just woke up, so does that make any sense?
This fucking bitch, man.
I just say, I got it. I'm waking and bake myself. I can hear you. I can hear you taking a hit. I gotta be doing the same.
Smoking.
I mean, I already
Nice
did,
fucking
but
dude.
I gotta smoke. I woke. My mind is it gets 3 times more faster at night. Like it is nighttime right now. I just woke up, but I sleep at random. I'm just talking about. My mind's not fully activated for some reason. I mean, because I just woke up. I'm just saying, pardon me for talking a lot, but I think basically trying to summarize what I'm saying is it's a fluid scenario where you don't remember any of this. I'm trying to remember what happened. Like we all have amnesia. We're split we're split from an initial. They call it atom. They split the atom. And I mean,
Primordial atom.
yeah. Now I wonder if a magician sawed him in half, and they call him God, and maybe the magician sawed the golem that made of clay that that he put his
That'd be a
they call it.
wizard.
Yeah, well, the breath of life it could also be mistrans. What if that's a creative fluid? Well, maybe that's all it took though in a
Well, it
terrarium
could also
environment.
be the
But
breath
yeah,
of life
wizard
could be the spoken word.
breath. Yeah, yes, I do think of how how we got the great disco ball in the sky. Now, okay, so I've been thinking that what's going on is this energy, like you say, the spoken word. I think about the speaker system. I'm trying to make sense of it. I think what's going on is it's like a speaker. It's how this functions, but basically, the mental energies that animate everything, the awareness, whatever. Well, and this wave band of awareness, which is there's hive minds within it. But on we call it God, the God of this world, or the God of the air. It is like the collective, the greater collective consciousness of this world, which seems to bounce off the ceiling and split into two. It's one like flow of awareness that bounces off I don't know exactly how to describe it. It's a flow of something. It bounces off the ceiling and it splits into the sun and the moon. It's a flow of energy that animates everything. And okay, so the mammals seem to resonate with the sun, and the bugs, pet, vermin, and insects and things resonate with the moon, like the yin and the yang. And it's a giant 1 versus 1 of a split from the shining darkness below. Now, when I say below, I think of this egg, the cosmic egg, or the eye. They're very similar geometries. Not sure which it is, but either it is an eye petrified, an eye or an egg, or both. Petrified and putrefied and solidified into many endless or seemingly, I mean, countless subterranean layer. I mean, not endless, but a lot. Like what? Like unfathomable, countless to a small grasshopper man. Fractally speaking, there are many layers, we call it the hollow Earth. The hollow Earth is probably under the flat Earth. Inside of the spherical globe, the globe-shaped sphere dome. We call it the dome. The dome is probably goes all the way like into subterranean and to form a spherical globe shape. So these people are getting emotional, and they've probably doing mental gymnastics that they've done a lot worse. Now, I think the key to everlasting life, part of it is to love the truth. This truth there's an alternating current with it. Well, anyway, these people are lying to us because they think they're technically not lying too much or very much. I mean, because they call it images. What I mean is the dome. They use in different words to describe, like globe is possibly the exterior structure. But anyway, my long story short, I was saying, well, those people are crazy. I notice they're all gay, and GAY is 33 when you add up. Now, nothing against gay people. I know some fantastic, super cool gay people. I think of a few that are cooler than me. They're all way cooler than me. But let me tell you though, I'm just saying, Illuminati. I think there's something gay going on, and they're proud of it, too. But anyway, I was just talking about this energy flow bounces off the ceiling, and becomes the sun of the moon as conversion point ball of plasma, and these balls of plasma inside the structure. I gotta catch up to you. Inside the structure, what's going on is hey, what's going on is I think that the mammals resonate with the sun, like all the warm-blooded creatures resonate with the sun. The cold-blooded creatures seem to resonate with the moon. This is my own personal theory that I've imagined.
Sorry.
You're cool, man. After getting my mind blown constantly all the time, every day, I developed this theory that like the yin and the yang, it's like Starship Troopers out there, and we're really fortunate. We got the advantage that overall in this wave band of fractality, we are larger than the bugs. But we don't really know that. I mean, but within our experience, we seem to be larger than bugs
you
on
were
average.
saying that,
Yeah.
like lizards, for example, they're cold-blooded, I think, right?
Oh yeah. I'm still
But
developing my
you say you
theory, and I
resonate.
could be.
You're saying it's
They
backward.
might. No, now they might be. Yeah, I'm thinking of the. Now I'm still. My theory is incomplete, and I could be wrong, but I'm thinking that the cold-blooded creatures, their collective hive. There's a hive mind for each species that falls within a collective consciousness. I think they're divided by the sun and the moon. So you have various cold-blooded creatures, including vegetations, are probably. I'm still developing this theory, so I might be all over the. It might be wrong, incorrect, but I think the like lizards and bugs and things are hive minds within the moon hive mind, within the world hive mind, within a greater kingdom of heaven. We call it hive mind. These are all why I say hive mind a lot is because you know the body creates the when I say illusion of individuality, what I mean is the experience, or what's going on is you could see through your senses, but like simpler, the less complex and simpler creatures, they they don't filter out the oneness and all of everything, which is how they can move in a flock a flock of birds, a school of fish. They're in a they're on the same wavelength, and they're not as complex as the simpler the creature, because initially really they're just components that have adapted to being ejected from the body. They are detached from the body. These are actually components which I think are possibly crystalline in nature, that are in a fluid environment, and their bodies are projections of themselves. But really the life forms I was talking about, yeah, lizards. Lizards, I think, I'm not really exactly sure. I could be wrong, but I just putting them on the. I'm trying to make sense of things. But generally, cold-blooded things are resonate with the moon, according to my theory that I'm developing, and warm-blooded things, so more complex creatures resonate with the sun. The lizards, you were an interesting question. They're kind of in the middle of this. When I say they're rather complex, but they're cold-blooded, so they might be one or the other. But anyway, yeah. But generally, there's probably a general trend of. I spoke a lot because I'm kind of. I just woke up. I'm still trying to. I got to smoke more ganja to get my mind activated. But yeah, it's basically a one versus one dream. Life is but a dream, right? I think in an analog way, it functions like that. Now, there may be a digital reality. Yeah, yeah. Personal theories is anecdote. So I was letting you know it's just my personal theory. Yeah, I was saying. Well, I forgot what I was saying. Something about
Yeah, life
fractality.
is like a dream is not analog. No,
Oh
that's
yeah. We may be
not
a
even close.
digital. Yeah, there may be an electronic infrastructure that the world resides. The analog world may reside in. Like a fishbowl inside of a digital binary world, we may have an analog. Well, that in itself is an analog reality. I was just saying it's not impossible that we're inside of a computer. The computer itself in its own analog terrarium reality, or
Well,
another
I think
computer.
the thing you're talking about right now is the thing that people have been talking about for a long time, which is simulation theory. And a lot of people think about that in regards to like video games and movies and things that they can comprehend on a three-dimensional scale. But in reality, I think it's way, way deeper than that. And I don't think it's absolutely impossible that we're living in some sort of a simulation, but there is some sort of a creation that has happened. Whether you're an atheist or not, Big Bang Theory, Flat Earth, Globe Earth, doesn't matter. Something happened, and we're here.
Oh, I see this simulation as very plausible and highly probable. But remember, the like analogy I'll say is when you have a digital signal in the air, it's in the analog environment. It just has a digital pattern, like a on-off pattern. So what I mean is, even though we may be in a computer simulation, that itself is in an analog reality of some sort, probably. We're I would say that, yeah, it's very likely we're in a computer, but the computer might have built a terrarium. There might be a virtual terrarium inside a electronic digitized and now that itself might be in an analog environment. So at the base level of reality is still analog anyway. They call it the Ethernet. I was reading that apparently supposedly 300 megahertz to 300 gigahertz is fluid. It resonates with fluid water. So yeah, I mean, even in the digital world, is still like copper is fluid. It has a geometry that keeps it solid like an ice cube. But there's fluidity when we heat it or energize it. I'm still trying to figure it out. I think we're talking about alchemy now, but yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm just saying simulation.
Bro, you started to.
Yeah, we're very plausible. I'm just talking. We're very possibly in a simulation. Yeah. But now there's the analog rules still apply. What a computer does, fractally speaking, if you zoom way in, it's like a big city, electric city. And what a computer does, it's a lot of geometry, and is what I'm trying to say. Like we might be inside, like those ancient cities. The mud flood might be a melted computer circuit board, for example. We might be on a melted motherboard.
So I do have to interrupt you real quick because I'm not sure if people that are listening have ever heard of this before, including yourself. I'm not sure, but if you have, awesome. It's worth watching again. It's called the Mandelbrot set.
No, I've not heard of that.
Whoa, dude. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna send you a DM with that.
Okay.
It's a mathematical formula that mathematicians, some of them, call the thumbprint of God. All right.
Hey, yeah, I think harmonics and geometry are like, I want to just simplify. I like trying to describe the indescribable and simplifying things. I want to say like geometry is the universal language, but then also music, which again is like music is like it's
Listen,
all geometric.
let me
Go ahead.
give a basis. So it's fractal and geometric because we're all just fractions and portions of the one.
Exactly. That's beautiful.
So 1 is the largest number you can ever have. And all math is based on fractions of 1. 1 is the total.
1?
1 is the total of an entire sum.
Yeah. That's the truth.
Everything is 1. There's only one sum.
Yeah.
2 is only if you break 1 down into halves.
That's cool.
I'm not sure if I completely agree with that, 'cause 9 is the largest whole number that doesn't go outside of a single
9
digit.
is the largest whole number, but it won't be a sum. 9999 will lead to a sum of 1. Thank you for making
Well,
my
yeah, that's
point.
not a whole number, though.
Yeah, just add 0.1. 99999 plus 0.1. That's the entirety of the whole. That's my point. You break them all down to fractions, they add up to a total, which is the sum is 1. So we can break everything down infinitely, get all the numbers that exist in math, any infinite number, and I can say it's the total of the sum. Infinity is the total of the sum, it equals 1.
Yeah.
All numbers are fractions of 1.
If you added up all the life forms,
And that's
like
not
recombine them.
illogical. Listen, that's the only logical form of infinity. It's not an illogical premise. It's mathematically valid.
Hey, so Smurf, I just sent you that video. This video is gonna fucking trip you out, man. I'm telling you.
Oh, I like videos
Part
like
of it,
that.
like super boring, but they explain how it works. But yeah, if you smoke a good big fat bowl and watch it, this is fucking trippy as shit.
I mean, we can break 1 down into millions, right? And trillions and billions.
Well, it goes in according to this, it's infinite.
But those are all fractions of a whole, right?
Exactly. Yeah. I think if you combined all the life forms together, you would have the one atom before the split. And that's just this layer of reality. But yeah, I'm talking about that's all we know is this
It
known
was
layer of
probably a fucking
fractality.
dodo bird. It just sparked into existence and it said crack,
Yeah.
and then it fell over with a heart attack, and
I've
then
been
all
I've
life
been
stemmed from that.
suspected. Yeah, it's probably a dodo bird. No, really,
The
I've been
universe,
thinking that.
yeah. So the nothingness farted. When it farted, it popped out the dodo.
Yeah. Well, they keep
This
asking
is
what
a
came
joke.
first,
I'm
the
just
chicken or
fucking
the
around
egg.
here, Andrew. But honestly, I'm being serious about one being the total of all sums and every other
Yeah.
number a fraction of the total.
Oh, check this out. I think now this little pocket of reality, fractally speaking, there possibly is a giant chicken, a dodo, like, or doo-doo, but that has manifested in putrefied. But listen, that's just this little pocket of fractality. Now, there might be like they said, we're on the back of a turtle. It is one theory. Now, I'm saying that
Well,
it said we're made in
listen,
the
it
image of
depends
God.
on what Indians you're talking about. Now, some Indians believe in that great space turtle, and other Indians just believe the turtle is an island. American Indians versus Indonesian Indians.
That's interesting. Now
Turtle
that was
Island
saying,
or
I
space
don't really
turtle.
know. Yeah, I was just saying though, in this pocket of fractality, it's said our books that there's much truth in it. But again, it's not to be taken literally; it's symbolic. But it says we're made in the image of God, so that could mean a lot of different things. Though I'd have to look closer at what exactly that means. But now I'm just saying it's plausible that we look closer to that geometry when you add everything together, that ultimate collective hive mind, that the creator of smaller
Listen,
hive minds. He might look something similar to a man than a chicken. So even
listen,
though the dodo bird, like we might
Smurf.
be visitors here. What's up?
His image could be a collage, though. It could be multiple images.
Yeah. Well, we call it
Yeah.
Allah, or the
It could
all.
be
Yeah.
Ella. So
Yeah,
Aramaic,
but that's
Jesus would have called him Elah. So it'd have been spelled Elah or Allah, because Aramaic was a Semitic language, which is Hebrew, Aramaic, and Arabic. And this is the original. So Jesus himself would have referred to God as Allah, the God.